In the cafeteria of an ordinary second-tier normal college in Jiangcheng, Chen Zhibai stared at the rice with gravy in front of him, but he had no appetite. His attention was completely attracted by a line of words that appeared in his field of vision. Super rich system loading progress 98%. This line of words suddenly appeared last night. He has confirmed that only he can see it. The godly rich system. Thinking of this word, he still couldn't calm down. As an ordinary person, he certainly understood what it meant. Money, effortless wealth. Aren't the protagonists in the novels all able to rise to fame overnight and completely change their fate because of the system? And his life should have been extremely ordinary. He has an ordinary appearance, an ordinary family background, and an unchanging growth trajectory. Like most people, he goes to school step by step, finds a job with average salary in the future, saves money hard, and after more than 10 years, he may be able to barely put together enough for the down payment of an old and small house. There is nothing wrong with such a life, as many people live like this. However, Chen Zhibai still feels a little unwilling when he thinks that his life might be spent like this. But now, everything might change. He looked at the system loading panel again, and the progress was still at 98%. Alas, he suppressed his anxiety and was about to pick up his chopsticks when he was interrupted by a voice beside him. "Old Chen, are you coming to the cafeteria to eat too? That's great. Let's share a table." Chen Zhibai looked up and saw his roommate, Zhou Hao, with his girlfriend, Liu, standing next to him. Zhou Hao is a native of Jiangcheng. He has a good family background and is handsome. He started dating a girl from the Department of Economics and Trade not long after the school started. He is the first one in the dormitory to get married and often brags about it. Liu is good-looking and can be called a little beauty. However, Chen Zhibai's gaze fell on the girl next to the two of them and paused slightly. She is very beautiful. Not only does she have exquisite facial features, but she also has an outstanding temperament. The white sleeveless shirt outlines her graceful curves, and the hem is tucked into denim shorts. Her long legs are slender and straight, and her fair skin is bright. Even in a university campus with many beauties, she could be said to be an extremely outstanding presence. "Lao Chen, this is my girlfriend's roommate, Lu Meng." Zhou Hao introduced with a somewhat proud tone. "How is she?" "Meng Meng is single. If you want to pursue her, I can help you." Liu agreed with a smile. "Yes, our Meng Meng doesn't have a boyfriend yet." Although she said so, she knew in her heart that Chen Zhibai was out of the question. Lu Meng's conditions were there, and there were already several boys in the class pursuing her, and even the sophomores and juniors had no shortage of suitors. But Chen Zhibai, with his ordinary appearance and ordinary family background, had no advantages at all. She even hoped that Chen Zhibai would really be attracted to her. If so, the scene would be very interesting. Don't match people up with each other at random. Zhou Hao smiled and waved his hand, but couldn't help but glance at Lu Meng. To be honest, he has always felt superior to Chen Zhibai. After all, in addition to the house he lived in, his family also had a wedding house, 90 square meters, with a market price of more than 2 million. Many people can't make so much money in their lifetime. Moreover, even he didn't dare to pursue Lu Meng. He glanced at Lu Meng secretly. The other party lowered his head to eat with a calm expression, obviously not taking his words seriously. Liu also understood what Lu Meng meant and became more certain of her guess. "It's okay, Lao Chen." Liu retracted her gaze and said with a smile, "Although it's impossible for you and Meng Meng to be together, I can introduce other girls to you and guarantee that you will not be single. Yeah, old Chen, don't worry. You will find a girlfriend in 4 years of college. But she will definitely not be as pretty as my Liu, haha." After Zhou Hao finished speaking, he looked at Chen Zhibai with some pride. He didn't dare to pursue Lu Meng, but at least he already had a girlfriend. "But Chen Zhibai, I'm afraid there's not even a girl willing to pay attention to him. You are just sweet talker." Liu patted Zhou Hao's arm. Her tone was coquettish, but there was a hint of pride in her eyes. "I'm not just saying sweet things, I'm serious. You're the most beautiful in my heart." Zhou Hao took her hand and looked serious, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Lu Meng. If his family had a little more money, he might have had a chance to pursue Lu Meng. That pair of slender, white legs was enough to make one's heart itch just by looking at it. Liu shook off his hand and said with a reserved tone, "We are all human beings. Don't touch me. What are you afraid of? We are a serious couple." Zhou Hao smiled shamelessly. Chen Zhibai was not interested in their interaction. He just lowered his head and ate with a calm expression. No one knew how confident he was. Although the system had not yet been fully activated, he knew that he would never lack money again. Having money naturally means being at ease and having a different future. As for a girlfriend, that won't be a problem at all. He was eating by himself, and Lu Meng glanced at him inadvertently. From her point of view, Chen Zhibai was too ordinary. Whether in appearance, family background, or height, he was inconspicuous in the crowd. However, he gives people a very special feeling, the kind of confidence that comes from the heart, extremely natural, and even has a firm self-confidence. Just like a rich person walking into a luxury store, he will be naturally calm, while a poor person will subconsciously be reserved. But the question is, where does Chen Zhibai's confidence come from? She had heard from Liu that Chen Zhibai's family conditions were average, his parents ran a small shop, and they lived a tight life. But now, he does not have any inferiority complex brought by poverty. Instead, he seems to be full of confidence in the future. Lu Meng looked at him again, and finally shook her head, not thinking anymore. What does it have to do with her? When a meal was almost finished, the loading progress bar in front of Chen Zhibai suddenly jumped to 100%. Ding! The godly rich system has been successfully activated. Host, Chen Zhibai. The host can currently withdraw cash daily. 1,000 yuan, RMB. Note, the source of money in the system is reliable and will not be discovered by the country or individuals. Please feel free to use it. The system's voice was cold and mechanical, but Chen Zhibai's heartbeat quickened instantly. 1,000 a day, 30,000 a month, 360,000 a year. This amount of money has exceeded the annual salary of many office workers, and it is completely free. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself, but he couldn't hide his excitement. System, withdraw today's 1,000 yuan. As he thought about it, the phone in his trouser pocket vibrated. Dear customer, your agricultural bank account with a last number 6699 has received a deposit of 1,000 yuan, and the current balance is 1,576 yuan. The money has arrived. Chen Zhibai took out his phone and confirmed the message, and the excitement in his heart finally settled. This was not an illusion, nor a scam, but a real thing. However, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The host's mobile phone screen is detected to be slightly cracked. As a future super rich man, how can you use such a mobile phone? The tasks are now released as follows. Replace your new mobile phone. Reward 10,000 yuan in cash. Car lottery card. You can randomly win a car worth 200,000 to 1 million yuan. You must buy a new mobile phone before using it. B. If you don't change your phone, you will get the title, Stingy Expert. After wearing it, everyone will think that the host is particularly stingy. Looking at these two options, Chen Zhibai's expression was a little strange. Is there any need to choose? Even a fool would know to choose A. A cash reward of 10,000 yuan and a free car lottery card after changing your mobile phone. The minimum car value is 200,000 yuan, and the upper limit is 1 million yuan. No matter how you calculate it, it is a sure win. I choose A and change to a new phone. Ding! The host chooses a 10,000 yuan in cash has been paid to the host's account. Chen Zhibai's phone vibrated again, and 10,000 yuan arrived. The money came so easily that it even made him feel a little unreal. I looked down at the Huawei phone in my hand. Although the screen had a crack, it did not affect its use. This was bought for him by his family when he was in his second year of high school. After the college entrance examination, his parents wanted to buy him a new one, but he actively refused. His family was laid off a few years ago, and his parents' convenience store business was not doing well, and he didn't want to add to the burden. But now, there's no need to save money. Since changing the phone can trigger the system reward, just change it directly. Just as he was about to get up to buy a mobile phone, Zhou Hao's voice came, Old Chun, let's go shopping together later. I want to buy some clothes for Liu. Anyway, I don't have classes in the afternoon. Meng, you come too. Liu took Lu Meng's arm, with a hint of boasting in her tone. Lu Meng didn't express her opinion, and Chen Zhibai just shook his head. No, I have something to do. All he wants now is to buy a cell phone quickly and then see what car he can win. After all, this was a luxury car with a minimum price of 200,000 and a maximum price of 1 million. How could he have the time to waste with them? I didn't sleep well last night. I'll go back to the dormitory to catch up on some sleep and won't go. Almost at the same time, when Chen Zhibai finished speaking, Lu Meng said the same thing. The two looked at each other. Lu Meng was slightly stunned, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. She originally thought that Chen Zhibai would agree immediately. After all, she was confident enough in her charm, and ordinary boys should be willing to find an opportunity to get in touch with her. So, she found an excuse to refuse, so that Chen Zhibai wouldn't misunderstand and think that she was interested in him. But now, he was the one who refused first. Chen Zhibai noticed Lu Meng's gaze, but didn't care. Lu Meng is indeed beautiful, bright, and generous, with long legs that attract attention, and her overall score is definitely above 90 points. But for him, what does this matter? Now, he is no longer the ordinary Chen Zhibai who has no sense of existence. With the godly rich system, he will never lack money in the future, and money can solve many problems, including women. He stood up, waved his hand, and walked straight out of the cafeteria without even looking at Lu Meng. Lu Meng looked at his back, frowned slightly, and a rare hint of doubt appeared in her mind. She looked down at her long legs under her denim shorts, then picked up her phone. Her bright face was reflected on the dark screen. Could it be that her attractiveness has decreased? Meng, come with me. You can sleep there at night and go shopping with me during the day. It's a good opportunity to help me with some advice. Liu held Lu Meng's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Yes, let's go together and give me some advice. Zhou Hao also agreed, and his eyes could not help but fall on Lu Meng's legs. Although he didn't dare to chase Lu Meng, it didn't stop him from wanting to stay with Lu Meng for a while longer. The legs are really long and beautiful. No, I didn't sleep well last night. I'll go back to the dormitory first. Lu Meng shook her head and stood up to leave. She was tall, and her back, as she walked out of the cafeteria, attracted a lot of attention. Many boys also picked up their plates and left after she left. They had stayed behind specifically to see Lu Meng, and now that everyone had left, there was no need to stay any longer. Zhou Hao looked at Lu Meng's back and couldn't help but sigh, his tone a little annoyed. I shouldn't have called Chen Zhibai just now. I guess Lu Meng just didn't want to go shopping with him, so she refused. I really shouldn't have done that. Liu nodded, slightly dissatisfied. She had originally wanted to take advantage of Lu Meng's singleness to secretly show off, but unfortunately her plan failed. Forget it. If she doesn't want to go, then she won't go. We can go by ourselves. Liwa comfurta ourselves. After all, she had bought the clothes and could show them off anyway. She was about to urge Zhou how to eat quickly, but when she turned around, she found that he was still staring at the cafeteria door with regret and reluctance that could not be concealed on his face. Her face suddenly turned cold. Why? You don't want her to leave? Zhou Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly came back to his senses, saying with a smile, How is that possible? You are my girlfriend. Why would I be reluctant to part with her? As he said that, he wanted to hold Liu's hand, but she pushed him away. It's no use for you to be reluctant. Her future boyfriend will definitely be a rich second generation. Liu said in a bad tone. She was not a fool, so she could see Zhou Hao's feelings for Lu Meng. This made her very unhappy. How could I pursue her? You're my girlfriend. In my heart, you are the most beautiful. Zhou Hao immediately expressed his loyalty. Liu glanced at him, and her expression became better. She knew it was just flattery, but it was still pleasant to hear. That's all I need to know. Let's go buy some clothes. You promised to buy me clothes that are under 500 yuan. Don't worry. How could I lie to you? Zhou Hao nodded quickly, but a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. 500 yuan is not a small amount for him. His living expenses are 3,800 yuan a month. It is really painful to spend 500 yuan directly. But you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. He looked at Liu's fair face, and a trace of heat flashed in his eyes. Although she is not as beautiful as Lu Meng, she is still a beauty and can be envied by many boys. Therefore, the 500 yuan must be spent. Anyway, if you lie to me, I won't date you. Liu raised her chin, her tone a little proud. You also know that there are many boys chasing after me, and some of them are better than you. Of course it was a lie. Otherwise, why would she choose Zhou Hao? But if she didn't say that, how could she control him? Yes, I will definitely not lie to you. Zhou Hao nodded repeatedly and wanted to hold Liu's hand again, but she pushed him away again. Let's buy some clothes first. Liu stood up, with a look of pride on her face, as if she was in control of the overall situation. Although Zhou Hao felt a little disappointed, he didn't take it to heart. He felt that he would be able to conquer Liu sooner or later. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. And then he thought of Chen Zhibai, and an inexplicable sense of superiority rose in his heart. Chen Zhibai, it's impossible to chase a beauty like Liu in this life. This is the gap. After leaving the cafeteria, Chen Zhibai took out his mobile phone, opened the Huawei Mall, and quickly selected a mobile phone that cost more than 8,000 yuan. In the past, he would never consider products of this price range. His spending power did not allow him to do so, and he would not try to make up for it. But now, With the funds rewarded by the system, he did not need to hesitate at all. Just as he was about to pay, he frowned. The estimated delivery time was tomorrow morning. This speed was not slow, but he did not want to wait. What he wanted most was to get the phone immediately and win the grand prize of a car. Thinking of this, he simply closed them all and searched for a nearby Huawei store. There was one in the university town, which was only a dozen minutes walk away. Putting his phone in his pocket, he walked towards the school gate. Along the way, his eyes swept across the familiar campus scenery, but his mentality was different. Confident, calm. After all, he was a man with a system. Confidence can really change a person. He has seen many internet celebrities who were timid before becoming famous, but their temperaments are completely different after becoming famous. Money can bring confidence and completely change a person's attitude. From today on, he will no longer be short of money. As he was sighing, his cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was his mother calling. "Mom, did you miss me?" He answered the phone with a smile. "Miss you? No way," Li Xiaomei said stubbornly on the other end of the phone. "After you went to college, our home finally became quiet. Your dad and I feel much more relaxed." But the next second, she started to nag. "I saw the weather forecast saying it might rain in Jiangcheng tomorrow. Remember to wear something thicker. Don't catch a cold. It will be troublesome if you catch a cold." Hearing the familiar concern, Chen Zhibai's mouth curled up slightly. He responded patiently, but his mind couldn't help but drift away. When he was a child, his family was well off. His parents were both workers in state-owned enterprises and had a stable life. As an only child, he was spoiled and grew up. But later, the state-owned enterprises did not perform well, and a wave of layoffs hit, and his parents lost their jobs all of a sudden. In order to make ends meet, they opened a small shop. Although life was tight, they managed to survive. However, in order to save money for his college tuition and future house down payment, his parents were always very frugal. After he went to college, he heard them discussing the housing prices in Jiangcheng at home. No matter what, they had to save enough for a down payment before he graduated. Parents who love their children will plan for them in the long run. "Mom, you and Dad should not work too hard. The store is less crowded after 9 p.m. Close it early and take a break. Don't stay up too late. And Dad, don't drive Didi all the time. His waist is not in good condition. Sitting for a long time will cause more strain." "What kind of hardship is this?" Li Xiaomei said matter-of-factly. "You still have 4 years to graduate. Your dad and I don't have the ability, but we can still save up for a down payment on a house. Without a house, you won't be able to date a girlfriend and people will look down on you. Mom, don't worry about the house. I can hurt myself." After the voice fell, there was silence on the other end of the phone. "You earn money yourself? You're only a freshman. How can you make money? Just study hard and don't worry about these things." Chen Zhibai was helpless. He could understand his mother's thoughts. In the eyes of her generation, stability was the most important thing, and starting a business, investing, etc. were all not doing their job properly. But he couldn't just say he had a system, so he thought of a suitable excuse. "Mom, the school now encourages entrepreneurship, and there's financial support. I want to give it a try. What if it works?" "Is there really such a good thing?" Li Xiaomei was obviously a little surprised. "The school even gave money? What if it loses money?" "It's okay if we lose money. The money is paid by the school, and we don't have to pay it back. The main purpose is to encourage college students to start their own businesses." Oh. Li Xiaomei's tone relaxed a little, and she said with emotion, "Schools nowadays are really generous. We didn't have such good things in our time." After a few more instructions, the customer's voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. "Son, I won't say any more. There are customers in the store. If it rains tomorrow, remember to wear something warm. I'll transfer some money to you later. Don't be too stingy at school. Get along well with your roommates. If someone invites you to dinner, you should treat them back. Also, are there any good girls in school? Pay more attention to them. It would be best if you could bring a girlfriend home during this winter vacation. Mom would be happy." She rambled on and on with a lot of instructions before finally hanging up the phone. Standing at the school gate, Chen Zhibai looked at his phone and suddenly felt a little sad. Mother's love is always hidden in these trivial and repetitive words. He suddenly remembered a question from a boy on the internet. "Why don't girls like me?" But how could it not be? The day you were born, that young girl in her 20s looked at you with tenderness in her eyes and regarded you as everything to her. After leaving the school, Chen Zhibai followed the navigation instructions and walked into a Huawei mobile phone store in the university town 10 minutes later. There weren't many people in the store, but there weren't too few either. He took a quick look, and soon a salesperson came up to him. Because he had already selected the model, The entire purchasing process took less than 10 minutes. He scanned the code to pay and successfully got his new phone. After importing the SIM card and data, a system prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the novice task. Buy a new mobile phone and can now use the car lottery card. Do you want to draw the lottery immediately? Note, after using the car lottery card, the host will randomly get a car worth 200,000 to 1 million. Chen Zhibai's heartbeat quickened instantly. A free car would cost at least 200,000 yuan, which was already the ceiling for ordinary people to buy a car in reality. After all, most people's car buying budget is far less than 200,000 yuan, and those who can buy such a car must at least have a well-off family. Of course, it would be even better if you could win a more expensive car. He looked around and found that the shop assistants were busy and no one was paying attention to him. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the tension in his heart, he silently said, "System, use the car lottery card." Ding! The host has used the car lottery card, and the vehicle is being randomly generated. Congratulations to the host for winning the 2023 BMW X5 top-end version, exclusive M Sport Night Edition. Color, skyscraper gray. The vehicle has been legally purchased with a host's identity. All formalities are complete. Purchase tax and insurance have been paid. The host can go to the Qingpu District BMW 4S store to pick it up at any time. Top spec BMW X5. Chen Zhibai's breathing stagnated slightly, and he quickly took out his phone to search for the price of this car. The official guide price is 800,000 yuan, and the bare car price after discount is 740,000 yuan. With purchase tax, insurance, and options, the landing price is definitely over 800,000 yuan. An absolute luxury car. He was prepared to only get a 200,000 level car. After all, there was no need to force something that was given for free. But I didn't expect that I would win a luxury car at the upper limit of the range in one go. Luck explosion. Chen Zhibai took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but he couldn't suppress his excitement. I got a car worth over 800,000 yuan without spending a penny. Who wouldn't be happy? After the excitement, he quickly regained his senses. He didn't have his ID card with him, so he had to go back to the dormitory to get it before going to the 4S store to pick up the car. By the way, he has a driver's license, which he got during the summer vacation after the college entrance examination, and it came in handy. But who would have thought that he would own a BMW X5 not long after entering college? More than 10 minutes later, Chen Zhibai returned to the dormitory. Dormitory number 302, a 4-person room. When he opened the door, Wang Chao and Li Dong were sitting on the bed playing games, and the characters on the screen were fighting fiercely. "Old Chen, do you want to play games?" Li Dong asked without even looking up. "We're almost done with this game. We don't have classes this afternoon. Do you want to play a game together?" Wang Chao also raised his head and said with a teasing tone, "Anyway, we are not like Zhou Hao, who has a girlfriend to go shopping with." When he said this, his tone was a little dissatisfied. Zhou Hao was a local, from a well-off family, handsome, the first one in the dormitory to get married, and his girlfriend was pretty. This made Wang Chao and Li Dong a little jealous. What's more, Zhou Hao always displays a hidden sense of superiority. Although he doesn't show it off openly, his eyes and words always reveal an attitude of "you can't beat me." No one in the dormitory likes this feeling. "No, I have to go out for something later." Chen Zhibai shook his head and walked to the locker to get his ID card. Li Dong was stunned, then immediately became interested. "What's the matter? You're not secretly dating a girlfriend, are you? This would be a betrayal of our revolutionary friendship." Wang Chao also looked over, his eyes full of gossip. When boys first entered college, they were full of curiosity about the opposite sex, and who was in a relationship was definitely a big deal in the dormitory. "Where did I get my girlfriend?" Chen Zhibai smiled and said casually, "I really have some private business to attend to." He took out his ID card and stuffed it into his pocket. "That's true." Li Dong sighed and said sadly, "Unlike Zhou Hao, who has a good family background and is willing to spend money on girls. Which girl would be interested in ordinary boys like us?" At this point, he couldn't help but recall his social death experience during the start of the school year. He mustered up the courage to add more than a dozen girls on WeChat, but was rejected by all of them, which was a heavy blow. Okay, stop being emo. Your hero is dying." Wang Chao patted him. "What?" Li Dong instantly became alert and immediately lowered his head to operate. Chen Zhibai glanced at them, smiled, and then turned and left the dormitory. Now, he just wanted to pick up the car as soon as possible. There is some distance from the university town to Qingpu District. After Chen Zhibai walked out of the school gate, He directly called a DD Express with his mobile phone. A few minutes later, a white Volkswagen Bora slowly stopped in front of him. After checking the license plate number, he opened the back door and got in. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s. After checking the information, he casually asked, "Brother, you just started college, right? Are you planning to go to the BMW 4S store to broaden your horizons?" "Yeah, that's right." Chen Zhibai nodded casually without explaining that he was going to pick up the car. As the driver drove, he smiled and said, "It's nice to look at. Cars like BMW are not affordable for ordinary people. The entry-level ones are over 200,000 yuan. People on TikTok often say there are no luxury cars below 1 million yuan, but in reality, there are many people who can't even afford a car of 100,000 yuan." Chen Zhibai smiled and said nothing more. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the BMW 4S store in Qingpu district. Pushing open the car door and walking into the store, you'll find a spacious and bright showroom with exquisite decoration and spotless floor. Several brand new BMW cars are displayed in the center of the showroom, exuding a sense of low-key luxury. Even though he was mentally prepared, Chen Zhibai still felt a little nervous. After all, this was his first time stepping into a BMW 4S store. However, this nervousness was soon replaced by anticipation. He was about to look for a staff member when he saw a female salesperson in a light gray uniform coming up to him. "Brother, are you here for a free test drive?" She looked at Chen Zhibai with a helpless tone, obviously already used to the situation. The other person was probably about 22 or 23 years old and looked like she had just graduated from college. She had delicate features and fair skin. By ordinary people's standards, she was definitely the most beautiful girl in the school. The buttons of the uniform top were not fully buttoned, outlining a very attractive curve, the type that really adds points. Chen Zhihui stood in front of Chen Zhibai and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She was almost certain that the boy in front of her was also here for a test drive. He looked young, probably a college student, and he was dressed in ordinary clothes, not like a rich second generation. She had just joined the BMW 4S dealership and thought she could make a lot of money, but she didn't expect that every day she would receive all kinds of young people who came to test drive. There were even some greasy uncles who added her WeChat after the test drive and harassed her constantly. She came here to make money, not to suffer. If she had known this, she would have gone to work in an ordinary company like her best friend. Although she earns less, it is at least stable. "Brother, do you have a driver's license? If you do, I can help you register it, and you can test drive after queuing up." Although she felt helpless, Chen Zhihui still smiled and said, but she didn't expect that the boy looked a little strange after hearing her. "I'm not here for a test drive." Chen Zhihui was slightly stunned. "I'm here to pick up the car." She suspected that she had heard it wrong and couldn't help but confirm. "What did you say?" "I'm here to pick up the car." Chen Zhihui couldn't help but want to laugh. What a joke. This boy looked like he had just entered college, and an entry-level BMW cost more than 200,000 yuan. How could he afford it? "Brother, stop joking. The cheapest car here costs more than 200,000 yuan. Before she finished speaking, Chen Zhibai took out his ID card and interrupted her calmly. "I have ordered a top-of-the-line BMW X5 online with full payment. The order has been completed." Chen Zhihui's smile froze instantly, and her eyes fell on the ID card in his hand. Her first reaction was that the other party was playing a prank, but the other party looked calm and composed and did not look like he was joking at all. "This can't be true. You can check it," Chen Zhibai said calmly. "My order has been completed." Chen Zhihui swallowed subconsciously, put away her previous casual attitude, and immediately said, "Please wait a moment. I will help you confirm it." She was a little nervous. If what the other party said was true, then he was a big customer, and she just called him brother. If she was complained, it would be a sure thing. Bringing Chen Zhibai to the front desk, she quickly entered his ID number into the system. The next second, the order information was clearly displayed on the screen just an hour ago. Chen Zhihui was completely stunned. He really paid full price for a top-of-the-line BMW X5? That's a car worth over 800,000 yuan. She subconsciously glanced at Chen Zhibai, standing beside her, then looked down at the ID card in her hand. 18 years old. 18 years old, driving a top-of-the-line BMW X5. Obviously, this is a rich second generation. Chen Zhihui raised her head again and looked at Chen Zhibai in front of her. After working as a BMW salesperson for 2 or 3 months, she has seen many customers who bought BMW X5, but most of them were middle-aged people with successful careers. They were basically around 40 years old and had already accumulated enough wealth. This was the first time she had seen someone like Chen Zhibai, who had just entered college and paid in full for a top-of-the-line X5. After the shock, envy followed. When she was in college, she thought that reality was very beautiful and that it was not difficult to earn a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan. However, after entering society, she discovered that making money was not easy. A monthly salary of 5,000 yuan and payment of 5 insurances and 1 fund had already surpassed most of her peers. The boy in front of me is only 18 years old, but he can drive a luxury car worth more than 800,000 yuan. She sighed in a complicated way, and then she heard Chen Zhibai's voice. Can I pick up the car? Chen Zhibai came back to her senses and nodded quickly, her tone unconsciously becoming more respectful. Sure, your car has been washed, and you can pick it up directly. 10 minutes later, at the car showroom, a skyscraper gray BMW X5 was parked in the center. The lights in the showroom were bright, and the lines of the car body looked even smoother and more handsome under the lights. Compared to the calm black, skyscraper gray is more sporty and more suitable for Chen Zhibai's age. You can check the vehicle. If there is no problem, you can sign the contract and pick up the car. Chen Zhibai stood aside. Her eyes unconsciously fell on the car, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It's really beautiful. It's a pity that she probably won't have the chance to ride in a car of this level in her lifetime. A car that costs more than 800,000 yuan is already an unattainable luxury car for ordinary people. Chen Zhibai walked around the car, inspected it, and then sat in the driver's seat, carefully examining the interior. No problem, sign the contract. Soon, the contract was signed. This is a temporary license plate, which can be used for 30 days. If you want to get a formal license plate as soon as possible, you can contact me, and our store will arrange a specialist to assist you. Okay. Chen Zhibai nodded. He had already added Chen Zhihui's WeChat. Jiangcheng's license plates do not require a lottery like Beijing and Shanghai, but if you want a license plate with a good number range, you still need a channel. However, this matter can be considered later. Now, he wants to experience the driving feeling of this car. Just as he was about to get in the car, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The host triggers a random task. Get Chen Zhihui's first kiss within 1 month. Task reward. Jiangcheng a 999N license plate, obtained through formal channels, legal and compliant. Note, there is no penalty for the task, and you will get a reward once you complete it. Chen Zhibai was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyebrows. He was just thinking about the license plate number, and the system gave him a solution. As long as you get Chen Zhihui's first kiss within a month, you can get the license plate A999N. This is a small serial number, and you can't get it without connections. To be honest, the reward for this task was very good, but he was more concerned about another question. Chen Zhihui, did she have a first kiss? He subconsciously looked at her, standing beside him. A beautiful girl with a great figure and a nice uniform has never been in a relationship? What does this mean? It means that she has never really dated a boy. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the car? Chen Zhihui asked in confusion when she saw Chen Zhibai suddenly stop. No problem. Chen Zhibai came back to his senses, pondered for a moment, and then spoke directly. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Chen Zhihui was stunned. She obviously didn't expect him to suddenly make this invitation. She had never lacked the pursuit of boys since she was a child, and she was frequently invited to dinner during college. She had long been accustomed to such invitations. Her first reaction was to refuse. But when her eyes inadvertently swept across the BMW X5 next to her, her tone paused. Can I tomorrow? There's a company dinner tonight. After she finished speaking, her face became slightly hot, and she didn't even dare to look directly at Chen Zhibai. This was undoubtedly a tacit agreement. She agreed. Okay, then tomorrow, I'll pick you up when you get off work. Chen Zhibai smiled and waved at her. Of course, he understood her thoughts, but it didn't matter. He didn't lose anything anyway. After saying that, he took out the BMW key and gently pressed the unlock button. Beep! The car lights flashed, and 2 sharp LED headlights lit up, then changed the light effect, and finally lit up steadily in the night. Against the backdrop of its sporty skyscraper gray body, this BMW X5 has an extremely powerful aura, like a visual feast. So handsome! Chen Zhibai exclaimed, walked to the driver's door, opened it, and got in. The Aris red seats are of excellent texture, large and soft, exuding a sense of luxury. Adjust the seat, press the 1-button start button. The low roar of the engine is heard, and the interior ambient light slowly lights up. Great. Glancing across the dashboard, he noticed that the tank was half full, enough to last for a while, but he decided to fill it up first so he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Adjust the steering wheel, shift gears, lightly step on the accelerator, and the BMW X5 drives smoothly out of the showroom. He rolled down the car window and felt the night breeze blowing on his face. He looked at Chen Zhibai standing at the door of the exhibition hall, smiled and waved at her, then stepped on the accelerator, and the BMW X5 drove smoothly into the road and disappeared into the night. Watching the skyscraper gray BMW X5 slowly driving away, Chen Zhibai subconsciously raised her hand and touched her face, which was slightly hot. Even without looking in the mirror, she knew she was blushing. She was shy. Why? Of course, it was because this was the first time in her life that she agreed to have dinner alone with a boy. She herself didn't expect that she would agree so quickly. She is not a casual girl. If it were a man in his 30s or 40s, she would not agree even if the car he drove was luxurious. But Chen Zhibai is only 18 years old, a freshman in college. Although he is a rich second generation, he is surprisingly calm and does not have the arrogance of a nouveau riche. Besides that, she had been working for 2 months and had already deeply felt the importance of money. Jiahui, what are you thinking about? You've been standing here in a daze for a long time. A voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned around and saw that it was her colleague Lin Shui, who was also a BMW salesperson who had just joined the company this year. They had an average relationship, but they usually had a good chat. I didn't think much. Chen Zhibai shook her head. Lin Shui smiled and took her arm, moving closer, and said in an ambiguous tone, "Okay, you're usually pretty nice to me, right? Is that okay? Then I want to ask you for a favor." Chen Zhibai was puzzled. "What is it?" Lin Shui said directly, "Give me the WeChat of that client you just mentioned." Chen Zhibai frowned. "What do you want his WeChat for? What else can I do? Of course I'll chase him." Lin Shui said excitedly, "He can buy a top-of-the-line X5 at the age of 18. He must be a rich second generation with a mine at home. Not just any rich second generation. He's young and rich. If I don't get a try, wouldn't I be losing out?" As she spoke, she blinked her eyes and tried to use sisterhood to play the emotional card. "Jiahui, please help me. When I get her, I promise to treat you to a big meal." "No." Chen Jiahui refused without hesitation. Lin Shui's smile froze for a moment, and her eyes were slightly unfriendly. "Why? Isn't it just a WeChat ID? The company has regulations that customer contact information cannot be leaked at will." Chen Jiahui said lightly, "Well, the rules are the rules, but as long as you don't say it and I don't say it, who will know?" Lin Shui continued to persuade. "This kind of top-notch second-generation rich man will be very popular if he is released. If you don't chase him, I will chase him, right?" "No means no." Chen Jiahui's tone was already a little impatient. After saying that, she turned around and left. Lin Shui stood there, watching her leaving, her face gradually becoming gloomy. It really is worthy of being a luxury car worth more than 800,000 yuan. It just feels different to drive. Chen Zhibai held the steering wheel and drove the BMW X5 steadily on the road. The smooth control and abundant power make people immersed in the pleasure of driving. He has little driving experience, but after driving this X5, he did not feel uncomfortable at all, but felt that it was extremely smooth. This is the charm of luxury cars. The red light came on ahead, and he braked slowly. While waiting for the red light, he inadvertently glanced at the lane next to him and found that the driver of a Honda Accord was looking at him with envy. This feeling is indescribably subtle. Once upon a time, he was also the one standing on the roadside, envying others' luxury cars. Now, he is the envy of others. The green light comes on. He steps on the accelerator, and the BMW X5 starts steadily and merges smoothly into the traffic. After driving for a while, he turned into a gas station and filled up the X5 with a tank of 95-grade gasoline. After refueling, the screen showed the amount of consumption, 678 yuan. He took out his phone and prepared to scan the code to pay, but at this moment, ding, the host's mentality change is detected. The host has initially possessed the relaxed mentality of super rich man and received a random cashback reward. This refueling consumption will receive 1 to 10 times cash back, and the cashback amount will be directly paid to the host's bank card account. Chen Zhibai was slightly stunned. Cashback for consumption? Does this mean that when he fills up the gas tank this time, the system will give him at least 100% cash back? Even if the multiple is the lowest, you can still get a tank of gas for free. If you want a high multiple, it will be pure profit. Ding, cashback multiples are being calculated. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5 times cashback, a total of 3,390 yuan, which has been transferred to the agricultural bank account in real time. He glanced at the text message on his mobile phone and found that his balance had indeed increased by 3,390 yuan. Not only did he get a tank of gas for free, but he also earned 2,712 yuan. Chen Zhibai sighed inwardly. This welfare provided by the system was simply outrageous. It seems that I will have to spend more money in the future. Spending money can trigger rewards, but how can this be considered spending money? It is clearly a disguised way of making money. Thinking of this, he returned to the car happily, stepped on the accelerator, and the BMW X5 drove smoothly away from the gas station. After returning to school, more than an hour later, Chen Zhibai drove the BMW X5 back to the university town. He was experiencing the driving feeling of the new car all the way and even couldn't let it go. At the entrance to the university town, he rolled down the car window, showed his student ID to the guard, and drove into the school smoothly. The school allows students to park, but there is a fee. The parking lot is next to the school's supermarket and covers a large area, which can accommodate both teachers and students. However, to save trouble, Chen Zhibai was too lazy to drive in, so he just found an empty space near the entrance and parked the car inside. After parking the car, he locked it and walked towards the supermarket. At the entrance of the supermarket on campus, students were walking in and out in groups of 3 or 4, but their attention was already attracted by the BMW X5 parked at the entrance. Fuck, whose X5 is this? Skyscraper gray. This color is so cool. The window film is too dark. I can't see who is sitting inside. That's awesome. A top-of-the-line X5. The price should be over 800,000, right? Can't it be some rich second-generation college student? I've never seen it before. Could it be a teacher's car? For a while, the small discussion at the supermarket entrance gradually spread. But no one would have thought that the owner of the car was walking past them at this moment, leisurely walking into the supermarket and buying a bottle of water. Tian Supermarket covers an area of more than 300 square meters and is 2 stories high. It is the first choice for school students to shop because of its complete range of products and affordable prices. At this moment, Lu Meng was choosing a toothbrush on the first floor of the supermarket. When she woke up from her lunch break, she just wanted to wash her hair and brush her teeth, but she accidentally dropped her toothbrush on the floor and had to buy a new one. After picking one at random, she bought some snacks and prepared to go to the checkout counter to pay. At this moment, a slightly surprised voice sounded. "Junior sister, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here." Lu Meng frowned slightly and turned his head to see that it was Wang Yunjie, a sophomore and a student union member who was previously in charge of welcoming new students. She didn't have a good impression of this man. Since she registered for school, Wang Yunjie had been very attentive to her, frequently chatting with her on WeChat and inviting her to dinner. Although she always declined, he did not give up. "I thought the cold treatment I gave up during this period had made the other party give up the idea, but I didn't expect to meet him here again today." Although she didn't want to respond, it wasn't appropriate to ignore him directly, so she just nodded slightly. "Hello, senior." Wang Yunjie's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward to talk to her. "Xiaomei Lu, are you buying a toothbrush and some snacks?" His eyes swept over the things in Lu Meng's hand. His tone was intimate and natural, but the eagerness in his eyes revealed his true thoughts. He really wanted to pursue Lu Meng. He was attracted to her from the first time he saw her during the orientation. Bright and beautiful facial features, long and straight legs, and a cool temperament in her every move. Girls like this can become the focus of the crowd wherever they go. Over the past year, countless boys have wanted to pursue her, but she has never been in a relationship, which makes Wang Yunjie feel more and more that she has a chance. As long as you persist, there will always be results. What's more, he looks good, and his status as a student union member also makes him famous on campus. His family is not rich, but his living expenses are 2,000 a month, which means he is well off. Therefore, he always felt that he had a chance. "Well, buy something," Lu Meng replied indifferently, and then said politely and distantly, "Senior, you can continue shopping. I have finished shopping and I have to check out." She raised her hand and waved briefly, then prepared to leave around Wang Yunjie. However, how could Wang Yunjie give up so easily? He always believed that a good woman is afraid of a clinging man. He didn't believe that Lu Meng could always reject him. As long as he persisted enough, One day, she would be moved by him. I originally came here to buy something, but when I saw my schoolgirl, I forgot what I wanted to buy. He said with a smile, his tone full of teasing. Come on, I'll go out with you. Lu Ming's eyes darkened slightly, and a hint of impatience flashed through her mind. But then she thought, since the other party wanted to leave, there was no need for her to pester him. So she did not refuse. The two walked side by side to the cashier counter. Along the way, many boys couldn't help but cast sneak glances at Lu Ming. Some even looked at Wang Yunjie with envy. In their eyes, this was the rhythm of successfully winning the school beauty. Wang Yunjie felt these gazes, and his heart suddenly became proud. Lu Ming put the items on the counter. The cashier scanned the code and said, a total of 17 yuan. Just as she was about to take out her mobile phone to pay, Wang Yunjie had already scanned the code. Lu Ming frowned, which made her feel uncomfortable. She didn't like to owe favors to others, especially to boys who were pursuing her. Senior, you don't have to pay for me, she said calmly but firmly. Wang Yunjie smiled and waved his hand. It's just a small amount of money. Don't be polite to me. However, the next second, Lu Ming opened WeChat and transferred him a red envelope of 17 yuan. Senior, accept it. Wang Yunjie was stunned. Junior sister, is it that serious? It's only 17 yuan. Lu Ming looked calm. If you don't accept it, I will delete your WeChat right now. Wang Yunjie's breathing stagnated, and he felt mixed emotions. At this moment, he clearly realized that Lu Ming was really not interested in him. There was no ambiguity, no intention of playing hard to get. She just didn't want to get involved with him too much. Although he was unwilling, he finally accepted the red envelope. Okay, he forced a smile, but he was more certain in his heart. Lu Ming was definitely worth pursuing. If I could catch such a clean and self-disciplined girl like her, that would be true happiness. Lu Ming picked up her things and walked straight out of the supermarket, followed closely by Wang Yunjie. As soon as I walked out the door, a brand new BMW X5 slowly drove past and parked in the parking lot next to it. The window film was very dark and the driver inside could not be seen clearly, but the appearance of this car instantly attracted the attention of many people present. Lu Ming was no exception. She tilted her head slightly and looked at the BMW X5 with a dazed look in her eyes. She didn't know much about cars, but she knew that the BMW X5 was a luxury car that cost at least 4 or 500,000 yuan. What's more, the color of this car was very special, low-key and stylish, giving people a youthful and sporty temperament. It is more attractive than the black Mercedes and Audi driven by many middle-aged bosses. Whose car is it? Wang Yunjie also took a look and muttered, whose rich second generation is so awesome that he drives a car like this into school? Although his family is well off, he can't afford a car like the BMW X5. Let's go, junior sister. It's getting late. I'll treat you to dinner. Wang Yunjie withdrew his gaze and seized the opportunity to extend the invitation again. Lu Ming looked away and said calmly, no need. I have a dinner date with my roommate. Wang Yunjie was not discouraged. Then why don't you invite your roommates along? I'll treat you. Lu Ming smiled slightly and said softly but firmly, I won't let you spend money, senior. We can talk about it another day when we have a chance. She said it very measuredly, and no one could find any trace of rejection. But the meaning of her words was clear, no chance. After saying that, she turned and left. Wang Yunjie stood there, watching Lu Ming's back as she walked away, and he couldn't tell whether he felt regret or unwillingness. She really has no interest at all? Just then, the door of the BMW X5 in the parking lot was pushed open, and a familiar figure walked down from the driver's seat. Wang Yunjie was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. What the hell? Chen Zhibai? Chapter 10, What on Earth Happened? A BMW X5, top of the line. There are people in our school who drive such a nice car. Wang Yunjie said with envy. Is this car expensive? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. She didn't know much about cars. She only knew the brand BMW, but didn't know which specific model it was. Therefore, after hearing what Wang Yunjie said, he asked, It's very expensive. This is a top-of-the-line BMW X5 with all the optional extras. It would cost around 850,000 yuan. Wang Yunjie said, looking at the BMW X5 that had already been parked with envy. 850,000. After hearing the number Wang Yunjie said, Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but take another look at the BMW X5. She really didn't expect that this car, which looked sporty, fashionable, and handsome, was so expensive. You're really rich. I'll never be able to drive such a nice car in my lifetime. Hey, 850,000 yuan. Where can I afford such a nice car? Wang Yunjie sighed and reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Only then did he realize that Lu Meng was still there. He immediately found his way back to the topic. Although I don't want to drive such a nice car, my family has promised me that as long as I graduate from college and start working, they will buy me a Magotan. A car worth more than 200,000 yuan is pretty good, and it's the ceiling for ordinary people. After all, the average college student only earns 4,000 yuan a month. If you want to buy a car worth more than 200,000 yuan, you need to go without food and drink for 5 or 6 years. Besides, what if I work hard and get a promotion and a raise? Then I can afford a BMW X5. Wang Yunjie spoke. Lu Meng didn't say anything because she was still looking at the BMW X5. She saw that the car had stopped, so she wanted to see who got out of it. The next second, her beautiful eyes widened with disbelief because she saw someone getting out of the BMW X5. Chen Zhibai. Is it him? Why is it him? Didn't Li Yu say that his family conditions are very ordinary? Lu Meng stood at the door of the supermarket. She looked at Chen Zhibai getting out of the car, and her heart was in turmoil for a moment, because she never expected that it would be Chen Zhibai who got out of the car. This made her quite unbelievable. Is this what you call an ordinary family? So ordinary that he drives a luxury car worth more than 800,000 yuan right after entering college? Which ordinary person is like this? Junior, do you know him? Wang Yunjie noticed Lu Meng's surprise and shock. He followed her gaze and saw Chen Zhibai getting out of the BMW. Immediately, Wang Yunjie's heart skipped a beat, because he could see that Chen Zhibai was not very old and was obviously a freshman. Driving a BMW X5 as a freshman? Such a rich second generation? Driving $1 million luxury car in college is completely different from driving $1 million luxury car after work. If he knew Lu Meng, wouldn't he have no hope at all? He has no confidence to compete with a rich second generation who drives a top-of-the-line BMW X5 right after entering college. Wang Yunjie felt uncomfortable, but he still asked another question. Lu Meng didn't say anything because she was looking at Chen Zhibai at the moment and had a lot of thoughts in her mind. But when she saw Wang Yunjie standing next to her, she finally chose to turn around and enter the supermarket. Even if she and Wang Yunjie have nothing to do with each other, she can't let Chen Zhibai see it. This is what Lu Meng was thinking, and her action and reaction of turning around and entering the supermarket made Wang Yunjie feel relieved, because he felt that it was obvious that they didn't know each other. Otherwise, at least you should say hello. Thinking of this, I felt relieved. Junior, is there anything you forgot to buy? Tell me, and I'll help you find it. Suppressing his thoughts, Wang Yunjie looked at Chen Zhibai with envy, turned and walked into the supermarket and said to Lu Meng, "No need, I can find what I want myself." Lu Meng refused straightforwardly. "Schoolgirl, why are you being so polite to me? It's okay." Wang Yunjie smiled, looked at Lu Meng's pretty fair face with eager eyes, and then wanted to speak. But before he could finish his words, Lu Meng interrupted him. "I said, I will find it myself, and please don't chat with me anymore, I don't like you." Lu Meng was very straightforward. While talking, she still held her phone and deleted and blocked Wang Yunjie in front of him. The whole process happened in a very short time, leaving Wang Yunjie no time to react. "No, Junior, what are you doing? Did I do something to upset you?" After reacting, Wang Yunjie suddenly became a little anxious. But at the same time, I was also confused, because he had no idea why Lu Meng would delete and block him for no reason. It was clear that the two of them were still chatting together the second before. Although they couldn't treat each other to a meal, they could still chat. But now, why? "Junior, if I've done anything wrong or made you unhappy, please tell me, and I will definitely correct it. But please don't delete or block me. I was wrong." Wang Yunjie suppressed the doubts in his heart and quickly spoke to Lu Meng. The posture is extremely low. He actually had several girlfriends before, and he was the dominant one during the relationships. But when facing Lu Meng at this moment, he subconsciously lowered his posture. There's no way. Lu Meng's looks and figure are here. It is the best. Wang Yunjie really didn't want to give up. "You did nothing wrong, but I don't like you." Under Wang Yunjie's humble attitude, Lu Meng only said this one sentence and simply turned around to leave. Wang Yunjie still wanted to chase after him. Lu Meng turned her head and looked at him. Wang Yunjie subconsciously stopped because he saw that Lu Meng looked impatient. Wang Yunjie waited until Lu Meng turned the corner and went behind the shelf, and he could no longer see her. Then he rubbed his hair with his hands, looking annoyed and frustrated. He had no idea what was going on. We used to be able to keep track of each other's WeChat and chat from time to time. Even if Lu Meng's replies were very brief, it still counted as a chat. But now even WeChat is gone. Moreover, Lu Meng's attitude when speaking to him was straightforward and direct, leaving no room for maneuver. Who can tell him what happened? Wang Yunjie stood there with a melancholy look on his face. He claimed that he had dated several girlfriends and understood girls quite well, but at this moment he couldn't help but feel a little confused. He obviously didn't offend Lu Meng. Chapter 11. Grasp. In the supermarket, behind a row of shelves filled with various potato chips. At this moment, Lu Meng is standing here. She didn't think about Wang Yunjie because after seeing Chen Zhibai getting out of the BMW X5 just now, she had already decided to block and delete Wang Yunjie and not have any contact with him, because she finally had her boyfriend target and choice. That is Chen Zhibai. He was driving a luxury car worth more than 800,000 yuan right after entering college, so it was obvious that he came from a wealthy family. A car worth more than 800,000 yuan is something that most wealthy families would not be able to afford if they just entered college. Lu Meng knew that he had to seize the opportunity. Her family conditions were not good, so she became sensible very early. When she was in junior high school, she knew that if she wanted to change her fate and live a life without worries about food and clothing, she had to rely on her appearance and figure. Fortunately, she is very beautiful and has a good figure. There have been boys pursuing her since junior high school, but she rejected them all because she knew that she only had one chance. Therefore, she cherishes it especially. Her goal is to find a boyfriend from a particularly wealthy family in college, and then marry him after graduation, so as to achieve class transition and never have to worry about money again. Why look for a job in university instead of looking for one in society after graduating from university and getting a job? This is where Lu Meng is smart, because she knows that love in college is relatively simple, pure, and sincere, and even the rich second generation values love. But once they enter society, the rich second generation will soon realize how popular they are. If you want to pursue them then, you will only end up with a short-term girlfriend. Fortunately, I came to the supermarket today, otherwise I would never know that he was a rich second generation. No wonder he looked calm and confident when he was eating in the cafeteria at noon. I was surprised at that time. Now it seems that being calm and confident is a very normal thing for him. After all, he was driving a luxury car worth more than 800,000 yuan when he just entered college. Lu Meng stood behind the shelf, and at this moment she felt that everything was clear. Then, she briefly recalled what she had eaten in the cafeteria at noon, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know that Chen Zhibai was a rich second generation, she behaved well overall and did not act rudely. That's good. In this way, the next thing will be easy. Create more opportunities to spend time together and naturally become his boyfriend or girlfriend. In this way, after 4 years of college, you'll be stable. Lu Meng walked out of the supermarket with thoughts in his mind and prepared to return to the dormitory. Soon, she returned to the dormitory and, after opening the door, her roommate was not there. Obviously, Liu had not returned from shopping for clothes. When she comes back, she will ask for Chen Zhibai's WeChat ID first. Thinking of this, Lu Meng smiled and then prepared to wash her hair. Now that you have found a boyfriend, there is no need to worry. She is so beautiful and has such a great figure. If you take the initiative to pursue her, you will succeed. There is a bathroom in the dormitory. Lu Meng was about to go into the bathroom with her towel when the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside. Lu Meng looked up and saw that it was her roommate, Shen Qing. "Are you back?" Lu Meng greeted him, but his gaze lingered on Shen Qing's face while speaking. She is very proud of her appearance. From childhood to adulthood, she has never seen any girl around her who can compare with her in appearance. But this Shen Qing could compare with her, and even she had to admit that it was really hard to tell who was better. Her appearance is bright and generous, while Shen Qing's is delicate and fair, and her whole temperament is very cold. "Yeah, I'm back." Shen Qing nodded to Lu Meng. "Are you going to wash your hair?" Shen Qing asked, looking at the towel and shampoo in Lu Meng's hands. "Yes, wash your hair," Lu Meng said, went into the bathroom and closed the door. Shen Qing put the book in his hand on the table and turned to look at the closed bathroom door. She could feel that Lu Meng was in a happy state of mind just now. Shaking her head, Shen Qing didn't think much about it. She sat down at the desk and prepared to continue reading a book on her major. Buzz. After just a few minutes of watching, the phone in my pocket vibrated. This made Shen Qing frown subconsciously. She already had a cold temperament, and now after frowning, she looked even colder. Shenqing's reading state was interrupted. She took out her mobile phone helplessly and saw that it was a WeChat message from her mother. Mom, it's been almost a month since the start of school. Are there any boys from well-off families in the school? Mom, if you have one, take the initiative to pursue him. The feelings in college are still very pure, you know? Even if the other person's family knows about it, they will still recognize the relationship between you. This is incomparable to the society after leaving the campus. Mom doesn't want you to be like me, choosing love over bread and ending up living in a mess. After receiving 3 WeChat messages in a row, Shenqing frowned and did not reply, but sighed. She put her phone down and continued to read, but she found that she couldn't calm down and couldn't concentrate on the book. After thinking about it, she closed the book and stopped reading. She knew why her mother wanted her to find a boy from a well-off family, because her mother married her father for love, but ended up living a miserable life and worried about money every day. So, her mother wanted her to find a boy from a well-off family. After parking the car, Chen Zhibai wanted to go straight back to the dormitory, but when he picked up his phone and saw that it was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon, he chose to go to the cafeteria to eat before returning to the dormitory. In the cafeteria, Chen Zhibai ordered a braised pork rice and found a seat to sit down. After dinner, it was already past 7 in the evening. But because it is still summer, the sky is not dark, it is still bright. Return to the dormitory and open the door. Li Dong and Wang Chao were lying on their respective beds, still playing games. When they saw Chen Zhibai coming back, they simply greeted him and continued to play the game. Everything is the same as before. But only Chen Zhibai knew that his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. Before today, he was still thinking about his 4 years of college studies and work after graduation. But now, he only needs to think about how to enjoy life. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Chen Zhibai went to the bathroom to wash his face. When he came out, Li Dong and Wang Chao had put down their phones and were blaming each other. If you had been on the field just now, we would have won the team battle. But you didn't, which led to our loss. Wang Chao said unhappily, "Can you blame me for this? I was clearing the minion line, and you guys didn't even check if I was there during the team fight?" Li Dong said with a grim expression. Wang Chao wanted to say something, but when he saw Chen Zhibai coming out, he quickly waved his hand. "Old Chen, please help me. I've been defeated 6 times in a row." "Old Chen, want to play a few rounds?" Li Dong also spoke up. Chen Zhibai is quite good at playing games, at least better than Li Dong and Wang Chao. Cool. It didn't matter anyway, so Chen Zhibai took out his cell phone. But just as he took out his phone and was about to start the game, Wang Chao came over. "No, Lao Chen, you're not living like this? You actually bought a new phone, and it's a new Huawei model. This phone must cost 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, right?" Wang Chao looked at the phone in Chen Zhibai's hand with envy and said, "Chapter 12, Clown. How much? 7 or 8,000 yuan. Is this true? Old Chen, are you willing to buy such an expensive phone?" Hearing what Wang Chao said, Li Dong was stunned for a moment, then looked over with disbelief. Even though school had only started for a month, we still understood each other's family circumstances. "About 8,000 yuan. Chen Zhibai nodded and said, "What's going on, Lao Chen? You actually bought such an expensive phone. This is not like your style." Seeing Chen Zhibai nod, Wang Chao asked in surprise. In his impression, Chen Zhibai was not someone who would buy such an expensive mobile phone. "Nothing. Actually, there's something I have been hiding from you. I can tell you now." Chen Zhibai smiled and then said, "I am a rich second generation and I am telling you my cards." This was the answer Chen Zhibai gave after thinking carefully. Now that he had the godly rich system, it was obvious that he would never be short of money in the future. He didn't even need a future. Now he had 1,000 yuan a day and 30,000 yuan a month, which was a very high income for an office worker. Plus the top-of-the-line BMW X5, which costs more than 800,000 yuan. It's like this now, and I'll be richer in the future. We all live in the same dormitory, and he will definitely notice the changes when he becomes rich. In this case, it would be better to just give yourself an identity as a rich second generation, so that the source of the money can be explained. This is what Chen Zhibai thinks. But after he said this, Wang Chao and Li Dong both groaned. "No one would believe you are a rich second generation. If you are the second generation of rich people, then I am the first generation of rich people." Wang Chao and Li Dong said this at the same time, and it was obvious that neither of them believed Chen Zhibai's claim that he was a rich second generation. This is normal. If someone around you suddenly says that he is a rich second generation, Your first reaction will be to disbelieve it. Forget it if you don't believe me. Come on, let's play games. Seeing that the two didn't believe it, Chen Zhibai didn't say much. He opened the game and greeted the two. Cool me. Wang Chao and Li Dong did not continue the previous topic. They opened the game and sent a game invitation to Chen Zhibai. In the eyes of the two, what Chen Zhibai said about the rich second generation was obviously a joke. After playing 3 games, the time came to a little after 8:30. The dormitory door was pushed open from the outside, and Zhou Hao walked in. Chen Zhibai and the other two were playing games at the time, so they simply greeted each other. Zhou Hao glanced at the 3 people playing games, curled his lips slightly, and there was a sense of superiority in his eyes. Zhou Hao does have a sense of superiority because he feels that he has the best family conditions in the dormitory, and he is also the first one to have a girlfriend. What is the key? The key is that my girlfriend is quite beautiful. Although she's not as beautiful as Lu Meng, she is already a little beauty in the eyes of ordinary people. Besides, who can compare to a top beauty like Lu Meng? So, his girlfriend is really nice. At the very least, he didn't think that Chen Zhibai's future girlfriend would be prettier than his girlfriend. Besides, I don't know if he has a girlfriend. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao felt even more superior. After looking up at Chen Zhibai, who was playing games again, Zhou Hao lay down on the bed, took out his mobile phone, and opened the WeChat chat interface with Liu. Yeah, I'm at the dormitory. Are you there? We just separated and I miss you already. Heart emoji, heart emoji. Zhou Hao typed with both hands and sent 3 messages in succession. After waiting for a while, seeing that Liu didn't reply, Zhou Hao stood up and prepared to wash his face and brush his teeth first. While brushing his teeth, Zhou Hao thought about the clothes shopping in the afternoon and dinner in the evening, which cost him a total of more than 700 yuan, and he couldn't help feeling a little distressed. After all, although his monthly living expenses are not small, about 2,000 yuan, he still can't afford to spend like this. Moreover, he has been spending a lot of money since he started dating Liu. But it's worth it. Thinking of Liu's pretty face and figure, Zhou Hao couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Zhou Hao took out his mobile phone to see if Liu had replied to his message, but he saw no reply. Yeah, you haven't returned to the dormitory yet? Yeah. Why don't you reply to your husband? After Zhou Hao typed and sent 2 messages, he found his mother's WeChat chat interface. Mom, I want to buy a set of study materials. It costs 1,000 yuan. Please transfer the money to me. Why do you need to buy study materials again? Didn't you just buy a set a few days ago? This time the message was replied quickly. The 2 days ago were the 2 days ago, and now is now. Hurry up and don't delay my studies. Zhou Hao typed impatiently. The next second, the other party sent a transfer of 1,000 yuan. Zhou Hao's eyes lit up instantly, and he clicked to receive the transfer. Buying study materials was of course an excuse. He simply had run out of money. But he has an appointment with Liu to have barbecue tomorrow, and he can't do that without money. So I use the excuse of buying study materials again. In short, it's quite useful. Zhou Hao thought with some pride. I don't want to play anymore. Chen Zhibai put away his phone and said to Wang Chao and Li Dong, let's play 2 more games. It's still early. Yeah, play 2 more games. Wang Chao and Li Dong were trying to persuade them to stay because they had won the previous few games under Chen Zhibai's leadership. Let's play again tomorrow. My eyes are a little sleepy. Give them a rest. Chen Zhibai shook his head and put away his phone. Seeing him like this, Wang Chao and Li Dong were a little disappointed, but they didn't play games anymore. Old Chen, what kind of girls do you like? I'll ask my girlfriend to help you keep an eye out for them. Lu Meng is out of the question because beauties of her level are beyond your imagination. Look at my conditions, right? I'm from Jiangcheng and my family has 2 houses, but I don't dare to pursue Lu Meng because there's no chance. Let alone you. But although Lu Meng is out of the question, other girls with ordinary conditions are still possible. Tell me your criteria for choosing a partner, and I'll ask my girlfriend to help you keep an eye out. Wang Chao and Li Dong went to the balcony of the dormitory to smoke. When Chen Zhibai was about to wash up, Zhou Hao suddenly came over and said. Chen Zhibai glanced at him. Although Zhou Hao looked enthusiastic, Chen Zhibai could still clearly feel his sense of superiority. This is a bit frustrating. However, the unhappiness only lasted for a moment and disappeared from Chen Zhibai's heart. Because now he has the super rich system. If Zhou Hao continues to say this and feel superior, he will be like a clown in his eyes. I can find a girlfriend myself. Chen Zhibai's face was calm. After saying this, he went into the bathroom. Behind him, Zhou Hao curled his lips. If you still want to find a girlfriend on your own, it would be strange if you can find one. You are average in every aspect. Who would be interested in you? Cut. Forget it. We are all roommates, so if I can help you find a girlfriend, I will. Chapter 13. Add we chat? Or did he actively add me? Girls' dormitory. Lu Ming was sitting on her bed, applying body lotion on her legs. The body lotion she uses is not cheap, but in Lu Ming's opinion, it is a necessary investment because she knows very well that her body advantage is her long legs. Lu Ming applied it very carefully and evenly, but she would look up at the dormitory door from time to time. Li Yu hasn't come back yet. She didn't think that Li Yu would not return to the dormitory. She saw clearly that Li Yu was treating Zhou Hao as a backup, and it was impossible for her to stay out all night. So, just wait for Li Yu to come back. She is different from Li Yu. She will not treat boys as backup. She will choose a boy, give her heart to him wholeheartedly, and then marry him to become a full-time wife and never worry about money again. She is only making this investment once. Ming Ming, your legs are so beautiful. I have never seen anyone with such beautiful legs in real life. Even on TikTok, I don't think those legs are as beautiful as yours. My roommate Wang Hui said enviously. Wang Hui has an ordinary appearance, but a lively personality. Really? Lu Ming smiled and continued to wipe her legs carefully. Of course I have. If I were a boy, I would love your legs. They are so beautiful. Wang Hui nodded vigorously and then asked curiously. But Ming Ming, it's been a month since the start of the school term, and there are many boys in our department and other departments chasing after you. I think there are quite a few of them who are good, but you didn't agree to any of them. Can you please tell me what kind of boyfriend you want to find? Wang Hui asked. She was really curious about Lu Ming's criteria for choosing a boyfriend. Shen Qing, who was looking at his phone, heard this and subconsciously looked up at Lu Ming. She was deeply impressed by Lu Ming because she has always been good-looking since she was a child. But after coming to university, she found that Lu Ming, who was in the same dormitory, was no less beautiful than her. There is no comparison, but I'm indeed curious about Lu Ming's view on choosing a partner. Me? Lu Ming smiled and was about to speak when the dormitory door was pushed open and Li Yu walked in carrying 2 bags of clothes. Oh, shopping is so tiring. I've been shopping for the whole afternoon. As soon as she entered the dormitory, Li Yu glanced at Lu Ming and Shen Qing. When she saw that they were both there, she was delighted. Now was the time to show off. Yes, she admitted that Lu Ming and Shen Qing were both beautiful, but didn't they both have boyfriends now? And she now has a boyfriend who spends money on her. Zhou Hao is the same. When we were shopping, he insisted on buying me clothes. I said I didn't want any, but he said I was his girlfriend, and it was his duty as a boyfriend to buy me clothes. So he bought me 2 short-sleeve shirts and a pair of pants. Hey, it cost him more than 500 yuan, but he said that this amount of money was nothing. Li Yu spoke with a distressed tone, but in fact it was obvious that she was showing off and bragging. Lu Ming glanced at her, then lowered her head and continued to apply body lotion. Shen Qing said nothing and continued looking at his phone. Only Wang Hui spoke. Really? Then Zhou Hao is really good to you, and he spent more than 500 yuan on you, which is a lot. It's indeed a lot, but it's nothing to him. He's a native of Jiangcheng, and his family has 2 houses, so his conditions are pretty good. Li Yu smiled and nodded, but she felt a little dissatisfied in her heart, because what she wanted to hear most was what Lu Ming and Shen Qing said. But now, neither of them spoke. But showing off in front of Wang Hui made her feel uncomfortable. The conditions are really good. Yeah, you have a good eye. After graduating from college, you can stay in Jiangcheng with Zhou Hao. Wang Hui said with some envy. It's okay, just make do. Li Wa Nudda. Seeing that Lu Ming and Shen Qing were still silent, she felt a little dissatisfied, but she also knew that they definitely heard what she said. That's it. She showed off just to declare her presence. She is also liked and pursued by boys with good conditions. Okay, I'm gonna take a shower. My legs are sore from walking around. Li Yu put down the bag of clothes, took her towel, and prepared to go to the bathroom. Yeah, wait a moment. At this time, Lu Ming called Li Yu. She had just finished applying body lotion. What's wrong, Ming Ming? Li Yu turned her head and asked. There was a question in his eyes. She didn't think Lu Ming would envy her, because given her own conditions, she could definitely find a boyfriend who was better than Zhou Hao. It's nothing serious. I was just having lunch in the cafeteria at noon. I wanted to add your boyfriend's roommate, Chen Zhibai, on WeChat. Can you ask your boyfriend to send me his WeChat ID? Lu Ming spoke directly without any hesitation. As soon as these words came out, Li Yu was stunned for a moment, and then there was a questioning look in her eyes. Chen Zhibai, Of course, she knew this was Zhou Hao's roommate. But the reason why she was puzzled was that Lu Meng actually wanted to add Chen Zhibai's WeChat now. Or proactive. What are you doing? The two of them obviously have nothing in common. Chen Zhibai has an ordinary appearance and an ordinary family background. He is ordinary, and there is nothing special about him. Then why would Lu Meng take the initiative to add him on WeChat now? There's a problem. There is definitely something wrong here. There was doubt in Li Yu's eyes, and her eyebrows subconsciously frowned. Her intuition told her that there was definitely something wrong here. She didn't believe that Lu Meng would add Chen Zhibai on WeChat for no reason. During the first month of school, she got to know Lu Meng quite well and kept her distance from boys, even those with good conditions, and she rejected them. In her opinion, Lu Meng had big ambitions. She should either not date him or find a boyfriend with excellent conditions. But now, the other party took the initiative to add a boy's WeChat account, which is completely inconsistent with his previous behavior. So why is that? Liwa Fronat. In that short moment, she thought a lot. Shen Qing sat on the bed. She raised her cool and pretty face and glanced at Lu Meng. She also realized that something was going on here. Because of the name Chen Zhibai, she heard from Li Yu that he was Zhou Hao's roommate and was ordinary in all aspects. Logically speaking, Lu Meng should not take the initiative to add WeChat friends. But this had nothing to do with her. So Shen Qing quickly lowered her head to look at her phone again. She was reading a foreign novel. Meng, why did you add him on WeChat? Li Yu suppressed her thoughts and asked Lu Meng a tentative question. As she spoke, she looked at Lu Meng's long legs with some envy. Although her legs are beautiful, they are obviously a level behind Lu Meng's. Chapter 14, The Incredible Zhou Hao. Nothing. I just want to ask him something. Lu Meng glanced at Li Yu and said. The tone was normal, but it made Li Yu feel that she was overthinking. Yes, actively adding someone on WeChat doesn't necessarily mean you're attracted to them. After all, Chen Zhibai's conditions in all aspects are ordinary. She doesn't even look down on Chen Zhibai, let alone Lu Meng. Okay, then I'll ask Zhou how to send his WeChat account over here. Li Yu nodded. Thanks. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Lu Meng smiled and made a heart shape with her hands. You're welcome. We are sisters. I'll tell Zhou how right away. After Li Yu replied with a heart, she looked at Lu Meng's long legs with envy again, and without delay, she picked up her phone and opened WeChat. Then I saw several WeChat messages sent by Zhou Hao. Li Yu curled her lips, but she felt very happy in her heart, because she felt that Zhou Hao's family conditions were indeed good. He was a local in Jiangcheng and had 2 houses, and he was willing to spend money on her. If there was no other boy with better conditions in the future, she would not mind staying with Zhou Hao. I just got back to the dormitory and was about to wash up. Li Yu first replied to the message, and then prepared to type to ask Chen Zhibai's WeChat. But before she could type the words, Zhou Hao's message came back instantly. Yeah, wash up. After sending the message, Zhou Hao was still daydreaming. He subconsciously thought about Li Yu taking a bath. This made him feel a little restless. I wanted to write down that I didn't know when we could take a shower together, but I was afraid that Li Yu would be angry. Therefore, Zhou Haoqiang suppressed this impulse. Yeah, go wash up then. We can chat after you finish washing up, hee. Zhou Hao typed. Okay, then I'll wash up first. By the way, please send me your roommate Chen Zhibai's WeChat. Li Watipat. In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao, who was still imagining what Li Yu looked like when taking a shower, was stunned after seeing this message. No, what's going on? His girlfriend wants another boy's WeChat ID? What does this mean? Zhou Hao felt uncomfortable, but then he remembered that it was Chen Zhibai, and he felt that there was no need to feel uncomfortable. After all, Chen Zhibai is not as well off as I am. Yeah. Why do you need his WeChat? Is there something wrong? You could just come to me. If I can't do it, then he can't do it either. Zhou Hao typed. Why do I need his WeChat? I'm asking for Lu Meng. Lu Meng said she wanted to ask him something. Okay, I'm going to go wash up first. Remember to send me his WeChat. After typing and sending the message, Li Yu put away her phone and looked up at Lu Meng. I'll wash up first, and I'll give you Chen Zhibai's WeChat when I come out later. Okay. Lu Meng nodded. Li Yu didn't say anything else and walked into the bathroom with a towel. Boys' dormitory. Zhou Hao was originally lying on the bed, but after seeing the message sent by Li Yu, he jumped up from the bed in an instant. The movement was quite loud and sudden. What the hell? What are you doing? You scared me. Wang Chao had just finished smoking on the balcony and was startled by Zhou Hao when he turned around. That's right, you did it so suddenly. Li Dong also said. Zhou Hao ignored the two of them because he was staring at the screen of his mobile phone with a look of disbelief and surprise in his eyes. He couldn't believe what he saw. It turned out that Lu Ming wanted Chen Zhibai's WeChat. Lu Ming? Yeah. What does Lu Ming want to ask Lao Chen? Actually, you can ask me. I'm sure I know more than Lao Chen. Subconsciously, Zhou Hao typed. He didn't want Lu Ming to join Chen Zhibai, even if it was just to ask some questions. Because even he doesn't have Lu Ming's WeChat account. Stop talking nonsense. Just send me his WeChat ID. Liu had already entered the bathroom and had just turned on the shower. After seeing the message sent by Zhou Hao, she frowned. Don't think she doesn't know. Zhou Hao secretly glanced at Lu Ming several times during lunch. Oh, then I'll push it over now. Seeing that Li Yu was unhappy, Zhou Hao suddenly became a little depressed. Li Yu snorted, didn't reply, put down her phone and started taking a shower. Zhou Hao felt a little unbalanced, but he still pushed Chen Zhibai's WeChat to Li Yu. After pushing it, Zhou Hao looked unhappy. After all, it was Lu Ming who wanted to add this. Even if he was just asking some questions and nothing else could happen, it still made him unhappy. What's wrong, Mr. Zhou? You look so grim. Who offended you? Wang Chao glanced at Zhou Hao and said jokingly, No one has provoked me. Zhou Hao replied stiffly. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Chen Zhibai walking out of the bathroom. I'm going to smoke a cigarette too. Zhou Hao took out a pack of Yunnan cigarettes, took out one, and went to the dormitory balcony. He's crazy, as if someone has pissed him off. Wang Chao pouted and muttered. He just couldn't stand Zhou Hao, who relied on being a local and showed his superiority from time to time. Okay, stop talking. We all live in the same dormitory. It's no big deal. Everyone has their own temper. Besides, he didn't do anything wrong. Li Dong gave some advice from the side. Wang Chao didn't say much. He looked at Chen Zhibai and said, Old Chen, are you done with your shower? I'll go take a shower then. I feel uncomfortable without a shower in the summer. I keep sweating. Go ahead. Chen Zhibai nodded. Wang Chao took his things and went to the toilet. Chen Zhibai lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling of the dormitory, not feeling sleepy at all. On the one hand, it's still early, and on the other hand, I'm still uncontrollably excited. After all, he was bound by the super-rich system. The originally ordinary life has become different, which is because Chen Zhibai has always had a calm character. If it were other freshmen of the same age, they would probably be extremely excited and happy. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Chen Zhibai picked up his mobile phone and checked the time. It was just past 9 o'clock in the evening. Since he was not sleepy at all, Chen Zhibai simply started reading a novel. He was recently following a fantasy novel, which was quite well written, except that the author said at the end of the chapter that the quality was not very good. After taking a shower and drying her hair with a hairdryer, Liu walked out of the dormitory bathroom. It's true that she's quite good-looking and has a good figure. Although she's not a great beauty, she is definitely qualified to be called a little beauty. Moreover, a freshman girl at her age naturally has a youthful and beautiful look. Ming Ming, I just sent you Chen Zhibai's WeChat. Did you see it? Liu said to Lu Ming. Really? I was watching TikTok and didn't check WeChat. Let me check it now. Lu Ming opened WeChat while talking, and sure enough, he saw a WeChat business card pushed by Liu. A boy's cartoon avatar with a name of. Quite simple and generous. Chapter 15. Liu was stunned. Looking at Chen Zhibai's WeChat business card on the phone screen, Lu Ming smiled and then clicked to add a friend. In the note of the friend request, I wrote, I am Lu Ming. We had lunch together in the cafeteria at noon, and I have something to ask you. After sending the friend request, Lu Ming looked at the phone, waiting for Chen Zhibai's approval. She is very confident in herself and believes that Chen Zhibai will definitely pass her. Thinking of this, Lu Ming put down his phone and looked down at his legs. While having lunch, she noticed that Chen Zhibai looked at her several times. Boys' dormitory. Chen Zhibai was reading a novel when his phone suddenly vibrated. Then he saw a WeChat message pop up at the top of the screen. Someone sent you a message? Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows, without thinking too much, and directly opened WeChat. Then he saw the friend note request sent by Lu Ming. To be honest, Chen Zhibai was stunned for a moment because he didn't expect Lu Ming to add him on his own initiative. And I still have something to ask him. What could happen? With thoughts turning in his mind, Chen Zhibai clicked to agree, and the next second the chat dialog box between the two appeared. He glanced at Lu Ming's WeChat profile picture, which was a personal selfie of hers. The photo is pretty, with a bright face and long legs. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Lu Ming sent an emoticon of a kitten saying hello, which looked very cute. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai also sent a greeting emoticon. Lu Ming replied again. For a while, neither of them spoke, but they engaged in a 5 or 6 minute battle of pictures. Okay, I won't fight with pictures anymore. I can't beat you. Lu Ming ended the picture battle first, sent a text message, and then typed again. Aren't you curious about what I want to ask you? Curious. Tell me what's the matter. Chen Zhibai typed. He was indeed curious. After all, it was a very rare thing for a beauty like Lu Ming to add him on WeChat on her own initiative. His family knows his own business. He is just an ordinary college student. Of course, that was before. Now he is a college student who has received the system and is destined to be extraordinary. This is also the reason why his tone and mentality were very calm when he was chatting with Lu Ming. Yes, Lu Ming is indeed very beautiful, bright, and generous, with a good figure. Her pair of long legs is a blessing for leg control enthusiasts. But so what? Would he be lacking a girlfriend now that he has the system? Because he knew he had what he needed, he remained calm and was able to battle with Lu Ming for 5 or 6 minutes without saying a word. Before getting the system, Chen Zhibai felt that he would not be so calm and peaceful. After all, it is the confidence brought by the system. Because of the confidence, even when facing Lu Ming, he can deal with it calmly. It's not a big deal. I heard from Liu that you're doing well in the computer department. My laptop is broken for some reason and won't turn on. Can you help me take a look? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming lay on the bed, tapping the screen of her mobile phone with both hands, and stated the reason she had thought of before. At this moment, the lights in the dormitory were turned off, and the faint light from the mobile phone screen shone on her face. Even though she was not wearing any makeup, she was still strong and beautiful. Of course, I won't let you fix it for nothing. Regardless of whether I can fix it or not, I will treat you to a meal. How about that? Lu Ming continued typing, and then sent a kitten's please emoticon, which looked so soft and cute that it was impossible to refuse. Of course, her laptop was not broken and could be opened smoothly. After Chen Zhibai agreed to repair the computer, she took the computer over. After Chen Zhibai turned it on, she exclaimed in surprise, "What happened? How could it turn on again?" She just needed this opportunity to chat with Chen Zhibai and get in touch with him. She was determined to get Chen Zhibai. He drive a luxury car worth more than 800,000 yuan right after entering college. His family assets must be at least 100 million yuan. After all, cars are consumables and depreciate as soon as they are purchased. Okay, then I'll help you take a look, but I can't guarantee that I can fix it. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai naturally didn't know what Lu Ming was thinking, so he typed, "Even if it's not fixed, I will still treat you to a meal." Seeing Chen Zhibai agreed, Lu Minghao revealed a sly smile and continued typing. "Then do you have time tomorrow? Can you help me check it tomorrow? I need the computer urgently. Can you give me a hand? I don't have classes tomorrow morning. Where can I help you?" Chen Zhibai typed. The small garden in front of the girls' dormitory building. "It's quite quiet there." Lu Ming said. "Okay." After typing "okay," Chen Zhibai was about to exit WeChat and continue reading the novel. He didn't think Lu Ming would continue chatting, but Lu Ming sent another message. "By the way, I just saw your circle of friends. You have a golden retriever? I like golden retrievers, but my family won't let me have one." Looking at the message sent by Lu Ming, Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows. His circle of friends is only visible for half a year, and there is indeed a circle of friends sent by him, the golden retriever. But Lu Ming actually looked at his circle of friends. "Yes, I have a golden retriever." Chen Zhibai typed. "How old are you?" Lu Ming asked. The topic revolved around the golden retriever. It must be said that Lu Ming was very good at chatting. She was good at giving emotional value. Every time Chen Zhibai said something, she would always give affirmation and then start other topics, full of emotional value. Therefore, the conversation lasted for more than 2 hours, and it was almost 12 o'clock in the morning. In the girls' dormitory, Li was lying on the bed. After she finished watching an episode of a TV series, she looked at the time and found that it was getting late, so she prepared to go to the bathroom and go to bed. But when she sat up in bed, she found a faint light on Lu Ming's bed next to her. Li was stunned for a moment, then looked over and saw Lu Ming typing on her mobile phone, with a smile on her face reflected on the screen. Apparently, this was a chat. But who are you talking to? We were actually having such a happy chat. And it's almost 12 o'clock in the evening. Are we still chatting so late? Is she dating a boyfriend? Liu had a lot on her mind, so she asked, "Ming Ming, who are you chatting with? You're still chatting so late, and you look pretty happy. Do you have a boyfriend? Is he from our school?" Liu asked curiously. She was genuinely curious. Lu Ming was holding the phone. After hearing Liu's question, he frowned, but quickly regained his composure. "I'm chatting with Chen Zhibai." She spoke. "Who? Ming Ming, who are you talking to?" Liu suspected that she was hallucinating. "Chen Zhibai? How is that possible? She was definitely hallucinating in her ears. Chatting with Chen Zhibai, Lu Ming glanced at Li Yu, and after saying this, continued to chat with Chen Zhibai by typing. She saw Li Yu's shock and confusion, but it didn't matter, because Li Yu would know how right her choice was in the future. She was very good at judging people. Chen Zhibai was confident and calm, which meant he was extremely capable. Chapter 16, I Can't Sleep. Li Yu walked in the bathroom, and until she sat on the toilet, she was still thinking about what Lu Ming had just said about chatting with Chen Zhibai. She didn't believe it at all. After all, how could he be chatting with Chen Zhibai? She doesn't believe it. No matter from which perspective, Chen Zhibai is very ordinary. But what if he was really chatting with Chen Zhibai? Li Yu frowned and thought for a while before taking out her mobile phone, opening WeChat, and finding the chat interface with Zhou Hao. The conversation between the two stopped 2 hours ago. Zhou Hao wanted to chat, but Li Yu said she was sleepy and wanted to sleep. So Zhou Hao said good night and sweet dreams. Are you asleep? Li Yu typed and sent a message. In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao was playing games, and it was the crucial moment of a team battle, so his body was very tense. But at this time, he saw Li Yu's chat message pop up above the mobile phone screen. Immediately, Zhou Hao was stunned for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy, and he opened WeChat without hesitation. I'm not asleep yet. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare, and are you scared? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Zhou Hao typed quickly. He felt happy because he thought Li Yu must have had a nightmare. Otherwise, why would she come and chat with him when she was clearly asleep? What does this mean? It shows that Li Yu cares about him very much. In the girls' dormitory, Li Yu curled her lips after seeing Zhou Hao's reply. She didn't have a nightmare, nor was she scared. Yeah, I did have a nightmare, and was a little scared. Li Yu tipat. But I'm not afraid now. Li Yu continued typing. After seeing this reply, Zhou Hao felt even happier. When he was about to type, Li Yu sent a message. By the way, what are the people in your dormitory doing? Our dormitory? Zhou Hao asked. After typing and sending the message, he didn't think much about it and looked up at the dormitory. Wang Chao and Li Dong have already fallen asleep, but Chen Zhibai is still awake. He is holding his phone and chatting with someone. He must be chatting with a girl because he is smiling. However, the girl who can chat with him must be very ordinary looking. Zhou Hao typed. Li Yu did not reply because she was dazed after seeing the message sent by Zhou Hao. Chen Zhibai is also chatting on his phone? Is there such a coincidence in this world? Could it be that Lu Ming was not lying and she was really chatting with Chen Zhibai? But how is that possible? Liwa Fronat. She felt that there must be something here that she didn't know. Yeah, if you're not sleepy, can we chat for a while? What do you want to eat tomorrow morning? I'll buy it for you. Seeing that Li Yu had not replied to the message, Zhou Hao typed and sent 2 messages. Let's stop chatting. I'm very sleepy now. Li Yu subconsciously wanted to type. She had no interest in chatting with Zhou Hao. But halfway through typing, she deleted the words. By the way, let me ask you something. What is Chen Zhibai's family background like? Li Yu typed. She suspected that Chen Zhibai's family conditions were not ordinary at all. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Lu Ming had no contact with Chen Zhibai when she was eating in the cafeteria at noon. But suddenly he asked for my WeChat ID, and we chatted for such a long time. Yeah. Why are you asking him about his family background? His family is very ordinary. His parents run a small store in a small county town, and the business is just so. He said this himself. Zhou Hao typed. He thought Li Yu asked this because she wanted to introduce someone to Chen Zhibai. If you ask me, there's no need to introduce him to a girlfriend. I asked him what kind of girl he likes at night, and he actually said he could find one himself without my help. In that case, don't worry about him. See what kind of girlfriend he can find. Zhou Hao typed continuously, and by the end his words sounded a bit disdainful. Li Yu did not reply, but looked at the messages sent by Zhou Hao. Is the family condition really ordinary? Why did she suddenly stop believing it? Yeah. Why aren't you talking again? Are you sleepy? Seeing that Li Yu hadn't replied for several minutes, Zhou Hao said with some anxiety. Well, I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed first. You should also go to bed early and don't stay up late. It's bad for your health. Li Yu sent 2 messages in succession. She knew very well that she had to give Zhou Hao some sweet treats. Don't think about physical care, just give some verbal concern. After seeing these 2 messages, Zhou Hao did feel happy. See, he knew that Li Yu cared about him. Yeah, I get it. I won't stay up late. Go to sleep. Good night. Have a sweet dream. Zhou Hao typed. Good night. After Li Yu replied to the message, she put her phone away. After she flushed the toilet, she walked out of the bathroom and subconsciously glanced at Lu Ming's bed. I saw Lu Meng still typing and chatting. There is definitely something wrong with this. Liu lay back on the bed and began to recall her contact with Chen Zhibai. She and Chen Zhibai had met several times, and Zhou Hao was always present. Her impression of Chen Zhibai was neither good nor bad. Although he looked ordinary and came from an ordinary family, he seemed quite calm and steady, without the impetuousness that other boys had. But other than that, that's it. But now, she felt like she was missing something. After all, Lu Meng could actually chat with Chen Zhibai so happily and for such a long time. Something is definitely missing. But what? Liu frowned and couldn't sleep for a while. It's almost 12 a.m. I didn't realize it was so late. I should go to bed. Lu Meng pretended that he had just checked the time and replied to the message. She wasn't actually sleepy and wanted to chat with Chen Zhibai for a while longer, but she knew that too much is as bad as too little. Anyway, we will meet tomorrow when I repair my computer, so there's no need to rush. Okay, then go to sleep. Chen Zhibai typed back. Yeah, you should go to bed early too. See you tomorrow then? I need you to help me fix my computer. Lu Meng typed, and then sent a kitten's please emoticon, which looked very cute. You're welcome. Chen Zhibai replied. After Lu Meng replied with a goodnight emoticon of the moon, she waited for a while. Seeing Chen Zhibai also sent the same emoticon, she felt relieved and then put away her phone. But I didn't fall asleep. Instead, I was thinking about the chat we had just had for more than 2 hours. To be honest, she was very satisfied with Chen Zhibai. Very calm. This is a very important quality. Calm people are naturally able to walk faster and more steadily than others. A good family background and a good character. That's it. Lu Meng was thinking about what to wear when she met Chen Zhibai tomorrow. There is only one key element, and that is to make Chen Zhibai feel amazed when he sees her. Several sets of clothes flashed through Lu Meng's mind, and he slowly came up with an idea. Chapter 17 Properties Panel. Boys' Dormitory. Chen Zhibai took out his phone and looked through the chat history between him and Lu Meng. He had a guess that he was very likely seen by Lu Meng when he was driving back to school and parking his car in the afternoon. This could be huge. Otherwise, Lu Meng would not have taken the initiative to add him on WeChat and chatted with him for more than 2 hours. The whole chat process was very natural and harmonious. Family members know their own business. He is very ordinary. From his appearance, to his height, to his family background, there's nothing about him that makes Lu Meng look at him differently. Otherwise, Lu Meng would have had a pleasant chat with him during lunch in the cafeteria, instead of waiting until the evening and suddenly adding him on WeChat. So, there was only one reason. That was that he was seen by Lu Meng when he was driving back to school and parking his car. Otherwise, there is no way to explain what is happening now. Although it is realistic, it is the only possibility. Chen Zhibai smiled, then sighed. So, this is the importance of money. But when did Lu Meng see it? When he drove into the school, he didn't see Lu Meng. I didn't think about it any further because it was already past 12 o'clock in the morning. System, withdraw today's $1,000. Chen Zhibai spoke in his heart and said to the system. Buzz. The phone in my hand vibrated. It was a text message from the bank. Today's 1,000 yuan arrived in my account. Putting the lock screen of his phone under his pillow, Chen Zhibai prepared to go to bed. He had no classes tomorrow morning, so he planned to sleep in. But at this time, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has triggered the running check-in task. The host can choose any one of the following 2 options. A. If you run for 30 minutes every morning for 7 days, the host will receive 2 rewards. 1. A cash reward of 100,000 renminbi. 2. Increase height by 3 centimeters. Note, there is no side effect of increasing height by 3 centimeters. B. If you don't run, the host will be given the title of lazy expert. Note, this title is not completely useless if it is of any use at all. Listening to the system tasks in his mind, Chen Zhibai had a strange expression on his face. Here it comes, this choice that even a fool knows is here again. You must choose A. Not to mention the 100,000 yuan cash reward. It is easy to understand. As long as you keep running for 7 days, you can get this reward. If you calculate it, the average daily income is more than 13,000 yuan, and the daily salary is over 10,000 yuan. Which job in this society can earn more than 10,000 yuan a day? And all he needs to do is run for 30 minutes every morning, which is no different from getting paid for free. But compared to the 100,000 yuan cash reward, Chen Zhibai values the second reward more, which is an increase of 3 centimeters in height without any side effects. Frankly speaking, when he saw the reward, his heart beat faster, because he saw what was behind this reward. If it can increase height without any side effects, then can it also increase appearance? Appearance and height are all genetic lotteries and cannot be changed. But now, the system can increase height, which means it can also increase appearance. This is something that is easy to understand. And this is the reason why Chen Zhibai's heart beat faster. With average looks, does he now have the chance to become a handsome guy? System, can my appearance be improved? Chen Zhibai suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked the system with some anticipation. Return to the host, yes. The system replied. It really works. Chen Zhibai's eyes were excited. Even though he had guessed it before, the system's confirmation still made him excited. The host's current character attribute panel has been generated. Would you like to view it? The system spoke again. Character attribute panel? Check. Chen Zhibai said directly. The next second, a virtual three-dimensional screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Name, Chen Zhibai. Age, 18. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 127. Value, 69. Body size, 73. Special, 80. The host can currently receive 1,000 renminbi in cash per day, which has been received today. Chen Zhibai glanced at his attribute panel, and when he saw that his appearance was only 69, his expression remained unchanged. He is indeed average-looking, but that may not be the case in the future. But what does this special attribute mean? He actually got 80 points? When Chen Zhibai saw the 80 points behind the special attributes, he raised his eyebrows and asked the system directly. System, what does this special attribute mean? Return to the host. The system said something. Chen Zhibai's expression suddenly became strange, because he didn't expect that the system could even detect this. Are you a serious system? System, how can I improve my appearance? Chen Zhibai no longer cared about the special attributes, but focused on his own appearance. To be honest, he also has a dream of a handsome guy. By then you'll be both pretty and rich. Replying to the host, the system will trigger tasks from time to time. Sometimes the rewards for these tasks will be free attribute points. If it is free attribute points, the host can add them to attributes such as appearance, height, and figure. The reward will also be appearance attribute points, which will be directly added to the host's appearance. At the same time, in addition to obtaining attribute points through tasks, there is another way to obtain attribute points through the disc lottery, which has a certain chance of obtaining attribute points. System sounds rang out one after another. It's quite easy to understand. Among the tasks released, some will be attribute point rewards, which can be added to your appearance. You can also randomly obtain attribute points through the disc lottery. What is this round lottery? Chen Zhibai asked again. The system sound rang again. Sometimes the mission reward will be a disc lottery. The prizes for the disc lottery are random, and there's a chance of winning anything from a tissue or lighter to an aircraft carrier. It's just that the more expensive the item, the rarer the chance of obtaining it. To be honest, when Chen Zhibai heard the system say that he could even win an aircraft carrier in the disc lottery, his heartbeat quickened again. After asking the system some more questions, Chen Zhibai prepared to go to bed. But I picked up my phone and set an alarm for 7 in the morning. After all, I have to run in the morning. As long as you run for 7 consecutive days and run for more than 30 minutes every day, you can get a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Height can also be increased by 3 centimeters without any side effects. His current height is 175 centimeters, which is neither tall nor short, just an average height. But if you add 3 centimeters, it would be 178 centimeters. This height is considered tall among boys. The only thing that Chen Zhibai felt sorry about was that this time the running check-in was not a reward for appearance. But he is not in a hurry and takes his time. After setting the alarm and stuffing the phone back under the pillow, Chen Zhibai closed his eyes and soon fell asleep with anticipation for the future. After he fell asleep, Zhou Hao did not sleep, but posted a circle of friends with photos. The photo is a selfie of Liu. The content of the copy is, I am willing to be your eternal knight and protect you forever. After Zhou Hao posted this message on his moments, he felt very happy. He thought that when Liu woke up tomorrow and saw the circle of friends he posted, she would definitely be very touched. Maybe she would be so moved that she would agree to let him hold her hand. Chapter 18, Beautiful Teacher, When Yutong. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Chen Zhibai was awakened by the alarm clock. He took out his cell phone from under the pillow and turned off the alarm. When he turned over and got out of bed, he probably moved quite a lot, so Wang Chao opened his eyes sleepily. Lao Chen, where are you going? What time is it now? Seeing that it was Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao picked up his phone and checked the time while talking. When he saw that it was only 7 o'clock in the morning, his eyes widened. What the hell? What's going on? It's only 7 o'clock. What are you doing up so early? Wang Chao's tone was filled with shock. The sound was not small, so Li Dong and Zhou Hao both opened their eyes. Zhou Hao had dark circles under his eyes. After he posted on WeChat Moments yesterday, he was in high spirits until late at night. His mind was filled with thoughts about how happy Li you would be after seeing his post. I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't want to sleep until about 4 in the morning. As a result, I am now as sleepy as a dog. That's right. Lao Chun, why are you up so early? I remember our class doesn't have classes this morning. Li Dong picked up his mobile phone and checked the time, then looked over here in confusion. I'm gonna go for a run. You guys go back to sleep. Chen Zhibai said with a smile. Oh, I see. Wang Chao nodded. Just as he was about to go back to sleep, he felt refreshed. No, what did you say? You want to run? What inspired you to go running? Are you okay? Wang Chao's eyes widened. He couldn't understand why Chen Zhibai wanted to go running. After all, it's so comfortable to sleep in the dormitory early in the morning. Old Chen, have you encountered any problems? If so, please tell us. We will definitely help if we can. Li Dong also spoke. Zhou Hao didn't say anything, but the look he gave Chen Zhibai was filled with confusion and speechlessness. What a lunatic, going running in the morning instead of sleeping. Zhou Hao turned over, facing the wall, and covered his head with the summer quilt. He was too lazy to talk and just wanted to sleep. What could possibly happen to me? I just suddenly felt like running. Okay, you guys go back to sleep. Chen Zhibai waved his hand and went into the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. He could see the confusion, shock, and puzzlement in the eyes of Wang Chao and Li Dong. But he was definitely going to run. Just run for 7 days, and you can get a reward of 100,000 yuan, and your height can also increase by 3 centimeters without any side effects. Of course you should run. I still think that Lao Chun was stimulated and actually wanted to go running. When Chen Zhibai was brushing his teeth and washing his face in the bathroom, Wang Chao said something to Li Dong outside. I think so too. Why run for no reason? Li Dong nodded. The two of them didn't continue talking after that, as they were both very sleepy, so they turned over and continued to sleep. A few minutes later, Chen Zhibai walked out of the bathroom and saw that Wang Chao, Li Dong, and the others had fallen asleep again. He walked lightly to his locker. He took out a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts, changed them, put on his sneakers, then walked out of the dormitory and closed the door gently. Of course, you have to go to the playground for running. The distance from the boys' dormitory to the playground is not far, but it is not close either. There are not many people on campus at 7 o'clock. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Zhibai arrived at the playground. At this moment, there are many people running on the playground. Although many people become indulgent after entering college, there are some people who always maintain self-control. After graduating from college, this is the watershed. There's a plastic track on the playground. Chen Zhibai stood on the side, moving his ankles while subconsciously looking at the figure of a woman who was running on the playground. Not only Chen Zhibai was looking at the running woman, but other people who were running also looked at her from time to time. Because the woman was very beautiful at this moment, her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, her facial features were fair and beautiful, and her neck was beautiful and slender. She was wearing a sports outfit, not revealing anything, but anyone could tell that she had a great figure. She has a slim waist and long legs. There is a healthy vitality that is very attractive. Frankly speaking, Chen Zhibai didn't expect to see her here because this woman was his counselor. Her name is Wen Yutong. Chen Zhibai still remembers that when Wen Yutong walked in during the class meeting in the afternoon at the beginning of the school year, the whole class fell silent for a few seconds because it is really beautiful and nice looking. However, although she's a counselor, she is not very old. She just graduated from college this year and stayed on campus to be a counselor after graduation. Rather than calling her a counselor, it would be more appropriate to call her a senior. Chen Zhibai withdrew his gaze and stopped looking. After moving his ankle for another minute, he prepared to run. But at this moment, a woman's voice with a hint of surprise sounded in front of him. Hey, Chen Zhibai, you're here for a run too. Wen Yutong stopped running and looked at Chen Zhibai with surprise in her beautiful eyes. Of course, she knew Chen Zhibai. After all, he was a student in the class. It was her first time as a counselor, so she was very concerned and knew all the classmates in the class. At least she could call out each other's names when they met. However, her impression of Chen Zhibai was that he was quiet and didn't like to talk, and he didn't have a strong presence in the class. So she didn't expect to see Chen Zhibai coming to the playground to run. This was what surprised her a little. Teacher 1. Chen Zhibai looked up and saw that it was Wen Yutong who was talking to him. He called her Teacher One before continuing. Yes, come to the playground to run and exercise. Oh, that's good. Running is better than sleeping in the dormitory. Wen Yutong nodded and looked at Chen Zhibai as she spoke, the look in her eyes becoming more and more surprised. Because in her opinion at this moment, Chen Zhibai was neither humble nor arrogant, and he had a calm and composed temperament. It was in stark contrast to the silence before. Wen Yutong was surprised for a moment, but didn't think much about it. Okay, then go ahead and run. Come on, the teacher is counting on you. While speaking, Wen Yutong smiled at Chen Zhibai. When she smiles, 2 dimples appear on her face, which looks very sweet. Okay, thank you, teacher. Chen Zhibai nodded and started running. Wen Yutong stood where she was and waited until Chen Zhibai had run some distance before she started running again. When she ran, her arm swings and breathing were very regular. Obviously, she ran regularly. As she ran, her long legs formed a very pleasing sight. On the playground, some boys looked over subconsciously, but they didn't dare to step forward and say hello. Some male teachers, on the other hand, became more active. Chen Zhibai took running seriously. At first, he thought running for 30 minutes should not be difficult. But after running for more than 10 minutes, my breathing began to become heavy and sweat ran down my face. At the same time, my arms and legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Slow down, you're running too fast. This is not good. Slow down. Wen Yutong appeared beside Chen Zhibai at some point and began to speak. Chapter 19, This is the Gap. The sudden voice beside him made Chen Zhibai stunned for a moment. He turned his head subconsciously. When he saw that it was Wen Yutong, he was even more stunned. Because the 2 of them were very close now, Chen Zhibai could clearly see Wen Yutong's fair and beautiful facial features. Your breathing is a little disordered. Come, follow my rhythm. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. When Yutong spoke, Chen Zhibai came back to his senses and began to inhale and exhale along with Wen Yutong. You know what? It really works. The squeezing feeling that originally came from the heart was now much relieved. Thank you, Mr. Wen. Chen Zhibai opened his mouth and expressed his gratitude. What are you thanking me for? Stop talking and just run at this pace. Come on. Wen Yutong shook her head. This was her first time as a counselor, and she really wanted to be a good counselor. So when she saw Chen Zhibai breathing rapidly just now, she came over to talk to him. Chen Zhibai continued running. After running for 30 minutes, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has run for 30 minutes today, completing today's clock-in task. The progress of the running check-in task is now January 7th. There are still 6 days before the host can get the reward. Chen Zhibai slowly stopped, breathing heavily. He seldom exercised, so after running for 30 minutes, he was a little out of breath. Fortunately, I ran down. That's it. Not running anymore. When Yutong walked over and said to Chen Zhibai, well, I won't run away. Chen Zhibai shook his head. You didn't run much before, right? You still need to exercise regularly. When Yutong said, looking at Chen Zhibai, who was still gasping for breath. Yeah, I didn't run much before. Chen Zhibai nodded first, then thanked Wen Yutong for helping him adjust his breathing. What are you thanking me for? I'm your counselor and you're my student. This is nothing. Wen Yutong smiled and then didn't say much. After running, take a rest before eating. Don't skip a meal or you'll get low blood sugar. Okay, I'm leaving now. After saying that, Wen Yutong waved her hand and left the playground. Chen Zhibai stood there for more than 10 minutes and only left the playground after he felt his heartbeat slowly calm down. Originally, he wanted to go directly to the cafeteria to eat, but he had sweated while running just now, which made his clothes a little wet and uncomfortable. So Chen Zhibai changed his mind halfway and went back to the dormitory first, preparing to take a shower and change clothes before going to eat. When I pushed the door and walked into the dormitory, Wang Chao and Li Dong were still sleeping. But Zhou Hao had already woken up and was getting dressed. You really went jogging? Zhou Hao was surprised when he saw Chen Zhibai walking and sweating. He thought Chen Zhibai was just saying it casually. Yes, I went. Where are you going? Chen Zhibai nodded. Seeing that Zhou Hao had put on his clothes and seemed to be going out, he asked, I'm going to buy breakfast for my girlfriend. She said she wanted to eat the pork tenderloin pancake from the second cafeteria, so I'm going to buy it. Zhou Hao said with a proud look on his face. Chen Zhibai glanced at him, wondering what there was to be proud of. It was obvious that Li Yueming was using him as an errand boy. Otherwise, why didn't he buy it himself, but let Zhou Hao buy it? Old Chen, you don't have to envy me. When you have a girlfriend in the future, you will know that buying breakfast for your girlfriend is a very happy thing. Seeing Chen Zhibai looking at him, Zhou Hao thought that Chen Zhibai was envious of him, and therefore became even more proud. As he spoke, he reached out to pat Chen Zhibai on the shoulder. But when he stretched out his hand halfway, he saw that Chen Zhibai's clothes on his shoulders were sweaty, so he withdrew his hand. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. My girlfriend is still waiting for me to buy her breakfast. Zhou Hao walked out of the dormitory while talking. He hummed a song, feeling happy and proud, because he felt that Chen Zhibai must be very envious of him now. After all, he can buy breakfast for his girlfriend, but Chen Zhibai doesn't even have a girlfriend. TSK, this is the difference. The more Zhou Hao thought about it, the happier he became. After taking a shower, Chen Zhibai changed into clean clothes and went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. On the way back to the dormitory, the cell phone in my trouser pocket vibrated. Taking out his cell phone, Chen Zhibai saw that it was a WeChat message from Lu Meng. I just got up. After I wash up, shall we meet in the small garden downstairs of the girls' dormitory at 10:30? I just tried, but the laptop still won't open. I'm going to ask you for help. Seeing the message sent by Lu Meng, Chen Zhibai typed and sent an OK, and then saw an emoticon package sent by Lu Meng. Chen Zhibai put away his phone and returned to the dormitory. Zhou Hao hasn't come back yet, but Wang Chao has woken up and is playing with his cell phone. Seeing Chen Zhibai coming back, Wang Chao invited him to play a game. Old Chen, want to play a game? Cool, mate. Chen Zhibai nodded and opened the game. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng was lying on her bed. Looking at the OK message sent by Chen Zhibai, she immediately smiled. Of course, there was a reason why we met at 10:30. We will meet at 10:30, and it will be lunchtime soon. I will invite Chen Zhibai to dinner under the pretext of repairing his computer. In short, she is determined to win over Chen Zhibai and become his girlfriend. Lu Meng suppressed her thoughts, put down her phone, got up, washed and brushed her teeth, then sat at her desk to put on makeup. Even without makeup, she looks very resistant, but she is going to appear stunningly next to Chen Zhibai. Only in this way can you firmly grasp Chen Zhibai's heart. The dormitory door opened. Liu walked in with a pork tenderloin pancake, and then saw Lu Meng sitting at the desk putting on makeup. Immediately, Liu was stunned. Meng, are you going out later? Liu asked. As a girl, she knew that putting on makeup meant going out. Yes, I want to go out. Lu Meng nodded and drew her eyebrows with an eyebrow pencil while speaking. She has willow-shaped eyebrows, and a slight modification would improve her whole spirit. Paired with her bright and beautiful facial features, it is eye-catching. Where are you going? Liu asked again. While speaking, she glanced at Lu Meng's face, feeling a little envious and jealous. If she had Lu Meng's face, she would definitely look down on Zhou Hao. I must find a boyfriend whose family is rich. Not going anywhere. Lu Meng smiled and continued to put on makeup. Liu didn't think much about it and started eating the pork tenderloin pancake that Zhou Hao brought downstairs for her. While she was eating, her cell phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Zhou Hao. Yeah, is the pork tenderloin pancake delicious? This is my love for you. Yeah, if you want to eat, I'll buy you more. Yeah. After receiving several messages in a row, Liu became a little impatient. She was too lazy to reply, so she just turned her phone over and put it on the table and continued eating cake. When she finished eating the cake, Lu Meng had just finished putting on her makeup, and it was her natural makeup. As the name suggests, although it looks like there's no makeup on, there is actually makeup on. The overall facial features and face are modified and beautified. This kind of bare face makeup is more difficult to apply than other makeup. Chapter 20 Curious, Tracking. Looking at her bare face in the mirror, Lu Meng's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Then she stood up, opened the closet door, and took out a white short-sleeved shirt and a black pleated skirt. This was the outfit she had planned last night. Be stunning, but not too deliberate. So the combination of white short-sleeved shirt and skirt is a good choice, plus a pair of white sneakers and white high-waisted socks. The overall combination is complete. It was more than 10 minutes later when Lu Meng changed her clothes. She tucked her white short-sleeved shirt into her skirt, which immediately revealed her slender waist. The waist-to-hip ratio is very good, and under the skirt is a pair of long and straight beautiful legs, which is quite eye-catching. The whole person looks more and more bright and beautiful, and at the same time, there is no sense of distance. After looking left and right in the mirror, Lu Meng nodded. She was very satisfied with her outfit. So, the next step is to meet Chen Zhibai. Lu Meng picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. It was only 10 o'clock, and there was still half an hour left. After thinking about it, she took out her laptop first. After eating the pork tenderloin pancake, Liu kept looking at Lu Meng. When she saw Lu Meng putting on her natural makeup, she was stunned for a moment, because this kind of makeup takes longer time than other makeup. But Liu didn't think much about it. But then, when she saw Lu Meng change into a white short-sleeved shirt and a black pleated skirt, and took out a pair of brand new white socks and put them on, she realized something was wrong. Because to boys, Lu Meng's outfit, although beautiful, looks very simple. But Liu, who is also a girl, knows that although Lu Meng's outfit looks simple, it actually took a lot of effort. So where's this going? I actually spent so much effort on makeup and matching. Liu frowned subconsciously. After staring at Lu Meng for several seconds, she came to a conclusion. That means there is a great possibility that Lu Meng is going to meet a boy. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why we have to spend so much time on matching and putting on makeup. But which boy is worthy of Lu Meng doing this? Liu didn't know, but she knew that this boy must be very good. So, she became curious. Meng, you're dressed so beautifully. Are you going to meet a boy? Do you have a boyfriend? Liu thought about it and asked casually. I haven't talked about my boyfriend yet, but I will soon. Lu Meng smiled and said directly. Really? So there's a boy you like. Who is he? Is he from our school? Do I know him? Liu suddenly perked up and asked questions one after another. She knew that there was nothing wrong with her guess. There must be something going on for Lu Meng to dress so elaborately. I just don't know how good the other party's conditions are. Once he and I are in a relationship, you will know who he is. Then I will let you meet him with the people in the dormitory. Lu Meng spoke, but did not say Chen Zhibai's name because she planned to wait until it was confirmed before saying it. Hey, Meng, please tell me now. I'm really curious. Who is that person? Why did you spend so much time dressing up like that? You even put on a little skirt and white socks. This is an outfit that will attract men. Of course, Liu was not satisfied with Lu Meng's answer. So she stood up, walked to Lu Meng, and asked curiously. The tone was also coquettish. But her tone was useful to Zhou Hao, but of course it was useless to Lu Meng. So Lu Meng just glanced at her and said, I told you, you will know when the time comes. After saying that, Lu Meng picked up her cell phone and checked the time. When she saw that it was already 10:15, she put her laptop into her computer bag. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going out first. After saying that, Lu Meng looked at herself in the mirror for a few times. After finding no problems with her clothes or makeup, she picked up her computer bag and walked out of the dormitory. With a bang, the dormitory door closed slightly. Liu stood there, feeling as if her heart was being tickled by a cat's tail. She was very curious. Or, follow him and take a sneak peek. Which boy is it? This thought popped into Liu's mind, and she couldn't stop it. She just wanted to see what kind of boy could make Lu Meng dress up so carefully. Putting aside the thoughts in her mind, Liu picked up her cell phone, opened the dormitory door, and walked out. Lu Meng walked out of the girls' dormitory. Along the way, many girls couldn't help but look at her with envy after seeing her. Beautiful, good figure, bright, and generous temperament. This makes other girls envious. Lu Meng was used to the gazes cast at her from all around. After she walked out of the girls' dormitory, she went straight to the small garden not far from the girls' dormitory, but did not go in. Instead, she stood at the entrance. I'm at the little garden now, but don't worry, just take your time. Lu Meng took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. I just left the dormitory and will be there in about 10 minutes. Chen Zhibai had also walked out of the boys' dormitory at this time. After seeing the WeChat message sent by Lu Meng, he typed a reply. Yes, okay. I'll wait for you at the entrance to the small garden. Lu Meng took out her phone, typed, and sent a message. Then she saw Chen Zhibai send her an okay. She smiled, held the phone in her hand, and stood there waiting for Chen Zhibai to come over. Not far away, Liu, who had followed out of the girls' dormitory, was hiding behind a big tree. Liu quietly poked her head out of the big tree, and when she saw Lu Meng standing at the entrance of the small garden waiting, her eyes subconsciously widened. Because Lu Meng's attitude at this moment clearly proved one thing. That is, she was at a disadvantage facing the boy who was waiting for her. Otherwise, it would be impossible that Lu Meng had arrived, but the boy had not yet arrived. Who is it? Liu frowned and became more curious about the boys like Lu Meng. Whenever she met Zhou Hao, it was always Zhou Hao who was waiting for her, but not her who was waiting for Zhou Hao. This is a manifestation of status. Liu suppressed her thoughts and stuck her head out. Just as she was about to take a look at where Lu Meng was, she quickly retracted her head, because she saw Lu Meng looking at her. But she should not have been discovered because she hid very quickly. Liu Kalmit had Heartbeat. At the entrance of the small garden, Lu Meng frowned her beautiful eyebrows. She just felt someone was watching her not far away. But when I looked over, I found no one there. That's really strange. Shaking his head, Lu Meng didn't think much about it. After waiting for a few more minutes, she saw Chen Zhibai coming towards her. Although his appearance and height are still ordinary, his calm and confident temperament is quite obvious. This is in stark contrast to some of the impetuous boys in the class. Lu Meng thought about it in her mind, and then suppressed the thought. She took the initiative to walk a few steps towards Chen Zhibai. Come here? I'm sorry to bother you to help me with the computer. I know nothing about computers. Lu Meng said with a smile, looking bright and generous. Chapter 21, it's Chen Zhibai. You're welcome. I may not be able to fix it for you. I can only take a look first. If it can't be fixed, you still have to find a place that specializes in computer repairs. Chen Zhibai waved his hand and glanced at Lu Meng's face while speaking. She has delicate features and fair skin. When he walked over just now, he actually saw Lu Meng from a distance. After all, he was very conspicuous. With a height of 171 centimeters and a white short-sleeve pleated skirt, her overall temperament is bright and generous, and under the skirt she has a pair of beautiful legs that are so white that they glow. Just like the school beauty who walked out of a youth campus movie. It's okay if it can't be fixed. I'm already very grateful that you promised to help me take a look. How about this, whether it can be fixed or not? I will treat you to a meal. How about that? I'm generous, right? Lu Meng said with a smile. That depends on what kind of meal you're inviting us to. If it's cold noodles, that wouldn't be considered generous, Chen Zhibai replied. Okay, then I'll treat you to some cold noodles. Lu Meng blinked mischievously. Unconsciously, the two of them developed a relationship where they could joke around. Chen Zhibai glanced at Lu Meng. From the time he came here to now, he once again confirmed his inner guess. That means Lu Meng must have seen him driving a BMW X5. Otherwise, there is no way to explain what is happening now. I can only say that money is really attractive. Even a beauty like Lu Meng would take the initiative to approach him after seeing him driving a BMW X5. Of course he didn't mind. Lu Meng's beauty and figure were there. Let's go. There's a bench in the small garden. I'll go there and help you with the computer. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Chen Zhibai spoke. Okay. Lu Meng nodded, then followed Chen Zhibai into the small garden. Behind a big tree not far away, Liu had been standing here in a daze for several minutes. At first, when she saw Chen Zhibai walking in front of Lu Meng, she didn't think much about it and thought it was a coincidence. After all, it's impossible that the boy Lu Meng is waiting for his Chen Zhibai. This is simply impossible. But then, when she saw Lu Meng actually chatted and laughed with Chen Zhibai for several sentences and then walked into the small garden together, she finally couldn't help but widen her eyes, and she has been stunned until now. Because the matter is already very clear before our eyes. The boy Lu Meng was waiting for was indeed Chen Zhibai. Although it is unbelievable and incredible, it is the fact. The reason why Lu Meng put on her natural makeup, matched it carefully, and came here to wait was because of Chen Zhibai. What on earth is going on? Liu came back to her senses, but her head was a mess. She didn't understand at all why the person Lu Meng was waiting for was Chen Zhibai. He has an ordinary appearance and an ordinary family background, and even she doesn't like Chen Zhibai, but Lu Meng actually likes him? This is just ridiculous. It's outrageous. Liu rubbed her temple with her hand. She was not a fool, so she could roughly guess that there must be something shining about Chen Zhibai, which she had not discovered, but Lu Meng had discovered. Perhaps Chen Zhibai's family background is not ordinary? Buzz. The cell phone in his trouser pocket suddenly vibrated. Liu subconsciously took out his phone and saw that it was a WeChat message from Zhou Hao. Yeah, what are you busy with? Yeah. Did you see the circle of friends I posted last night? How was it? Were you touched? Yeah, we're gonna have barbecue tonight. What time should we go there? Zhou Hao sent several WeChat messages in succession, which made Liu suddenly annoyed. She now just wanted to find out what Chen Zhibai's family conditions were like and didn't want to chat with Zhou Hao. So, she was too lazy to reply. Just as she was about to put away her phone, Liu thought about it and typed and asked, "Are you sure Chen Zhibai's family background is ordinary?" Of course I'm sure. He said it himself that his family runs a small shop. Didn't I ask about it last night? Why are you asking about his family conditions again? In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao was excited when he saw Liu finally replied to his WeChat message. But when he saw Liu asking about Chen Zhibai's family conditions again, he immediately frowned. Think about it carefully. His family can't be of ordinary conditions. Liu typed directly. Why not? He said this himself, and it's been almost a month since school started. I think his spending level is just like that. Zhou Hao typed. What ordinary conditions can make Lu Meng so proactive? She took the initiative to add WeChat, chatted until midnight, and even dressed up carefully for our meeting today. Liu typed with some annoyance. By now, she no longer believed that Chen Zhibai came from an ordinary family. But Liu deleted all the words halfway through typing. She felt that it was useless to ask Zhou Hao, as she had to investigate Chen Zhibai's family conditions. Or maybe there's no need to investigate. You will always know Chen Zhibai's family conditions. What is certain now is that Chen Zhibai's family conditions are very good. After all, he can make Lu Meng take the initiative. The only uncertainty is how good it will be. But it is definitely better than Zhou Hao's family conditions, and much better. Thinking of this, Liu became more and more irritated. Why didn't she discover Chen Zhibai's strengths? If she had discovered it earlier and taken the initiative to pursue him, she would definitely have won Chen Zhibai by now. After all, she is a beauty after all. Yeah, let's not talk about Chen Zhibai anymore. We don't have classes this afternoon anyway. So how about we go to the movies together? There's a new love movie that was released recently, and I saw that the reviews online are pretty good. Should we go and watch it together? If you go, I'll buy the movie tickets. Seeing that Liu did not reply to the message, Zhou Hao did not care, but sent an invitation to watch a movie. Zhou Hao had a nice idea. They could watch a movie in the dark, and they could always hold hands, right? This is what the internet calls a dating mecca. It makes me happy just thinking about it. No, I have something to do this afternoon. Liu directly typed a rejection and then put away her phone. In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao was dumbfounded by Liu's straightforward rejection. He typed quickly, "No, let's go watch a movie. This movie is really good, yeah." Zhou Hao sent several WeChat messages in a row. Liu saw it, but did not reply. She looked in the direction of the small garden several times, wanting to follow over to see what Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai were talking about. But there was no obstruction around the small garden, and if she followed over, she would definitely be discovered. After hesitating for a moment, she put aside her past thoughts, turned around, and walked back to the dormitory. But he had decided in his heart that he must see what Chen Zhibai's strength was. In the small garden, Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng walked side by side to a bench. "Hey, this is my computer. I don't know what's wrong with it, but I can't turn it on after trying several times." Lu Meng took out the laptop from a computer bag and said, "Well, let me take a look first." Chen Zhibai nodded, took the computer, and put on the bench. The computer is a Huawei model. Chapter 22, What a Coincidence. Is this a new computer? It shouldn't be unable to turn on. Seeing that it was a new computer, Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows. "I don't know, but I tried several times yesterday and couldn't open it." Lu Meng shook his head. "Okay, let me take a look first." Chen Zhibai didn't say much. He opened the foldable computer and pressed the power button. The next second, the black computer screen lit up. Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Lu Meng. "Isn't this bootable? Hey, how did you turn it on with just one click?" Facing Chen Zhibai's gaze, Lu Meng's delicate and bright face was full of surprise, and she even said, But if you look closely, you can see that her white and crystal ears are a little red at the moment. After all, she is the one who knows best whether the computer is broken or not. Even though she had already thought of using this method to get close to Chen Zhibai last night, she still felt a little shy at this moment. After all, this was the first time she took the initiative to approach a boy. Suppressing her thoughts, Lu Meng continued to look surprised, as if she was really curious about why the computer could be turned on now. Honestly, the acting is pretty good. Chen Zhibai looked at Lu Meng. He didn't find it strange, but he just felt that this was too coincidental. The computer couldn't be turned on several times yesterday, but now it can be turned on in his hands? Is it such a coincidence? What's wrong? Lu Meng was nervous when Chen Zhibai looked at her, but she didn't show it on her face. "It's okay." Chen Zhibai shook his head. He looked at the computer again, and the computer desktop was already displayed. Turn off and on. Turn on and off. Tried a few more times, still no problem. "It's amazing. I couldn't open my computer several times yesterday, but I could open it in your hands," Lu Meng said as she stood nearby, her long legs glowing white. Chen Zhibai subconsciously took 2 glances before looking away. It must be a coincidence. Anyway, there's no problem now. You can use it first and wait until it stops turning on. After closing the computer, Chen Zhibai handed it to Lu Meng and said, "Okay, thank you for this time." Lu Meng reached out to take the computer and said thank you. What are you thanking me for? I didn't do anything. Chen Zhibai waved his hand and prepared to leave. Then I'll go first. Don't leave in such a hurry. I told you last night that I would treat you to a meal regardless of whether you could fix it or not. Now that the computer has been fixed, I can't go back on my word. It's lunchtime now. Let's go to the cafeteria and have a meal. Lu Meng said with a smile, generous and without the slightest hesitation. Chen Zhibai glanced at her and said without hesitation, okay. Frankly speaking, it's complete nonsense to say that he has no feelings for Lu Meng. Lu Meng's beauty, figure, and long legs are all here. No boy can resist her. And now, regardless of whether Lu Meng saw him driving the BMW X5, the other party's proactive attitude was obvious. So, there's no need to resist. Then wait for me. I'll go back to the dormitory to put the computer down and come down soon. After Lu Meng finished speaking, she saw Chen Zhibai nod. Then she took the computer and walked out of the small garden. She is tall, with a straight back and a slender waist, and she looks like a goddess. Lu Meng walked into the door of the girls' dormitory and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then the corners of her beautiful lips raised in an arc. She felt the plan was a success. At the very least, by repairing the laptop, I successfully became familiar with Chen Zhibai, and they were going to have dinner together soon. What happens next will fall into place. Her beauty, figure, and temperament are all there, and with her active pursuit, I don't believe Chen Zhibai would not be moved. So, it can be said that it has been won. Thinking of this, Lu Meng's mood improved, and the arc of the corners of his lips became wider. Soon, she pushed the door and entered the dormitory. After a quick glance, I saw that only Li Yu was in the dormitory, while Shen Qing and Wang Hui were not there. Lu Meng didn't care. After putting the computer back on the table, she picked up the mirror to check her makeup. When she found that there was no problem, she prepared to leave the dormitory and go have dinner with Chen Zhibai. But at this time, Li Yu couldn't help but called her. Meng, wait a minute. Li Yu opened her mouth and said something. Is there something? Lu Meng stopped and turned to look at Li Yu. Li Yu was sitting on a chair at this moment. When she saw Lu Meng looking at her, she felt a little hesitant and wavering for a moment. She was thinking whether she should say that she saw the boy you were meeting was Chen Zhibai and just say it was a coincidence. After thinking about it, Li Yu decided to ask, because she wanted to see what Lu Meng would say. Moreover, when Lu Meng entered the dormitory just now, he was obviously in a good mood. So Li Yu prepared to ask, well, Meng, there's nothing else to say, it's just, when you went downstairs before, Zhou Hao also happened to come see me. After I went downstairs, I saw you waiting at the entrance of the small garden. I was thinking about going over to say hello to you, but then I saw Chen Zhibai walked over and started chatting with you. After finding a simple excuse to cover it up, Li Yu paused. Seeing that Lu Meng was just looking at her without saying anything, she asked the question she wanted to ask most. Meng, so the boy you're waiting for is Chen Zhibai? And he's also the boy you like? After asking, Li Yu looked at Lu Meng closely. She didn't want to miss any subtle expression on Lu Meng's face. Right. But what Li Yu didn't expect was that Lu Meng nodded directly and said, yes, very straightforwardly. Is it really him? Why? Li Yu was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously asked a question. No reason, it's just him. Lu Meng smiled, her pretty face bright and generous, and waved her hand after she finished speaking. No other questions, right? Then I'm leaving. Where are you going? Li Yu asked subconsciously. Go to the cafeteria with him to eat. Lu Meng opened the dormitory door, said this before going out, and then closed the dormitory door. There was a bang and a slight sound of a door closing. Li Yu sat in the chair with a dazed look on her face for a moment. She had several shocking points. The first is that Lu Meng admitted so straightforwardly that she had a good impression of Chen Zhibai. The second is that Lu Meng went to have dinner with Chen Zhibai. Li Yu suppressed the shock in her heart and rubbed her face with her hands. To be honest, before asking Lu Meng, she actually thought about whether this could be a misunderstanding. For example, the reason why Lu Meng met Chen Zhibai was because she had something to say, not necessarily because she liked him. But now, I have received a very accurate answer. I just like it and have a good impression of it. He admitted it very straightforwardly. There is no way out. This is what makes you puzzled and even confused. Even if Chen Zhibai's family conditions are good, what if there are better ones? Is Lu Meng just going on like this? Chapter 23, Mysterious Reward. After Lu Meng closed the dormitory door, he walked down the stairs. She actually saw the shock and confusion in Li Yu's eyes and knew why she was shocked and confused. It's just that I feel she has left no way out. But why stay? Lu Meng smiled. Although she wanted to find a rich man, she never thought of finding someone older. As a result, there would be very few people who met the requirements. Chen Zhibai is the same age as her, attends the same university, and has a calm personality. This is her best choice. She won't look for a better job while riding a donkey. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Lu Meng looked down at his long legs. Before in the small garden, she saw clearly that Chen Zhibai was looking at her legs several times. Lu Meng withdrew his gaze with some pride. I've put the computer away, let's go. Lu Meng came to the small garden and said to Chen Zhibai with a smile. Let's go. Chen Zhibai nodded, and the two walked out of the small garden. Go to Canteen 1 or Canteen 2? Lu Meng asked. There are many teachers and students in the school, so there are 2 canteens for eating. Let's go to the canteen. They have braised pork there. Chen Zhibai said. Okay, then let's go to the cafeteria. Lu Meng smiled. After that, the two of them started chatting casually. Lu Meng was very good at chatting, so after arriving at the cafeteria, the two of them were already able to joke around and the atmosphere was harmonious. I went to the window to get my food and found a seat to sit down. Many boys in the cafeteria looked at Chen Zhibai with confusion and puzzlement in their eyes, because they all recognized Lu Meng. Although it had not been a month since the freshman year started, Lu Meng was already famous in the school. After all, she was beautiful and had a good figure. But no one has ever seen Lu Meng appear with a boy, let alone eat together. Therefore, everyone was very confused about Chen Zhibai. I'm going to become famous by having dinner with you this time. Facing the gazes from all around, Chen Zhibai looked at Lu Meng and said with a smile. The system gave him confidence, so he was not nervous. So, would you like this kind of fame? Lu Meng blinked with a playful tone. Not bad. Just after he finished speaking, Chen Zhibai saw the screen of his mobile phone light up. It was a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai, a salesperson at a BMW 4S store. What time are we going to have dinner tonight? Looking at this WeChat message, Chen Zhibai suddenly remembered that he had to go out for dinner with Chen Zhibai in the evening. Of course, eating is secondary. What's important is how to get Chen Zhibai's first kiss. This comes with a license plate with consecutive numbers 999 and a reward of 100,000 yuan. This task cannot be said to be easy, because Chen Zhibai had already graduated from college and had her first kiss, so it was obvious that she had never been in a relationship. And the other person's looks and figure are there, so there must be someone pursuing her, but even so, she has never been in a relationship. Getting your first kiss is definitely difficult. Thinking of this, Chen Zhibai looked up at Lu Meng, who was sitting opposite him. I subconsciously compare myself with Chen Zhibai. Both women have their own merits. Lu Mengsheng is more beautiful, with an overall bright and generous appearance, and a pair of long legs that will make people obsessed with legs unable to take their eyes off. What about Chen Zhibai? She has beautiful facial features, and overall looks like a beautiful girl next door, and she's also very broad-minded. So, how do you get someone's first kiss? Since the other party agreed to have dinner with me yesterday, even if it was more because of the BMW X5, there is still a chance. So, go buy some clothes in the afternoon, get a haircut, and tidy yourself up to look more energetic? Chen Zhibai thought about it and was moved. Even if you have money, you will never lack women, but when two rich men stand together, one only has money but his image is not good. The other one is rich, well-dressed, and has a suitable hairstyle. The perception it gives people will obviously be completely different. So, I need to buy some clothes and tidy myself up. After Chen Zhibai made the decision, he was about to send a message to Chen Zhibai, but at this time the system made a ding sound. Ding! The host has triggered a random task. Change your appearance, which can be done by buying clothes or changing your hairstyle. A. The host accepts this task and receives 100,000 yuan of exclusive funds for changing his image. Note, this fund can only be used to change the host's own image and cannot be used for other purposes. Note 2. After the host has changed his image, the system will evaluate the score. The higher the score, the more likely it is to trigger hidden rewards. B. If you do not accept this mission, there will be no reward or punishment. In my mind, system voices rang one after another. Chen Zhibai. Well, the system gives 2 options as always. Great. I choose option A and accept this task. Chen Zhibai said directly in his heart. If he were to say so, the system would not have to give 2 options, because even a fool would know which one to choose. If you accept the task, you will receive 100,000 yuan of exclusive funds for changing your image. What does this mean? This means that you can use this 100,000 yuan to buy clothes, change your hairstyle, etc., meaning not spending a penny. Not to mention that the system will give scores in the end, and high scores will trigger mysterious rewards. The system said it was a mysterious reward, so this reward would definitely not be small. And what about option B? There is no punishment and no reward. As long as it is of some use, it will not be completely useless. Chen Zhibai complained in his heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for choosing option A. The host will receive 100,000 yuan of exclusive funds for changing his image. The system sounded. Buzz. My cell phone vibrated. It was a text message from the bank saying that 100,000 yuan had arrived in my account. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lu Meng was sitting on a chair and saw that Chen Zhibai had not eaten from the beginning until now, but he did not speak either. He just sat on the chair. Lu Meng could not help but ask in surprise. Oh, nothing. Chen Zhibai put down his phone and shook his head. Lu Meng didn't ask much, but instead talked about some interesting things in her high school class while eating. Chen Zhibai looked at her, focusing on her clothes. A simple white short-sleeved shirt and a black pleated skirt make her look very fashionable. So, let her go clothes shopping with you and help you match them? Chen Zhibai became interested, because he was still thinking about the mysterious reward mentioned by the system. The prerequisite for obtaining the mysterious reward is the system score after purchasing the clothes this time. The higher the score, the more likely it is to trigger hidden rewards. Obviously, buying clothes that suit him and enhance his personal image will increase his score. The key point is that as a boy, he really doesn't know how to choose clothes. All his previous clothes were bought for him by his mother. By the way, do you have anything to do this afternoon? After Lu Meng finished telling a short story about an interesting event in high school, Chen Zhibai spoke up and asked directly. Lu Meng was stunned for a moment, but the next second, she shook her head. It's okay, what's wrong? Do you want to ask me how to play? Lu Meng said with a smile. Her eyebrows and eyes were delicate and her smile was bright, and her overall demeanor was graceful and elegant. Chapter 24. Frank, Lu Meng. It's not really going out to play. Chen Zhibai waved his hands. Seeing Lu Meng's surprised look, he continued. I want to get a haircut and buy some clothes this afternoon, but I don't know how to choose clothes, so can you give me some advice? Okay, but I can't help you with your advice for nothing. I have to be paid, and I want at least a cup of milk tea. No less. Hearing that she was asked to help pick clothes, Lu Meng smiled and made a joke. I'll buy you 2 cups of milk tea. You drink one and throw away one. Chen Zhibai waved his hand. That's such a waste. Lu Meng rolled his eyes. After saying this, she laughed first. Then she glanced at Chen Zhibai and said, But seriously, you really should get a haircut. Your hair is a little long now and has no hairstyle. In Lu Meng's opinion, if Chen Zhibai changed to a suitable hairstyle, even if his face remained ordinary, he would look much more refreshed and cleaner. My hair is a little long now, and it can't really be considered a hairstyle. Besides, the clothes he was wearing were indeed inappropriate. There is no texture, and the matching is not good. Leave it to me. I'll cut your hair and buy you clothes. I promise that in just one afternoon, I could transform you into a new person. Lu Meng said with a smile that she really liked matching clothes, so she had already thought of several outfits that would be suitable for Chen Zhibai. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Seeing Lu Meng so confident, Chen Zhibai also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he wanted to get the mysterious reward that the system mentioned. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. Let's meet at 6 p.m. You'll be off work by then. I'll pick you up. As soon as the message was sent, Chen Zhihui's message came back. No, today is Saturday, and it's my turn to be off, so I'm at home. After this message came, there was a pause, and then another message came. Where's the dining place? I can go there by myself. Send me your home address, and I'll pick you up. Chen Zhibai typed back that he would naturally not let Chen Zhihui go to the restaurant alone. After all, there's still the task of first kiss. After chatting for a few more sentences, Chen Zhihui sent the address, which was an old residential area. Okay, I'll pick you up this afternoon. I'm still having dinner now. Let's meet in the evening to chat. Chen Zhibai typed. Okay, you eat first. Chen Zhihui replied. Chen Zhibai put down his phone. Seeing him put down his phone, Lu Meng didn't ask who he was chatting with, but asked about something else. What's your budget for a haircut and clothes? That way I can help you choose the right ones. Lu Meng asked, looking at Chen Zhibai while speaking. Even though it has been confirmed that Chen Zhibai is a rich second generation, she still wants to see how rich Chen Zhibai is by buying clothes for him. Buying clothes is the most common daily consumption, which can reflect the level of consumption. Well, 100,000 yuan, as long as it doesn't exceed that amount. Chen Zhibai said directly, and after thinking for a while, he said, "It's okay if it exceeds. Changing your image is a big deal. Even if it costs more than the 100,000 yuan given by the system, you have to spend it. Personal image is so important." Lu Meng was sitting in a chair and was stunned when he heard the figure of 100,000 yuan said by Chen Zhibai. 100,000? So much? Lu Meng couldn't help but looked up at Chen Zhibai. She felt that she seemed to have underestimated Chen Zhibai. Anyone who could spend 100,000 yuan at one time on clothes must have a wealthier family than she imagined. Moreover, she could see that when Chen Zhibai talked about 100,000 yuan, his tone was calm and casual, as if 100,000 yuan was not a lot of money. Of course, what Lu Meng didn't know was that these 100,000 yuan were really not a lot of money for Chen Zhibai. After all, it was given to him for free by the system. Lu Meng was stunned for a long time, and while she was stunned, Chen Zhibai was looking at her. It is undeniable that Chen Zhibai felt happy when he saw Lu Meng in a daze. "Okay, then I'll give you a $100,000 makeover." Lu Meng suppressed the daze in her heart and nodded. "No problem. I'll leave it to you this afternoon." Chen Zhibai smiled, then lowered his head to eat. Lu Meng also started eating, but while she was eating, she would glance at Chen Zhibai from time to time. After dinner, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "Let's get your hair cut first, and then go buy you some clothes. It looks like a lot of time, but the afternoon is pretty tight." After walking out of the cafeteria, Lu Meng turned his head and looked at Chen Zhibai and said, "Okay, let's go and drive to the parking lot." Chen Zhibai naturally had no objection to this. After he finished speaking, he went to the parking lot and drove, then glanced at Lu Meng. To be honest, he wanted to see how Lu Meng would react when he heard that he was going to the parking lot to drive. Then, he saw that Lu Meng's reaction was very calm. "You don't seem surprised why I'm driving in the parking lot?" Chen Zhibai asked. "I'm really not surprised." Lu Meng smiled and then said generously, "When you drove into the parking lot yesterday afternoon, I was at the supermarket next door, so I saw you park your car." "It is indeed so." Chen Zhibai understood, and he said, how could Lu Meng suddenly be so proactive towards him? He had guessed last night that Lu Meng saw him driving. It is indeed the case now. However, what he didn't expect was that Lu Meng admitted it so generously and frankly, instead of pretending not to know as he thought. "Are you wondering why I would admit so freely, seeing you driving?" Lu Meng blinked and said with a smile, "I'm indeed thinking about this." Chen Zhibai nodded. "Because there's nothing wrong with admitting it. Besides, I think you've guessed it. I actually knew you were driving. After all, I was quite proactive yesterday and today." Lu Meng's words were difficult to understand, but the meaning was quite clear. Being rich and having a good family background are your advantages. Just like my advantages are being pretty and having a good figure. Having said that, Lu Meng looked up at Chen Zhibai. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her being attracted to Chen Zhibai because of his good family background. This is Chen Zhibai's advantage. Just like she was pretty and had a good figure, if she was ugly, she didn't believe that Chen Zhibai would ask her to go shopping together in the afternoon. Ultimately, this is the different advantages of men and women. Boys are rich and handsome, which is an advantage. Girls are pretty and have good figures, which is also an advantage. You are quite honest. Chen Zhibai smiled. He didn't expect Lu Meng to be so frank. But it is indeed true. Being rich is indeed his advantage now. Really? I also think I'm quite honest. Lu Meng also laughed, becoming even more charming and beautiful. As they were talking, the two had already arrived at the school parking lot. Chen Zhibai took out the BMW car key and pressed it lightly. Immediately, the lights of the BMW X5 in the parking lot lit up. In the sun, the color of skyscraper gray is extremely sporty and fashionable. Chapter 25, Zhou Hao, a poor man. Get in the car. After Chen Zhibai said something to Lu Meng, he opened the door of the main driver's seat and sat directly in. Good. Lu Meng nodded in response, opened the passenger door, and sat in. Then, she was surprised by the interior of the car. Eris Red looks very textured and has a sense of luxury. The interior of this car is really beautiful. This is the first time I've ridden in such a nice car. Lu Meng suppressed the surprise in her eyes and spoke to Chen Zhibai. But even though it was her first time riding in a car, she did not show any sign of restraint or nervousness, but instead was very calm and confident. To be honest, I've never been in such a nice car before I bought this one. As Chen Zhibai spoke, he pulled the seatbelt over and fastened it. I don't believe it. Lu Meng didn't believe what Chen Zhibai said. You can drive such a nice car when you just entered college. Your family must be very rich and you must have ridden in better cars than this. Lu Meng said that a family where a child who just entered college at the age of 18 can drive a BMW X5 must have more expensive luxury cars at home. If you don't believe it, forget it. Chen Zhibai smiled. He was telling the truth, but Lu Meng didn't believe it. I saw online that your car is a top-of-the-line version and costs more than 800,000 yuan. Lu Meng pulled the seat belt over with his hands, buckled it, and asked, "Yes, if you count everything, 850,000. Chen Zhibai nodded and couldn't help but glance at Lu Meng. As the seat belt is fastened, the figure is revealed. In 2 words, well endowed. Of course, she can't compare to Chen Zhibai. But then again, Chen Zhibai is extremely talented and there is no comparison. 850,000. That's really expensive. Lu Meng sighed. She was not only sighing at the price of 850,000, but also at the fact that Chen Zhibai's tone was exceptionally calm when he said the number 850,000, as if the 850,000 was not money. I have to say, her feeling was right. After all, to Chen Zhibai, these 850,000 are really not a lot of money. The system gives it for free. By the way, Lu Meng suppressed the sigh in her heart and was about to speak when she noticed Chen Zhibai's gaze. Immediately, she was stunned for a moment and then blushed subconsciously. However, she pretended not to notice Chen Zhibai's gaze. I found a barbershop for you. People on the internet say it's good. Shall we go there? Lu Meng said. Okay. Chen Zhibai nodded and started the car. As I drove towards the school gate, many teachers and students looked over at me. Someone who knew the value of the car subconsciously told the price of the car, which immediately caused the others to exclaim in amazement. Then, the look towards the BMW X5 was filled with envy. Of course, some people are curious about who is looking at the car, but because all the windows are covered with film, it cannot be seen. Lu Meng sat in the passenger seat. She always thought that she was not vain, but at this moment, facing so many envious eyes, a strange feeling arose in her heart. This feeling, not bad. Liu and Zhou Hao were walking in the school. They had just returned to school after having dinner outside the school. Yeah. Why do I feel like you're absent-minded? Is there something on your mind? Then you can tell me. I may not be able to solve it for you, but at least I can listen. Zhou Hao looked at Liu and said what he saw on the internet. Then, he looked forward to seeing Liu's moved expression. But after hearing his words, Liu was speechless. What's the point of just listening? You have to be able to solve it. Are you sure Chen Zhibai's family conditions are ordinary? Liu suppressed the speechlessness in her heart and asked. Of course I'm sure. I am 1,000,000% sure. You have asked me more than 10 times. Seeing that it was still this question, Zhou Hao felt a little confused. He had no idea what was wrong with Liu. He had been asking this question during dinner just now, and he asked it again every once in a while. Think carefully about it. Has he made any large purchases in the first month of school? Liu asked again. How can he spend a large amount of money? He comes from a small county town, and his family runs a small store. He's so poor. Zhou Hao curled his lips, but then he thought of Chen Zhibai's new phone that he saw yesterday. But if I really want to talk about it, there's one thing. He changed his phone yesterday, but it's not expensive, only 7 or 8,000. My phone is still an Apple phone worth more than 10,000. As Zhou Hao spoke, he took out his latest Apple phone. This was the summer vacation after his college entrance examination. He begged his family for the money for a month, and it cost more than 10,000 yuan. In the first month of school, he has shown off his cell phone a lot. 7 or 8,000. Liwa Fronut. If it was just a phone worth 7 or 8,000 yuan, she thought Lu Meng would not be so proactive. Think about it carefully. Liu was unwilling to give up and prepared to let Zhou Hao think about it again. But at this time, Chen Zhibai drove past them in a BMW X5. Although Liu didn't know cars, she knew the BMW logo. Besides, this car is really nice. But she didn't know him, but Zhou Hao did. Oh my god, this is a BMW X5. Judging from the wheels and the model, it's the top-of-the-line version. The total price is over 800,000 yuan. This is my dream car. Zhou Hao was excited and looked at the BMW X5 that had already driven away with envy. How much? You said this car costs over 800,000. Liu was stunned for a moment, and then a little shocked. She couldn't help but take another look at the BMW X5 going away. For some reason, she thought the car was even cooler after she knew the price. Yes, it costs more than 800,000 yuan. He is really rich. He actually drives this car. Zhou Hao nodded with envy. Although his family is from Jiangcheng and owns 2 houses, it is impossible for them to buy such an expensive car. So, it really is a dream car. The car has not been registered yet. It's a new car and I don't know who the owner is. He is really rich. Zhou Hao sighed again and then stopped thinking about it. Liu turned her head to take another look, and after she looked away, she sighed in her heart. She didn't even dare to think about how proud she would be if the owner of this car was her boyfriend. A car worth more than 800,000 yuan. There must be people who envy her when she sits in it. And those fake sisters she had in high school must be envious of her. But unfortunately, she didn't even know who the owner of the car was. But since this car can be found in the school, it proves that the owner is from the school. Otherwise, let's see who is driving this car. Thinking of this, Liu's mind became active and her heart began to beat rapidly. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Why do I feel like you're suddenly excited? Zhou Hao, who was standing next to him, suddenly asked out of curiosity. He saw the excitement in Liu's eyes at this moment. It was very obvious. Oh, nothing. Liu suppressed her inner excitement, shook her head, and said it was nothing. But I kept this matter in my heart. Chapter 26 Haircut, Improved Appearance. After the BMW X5 left the school, it quickly merged into the traffic flow. The barbershop I found for you is very famous. Some celebrities have their hair cut there. You can ask them to design a hairstyle that suits you best. Lu Meng sat in the passenger seat. While talking, he entered the location of the barbershop on the central control display screen in the car and turned on the navigation. Of course, the price is definitely expensive. It costs 1,888 yuan to have them design and cut your hair, but for you, it is definitely a small amount. Yeah, Chen Zhibai nodded. He really didn't care about the price now. All expenses were paid by the system anyway. After you get your hair cut, we'll go buy clothes. Your budget is here, so you'll definitely want to buy some big brands. Do you have any favorite luxury clothing brands? Lu Meng asked again. No, Chen Zhibai shook his head. To be honest, he didn't even know what luxury brands there were. Apart from Chanel, Gucci, and LV, which are luxury brands that are familiar to Chinese people, he knew nothing about the others. Then let's go buy clothes at an Italian brand store. This Italian brand focuses on the light luxury market. I've seen their clothes. They are both fashionable, casual, and comfortable. The overall quality is also good. Chen Zhibai interrupted Lu Meng before she could finish her words. I'll listen to you. I'll buy it wherever you say. I'll leave it to you today. I only have one core requirement, which is that after cutting your hair and changing your clothes, your whole person must have a big change. Don't worry, nothing unexpected will happen with me here. Lu Meng smiled, with confidence on her pretty face. Then she said, but shouldn't you give me the reward you promised me, a cup of milk tea? You can't let me work for nothing, right? Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. I'll buy it for you now. Chen Zhibai smiled, and then drove toward a milk tea shop in the university town. Soon, I bought 2 cups of milk tea. After getting in the car, continued to the barber shop. Along the way, the atmosphere in the car was harmonious, because it had to be said that Lu Meng was particularly good at chatting. The chat feedback and emotional value are very sufficient. Not to mention her looks, figure, and temperament are all here. When they were almost at the barber shop, Lu Meng's phone rang. It was a WeChat message alert. Lu Meng opened WeChat and saw that it was a voice message from his sister. He looked a little helpless. No doubt about it, it must be pocket money. She clicked on the voice. Really? Sister, what are you doing? Get some gold coins. Is this your sister? Your biological sister? Chen Zhibai naturally also heard the voice and immediately laughed. Yes, my dear sister. Lu Meng looked helpless, but still sent a red envelope of 50 yuan. The next second, a voice message came from the other side. Thank you, my dear sister. Love you. The voice is soft and cute and sounds very girlish. Your sister is quite interesting. How old is she? Chen Zhibai asked curiously. I'm 16 years old, and I'm a sophomore this year. If you don't look for me normally, I'll give you coins when you look for me. Oh, Lu Meng sighed. As we were talking, the car's navigation system prompted us that we had arrived at the barber shop. It is a 2-story building with parking spaces at the door, and 2 parking spaces are vacant at the moment. Chen Zhibai drove the car and parked it directly. Let's go, get out of the car. Chen Zhibai unbuckled his seatbelt, said something to Lu Meng, then pushed the door and got out of the car. Lu Meng followed him out of the car, and the two of them walked into the barber shop. The interior decoration of the store is quite fashionable, and there are photos hanging on one of the walls. Many of the photos are of celebrities, and the background is this barber shop. Apparently, quite a few celebrities do get their hair cut here. Because it was still noon, there are not many people. When Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng came in, a staff member immediately came over to greet them. After asking about the purpose of the visit and finding out that he wanted to see the store manager to design his hairstyle and cut his hair, the staff member took Chen Zhibai to the shampooing area. But it was not him who washed Chen Zhibai's hair, but a girl instead. Her looks are above 70. She is a standard little beauty. Her voice is clear and pleasant, and she did a great job washing Chen Zhibai's hair. However, while washing her hair, the girl glanced several times at Lu Meng, who was sitting next to her. Then I felt some doubts and surprises in my heart, because she thinks Chen Zhibai is quite ordinary, but he has a beauty like Lu Meng by his side. As an employee of this barbershop, she has seen many female celebrities. In her opinion, Lu Meng's appearance, figure, and temperament are not worse than some female stars. After washing his hair, Chen Zhibai was taken to a chair. The store manager was a man in his late 40s. He walked around Chen Zhibai several times before picking up the scissors. An hour later, the store manager spoke, "Okay, now that I've cut your hair, you can take a look and see if you're satisfied." Because the hair cutting took too long, Chen Zhibai was distracted. He came back to his senses when he heard these words and then looked at the mirror in front of him. This sight surprised Chen Zhibai because it's unexpectedly good. His originally long and limp hair was now cut into a slightly parted hairstyle, revealing his facial features. Clean and refreshing. The overall appearance of the person has improved a lot. Sure enough, what is said online that a hairstyle is no less effective than plastic surgery is true. It's money well spent. In fact, the proportions of your facial features are quite good, and your facial skin is in good condition, without any acne marks or other things that make you look bad, so it is actually very suitable for you to show your whole face. The store manager was standing nearby and spoke at this moment. "It's really good." Chen Zhibai nodded. It was also the first time he realized that he was actually quite good looking. "At the very least, after changing my hairstyle, I can say that I look quite handsome. Let me trim your eyebrows for you," the manager said, and when Chen Zhibai nodded, he picked up the eyebrow trimmer and began to shave gently. Eyebrow trimming is simple, so after a few minutes, the manager put away the eyebrow trimmer. Chen Zhibai looked in the mirror. After trimming his eyebrows, his facial features inexplicably became more three-dimensional. It's really worth the 1,888 yuan. Getting a haircut is not expensive, but what is expensive is that this barbershop can design a hairstyle that suits you. Lu Meng came over at some point. She looked at Chen Zhibai with some surprise in her pretty eyes. She also didn't expect that after Chen Zhibai changed his hairstyle, the effect would be so good. Clean and refreshing. "How about me? I look pretty handsome, right?" Chen Zhibai saw the surprise in Lu Meng's eyes at this moment. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "It's really handsome." Lu Meng nodded seriously. "Okay, where's the QR code?" Chen Zhibai took out his mobile phone, scanned the code, and paid, then walked out of the barbershop with Lu Meng. Chapter 27 Reward. Patek Philippe Watch. System, what's my current appearance score? After sitting in the driver's seat of the BMW X5, Chen Zhibai asked the system in his heart. After changing his hairstyle, he looks much more handsome now, so I want to know. The host's current appearance score is 75 points. The system voice sounded. Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows, because he remembered that before he cut his hair, his appearance score was 69, and now it has directly reached 75. So, a good haircut is really no less than a plastic surgery. 75 points. This appearance score is not low. The next step is to buy some suitable clothes. Clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. This is no joke. Chen Zhibai looked down at the clothes he was wearing. The short-sleeve shirt and pants were both bought from Taobao. They looked quite ordinary and a bit rustic. Where to buy clothes? Putting aside his thoughts, Chen Zhibai fastened his seatbelt, started the car, and looked at Lu Meng, who was sitting next to him. Go to Wanda Shopping Mall, where there are all kinds of luxury brands, and that Italian light luxury brand is also there. Lu Meng said, glancing at Chen Zhibai as she spoke. After changing his hairstyle, he does look quite handsome, but the clothes he wears don't fit him well and give people a feeling that they don't match well. Let's go. Chen Zhibai nodded, navigated to Wanda Shopping Mall, and drove away from the barber shop. Half an hour later, Chen Zhibai arrived at Wanda Shopping Mall. After parking the car in a parking space, he and Lu Meng got out of the car and got into the elevator. That Italian luxury clothing store is on the 3rd floor. As Lu Meng spoke, he pressed the button for the 3rd floor. She had actually never been here, but on the way here, just now, she searched which floor the store was on. I think this short-sleeved shirt and these pants are suitable for you. Also, you can try these shoes on to see how they work. On the 3rd floor, in the Italian luxury clothing store, Lu Meng said after picking out a set of clothes for Chen Zhibai. Okay. Chen Zhibai simply nodded and entered the fitting room in the store. Soon, He changed his clothes and came out. Lu Meng, who was waiting outside, subconsciously lit up his eyes when he saw Chen Zhibai, because the clothes she chose really suit Chen Zhibai. He wore a white short-sleeved shirt, black casual trousers, and a pair of white sneakers. It features a simple and casual style, but looks perfect on Chen Zhibai. Especially now, Chen Zhibai has changed his hairstyle. The overall look is refreshing and clean, yet at the same time has a calmness and composure that is not common at this age. That kind of temperament came out all at once. It's quite attractive. At the very least, Lu Meng admitted that his heart beat faster after seeing Chen Zhibai. Sir, your girlfriend is really good at choosing clothes. This dress really suits you very well. The shopping guide beside him also said something. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Meng's pretty face suddenly turned red, but she did not refute. Instead, she glanced at Chen Zhibai. Of course, Chen Zhibai would not refute it. There was a mirror in the store. Chen Zhibai walked in front of the mirror and saw his current outfit. He discovered that Lu Meng really had a good eye for choosing clothes. Although this outfit is simple, it really suits him. I want this one. Pick a few more. Chen Zhibai looked at Lu Meng. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lu Meng nodded, and then picked out 3 sets of clothes for Chen Zhibai. I have to say, every outfit suits Chen Zhibai very well. There is nothing else to say. Scan the QR code to pay. Lu Meng picked out 4 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes in total. The total cost was more than 90,000 yuan. It is indeed expensive. On average, a set of clothes costs over 20,000 yuan. But Chen Zhibai was very calm and composed when scanning the code to pay. After all, it was not his money. All these expenses are paid for by the system. Taking into account the 1,888 yuan spent on a haircut, there is not much left of the 100,000 yuan fund given by the system for changing one's image. System, how much money is left in the image-changing fund? Chen Zhibai asked in his heart. Return to the host. There is still 370 yuan. The system sounded. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to continue speaking, the system voice rang again. It is detected that the host has changed his appearance. Does the host want to be rated now? Yes. Chen Zhibai thought about it and replied yes. And then he felt a little expectant and nervous. Frankly speaking, he felt that this time he changed his image. It was a good change. From his hairstyle to his clothes, his whole person has undergone a qualitative change. Coupled with the confidence brought by owning the system, if his former high school classmates saw him, they probably wouldn't recognize him because he has changed so much. So, can you get the reward? Chen Zhibai didn't think any further because the system voice had already sounded. Ding! The host's image score this time is 91. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the hidden reward. The hidden reward is a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, model 5740. Note, this watch has been successfully purchased using the host's ID card, and all procedures are legal and compliant. The host can go to the Jiangcheng Patek Philippe Watch Center and collect it with his ID card. Chen Zhibai was stunned for a moment. He had thought that the hidden reward mentioned by the system would be good, but he had never thought it would be so good. Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, model 5740. He had seen a blogger on TikTok say that this watch was extremely expensive. The public price is just over 1.35 million, and if you really want to get it, you have to pay 1.55 million. And now, he got one of these watches directly. A watch worth 1.55 million. What does this mean? The top-of-the-line BMW X5 he drives now costs 850,000 renminbi. In other words, when he wears this watch, it is almost equivalent to 2 top-of-the-line BMW X5s. The system is really generous. Chen Zhibai sighed sincerely, and then he picked up his mobile phone and searched for Patek Philippe Jiangcheng Watch Center. It's okay, the distance is not far. It takes half an hour to drive. Lu Meng was standing next to Chen Zhibai. She didn't notice that Chen Zhibai was distracted because she was also distracted at the moment. The reason why she was distracted was because she just saw Chen Zhibai calmly scan the code to pay and directly spent more than 90,000 yuan. This was the point that made Lu Meng distracted, and even his mind became dazed for a moment. After all, it's more than 90,000 yuan. It was equivalent to her parents' hard-earned salary for a year. But to Chen Zhibai, it was just the price of a few sets of clothes. Even before she came, she already knew that Chen Zhibai's budget was 100,000 yuan, but when she actually saw Chen Zhibai spending so much money and yet being calm and composed throughout the whole process, that kind of inner shock and trance is real. Lu Meng looked up and glanced at Chen Zhibai. She knew the benefits of having money, but it was just a general concept before. And now, it is real and clear. Chapter 28. Lu Meng panicked. Chen Zhibai put away his phone and was not in a hurry to get his watch. After all, watches can't run away. What he was thinking about now was what gift to buy for Lu Meng. If Lu Meng hadn't helped him find a barbershop and choose suitable clothes, it would be questionable whether he could get the system's hidden reward if he relied on himself alone. In that case, a watch worth 1.55 million would be gone from him. So it's time to buy a gift. But what gift should I buy? Chen Zhibai was thinking in his mind. But before he could think more, the system voice sounded in his mind, triggering a random task. Ding! The host triggers the task. Give Lu Meng a gift. If the gift cost is less than 100,000, the system will pay for it. So good. Just as I was thinking about giving Lu Meng a gift, a random task was triggered, and the amount is less than 100,000 yuan. That way the range of options becomes much larger. There's an LV store next door. Why don't we go shopping? Chen Zhibai said, looking at Lu Meng. Huh? Okay. Lu Meng nodded, and then the two of them went to the LV store next door. When the shopping guides in the store saw Chen Zhibai carrying large and small bags of clothes from the Italian luxury store next door, the smiles on their faces became much more genuine. Shopping guides in luxury stores like this will smile at every customer, but their smile will naturally be more genuine when it comes to wealthy customers. This is understandable. After all, it concerns their commission. Therefore, after seeing Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng, the shopping guide smiled warmly and had a very good attitude. Lu Meng noticed the shopping guide's attitude, which made her feel complicated. After all, when she came to the LV store before, the shopping guide was not so enthusiastic. But this is normal. Lu Meng lowered her head, glanced at the bag of clothes in Chen Zhibai's hand, and suppressed the complicated thoughts in her mind. Which bag do you like? After walking around the store for a while, Chen Zhibai discovered that Lu Meng's eyes would occasionally look at an LV handbag. So he asked, I like it, but I can't afford it. Lu Meng nodded honestly, and while speaking, she glanced at the handbag not far away again. She really likes this bag, a new model that just came out this summer. But it's no use liking it because this handbag costs 68,888 yuan. Frankly speaking, it's ridiculously expensive. As long as you like it. Chen Zhibai smiled. Lu Meng was a little stunned because she didn't know what Chen Zhibai meant. The next second, she became even more stunned because Chen Zhibai spoke. I want that bag. Where's the payment code? Chen Zhibai looked at the shopping guide and asked directly. The shopping guide was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted, with excitement and joy on his face. Here, the shopping guide directly took out the payment code. Chen Zhibai used his mobile phone to scan the code and pay. After the payment was successful, he showed the mobile page to the shopping guide. Sir, I will pack that bag for you now. After saying this, the shopping guide went to collect the bag. When she left, she looked at Lu Meng with envy. After all, it is obvious that this bag was bought for the other party. How generous. Really rich too. A bag worth 68,888. Buy it right away. And he didn't say a word of nonsense, just quick and calm, as if he had bought a bag worth several $100s. No, I don't want it. This bag is too expensive. I can't accept it. Lu Meng didn't come to her senses until the shopping guide put away her handbag and started packing it. She looked at Chen Zhibai and felt a little panicked. She really didn't expect that Chen Zhibai would be so generous and directly buy her an LV bag worth more than 60,000 yuan. And the tone was unnaturally casual. Okay, just take it if I buy it for you. If you hadn't helped me choose clothes, I wouldn't have such good taste. Chen Zhibai smiled, and what he said was sincere. If it weren't for Lu Meng, it would have been difficult for him to get the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch worth 1.55 million. Not to mention, he didn't have to pay for the gift for Lu Meng himself. As she was talking, the shopping guide came over and had already wrapped the handbag and put it into a bag with the LV logo. Sir, this is your bag. The shopping guide came over and said. Chen Zhibai reached out to take it and put it directly into Lu Meng's hand. Take it. You've already bought it. If you don't want it, you can throw it away. Chen Zhibai said with a smile. How can I throw away such an expensive bag? Lu Meng suddenly said anxiously. Then keep it. Chen Zhibai waved his hand. Lu Meng didn't say anything. She actually still wanted to refuse. After all, this bag was too expensive. But the words of rejection came to my lips, but I couldn't say them. Because this bag is what she really wants. The bag I had always dreamed of was right in my hands, so I couldn't bring myself to say no. If you're embarrassed, Continue to help me choose clothes in the future. You really have a good eye. From now on, you'll be my personal clothing consultant." Chen Zhibai said one more sentence. After hearing what he said, Lu Ming hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "Okay, I'll help you pick out your clothes from now on." "Well, let's go. We have to go somewhere soon," Chen Zhibai said. As he spoke, he took Lu Ming out of the LV store. "Where are we going?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "Jiangcheng Patek Philippe Center," Chen Zhibai said. "What are you going there for?" Lu Ming asked subconsciously, but before she could finish her words, she reacted. "What else can you do there?" "Buy watches, of course. If someone else says they want to go, then it's possible that they'll just go over and take a look." "But Chen Zhibai," Lu Ming looked up at Chen Zhibai. There was no doubt that he had gone there to buy a watch. "Are you going there to buy a watch?" Lu Ming asked, suppressing his thoughts. "No." Chen Zhibai shook his head. Lu Ming was a little confused, but the next second she heard what Chen Zhibai said. "I've already bought it. I'm just going to pick it up now." Lu Ming. When she was about to speak, the two of them had already arrived at the elevator entrance. The elevator door opened, and there were quite a few people inside. Lu Ming didn't say anything else. She waited until they got out of the elevator before she asked what kind of watch he bought. "Patek Philippe Nautilus, model 5740. Do you know this watch?" Chen Zhibai said. "I don't know." Lu Ming shook her head. She didn't know much about watches. Of course, everyone knows the luxury watch brand Patek Philippe. "Let's go." Chen Zhibai didn't say much. After saying this, he walked to the BMW X5. After getting in the car, Chen Zhibai fastened his seatbelt and started the car. Lu Ming sat in the passenger seat and thought about it. She took out her mobile phone and searched for the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5740 watch. The next second, the price of the watch appeared. 1.55 million. Looking at the price, Lu Ming's beautiful eyes widened subconsciously. Chapter 29. I can't take it slow any longer. Jiangcheng Patek Philippe Watch Center. Inside the VIP lounge. After driving here, Chen Zhibai showed his ID and was brought here by the manager. At this moment, the manager, wearing white gloves, opened a completely sealed watch box after getting Chen Zhibai's instructions. After opening it, a Patek Philippe Nautilus 5740 model watch was found lying quietly in the watch box. Frankly speaking, it's pretty handsome. The dial is blue, but this blue is not dark blue, but a little darker than light blue. It looks very textured and is also quite handsome and pleasing to the eye. The English name of Patek Philippe, is engraved on the dial. It's very low-key, but anyone who knows this watch knows how expensive it is. As we all know, the poor play with cars, and the rich play with watches, and the really rich people play with watches. Take Chen Zhibai's Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, for example. The watch is worth 1.55 million yuan, which is equivalent to the price of two top-of-the-line BMW X5s. But 99% of people who can afford to buy two BMW X5s would not be willing to spend the price of two cars to buy such a watch. Because the definitions of cars and watches are different. "Mr. Chen, this is the watch you ordered." The manager was a middle-aged man in his 30s, with neatly combed hair, a well-fitting suit, and gloves on his hands, looking like a successful man. But at this moment, he was slightly bent over and talking to Chen Zhibai, and the tone is respectful. Even though Chen Zhibai's age is shown here, it can be seen at first glance that he has just entered college. But it does not hinder his respectful attitude at all. After all, someone who can own a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch right after entering college obviously has a strong background. Either the family is rich or the family is powerful. No matter which one it is not someone he, as a manager, can afford to offend. Lu Ming sat on the sofa. She felt a little dazed when she saw the manager, who was in his 30s and looked like a successful person, being so careful and respectful to Chen Zhibai. Yeah, Chen Zhibai didn't pay attention to the two of them, because his attention was now all on his watch. He hummed, picked up the watch, looked at it twice, and then put it directly on his left wrist. "Very suitable. What do you think of me wearing this watch?" Chen Zhibai turned his head to look at Lu Ming and asked. "It's pretty good." Lu Ming nodded seriously. More than just good, from her point of view, after Chen Zhibai put on this watch, his whole temperament seemed to be enhanced, and he had a kind of nobleness. Of course, Lu Ming also knew that this might be due to her own psychological reasons. After all, she knew that the price of this watch was 1.55 million. It's fine as long as it's good. Chen Zhibai nodded. He actually thought it was pretty nice too. "I'll just wear the watch. Please pack the warranty card and other things for me." Chen Zhibai looked at the manager. "Okay, Mr. Chen." The manager nodded quickly, then packed up the documents and things and handed them to Chen Zhibai with both hands. Let's go. After Chen Zhibai took the things, he said something to Lu Meng. Even after getting in the car, Lu Meng would still glance at Chen Zhibai's wrist from time to time. 1.55 million yuan can buy several houses in her hometown. But now it's just a watch. I have a dinner date tonight, so I'll take you back to school first. It happens that the place where I'm staying right now is not far from the school, so I can get back in more than 10 minutes. After Chen Zhibai fastened his seatbelt and saw that it was already after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he said something to Lu Meng. He and Chen Zhibai agreed to have dinner at 6 p.m. The appointment is... When Lu Meng heard Chen Zhibai say that he had an appointment in the evening, she subconsciously wanted to ask whether the person was a boy or a girl, but after saying a few words, she swallowed her words back. Okay, that's troublesome, Lu Meng said with a smile. What's the trouble? Chen Zhibai smiled. To be honest, he's in a very good mood now. After all, this afternoon was very fruitful. Cutting my hair has made me look better, and I'm no longer as ordinary as before. I bought suitable clothes, and my fashion sense became more fashionable. He also got a Patek Philippe watch worth 1.55 million. It can be said that the results are fruitful. Lu Meng smiled back, but didn't say anything because she was thinking about something. She had indeed made up her mind to become Chen Zhibai's girlfriend after seeing him driving a top-of-the-line BMW X5 yesterday. But in her imagination, this process is a natural process and should be done slowly. And even if she becomes Chen Zhibai's girlfriend, in her plan, she'll have to give herself to Chen Zhibai little by little. After all, it was too easy to get, and she was afraid that Chen Zhibai would not cherish it. But today, at this moment, Lu Meng feels that all these assumptions need to be overturned. Will it come naturally? Will it come slowly? It's totally unrealistic. Thinking of this, Lu Meng looked up, glanced at Chen Zhibai, who was driving, and then looked at the watch on Chen Zhibai's wrist. She really didn't expect that Chen Zhibai was richer than she expected. A watch worth 1.55 million, just buy it. This is not a car that you can drive after buying it. Watches are luxury items that are not something that ordinary rich second generations can afford. For a rich second generation like Chen Zhibai, there is no doubt that he has no shortage of women around him. There is no shortage of even beautiful women. A very realistic truth is that in terms of scarcity, appearance is really not as good as money. What's more, apart from being rich, Chen Zhibai's appearance after cutting his hair and his overall temperament changed after changing into new clothes, so he can be called a handsome guy with good taste in clothes. She is rich, pretty, and only 18 years old. There is really no shortage of pretty girls who like him. So, does she really need to take it slow and wait for everything to become Chen Zhibai's girlfriend? Lu Meng shook her head. Even though she was very confident in her looks and figure, she knew it was unrealistic. If she had been a little slower, Chen Zhibai would have been snatched away by other girls. There are still some pretty girls in school. We're not fools. When we see a rich second generation like Chen Zhibai who is both rich and handsome, we will all compete for him. Not to mention, Chen Zhibai is very generous. Lu Meng lowered her head and looked at the LV bag in her hand, which contained an LV handbag priced at 68,888. Therefore, the approach of taking things slowly and waiting for things to happen naturally no longer works. She must act as soon as possible and become Chen Zhibai's girlfriend in advance to establish their official relationship. Only in this way can you stop other girls from wanting to pounce on you. Of course, there is no way to completely eliminate it. There will definitely still be girls who will throw themselves at you. This is unavoidable, but that was something she would have to consider after her status was confirmed. Now, the most urgent thing is to confirm the relationship. What are you thinking about? You are so absorbed in your thoughts. While waiting for the red light, Chen Zhibai stopped the car. Seeing that Lu Meng had not spoken for a long time, he looked over curiously. When he saw that the other person looked seriously thoughtful, he asked with a smile. Chapter 30: Lu Meng's First Kiss. Nothing. Lu Meng came back to her senses and shook her head. Of course, she couldn't say out loud what she had just thought. Okay. Chen Zhibai didn't ask any further questions. After he said that, he saw the red light turn green, so he stepped on the accelerator and the car drove steadily towards the school. By the way, I have a question that I'm curious about. Is it convenient for me to ask you? Lu Meng suddenly asked, and while speaking, she turned her head slightly to look at Chen Zhibai. This angle was the best angle she had ever seen when she looked in the mirror. The profile is perfect. It's inconvenient. Chen Zhibai glanced at Lu Meng and said directly, Lu Meng was stunned for a moment and then didn't know how to respond because she didn't expect Chen Zhibai to play by his own rules. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the answer be something like, "It's okay, go ahead and ask"? But when it comes to Chen Zhibai, he just says it's inconvenient. Just kidding, just ask whatever you want to ask. Seeing Lu Mingming's pretty face looking confused at the moment, Chen Zhibai laughed out loud. "You know what? It's quite cute. Then I'll ask," Lu Meng said, and when he saw Chen Zhibai nodded, he pretended to ask casually, "I'm curious about what kind of girls you like. How about it? Would you mind telling me? Why is it inconvenient to reveal this? The girls I like, first of all, they must be pretty. This goes without saying. Those who understand will understand. Secondly, they must have a good figure. This is also important. Of course, I haven't mentioned the most important thing yet," Chen Zhibai said. But he said that first of all, one must be beautiful, and secondly, have a good figure. Lu Meng was a little proud in her heart. After all, she was very confident about her appearance and figure. Growing up, except for Shen Qing, who is in her current dormitory and whom she feels is on par with, other girls are no match for her. But soon, she heard the second half of Chen Zhibai's words. "The most important thing hasn't been mentioned yet. So what is the most important thing?" Lu Meng asked directly. "The most important thing is that she wears a white short-sleeved shirt and a black pleated skirt. I like this outfit." Chen Zhibai glanced at Lu Meng and said, "Question mark." Lu Meng was stunned for a moment because she felt that the outfit Chen Zhibai was talking about sounded very familiar. The next second, she realized, isn't this what she is wearing today? Looking down, she saw the white short-sleeved top and the black pleated skirt she was wearing. Even though she knew that Chen Zhibai was joking, she couldn't help feeling happy. After thinking about it, Lu Meng prepared to hit a straight ball. "Really? You like the way I dress? How about I be your girlfriend?" Lu Meng hit a straight ball, because this was the fastest way she could think of to establish a relationship with Chen Zhibai. Chen Zhibai, who was driving, raised his eyebrows in surprise after hearing Lu Meng's straightforward words. Then he turned his head and looked at Lu Meng. "Is it such a straight ball? Just say you want to be my girlfriend? The point is, I'm not kidding." Chen Zhibai saw the seriousness in Lu Meng's eyes, so he knew she was not joking. To be honest, Chen Zhibai's inner emotions were a bit complicated at this moment, because he knew that the reason why Lu Meng was so proactive had a lot to do with the fact that he was driving a BMW X5 and his consumption this afternoon. And most importantly, the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch. That's the benefit of having money. How is it? I've never been in a relationship before, and this is the first time I've taken the initiative to say something like this to a boy. Seeing that Chen Zhibai didn't speak immediately, Lu Meng said another sentence nervously. "Okay, let's have a relationship. To be honest, I've never been in a relationship before." Chen Zhibai nodded directly. Nowadays, having a system and money are his advantages. So why not? Lu Meng is so beautiful, has such a good figure, and such long legs. Since you agree, I'm going to introduce myself again. "Hello, my name is Lu Meng, and I'm your girlfriend." A huge weight was lifted off Lu Meng's heart, and she said with a bright smile on her pretty face. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand. She has beautiful hands with long, white fingers. "Hello, my name is Chen Zhibai, and I'm your boyfriend." Chen Zhibai smiled, held the steering wheel with one hand, and stretched out the other hand to shake hands with Lu Meng's. Chen Zhibai continued driving, and Lu Meng, who felt relieved, became visibly brighter and more lively. She took the title. This is very important. The car continued driving and soon entered the school. Lu Meng sat in the passenger seat, talking about some interesting things that happened after school started. Chen Zhibai nodded from time to time, but he was thinking about other things. How should I put it? After confirming his relationship with Lu Meng, he was excited. After all, Lu Meng had a beautiful face and figure. Before getting the system, he had never thought about being able to date Lu Meng. But it's not that exciting, because deep down he knows better than anyone that he will never lack a girlfriend. Even beauties like Lu Meng, who scored above 90 points, will never be lacking in his future. So, there is excitement, but not that much excitement. Chen Zhibai was driving without thinking any further because he had already arrived downstairs of the girls' dormitory. "Okay, we're here." "Yeah, I saw it." Lu Meng nodded, then unbuckled the seatbelt around him, but did not push the door to get out of the car. Instead, he looked at Chen Zhibai. "What's wrong?" Noticing her gaze, Chen Zhibai asked with some confusion. "Put your face closer. I have something to tell you." Lu Meng's pretty face was slightly red at the moment. She waved at Chen Zhibai and said, "What?" Chen Zhibai didn't think much about it. and thought that Lu Meng really wanted to say something to him. Although he didn't understand why she had to move her face closer, he did it anyway. Seeing Chen Zhibai moving his face closer, the slight blush on Lu Mengqiao's face widened, and the next second, she kissed Chen Zhibai on the mouth. "This is my first kiss. From now on, I give it to you. You're my first boyfriend and my last boyfriend." Lu Meng's pretty face turned slightly red. When she said this, her pretty face was full of seriousness. She was telling the truth. She never thought about finding another boyfriend. She only makes one choice. Of course, giving her first kiss so early was something she had never thought about before because she wanted to take it slow. But now, Chen Zhibai's excellence far exceeded her expectations. This made her a little restless. This is why I played the straight ball before and gave the first kiss just now. To be honest, Chen Zhibai was stunned for a moment. But soon, he came to his senses. He turned the steering wheel and drove away from the girls' dormitory. "Where are we going? I haven't even gotten off the bus yet." Lu Meng was stunned for a moment. Chen Zhibai didn't say anything. He drove the car to a secluded corner in the school and then stopped the car. Chapter 31 Liu. Did you buy a bag? Half an hour later, Chen Zhibai drove the car back to the girls' dormitory. When Lu Meng pushed the door and got out of the car, her whole face was red, and even if you didn't look closely, you could see that her lipstick was smudged. "Drive slowly on the road." After getting off the car, Lu Meng stood beside the car and said to Chen Zhibai, "Okay." Chen Zhibai nodded, and without saying anything more, he drove away from the girls' dormitory. Lu Meng waited until the BMW X5 disappeared from his sight before he withdrew his gaze. There were many girls coming in and out of the girls' dormitory door at this moment. When they saw Lu Meng getting out of a BMW, these girls all looked at her with envy. However, after seeing that it was Lu Meng, they thought it was normal. In the first month of school, everyone in the girls' dormitory where Lu Meng lived knew that there was such a bright and beautiful girl like her. So, it was normal for the other party to get out of the BMW. Lu Meng ignored the envious looks of the girls around her. She walked into the dormitory building with the LV bag printed on it. With brisk steps, because a big rock fell, she became Chen Zhibai's girlfriend. Moreover, she was sure that she was Chen Zhibai's first girlfriend. That's it. As we all know, a man's first girlfriend comes with a bonus. When Lu Meng pushed the door and walked into the dormitory, the redness on her face had almost faded. Although it was still a little red, it was no longer visible if you didn't pay attention. "Meng Meng is back? Where did you go this afternoon?" In the dormitory, 3 roommates, Liu, Shunqing, and Wang Hui, were all there. When they saw Lu Meng coming back, Wang Hui immediately asked out of curiosity. Liu, who was lying on the bed, sat up when she heard Lu Meng came back. Although she didn't know where Lu Mengwen went in the afternoon, she was sure that Lu Mengwen was with Chen Zhibai in the afternoon. Because she asked Zhou Hao, Chen Zhibai was not in the dormitory in the afternoon. So it's clear. "I went shopping with my boyfriend." Lu Meng smiled and said directly, "What did you say? Meng Meng, is there something wrong with my ears? You said you went shopping with your boyfriend? You have a boyfriend? When did you get one?" Wang Hui was startled and said subconsciously, standing up from her chair while speaking, looking shocked. She was not the only one who was shocked. Shen Qing, who was playing with his mobile phone with his head down, could not help but look up after hearing Lu Meng's words. He looked at Lu Meng with some surprise and confusion. Because they were in the dormitory, Shen Qing wore a loose pajamas, but it was still possible to see that she had a good figure. Moreover, her overall temperament is still cool and elegant, coupled with her beautiful facial features. Her overall temperament is very outstanding. Liu was even more shocked because she knew more information. So at this moment, when she heard Lu Meng say that she was shopping with her boyfriend, her subconscious reaction was, "Could this boyfriend be Chen Zhibai? Are you in a relationship so soon? Is this true or false?" "You heard me right. I did go shopping with my boyfriend. We just confirmed our relationship this afternoon." Lu Meng nodded and said with a smile, "It's actually true, Meng Meng." Wang Hui wanted to say something, but Liu couldn't help but say something at this time. "Is your boyfriend Chen Zhibai?" When Liu asked this question, her eyes were fixed on Lu Meng. She really wanted to know whether it was Chen Zhibai. "Chen Zhibai? Yeah. Isn't he your boyfriend's roommate? He can't be Meng Meng's boyfriend. How is that possible? Didn't your boyfriend say that Chen Zhibai is very ordinary?" Wang Hui spoke up. Liu didn't say anything and still looked at Lu Meng. "Yes, it's him. He is my boyfriend now." Facing Liu's gaze, Lu Meng nodded. "It's really him. It's really Chen Zhibai." After getting Lu Meng's personal admission, Liu felt a little dazed. He asked for WeChat last night, and we met at noon today, and then confirmed your relationship in the afternoon? What is the family background of this Chen Zhibai? Liu was scratching her head. No, Ming Ming. I can't understand why you're dating him. What on earth does he have LV bags? Did you go shopping for LV? Liu, who was confused, was ready to ask Lu Meng directly. She originally wanted to investigate slowly, but now she couldn't help it. But before she could finish her words, her eyes suddenly widened and she saw the LV bag in Lu Meng's hand. This shocked her deeply, because even if you don't know what's in this LV bag, LV stuff is never cheap. This is a luxury item. The cheapest ones are not affordable for ordinary people. But now, Lu Meng is carrying an LV bag? It really is an LV bag. Ming Ming, did you go to the LV store? Hearing Liu's exclamation, Wang Hui also saw the LV bag, and she couldn't help asking. As for Shen Qing, she actually saw the LV bag in Lu Meng's hand earlier than Liu, but she did not say anything, but there was a thoughtful look in her eyes. She seemed to know why Lu Meng took the initiative to ask for Chen Zhibai's WeChat yesterday and confirm their relationship today. It is obvious that this boy named Chen Zhibai does not come from an ordinary family, as Liu's boyfriend Zhou said. Yes, I went to the LV store. Lu Meng nodded. Chen Zhibai bought something for you at the LV store? Liu couldn't help but say. She was not a fool and knew that this must have been bought by Chen Zhibai for Lu Meng. Because of Lu Meng's consumption level, she already knew in the first month of school that even an ordinary college student could not afford LV items. So, it must have been bought by Chen Zhibai. Sure enough, Chen Zhibai's family situation was not as ordinary as Zhou said. I bought all LV stuff. And if you think about it more deeply, Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng just added each other on WeChat yesterday, and they could buy each other an LV bag today. This strength. Can I see what he bought for you? Liu suppressed her inner thoughts and asked Lu Meng. Ming Ming, I want to see it too. This is LV stuff. I haven't seen it in real life. Wang Hui also said something curiously. But Wang Hui's curiosity is obviously different from Liu's. Liu wanted to judge how powerful Chen Zhibai was by looking at what LV items he bought. Look, it's a handbag. Lu Meng glanced at Liu. He knew exactly what the other person was thinking, but he was too lazy to care. As she spoke, she took out the LV handbag she had bought from the bag. This is an LV bag. It looks very expensive. Wang Hui came over and looked at it curiously. Liu was standing nearby. The moment she saw the LV handbag, she recognized it. This handbag was a new model that had just been launched this summer. Although she couldn't afford it, she had her eye on the handbag. The price of this handbag is 68,888 renminbi, nearly 70,000 yuan. Chapter 32 Girls' mouths are fragrant. Chen Zhibai is so rich. A bag worth 70,000 yuan is given away as soon as it is said. Liu clenched her fists and stared at the LV handbag in Lu Meng's hand. At this moment, the jealousy in her heart reached its peak. After all, this is a bag worth 70,000 yuan. And if you think about it more deeply, Chen Zhibai must be very rich to be able to give away such an expensive bag. How come I didn't realize that Chen Zhibai was a rich second generation? Liu's eyes were filled with jealousy. Ming Ming, was this bag bought for you by Chen Zhibai? How much is it? Wang Hui reached out, carefully touched the LV bag, and asked curiously. Yes, he bought it for me. As for how much it cost, Lu Meng paused for a moment before saying, 68,888. How much? Wang Hui was completely shocked. Her eyes widened, and she looked at Lu Meng in disbelief. To be honest, at this moment Wang Hui even felt that there was something wrong with her ears. 68,888. Wang Hui's shocked look made Lu Meng smile. And then he said, is this bag made of gold? It's so expensive. 70,000 yuan is enough to pay for my tuition and living expenses for 4 years of college. Wang Hui was secretly shocked. She took back her hand that was originally touching the LV bag. I dare not touch it. If I break it, I can't afford the compensation. While speaking, Wang Hui took several steps back. It's not that exaggerated. This bag isn't made of paper. It's not likely to break. Lu Meng was amused by Wang Hui's reaction, and while speaking, she stuffed the bag into Wang Hui's hand. Touch it, it's okay. No, I don't dare to touch it. Take it back quickly. Wang Hui was holding her handbag, totally at a loss, and looked at Lu Meng in panic. Seeing her reaction, Lu Meng took the bag back. Only then did Wang Hui breathe a sigh of relief. Ming Ming, is Chen Zhibai's family so rich? He just gave me a bag worth 70,000 yuan. How generous. He is really rich. Wang Hui said with some envy that nowadays everyone knows the importance of money, and Wang Hui is no exception. So, she was actually very envious of Lu Meng. After all, the bag Chen Zhibai bought was worth 70,000 yuan, which clearly showed that he was rich and generous. I'm going to the bathroom. Lu Meng put her handbag back on her bed, said she was going to the bathroom, and went in. Yeah. Didn't your boyfriend say that Chen Zhibai's family background is very ordinary? Obviously not. He could give a bag worth 70,000 yuan to her, just like that. He is really rich. Wang Hui came to Liu and asked curiously. Liu didn't say anything, but subconsciously gritted her teeth. How does she know what's going on? If she had known that Chen Zhibai was so rich and generous, she would definitely pursue Chen Zhibai instead of being with Zhou Hao. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking? Don't you like talking? Seeing that Liu didn't say anything, Wang Hui couldn't help but ask another question. I'm sleepy and want to take a nap. Liu said this through gritted teeth, then went back to her bed and lay down. Wang Hui felt very strange, but did not ask any further questions. The dormitory soon returned to peace. Shen Qing sat at the desk. She raised her cool and delicate face, glanced at the LV bag on Lu Meng's bed, then looked away. She knew that LV bags would be expensive, but she didn't expect them to be this expensive. 70,000 yuan a bag. Really rich. Shen Qing sighed in his heart, but then he didn't think much about it, but looked down at his phone. She found a pretty good female novel yesterday. But just after I read 2 lines, a WeChat message popped up at the top of the phone screen. It was from my mother. Mother, Qing, are there any boys from well-off families in school? If there are any, you can actively pursue them. Looking at the WeChat message sent by her mother, Shen Qing sighed and did not reply. In the dormitory, in the toilet, Lu Meng was standing in front of the mirror in the sink at this moment. Her bright and fair face turned a little red because she saw that her lipstick had become smudged. Subconsciously, she thought of what happened in the car before. She originally just wanted to kiss him, but she didn't expect Chen Zhibai to drive to a secluded place, and then her lipstick was worn out. Lu Meng picked up the wet wipes and wiped off the lipstick. She was still in a good mood because she could sense that this was also Chen Zhibai's first kiss. So that's pretty good. My lipstick is all smudged, it's all your fault. Lu Meng picked up her phone, thought about it, and sent a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. It turns out that girls' mouths are really fragrant. This thought flashed through Chen Zhibai's mind when he drove out of the school gate. After smiling, he asked the system a question. System, what's going on with this love fund? Chen Zhibai asked. Just now when he and Lu Meng were kissing, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his head. He said that he successfully obtained a love fund of 1 million, but at that time, he obviously didn't bother to ask what this meant. The host has confirmed his relationship with Lu Meng, so he is distributing a love fund of 1 million. This 1 million love fund can only be used for Lu Meng. The system voice sounded, which was quite easy to understand. This 1 million can only be spent on Lu Meng because it is love money. To be honest, 1 million is a lot of money for a relationship. After all, even if calculated based on the salary of college graduates, it would take at least 20 to 30 years for a college student to save up 1 million yuan. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai stopped thinking about it. After parking the car on the side of the road, he took out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. I'm going to pick you up now. It will be here in about 20 minutes. As soon as the message was sent, Chen Zhibai replied immediately, and it was obvious that she had been looking at her phone. Yeah, okay, I'll go downstairs and wait for you later. Cute emoticons. Chen Zhibai replied with 2 messages. One was text, and the other was an emoticon package, but this emoticon package was DIY'd from her personal photos. She placed her hands on both sides of her face and made cute gestures to the camera. Frankly, it's cute. Besides being cute, you can see the spectacular look of each other's upper body. In fact, nothing is exposed, but it is just bulging. Chen Zhibai couldn't help but look at it twice more before replying with an okay, and then saved Chen Zhihui's selfie emoticon package. After doing all this, he was about to put away his phone when he saw the WeChat message from Lu Meng. My lipstick is all smudged, it's all your fault. Looking at this message, Chen Zhibai subconsciously thought of what happened in the car before. So sweet. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai sent a funny emoticon and put away his phone. Then he sighed, because Chen Zhibai suddenly discovered that he was actually a scumbag. He had just confirmed his relationship with Lu Meng, and they even kissed each other, but now he was going to have dinner with Chen Zhihui. Moreover, the system's task is to take away Chen Zhihui's first kiss. The key is that he found that he did not resist, because Chen Zhihui is beautiful and has a good figure. Sure enough, Your mentality will change when you have money. Even I couldn't help but want to hover left and right. Chen Zhibai shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He drove towards the community address that Chen Zhibai had sent him in the afternoon. Let be a scumbag. Now that we have the system, it's normal to have several girlfriends, right? Chapter 33, The Deadly Waste. Inquan Community is an old community in Jiangcheng. It was built in 2003, and it has been 20 years now, so the whole community looks very old. The able-bodied residents have already moved out over the years and rented out the vacant houses. Because the rent is cheaper than in other new communities, many college graduates rent houses here. This is the house that Chen Zhibai and her best friend rented. At this moment, in a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room house, Chen Zhibai was sitting with her best friend Li Shiran. He said he's already driven over to pick me up and will be there in 20 minutes. Ran, do you think I look good in this dress? Chen Zhibai put down her phone and looked at her best friend nervously. Don't worry, he will definitely like it. There's no doubt about it. Li Shiran nodded vigorously and looked at Chen Zhibai while speaking. She was wearing a white floral dress, had a slim waist, and a pretty face. Of course, the most important thing is, this made Li Shiran, who is also a girl, feel frustrated. She really didn't know what her best friend ate to grow up so well. It can be said that he is gifted. Actually, no matter what you wear, he will like it. Li Shiran suppressed the frustration in his heart and spoke. What? Subconsciously, Chen Zhibai asked. What do you think? With your figure, which boy wouldn't like you? And you're so beautiful. Li Shiran pointed with envy. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Zhibai blushed and clapped her best friend's hand. Hey, I'm telling the truth. I really don't know how you look like. Li Shiran said enviously, but when she saw Chen Zhibai's face turned even redder, she stopped joking. She also knew that her best friends were a little thin-skinned. Oui, I really envy you. You have a rich second-generation guy chasing you. He drives a top-of-the-line BMW X5 right after entering college. It's obvious that he has a strong family background. The key is that he is not very old either. He is a few years younger than us. Li Shiran said that when Chen Zhibai came home from get off work yesterday, she told her about Chen Zhibai. To be honest, she was envious. It was only after I graduated from university that I realized how important money is. And now, my best friend has been spotted by a guy who has just entered college and drives a top-of-the-line BMW X5. And what about her? There are people pursuing her in the company, but their conditions are not suitable. He may not be pursuing me. He just wants to treat me to a meal. Chen Zhibai said a little embarrassedly. Tisk. Li Shiran made a tisk sound. Do you believe what you said? Would he invite you to dinner if he didn't like you? What's more, you're not only beautiful, but also, let me tell you, as long as a man is physically and mentally normal, every one of them will definitely like big ones. After saying this, Chen Zhibai blushed again. Li Shiran saw her best friend's blushing face, but she didn't care and continued speaking. Actually, when you have dinner with him tonight, I think you could be more proactive. A rich second generation like him who just entered college and drives a top-of-the-line BMW X5 will not lack girls pursuing and liking him. Yes, you are beautiful, have a good figure, but beauty can't match money. I think you can take the initiative. As long as you succeed with him, you'll have a worry-free life in the future. You won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Li Shiran said with a serious expression. She really thought that her best friend could be more proactive. After all, Chen Zhibai was indeed a very good person. I don't know how to take the initiative. I haven't had a relationship in my entire college. Chen Zhibai said somewhat embarrassedly. Li Shiran was suddenly stuck. Because Chen Zhibai never had a boyfriend during college, and she had never had a boyfriend either. But at this moment, facing the expectant gaze of her best friend, Li Shiran racked her brains to recall the romance novels she had read. Then, she had an idea. It's actually very simple to take the initiative. Aren't you having dinner with him tonight? Then serve him more food and be gentler in your tone. Oh, this goes without saying. Your tone is naturally gentle. Give him more food, show him more concern, and show your attitude to make him feel that you like him. After Li Shiran said 2 sentences, he spoke more and more fluently. Yeah, I understand. Chen Zhibai nodded vigorously and wrote it down. This gave Li Shiran a sense of accomplishment, and he secretly thought that all the time he had read those romance novels was worth it. Sure enough, the night was not wasted. Also, you told me last night that although he just started college, he is quite calm and composed, not as irritable as someone his age. Li Shiran thought about it and asked again. Yes, he looks calm and composed. Chen Zhibai nodded. Well, I think you just need to show your own personality traits. A boy like you who is calm and composed and has a stable inner self will definitely like girls with a more lively personality. Li Shiran said. Yeah, is there anything else? Chen Zhibai continued to nod and then looked over expectantly. Li Shiran, that's all for now. It's enough for you. Li Shiran said. Okay. Chen Zhibai nodded. Oh, I'm so envious. I don't know when a young and wealthy second-generation guy will come after me. I really don't want to go to my crappy class for even a day. Li Shiran sighed and continued. With 3,000 yuan, you can't recruit a migrant worker, but you can recruit a graduate from a second-tier university who is on call 24 hours a day. It's okay. You're so pretty, there will definitely be good boys chasing you. Chen Zhibai was amused by Li Shiran's appearance, and she said, This is true. Li Shiran is indeed very pretty. Even compared with Chen Zhibai, she is not inferior at all. The only thing she couldn't compare to Chen Zhibai was her upper body shape. But she also has an advantage, which is that she has a very thin waist. At this moment, because they were at home, Li Shiran wore a black suspender top, exposing her belly button and her slender waist. The waist-to-hip ratio is also very good. I hope you can give me some good words. After Li Shiran said this, she looked at the time on her phone. When she saw that more than 10 minutes had passed, she pushed Chen Zhibai. Hurry to the gate of the community. It's been more than 10 minutes. Don't keep him waiting. Yeah, okay, I'll go then. Chen Zhibai nodded, then put her phone in her bag and walked out of the house with the bag. The shoulder bag is a very affordable one, costing just over 200 yuan, which is not expensive. With a bang, the door closed. Li Shiran sat on the sofa, looked down at her slender waist, and touched it with her hand. Oh, I don't know who is so lucky to enjoy such a good waist. Even Li Shiran herself thinks that her waist is really good. Deadly Waist. Chapter 34 My Sincerity is here. 2 minutes later, Chen Zhibai arrived at the gate of the community. She looked around, but didn't see the skyscraper gray BMW X5. Obviously, Chen Zhibai hasn't arrived yet. Chen Zhibai was not in a hurry and just waited for Chen Zhibai to come. Because it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, there were many people coming in and out of the community. When some men saw Chen Zhibai standing at the gate of the community, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. Because it looks good. Chen Zhibai was wearing a white dress with yellow daisy flowers on it, which made her look very beautiful. She has a slender waist, and a little bit of beautiful legs is revealed under her skirt. High-waisted white socks paired with a pair of white sneakers. There is an indescribable purity and beauty. But Chen Zhihui's upper body is in great shape, so there's a very strong contrast. So, some men couldn't help but look over. When some women saw Chen Zhihui, they couldn't help but cast envious glances at her. She has a great figure. I don't know what she ate growing up. And she is also beautiful. Although Chen Zhihui was accustomed to the gazes from people around her, she still couldn't help but frown slightly at this moment. She was a little uncomfortable because she used to wear loose clothes, which made it difficult for others to notice her good figure. But today, she wore a little white skirt, showing off her good figure. It is because of this that Chen Zhihui feels a little uncomfortable. She raised her hand slightly and used the excuse of playing with her cell phone to cover her upper body. Then she felt relieved. While playing with her mobile phone, Chen Zhihui felt as if there was a car parked in front of her. She subconsciously thought that it was Chen Zhibai who came, but when she looked up, she found that the car parked in front of her was not Chen Zhibai's BMW X5. It was a black Volkswagen Passat. Seeing this, Chen Zhihui frowned and took 2 steps back. Then, she looked at the Volkswagen Passat with some caution. Zhihui, it's me. Are you going out to play? Where are you going? I happen to have time, so I can take you there. Under Chen Zhihui's vigilant gaze, a man got out of the black Volkswagen Passat. He was a man in his early 30s, not very tall, not very good-looking, and with some bumps on his face. However, there was a hint of eagerness in his eyes as he looked at Chen Zhihui. The man's name is Li Zhihao, and he lives upstairs from the house rented by Chen Zhihui. But unlike Chen Zhihui's rented house, Li Zhihao's house is his own. His family originally lived in an urban village in Jiangcheng. When the house was demolished in 2005, the government gave him several houses, all in this community. No, someone is here to pick me up. Seeing that it was Li Zhihao, Chen Zhihui became more alert. She shook her head and indicated that it was not necessary. She had an impression of Li Zhihao because after she and her best friend rent a house here, she ran into Li Zhihao by chance, and since then Li Zhihao often chatted with her. This made Chen Zhibai feel disgusted because Li Zhihao already had a wife. No need. Why are you being so polite to me? Just tell me where you are going, and I will take you there. It's just a matter of stepping on the accelerator. You really don't need to be polite to me. Li Zhihao waved his hands, looking generous, but his eyes were almost fixed on Chen Zhibai. And while watching, he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. To be honest, he has been interested in Chen Zhibai for a long time. Just graduated from college, young, pretty, and in good shape. His wife at home can't compare to the other one at all. At the beginning, Li Zhihao thought it would be easy to pursue Chen Zhibai. After all, he was rich and his family had several houses for rent, with the rent alone amounting to more than 100,000 yuan a year. If you want to pursue a young girl who just graduated from college, isn't that easy? As long as he says he has several houses, no girl can stop him. He has used this trick to sleep with several female college students. Although those girls are not as pretty as Chen Zhibai, the principle is universal. Li Zhihao thought so at first, but then he hit a wall because after he said that he had several houses, he wanted to invite Chen Zhibai to dinner, but failed. He thought Chen Zhibai was playing hard to get, so he invited her several more times, but none of them was successful. This made him even more interested. Really, there's no need. I told you, someone's here to pick me up. Facing Li Zhihao's eager gaze, Chen Zhibai frowned and felt a little disgusted. She took a step back and continued. And the person who came to pick me up was my boyfriend. When saying this, Chen Zhibai still felt a little guilty. After all, Chen Zhibai was not her boyfriend yet. But in order to prevent Li Zhihao from pestering her, she could only say this for now. What did you say? You have a boyfriend. Li Zhihao's face changed, but then he looked at Chen Zhihui's pretty face and suddenly smiled. It's okay to have a boyfriend. We can break up. Zhihui, you and me have known each other for quite some time. You know what I'm thinking? So, I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. If you just follow me, I'll give you one of the several houses under my name. How about that? Isn't that a good offer? You know the housing prices in Jiangcheng. Even though the housing prices in Inquan community are not expensive, the average price is around 13,000 or 14,000 yuan. Any house costs over 1 million yuan. I am sincere. Li Zhihao glanced around, then looked at Chen Zhibai and spoke directly in a low voice. He didn't want to play tricks with Chen Zhibai anymore, so he wanted to go straight to the point of intensity. Although a house is expensive, Li Zhihao feels it is acceptable if he really gets together with Chen Zhibai. After all, she's really beautiful and has a great figure. He has dated many women, many of whom are beautiful, but none of them can compare to Chen Zhibai. Moreover, Chen Zhihui's figure really attracted him. If he takes this out, everyone will look up to him. Thinking of this, Li Zhihao looked at Chen Zhihui more eagerly. He felt that Chen Zhihui would agree, because a newly graduated college student would be stunned when she heard that he was going to give her a house in such a generous way. After all, it was worth more than 1 million yuan. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Although what he said was only a blink away from reality, Chen Zhihui looked at Li Zhihao angrily. Who does he take her for? Zhihui, don't be so absolute. Nothing is impossible. I advise you to think about it carefully. A house is enough for you to stay busy for most of your life. But now, as long as you follow me, I will give you a house. Other girls don't have such good conditions. Seeing that Chen Zhihui was angry, Li Zhihao still had a smile on his face. He now feels very confident that Chen Zhihui will agree to his request. Moreover, he subconsciously thought of more. For example, Chen Zhihui's best friend. He had seen her before. She was equally beautiful, although her figure wasn't as good as Chen Zhihui's, her waist. Li Zhihao swallowed subconsciously again. If I could hover left and right, I refuse. Chen Zhihui had a cold face and clenched her hands into fists. If she hadn't been rational, she really wanted to punch Li Zhihao in the face. Chapter 35. The Frightened Li Zhihao. Zhihui, you are too young. You don't know the importance of money or a house. You just said you have a boyfriend? He should be a recent graduate like you, right? Even if he makes 10,000 yuan a month, if he wants to settle down in Jiangcheng, he would need to go without food and drink for 10 years to be able to afford it. And now, as long as you stay with me, you can get a house directly. Isn't this better than being with a poor man? Li Zhihao was somewhat unhappy after being rejected by Chen Zhihui again, and he spoke in a bad tone. After saying that, he looked at Chen Zhihui's pretty fair face. When he was about to continue speaking, he saw a skyscraper gray BMW X5 driving over. Subconsciously, Li Zhihao was stunned for a moment, then looked at the BMW X5 with some envy. He naturally recognized that this was a top-of-the-line BMW X5, with a landing price of more than 800,000 yuan. So I'm a little envious, because he knew he would never be able to afford it in his lifetime. The rent of the several houses given to my family after the demolition of the house is not expensive. The total annual rent for several houses is only more than 100,000 yuan, so I don't have to worry about food and drink, but if I want to buy a top-of-the-line BMW X5, forget it. Shaking his head and about to retract his envious gaze, Li Zhihao discovered that the skyscraper gray BMW X5 actually stopped in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the driver's door opened and a very young boy got out. "Is this your friend?" After Chen Zhibai pushed the door and got out of the car, he walked to Chen Zhihui's side and then glanced at Li Zhihao. "He's not my friend." After seeing Chen Zhibai, Chen Zhihui was stunned at first because she didn't expect that Chen Zhibai became so much more handsome after changing his hairstyle, and his overall fashion sense also improved greatly. If the face had not changed and he had been driving a BMW X5, she would have thought she had recognized the wrong person because the change was so great. But soon, Chen Zhihui came to her senses. She first shook her head and said that they were not friends. Then she took the initiative to step forward and hugged Chen Zhibai's arm, and then looked at Li Zhihao. "My boyfriend is here. Can you get out now?" Chen Zhihui said angrily. She was really disgusted by Li Zhihao's words. He already has a wife, but he still says he wants to support her. He's your boyfriend? Li Zhihao had a bad feeling as early as when Chen Zhibai got out of the car and walked to Chen Zhihui. At this moment, when he heard what Chen Zhihui said, he finally panicked, because he didn't expect that the boyfriend Chen Zhihui mentioned actually drove a top-of-the-line BMW X5. Moreover, she is still so young. Driving a BMW at the age of 40 is completely different from driving a BMW at the age of 20. So Li Zhihao panicked. He completely lost the confidence that Chen Zhihui would definitely agree. He definitely can't compare with someone so young who drives a top-of-the-line BMW X5. "Of course, he is my boyfriend, so please stop harassing me." Chen Zhihui felt a little guilty, especially when she felt that Chen Zhibai was looking at her. She felt even more guilty and blushed. But in order to prevent Li Zhihao from harassing her again in the future, she nodded. Li Zhihao's heart sank when he heard Chen Zhihui admit it again with his own ears. "You're harassing my girlfriend?" Chen Zhibai frowned and looked towards Li Zhihao. As he spoke, he slightly raised his left hand. The Patek Philippe Nautilus watch on his wrist made Li Zhihao's eyes widen when he saw it. Driving a top-of-the-line BMW X5 isn't enough. And wearing a watch worth nearly 1.6 million? Li Zhihao's eyes widened. He was a person who loved to study luxury goods. Although he could not afford them, he often studied them. So, he recognized the watch Chen Zhibai was wearing. Because he recognized him, Li Zhihao suddenly became panicked and a little scared. He can't afford to offend a rich second generation who wears a 1.6 million watch. This is much scarier than driving a BMW X5. Moreover, what if he is not a rich second generation, but a government official second generation? If the other party remembers this, then misunderstanding. This is all misunderstanding. I didn't know she was your girlfriend. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to harass her even if I had 3 guts. Li Zhihao said in a panic, lowering his head very low, his back even bent as he spoke. There was no way. Li Zhihao was really scared, because he felt that Chen Zhibai's family conditions were unfathomable. Chen Zhihui hugged Chen Zhibai's arm. At this moment, seeing Li Zhihao's extremely humble look, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because she didn't expect that Li Zhihao would have such a humble side. Is it because of the BMW X5? This shouldn't be the case. A BMW X5 can't possibly make Li Zhihao become like this. Chen Zhihui was very confused, but to be honest, she felt very happy seeing Li Zhihao like this. "Don't worry, I will definitely not harass your girlfriend again. Well, I'll leave first and won't bother you." Li Zhihao said this carefully, and when he saw Chen Zhibai waved at him casually, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, without even looking at Chen Zhihui, he got into the Volkswagen Passat and drove straight into the community. Only after entering the residential area and parking the car did Li Zhihao feel completely at ease. At this moment, he actually felt a little resentful towards Chen Zhihui. "You have a boyfriend who is a rich second-generation man. Why didn't you tell me before? If I say so, can I harass you?" Li Zhihao thought with some indignation, and then thought of Chen Zhihui's face and figure. He sighed, because he knew that there was definitely no chance for him and Chen Zhihui to be together. What can he use to compete with a rich second generation who wears a watch worth 1.6 million? So, don't think about it. Shaking his head, Li Zhihao pushed the door and got out of the car. After locking the car, he just walked into the corridor and saw Li Shiran, who was just coming down the stairs. Li Shiran naturally saw Li Zhihao at this time and immediately frowned her beautiful eyebrows, because Li Zhihao also chatted with her. Li Shiran frowned and was about to ignore Li Zhihao when she saw that Li Zhihao didn't say anything this time and went straight upstairs. Question mark. This made her completely stunned, because every time Li Zhihao saw her before, he would come over to talk to her and look at her with lustful eyes. But this time, not only did he not come up to talk to her, he didn't even look at her. What's going on? Li Shiran was confused and subconsciously looked up at the sun, which had not yet set. That's right, the sun sets in the west. Li Zhihao had already walked down the stairs to the door of his house, and he sighed again. He didn't dare to harass Chen Zhihui and Li Shiran anymore. If he were to complain to that rich second generation, his family wealth would not be able to withstand the abuse. Chapter 36. How much? How much is this watch? At the entrance of the community, after watching Li Zhihao drive away almost in a hurry, Chen Zhihui felt even more relieved. When she came to her senses, she found that she was still hugging Chen Zhibai's arm in an intimate posture. And because the upper body was leaning on Chen Zhibai's arm, it caused, with a swish, Chen Zhihui's fair and pretty face turned red instantly, and she quickly put her arms down. He lives on the floor above me, and he harasses me a lot. So when you came over just now, I told him you're my boyfriend so he wouldn't harass me anymore. Don't mind it. Chen Zhihui blushed and explained shyly. Oh, nothing. Chen Zhibai shook his head, secretly feeling it was a pity, because the feeling when Chen Zhihui hugged his arm just now was quite big. He will definitely not dare to harass me again. This is the first time I've seen him being so servile. He used to feel superior to me, but this time, after seeing you, he was so scared. Chen Zhihui continued, then became a little confused. Is it because you drive a top-of-the-line BMW X5? It has nothing to do with driving a BMW X5. Chen Zhibai shook his head, smiled, raised his left hand, and showed the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch on his wrist to Chen Zhihui. It has something to do with this watch. Is it related to this watch? Why? Chen Zhihui was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand what Chen Zhibai meant. She subconsciously looked at the watch on Chen Zhibai's wrist. She didn't know the brand Patek Philippe, but she thought the watch was really beautiful. I don't know what brand this watch is. Maybe I could buy one myself. Chen Zhihui thought to herself. Because this watch costs 1.55 million, he just recognized this watch. Chen Zhibai said directly. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Zhihui, who was admiring the beauty of the watch and wanted to buy one, suddenly opened her eyes wide and a look of shock appeared on her fair and pretty face. How much? This watch is 1.55 million. Chen Zhihui was really shocked by the price of this watch, because she couldn't imagine that this watch would be so expensive. Yes, 1.55 million. This is a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch. You can check it online. Chen Zhibai was touched by Chen Zhihui's adorable look of shock, so he couldn't help but reached out and gently pinched her face while talking. Chen Zhihui has a little baby fat on her face, which makes her look very cute. Chen Zhihui, who was sighing at the price of the watch, was pinched on the face unexpectedly and blushed immediately. Okay, get in the car. Chen Zhibai withdrew his hand and said something as if nothing had happened. Yeah. Chen Zhihui blushed and lowered her head and hummed. After getting in the car, Chen Zhihui pulled the seat belt over and fastened it. Her face was still a little red, because in her entire life, this was the first time she had been pinched on the face by a member of the opposite sex, not including the elders. So I feel a little shy and embarrassed. However, after fastening her seatbelt, she suppressed her inner shyness, looked up, and couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhibai. She finally understood why Li Zhihao's reaction just now was so humble. Because Chen Zhibai was wearing a watch worth 1.55 million. There are many things behind this. Watches are not like cars. Many people drive a 200,000 yuan car, but are reluctant to buy a 200,000 yuan watch because watches are veritable luxury items. Is his family so rich? Not only did he drive a top-of-the-line BMW X5 right after entering college, he also wore a watch worth 1.55 million yuan. Chen Zhihui had mixed emotions, but she didn't show them. Are you wearing your seatbelts? After Chen Zhibai fastened his seatbelt. He turned around and was about to remind Chen Zhibai, but he saw that she had already fastened her seatbelt. Chen Zhibai couldn't help but look at it several more times. Then he looked away. Yeah, I've fastened my seatbelt. Chen Zhibai didn't notice Chen Zhibai's gaze because she was immersed in her own emotions. Okay, I'll start the car. Let's go eat hot pot tonight. What do you think? Chen Zhibai asked. Sure, I really like hot pot. And I also like spicy hot pot very much. When Chen Zhibai heard that they were going to have hot pot in the evening, her eyes brightened. Do you like spicy hot pot very much? Chen Zhibai was surprised for a moment because Chen Zhiwei's eyes were bright at this moment and she was eager to try it. Her entire mental state reveals one message. She can eat spicy food. Of course, I'm from Sichuan and I can eat spicy food. Chen Zhibai nodded vigorously. Chen Zhibai then understood. It turned out that he was from Sichuan province, so it was understandable that he could eat spicy food. But then again, Chen Zhibai does look like someone from Sichuan. Because she has fair skin, beautiful facial features, and if you listen carefully, you can tell that she speaks with a Sichuan accent. Okay, let's have spicy hot pot tonight. I'm good with spicy food. Chen Zhibai nodded, then started the car and asked curiously. I saw a video on TikTok saying that Sichuan girls are all weak and timid before marriage, but become Sichuan and Jiangcheng female Tyrannosaurus after marriage. They always say, I'm the shoe down mountain. Is that true? Of course it's fake. I don't know about other people, but I'm not like that. Chen Zhibai was afraid that Chen Zhibai would misunderstand that she was the same, so she quickly denied it. Chen Zhibai drove towards the hot pot restaurant. There was soothing music playing in the car, which did not interfere with the conversation. Chen Zhibai sat in the passenger seat and would look up at Chen Zhibai from time to time. She didn't expect that Chen Zhibai looked much more handsome after changing his hairstyle, and his facial features had a very comfortable look. And the clothes he wears are also very suitable, with a mainly casual style. Clean and refreshing, yet calm and composed. There have been tremendous changes compared to yesterday when I came to buy a car. To be honest, Chen Zhibai now has the looks and temperament that she likes. Buzz. The phone vibrated at this moment. Chen Zhibai lowered her head and saw that it was a WeChat message from her best friend. Li Shiran, have you gotten the car? Send me a photo of him so I can see what he looks like. Li Shiran, looking forward to the emoticons. 2 WeChat messages in a row. I got in the car, but I couldn't take pictures because he was driving. Chen Zhibai first looked up at Chen Zhibai, and when she saw that Chen Zhibai was not looking at her, she typed a reply. Why can't I take a photo? You can take photos while driving. Just take a photo secretly so I can see what he looks like. Hurry up. Let me see what the rich second generation who just entered college and drove a top-of-the-line BMW X5 looks like. Li Shiran replied to 2 messages almost instantly. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai hesitated. She actually didn't want to take the photo because she was afraid that Chen Zhibai would notice it. But she knew her best friend's personality. If she didn't take the photo, she would probably bombard her with messages. Chapter 37, Is He So Rich? Therefore, after hesitating for a while, Chen Zhibai typed. Then wait a moment. I'll try to take a picture. I'll wait for you. Li Shiran replied to the message in seconds. Chen Zhibai did not reply. She first looked up at Chen Zhibai, and after finding that he was driving seriously, she turned on the camera on her mobile phone. Then, he secretly took a photo of Chen Zhibai. The whole action was done carefully, but she forgot that the sound of her phone was on, so the sound of taking a picture was heard immediately. Very clear. Immediately, Chen Zhibai became nervous. What are you filming? Chen Zhibai also turned his head and looked over, with surprise in his eyes. I'll take some pictures of the buildings on the roadside. Chen Zhibai quickly came up with an excuse. Chen Zhibai didn't doubt it. He nodded and continued driving. Seeing that he had no doubts, Chen Zhibai breathed a sigh of relief. She then raised her cell phone and pretended to take pictures of the buildings outside the car, but actually took several pictures of Chen Zhibai. After taking the photos, she chose one and sent it to Li Shiran. Supermarket at the entrance of Yingquan community. Li Shiran had just finished shopping and heard the WeChat notification sound on her phone. After taking out her phone, she saw a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai. When she clicked into WeChat, she saw a photo. In the photo, a boy who looks very young is driving with one hand. Although it is a side view, you can see that his facial features are very comfortable and clean. White short-sleeve top and black casual trousers. It's a simple, casual outfit, but it's very textured and fits well. The whole person looks generous and calm. The background of the photo is the BMW Eris Red interior, which looks very luxurious. When seeing this photo, Li Shiran was subconsciously stunned for a moment because she didn't expect that her best friend would send her such a photo. The boy's hairstyle, clothing style, and even his overall temperament in the photo are all outstanding. This is not as ordinary as my bestie had said before. Are you sure the boy in this photo is the boy you mentioned yesterday? How can this boy be ordinary? He has a neat hairstyle and good-looking facial features. Although he is not a top-notch handsome guy, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is handsome. His clothing style is also very good. The key is his overall temperament. He is calm and composed, which is a big plus. Li Shiran typed subconsciously and sent it. It's really him. He changed his hairstyle and clothes. I didn't expect him to change so much. In the BMW X5, Chen Zhibai sat in the passenger seat and typed. Oui, to be honest, you really paid for it this time. You are rich, pretty, and of the right age. I'm so jealous. After typing the word envy, Li Shiran typed 3 exclamation marks in succession. Even though she and Chen Zhibai were very good friends, she couldn't help but feel a little envious of her bestie at this moment. Because in the photo, Chen Zhibai obviously has good looks, figure, and temperament. Hey. Chen Zhibai typed he. She also thought Chen Zhibai was a good guy. I don't want to talk to you anymore. After Li Shiran typed and sent the message, she put the phone back into her trouser pocket. Then, she looked down at her waist. Having a deadly waist, but no place to use it. When will her true love come? As Li Shiran walked out of the supermarket and was about to go home, she suddenly thought of Li Jihao's strange reaction when she met him just now. Not only did he not talk to her, he didn't even look at her. How strange. Thinking in his mind, Li Shiran took out his cell phone again. Oui, let me tell you something strange. When I was going downstairs just now, I ran into that pervert Li Jihao at the entrance of our apartment building. I thought he would come over to chat with me, and I was about to ignore him, but Li Shiran typed and told Li Jihao everything that happened just now. After she finished speaking, she typed again. Don't you think this is strange? I thought the sun rose from the west today. In the BMW X5, just as Chen Zhibai was about to put away her phone, she saw 2 messages sent by her best friend. Immediately, Chen Zhibai wanted to laugh, because even through the phone screen, she could imagine Li Shiran's surprised and confused expression at the moment. Want to know why Li Jihao is like this? Chen Zhibai typed. Do you know the reason? After seeing the message sent by Chen Zhibai, Li Shiran was stunned for a moment and then typed. Of course I know the reason. Just tell me if you want to know. Chen Zhibai typed. Of course I want to know the reason. Tell me now. Li Shiran replied to the message within seconds. Then you have to treat me to milk tea for a week. Chen Zhibai thought about it and made a condition. Deal. Li Shiran agreed readily, because she was really curious about why Li Jihao suddenly changed his personality. Actually, it's because of Chen Zhibai that Li Jihao doesn't dare to harass us anymore. Chen Zhibai typed. Because of Chen Zhibai? What's going on? Tell me quickly. Li Shiran became even more curious. Chen Zhibai didn't keep the person in suspense and directly told him what had just happened at the entrance of the community. But before she could continue, Li Shiran sent a message. You mean Li Jihao saw Chen Zhibai driving a top-of-the-line BMW X5? If that's the only reason, it's not enough, right? Li Shiran typed with a frown on her face. She felt that things were not that simple. Of course, it's not just because of this reason. Please listen to me. Chen Zhibai was a little helpless, and then told Chen Zhibai that he was wearing a 1.55 million watch on his wrist. Li Jihao saw the watch, so his attitude changed so quickly, and he ran away in shame. I guess the reason why he didn't talk to you was because of this. He was afraid that you would complain to me, and then I would tell Chen Zhibai. After Chen Zhibai typed the last paragraph, she sent it to Li Shiran. But this time, Li Shiran did not reply to the message immediately, because she is now in a state of disbelief. Is Chen Zhibai so rich? Not only does he drive a top-of-the-line BMW X5, but he also wears a 1.55 million Patek Philippe watch. Li Shiran stood there in a daze, and then his emotions suddenly became complicated. My best friend is really lucky. I actually met such a rich second-generation guy. This is a watch worth over 1 million. Most rich second generations don't have this ability. The key is to have good looks, good taste in clothes, a calm and confident temperament, and a neither impatient nor anxious attitude. Li Shiran had mixed emotions. Even though she and Chen Zhibai had been good friends since college, at this moment, she still envied her best friend's luck. It can't even be said to be envy. There is still some faint envy. This scared Li Shiran, but fortunately, The feeling of jealousy quickly disappeared. Call. Li Shiran breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 38: The Benefits of Having Money. Ran, where are you? Why aren't you talking? In the BMW X5, Chen Zhibai was surprised and confused when she saw that her best friend didn't reply to her message for several minutes. She typed, "Oh, it's okay. I was just paying the bill at the supermarket, so I just saw the message." Li Shiran just came back to her senses at this time. After seeing the message sent by Chen Zhibai, she typed it and sent it, then started typing again. "Well, I don't want to chat with you anymore. Go have dinner with your boyfriend." "He's not my boyfriend yet." Chen Zhibai blushed. After sending the message, she subconsciously looked up at Chen Zhibai. To be honest, she was very satisfied with Chen Zhibai. She has a pleasant appearance, good taste in clothes, a calm and composed temperament, and she is so rich. If we could really be together, she is willing. "Don't worry, Hui. You're so old, there will be no problem. Which man would not like you?" Li Shiran sent another WeChat message. "I don't want to talk to you anymore." Chen Zhibai sent several exclamation marks in succession and put away her phone, but she looked down and then looked up at Chen Zhibai. "What's wrong?" After noticing that Chen Zhibai was looking at him, Chen Zhibai turned his head and asked. "Nothing." Chen Zhibai shook her head, but couldn't help asking the next second, "Can I ask what kind of girls you like?" As she spoke, a hint of nervousness and anticipation appeared in Chen Zhibai's eyes. Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows because this question seemed familiar. "Oh, I remember now. Lu Ming just asked this question. I like pretty girls with good figures. Most importantly, she has to wear a white dress." Chen Zhibai spoke directly. When these words came out, Chen Zhibai was stunned for a moment, and then a feeling of surprise spread in her heart. Because she was wearing a white dress today. "So, does this mean you like her?" Before Chen Zhibai could think more, Chen Zhibai had already driven the car to the door of the hot pot restaurant. "We're here. It's this hot pot restaurant. I saw people on TikTok saying that this hot pot restaurant is good." As Chen Zhibai was speaking, he saw that there was a parking space right in front of the hot pot restaurant, so he parked his car there. "Yeah, okay." Chen Zhibai nodded, but seemed a little absent-minded, because she was still thinking about what Chen Zhibai had just said. "Get out of the car." Chen Zhibai didn't think much about it. He unbuckled his seatbelt, turned off the engine, and then said to Chen Zhibai. Chen Zhibai nodded, pushed the door, and got out of the car. The decoration of this hot pot restaurant is very nice, with a very youthful style. For example, there are many personalized words hanging on the wall. Youth is dedicated to the small wine table, and life is all about drinking. Happiness is yours, unhappiness is theirs. Go to work, I want to eat hot pot today. If one hot pot doesn't solve the problem, then 2 hot pots will do. In short, it's quite unique and trendy. This hot pot restaurant is quite interesting. Chen Zhibai stood next to Chen Zhibai, looking at the words on the wall, and said, "Yeah." Chen Zhibai nodded and glanced across the interior of the hot pot restaurant. Most of the people eating there were young people. A waiter came over, and when he learned that only Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai were having dinner, he took them to a seat. The seats are soft padded sofas, which feel okay to sit on. To order food, scan the QR code on your phone. Take a look at what you like to eat. "You're welcome." Chen Zhibai spoke to Chen Zhibai. "Yeah, I won't be polite with you." Chen Zhibai nodded and took out her mobile phone to scan the code to order food. After placing the order, the waiter soon came over with the soup pot. Because both of us can eat spicy food, we ordered a spicy hot pot. After the soup pot was served, the ordered dishes were also served quickly. While eating, we naturally chat while eating. Chen Zhibai kept in mind what her best friend said, that she should be considerate and proactive, so she would pick up vegetables and meat for Chen Zhibai from time to time. "Don't just pick it up for me, eat it too." Chen Zhibai was sitting in his seat and saw Chen Zhibai was busy picking food for her, but she didn't eat much, so he smiled and said something. But I felt some feelings in my heart. First there was Lu Ming's active confession, and then she offered a kiss. And now there is Chen Zhihui's thoughtful way of picking up food. Before he got the system, he actually didn't dare to think about these things. After all, whether it was Lu Ming or Chen Zhihui, they were really beauties in the eyes of ordinary people. Lu Ming is bright and beautiful, with a pair of beautiful legs that are particularly eye-catching even without any beauty filters. Chen Zhihui has delicate facial features and eyes, and the overall temperament of a beautiful girl next door, but she is extremely gifted. But now, both women are very proactive towards him. That's the benefit of having money. Chen Zhibai sighed inwardly. Of course, he also knew that it was not only about his wealth, but also that he had changed his hairstyle and clothes, and his whole person had undergone earth-shaking changes from before. He has a handsome appearance, good taste in clothes, and the calmness and confidence brought by the system. It can be said that there are no shortcomings. It's okay. I can eat while I pick up food for you. Chen Zhibai smiled, and her beautiful temperament became more obvious when she smiled. But he is indeed gifted. So, there's a sense of contrast. By the way, your cup is empty. Let me pour you a glass of water. When Chen Zhibai saw that Chen Zhibai's cup was empty, she took the cup and poured him a glass of water. Then, she asked casually, "You must have a lot of girls chasing you in college, right?" After asking this question, Chen Zhibai looked nonchalant, but she was actually getting nervous. "No one is chasing." Chen Zhibai shook his head. "No one is chasing me? How is that possible?" Chen Zhibai pouted. She didn't believe what Chen Zhibai said, because even she thinks Chen Zhibai is very outstanding, not to mention the girls in the school. "No one is chasing me," Chen Zhibai said, and was about to continue talking when a waiter came over. "Excuse me, may I ask if you two are a couple?" The waiter was a boy wearing glasses. After he came over, he looked at Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhihui, said sorry first, and then said, "We have an event today. As long as couples come to eat together, they will receive a plate of cut fruit platter. So may I ask, are you two a couple?" After the waiter finished speaking, neither Chen Zhibai nor Chen Zhihui said anything, but they looked at each other. Then Chen Zhihui blushed a little. "They are a couple." Chen Zhihui nodded and said to the waiter, "Well, it's like this. You two need to kiss each other before we can send the fruit platter. Of course, you don't need to kiss for too long. Just kiss once to prove that you two are a couple." The waiter spoke up. After hearing this, Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows. Then he glanced at Chen Zhihui and saw that Chen Zhihui was looking at him with a blushing face. There was shyness in the other person's eyes, but there seemed to be a hint of expect. Chapter 39 mission completed. Well, it wasn't just like that. There was indeed a hint of expectation in her eyes. At first, Chen Zhibai thought he had seen it wrong, but after he looked at Chen Zhihui carefully again, he saw the real expectation in her eyes. This made him subconsciously dazed. Are they expecting the two to kiss? Before Chen Zhibai could think more, he heard Chen Zhihui speaking. "Yeah, sure. Just a quick kiss is fine, right?" Chen Zhihui's pretty face blushed slightly as she looked at the waiter and said, "Yes, just a kiss to prove that you two are a couple." The waiter nodded, and while speaking he glanced at Chen Zhibai, and then he felt a little envious of Chen Zhibai. He has been working as a waiter in this hot pot restaurant for more than a year. To be honest, he sees a lot of beautiful girls. After all, Jiangcheng is a new first-tier city that gathers beautiful girls from many places. But this was the first time he had seen someone as beautiful as Chen Zhihui. Moreover, the opponent's development is really good. So happy. The waiter looked at Chen Zhibai and thought enviously. Although he said a lot, it was only a blink of an eye away from reality. Chen Zhihui had already turned her head and looked at Chen Zhibai. "I felt nervous, shy, and embarrassed." After all, what she just said was very proactive and bold. She actually nodded and said she could kiss me. This was the most proactive and bold thing she had ever done in her life. I just don't know what he would think. Will I kiss myself or... Thinking of this, Chen Zhihui became a little worried. Okay, then let's just give each other a simple kiss. While Chen Zhihui was worried, Chen Zhibai had already stood up from his seat. As he spoke, he came in front of Chen Zhihui. Although he was a little surprised that Chen Zhihui actually said that she could kiss him, since she said so, there was no need to be shy. I just didn't expect that the system's task could be completed so easily. At first, he thought the task of getting Chen Zhihui's first kiss was difficult. But then again, his life had already become simple after he obtained the super-rich system. This simplicity applies to all aspects, naturally also to girls. To be realistic, whether boys or girls, when it comes to love, they all want to find someone with good conditions. This is human nature, and there is nothing wrong with it. And now, in fact, he has become a very high-quality boy. He drove a top-of-the-line BMW X5 and wore a famous watch worth over 1 million yuan when he first entered college. She has a comfortable appearance and a calm temperament. No wonder Chen Zhihui agreed to kiss. After all, Lu Ming is also very proactive. So it's normal. This is the simple mode of life. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Chen Zhibai looked at Chen Zhihui, who was still sitting in front of him. She has beautiful facial features and fair skin, the kind of beautiful cold white skin. Her hair is tied into a cute bun, revealing her fair and slender neck. But at this moment, Chen Zhihui's face was very red, and although she tried to remain calm, Chen Zhibai could still clearly see the shyness in her eyes. Frankly speaking, Chen Zhibai could understand her shyness. After all, he knew that this was Chen Zhihui's first kiss. Without thinking further, Chen Zhibai lowered his head and kissed Chen Zhihui on the mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and getting Chen Zhihui's first kiss within a month. The host will receive the following rewards. 1. A cash reward of 100,000 yuan. The reward has been issued to the host's bank card account. Please check it in time. 2nd, the host obtains the local license plate of Jiangcheng, a 999 yen. The license plate procedures are legal and compliant. Please feel free to use it. When the host goes to the vehicle management office to apply for the license plate, someone will contact the host. In my head, system voices rang one after another. The cell phone vibrated in my trouser pocket. I took out my cell phone and took a look. It was a text message saying that 100,000 yuan had arrived in my bank account. Sir, here is your fruit platter. The waiter took out a fruit platter from the cart next to him and placed it on the table. Then he left and went to the next table to ask. The fruit platter was not very big and contained sliced watermelon and apples. But not much. Chen Zhibai retracted his gaze and looked at Chen Zhihui, who was blushing and avoiding his gaze. Why are you shy? I only came over to kiss you because you agreed to do so. Chen Zhibai was touched by her shy look and said something cute with a smile. After hearing this, Chen Zhihui blushed even more. I agreed because I could get a fruit platter. After all, it's free fruit, so why not? Chen Zhihui said in a low voice. Really? If it was another boy who came here to eat with you today, would you agree to him kissing you? Chen Zhibai said directly. How is that possible? Chen Zhihui said without even thinking. How could she agree to another boy kissing her? The reason why she agreed to Chen Zhibai was because she really felt that Chen Zhibai was excellent in all aspects. This is my first kiss. Chen Zhihui raised her head and looked towards Chen Zhibai, her pretty face showing seriousness but her tone sounding a little aggrieved. She was afraid that Chen Zhibai would misunderstand her as a casual girl. But this was her first kiss. She has never been in a relationship or had a boyfriend. I know this is your first kiss. Chen Zhibai noticed the grievance in Chen Zhihui's tone. He smiled and said directly. Of course he knew that this was Chen Zhihui's first kiss. After all, he is a man with a system. You know, Chen Zhihui was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes brightened with surprise. So you believe this was my first kiss? Of course I believe it. Chen Zhibai nodded directly, and then saw that she looked very cute and beautiful with bright eyes and a little baby fat on her face. So he couldn't help but pinched her gently again. Chen Zhihui suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She was obviously the older one, but in front of Chen Zhibai, she seemed to be the younger one. Stop pinching me. My face is already a bit chubby. Chen Zhihui said this with a red face, but she did not knock away Chen Zhibai's hand that was pinching her face. Baby fat is cute. After Chen Zhibai replied, he withdrew his hand and sat back in his seat. The two continued to eat, but the atmosphere was very different from before. Chen Zhihui continued to pick up vegetables and meat for Chen Zhibai, but she seemed a little absent-minded, because she wanted to ask Chen Zhibai whether they were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. But I was too embarrassed to ask. That should be it, right? We just kissed. And he also said that he believed it was my first kiss. Chen Zhihui thought to herself and secretly looked up at Chen Zhibai. When she saw Chen Zhibai's comfortable facial features, she felt a little proud and happy. What are you grinning about? After Chen Zhibai finished the mutton in his mouth, he looked up and saw Chen Zhihui sitting opposite him, looking at him with a silly smile on her face. It's not appropriate to call it a silly smile, because it looks quite cute and pretty. Chapter 40. Get another $1 million in love funds. I'm not smiling silly, I'm smiling beautifully. Hearing Chen Zhibai say that he was smiling foolishly, Chen Zhihui immediately protested, and then she couldn't help but ask a question. We are now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, right? Of course. Why? Are you planning to let another boy be your boyfriend? Chen Zhibai nodded directly. As soon as these words came out, Chen Zhihui felt relieved, and then she spoke. Of course I'm not going to let another boy be my boyfriend. That's fine. Let's eat. The mutton rolls here are delicious. Chen Zhibai said. Yeah. Chen Zhihui nodded, then lowered her head and started eating the mutton roll. She didn't know if it was because she was in a good mood, but she felt that the mutton roll tasted really good. Next, we continued eating and chatting, and the atmosphere changed again. Chen Zhibai can indeed eat spicy food, but some beads of sweat also seeped out of the tip of her beautiful white nose. Chen Zhibai glanced at her and was about to hand her a piece of paper when his cell phone next to him vibrated and the screen lit up. Chen Zhibai looked over and saw that it was a WeChat message from Lu Meng. "Hello, is this 110? My boyfriend is missing. Can you help me find him?" It was a witty remark, but it made Chen Zhibai feel a little guilty. After all, family members know their own business. He had just confirmed his relationship with Lu Meng, and then he confirmed his relationship with Chen Zhibai. The point is, he didn't resist. Therefore, I am a scumbag. Chen Zhibai looked up and glanced at Chen Zhibai. When he saw that she was happily eating lettuce, he picked up his phone and typed a WeChat message to Lu Meng. "Still eating. Hello, is this 110? No need to help me find my boyfriend. He's home." Lu Meng replied within seconds and then sent another message. "What did you eat?" "Hot pot. This hot pot is pretty good. I'll bring you over to eat some other day." Chen Zhibai typed, and then sighed that he was actually quite suitable to be a scumbag. "Don't panic and don't shake your hands." "Okay, then I'll try it. But there's no need to change the date. Tomorrow is Sunday, and we still don't have classes, so we can go over and eat." Lu Meng sent 2 text messages in succession. Then she paused and sent a cute emoticon of a little bear looking forward to it. "Okay, tomorrow then." Chen Zhibai typed directly, and after chatting for a few more sentences, he put down his phone with the excuse of going to eat. But after putting down his phone, he suddenly thought of something. That is, this hot pot restaurant is not that big, and there are not many waiters. If I bring Lu Meng here to eat tomorrow, and the waiter sees me, see when you see it. Who says you can only have one girlfriend? Who are you chatting with? After Chen Zhibai finished eating a piece of watermelon, she saw Chen Zhibai finally put down his phone and asked curiously, "No one, just a classmate." Chen Zhibai replied without changing his expression. "Oh." Chen Zhibai nodded, without thinking much, and took another piece of watermelon. "Quite cute." Chen Zhibai looked at her and subconsciously compared her with Lu Meng. But this comparison is not a comparison of appearance and figure, but a comparison of intelligence. Although Chen Zhibai graduated from college and is 3 years older than him, she is more adorable. She may have been well protected by her family since she was a child, so she seems more innocent. And what about Lu Meng? She is bright and generous, and speaks and acts in an orderly manner. In comparison, Lu Meng seems to be the older one. After dinner, it was still early, just after 8 o'clock in the evening. After paying through the ordering page on his mobile phone, Chen Zhibai took Chen Zhihui's hand and prepared to walk out of the hot pot restaurant. But at this moment, the system voice sounded in his head. "Ding! It has been detected that the host and Chen Zhihui have confirmed their relationship, and 1 million yuan in relationship fund will be issued. Note, this dating fund can only be spent on Chen Zhihui." Chen Zhibai paused. Another 1 million yuan for love? After he confirmed his relationship with Lu Meng, he received 1 million yuan in dating funds that could only be spent on Lu Meng. Now that he has confirmed his relationship with Chen Zhihui, he has received another 1 million yuan in dating funds that can only be spent on Chen Zhihui. So, as long as you date a girl, you will get 1 million exclusive dating funds? Chen Zhibai was thinking about this and asked the system a question in his heart. "Host, that's not the case. Only when the host is in a relationship with a girl whose overall score is above 90 points can he get the exclusive 1 million dating fund." The system sounded. "The overall score is above 90 points? Chen Zhibai asked. "Yes, the comprehensive score covers appearance, figure, and self-discipline. Only those with a comprehensive score of 90 or above can receive exclusive dating funds." The system's words are easy to understand. Chen Zhibai naturally understood, so he glanced at Chen Zhihui. Chen Zhihui's appearance and figure are naturally both above 90 points, and her attribute of keeping herself clean, needless to say, Chen Zhihui still has her first kiss. Therefore, her overall score is above 90 points. The same goes for Lu Meng. "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop?" Chen Zhihui raised her head and looked at Chen Zhibai with some curiosity and confusion. "Fine." Chen Zhibai came to his senses, shook his head, then took Chen Zhihui's hand and walked out of the hot pot restaurant. "Are you going back to school? It's already 8 o'clock in the evening." After walking out of the hot pot restaurant, Chen Zhihui asked, and while speaking, she glanced at the hand she was holding with Chen Zhibai, a little blushing and a little shy, because this was her first time holding hand with a boy. "Don't worry, it's not too late to go back to school after 9 o'clock. Chen Zhibai said after thinking for a while. There's a park next to us, so why don't we go take a walk there? We just finished our meal, so walking can help digest the food. Hearing that Chen Zhibai was not planning to go back to school now, Chen Zhihui was suddenly happy, and there was a look of surprise in her eyes. It was her first time to fall in love, so naturally she wanted to stay with Chen Zhibai for a while longer. Let's go. Chen Zhibai nodded, and without saying anything more, he took Chen Zhihui's hand and walked towards the park next to him. There are many people walking in the park. After walking for a few minutes, Chen Zhihui realized something was wrong because she found Chen Zhibai holding her hand and leading her to a remote place where no one was. Where are we going? Subconsciously, Chen Zhihui asked. Heesh. Chen Zhibai said directly. Chen Zhihui was stunned at first. Then she reacted and her face turned red. But she hesitated for a moment and still quietly pulled Chen Zhibai's arm. Well, we just finished eating hot pot. How about going to the convenience store next door to buy some gum? Chen Zhihui said with a slightly red face, a little embarrassed. At the same time, I was also somewhat thankful that I didn't eat mashed garlic at night for the sake of my image. Okay. Chen Zhibai thought about it and felt that what she said made sense. So he took her hand and went to the convenience store next to the park. When buying chewing gum, Chen Zhihui's eyes inadvertently swept across the counter. When she saw something, her face suddenly blushed and she dared not look again. She looked away, but her heart beat faster. Chapter 41, It's Your Fault. 10 minutes later, in the small garden, there's a secluded corner where no one passes by. We answered the phone first. It's been ringing several times. Chen Zhihui's pretty face blushed. She gently pushed Chen Zhibai away with her hand and whispered. In the moonlight, you can see that her lipstick has faded. Chen Zhibai sighed and wondered who on earth had been calling. He hung up several times through his pants, but after a while the phone would ring again. Hurry up and answer it, it's still ringing. Seeing Chen Zhibai sighing and not answering the phone, Chen Zhihui said again in a low voice, I want to see who is so ignorant that he keeps calling even after I've hung up on him several times. Chen Zhibai looked helpless and unhappy. Hearing his words, Chen Zhihui blushed even more. Chen Zhibai took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket and saw that it was a WeChat voice call from Wang Chao. Hello, you'd better be busy. After the call was connected, Chen Zhibai said in a bad tone. What's wrong, Lao Chen? Why do you sound so angry? On the phone, Wang Chao was obviously stunned for a moment, but he didn't take it seriously and continued talking. It's already past 9 in the evening. Why haven't you come back yet? The lights in the dormitory have to be turned off at 10 o'clock, and there's also a dormitory inspection. Where have you been? Wang Chao's voice was full of curiosity, and then Li Dong's voice came from the side. Haha, Lao Chen, you're not in love and dating a girl outside, right? Li Dong smiled as he spoke. Although he said this, he didn't think that Chen Zhibai was dating a girl. After all, how could it be possible? Fisk, where can he go to date girls? He's not like me who's a native of Jiangcheng and owns 2 houses and can easily find a girlfriend. Zhou Hao's voice could be heard faintly, with a superior tone. Okay, I'll be back to the dorm in a bit. Chen Zhibai spoke. He heard Zhou Hao's words with a sense of superiority, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. It's like if you have $1 million in your hand, but someone laughs at you for not having money, you won't care what he says. There is no other reason. People who are confident in their hearts really don't care. Just like Chen Zhibai now, he is too lazy to prove to Zhou Hao that he has a girlfriend. Because now he not only has a girlfriend, but 2. Moreover, one is Lu Ming and the other is Chen Zhihui. Both are beauties with an overall score of over 90 points, and they have different styles. The most important thing is that both Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui took the initiative to pursue him. These are real things. If we don't prove it to Zhou Hao, will these things no longer exist? How is that possible? Then Lao Chen, please come back soon. Otherwise, if you're not here when the dormitory is checked, the counselor will definitely know about this. Wang Chao said another sentence. Chen Zhibai nodded and hung up the phone. Your roommate called and asked you to go back to the dormitory? The 2 were so close and the surroundings were so quiet. So Chen Zhihui naturally heard what was said on the phone. So she looked at Chen Zhibai and whispered something. Yeah, that's right. Chen Zhibai nodded. It's really getting late. You should go back to the dormitory. Chen Zhihui said with a red face. Instead, she hoped that Chen Zhibai would return to school now. There was no other reason. It was simply that Chen Zhibai's hands were not honest when they were kissing just now. Although she defended herself very well, she was afraid that if she stayed any longer, Chen Zhibai would succeed. That won't work. The 2 of them had just confirmed their relationship today, and kissing was the maximum level of intimacy she could accept. You want me to go back to the dormitory so much? Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows and said to Chen Zhibai, not really. I want to stay with you for a while longer, but your hands are not honest. Chen Zhibai said a little embarrassedly. You can't blame me for this. Chen Zhibai sighed. He realized that Chen Zhibai really didn't understand how attractive she was to boys. I don't blame you. I blame you. Chen Zhibai said in a low voice, and then she took 2 steps back, probably because she was afraid that Chen Zhibai would continue to hug her. Hey, let's go. Chen Zhibai didn't say much, but walked forward and took her hand. I walked out of the small park and got into the BMW X5 parked in front of the hot pot restaurant. Chen Zhibai sat in the passenger seat. After closing the car door, she pulled over the seat belt and fastened it. Chen Zhibai turned his head and looked over with a look of pity, but he also knew that kissing was the most Chen Zhibai could accept at this stage. If you want to go further, take it slow. He is actually not in a hurry. Frankly speaking, after owning the system, he now feels very confident. Chen Zhibai will definitely be his. After retracting his gaze, Chen Zhibai fastened his seatbelt and started the car. I'll take you home first, and then I'll go back to school. Chen Zhibai started talking, and as he spoke, he had already driven into the main road. Actually, I could take a taxi back by myself. You should go back to school first so as not to miss the dormitory inspection. Chen Zhibai said this subconsciously. Why take a taxi? Sending your girlfriend home is a boyfriend's job. Chen Zhibai said directly. As soon as these words came out, Chen Zhibai's beautiful eyebrows curved. Somewhat happy. Yeah, okay, then you take me back first. Chen Zhibai nodded, then took out her cell phone and prepared to tell her bestie that she was going home. But after taking out her cell phone, she frowned her beautiful eyebrows because she found that her phone memory was full again. This is the phone she bought in her sophomore year. The brand is Xiaomi. It's actually quite good, but the memory is too small. You may not notice it at the beginning, but after a few years, you will have to clean up the memory frequently because of insufficient memory. Hey, this broken phone. Chen Zhibai sighed, complained softly, and began to clean up the memory skillfully. What happened to the phone? Chen Zhibai, who was driving, heard what she said and asked a question. My phone doesn't have enough memory, so I have to clean it up frequently. When I download apps, I often have to uninstall an app before I can download the one I want. It's very troublesome. If I had known earlier, I would have bought a phone with more memory. I really thought that the memory was enough, but I didn't expect that after only 3 years, the memory is already insufficient. I have to clean up the memory every day. Chen Zhibai said in a mumbling tone. There were complaints and sighs on the beautiful fair face. To be honest, that look is actually quite cute and has a breath of life. When did you buy this phone? Chen Zhibai looked at her and asked curiously. I bought it when I was a sophomore in college and have been using it for several years now. Except for the insufficient memory, I am quite satisfied with it in other aspects. Chen Zhibai said as she lowered her head to clear the memory. So if you change your phone next, which one will you buy? Chen Zhibai asked again. Let's switch to Apple. I think Apple phones are pretty good, but they're expensive. Alas, after cleaning up the memory, it's still not enough, so I have to delete an app. But the apps I have left are all my treasures, and I can't bear to delete any of them. What should I do? When Chen Zhibai was halfway through her words, her pretty little face, which was looking down at her phone, was full of confusion. Chapter 42, This is Too Fast. Chen Zhibai was amused by her behavior. Seeing her lowering her head with a conflicted and reluctant look on her face, Chen Zhibai thought for a while, turned the car around, and prepared to buy her an iPhone. To be honest, he was very satisfied with Chen Zhibai. She was very satisfied with his appearance and figure, and they had never been in a relationship before, so he was her first boyfriend. I just got her first kiss again. Satisfied with all aspects, Chen Zhibai decided to buy her a mobile phone. What's more, there is 1 million exclusive dating funds given by the system, so he doesn't have to spend any money to buy a mobile phone. I finally sorted out the memory. I uninstalled an app. Oh, it took Chen Zhibai 5 or 6 minutes to finally clear the memory. After she breathed a sigh of relief, she opened WeChat and found the WeChat chat interface with her best friend. Ran, I'll be home soon. Are you coming back tonight? Li Shiran replied almost instantly. But after seeing her message, Chen Zhibai blushed a little, but she was not slow in replying. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Shiran, I'm not kidding. I really thought you wouldn't come back tonight. After all, he's a very good guy. He is handsome and has a comfortable and steady temperament. The key is that he drives a top-of-the-line BMW X5 right after entering college and wears a watch worth more than 1 million yuan. Li Shiran, honestly, if I were you, I wouldn't come back tonight. Li Shiran sent 2 messages in succession, making Chen Zhibai blush even more. I don't want to bother with you. I'll be home soon anyway. After sending this message, she put away her phone, but her pretty fair face was still a little red, because she feels that her best friend can say anything. We just confirmed our relationship today. How can I just give my body to someone else? This is too fast. However, Ranran was right. He was indeed a very good boy. Chen Zhibai looked up and glanced at Chen Zhibai, who was driving, and then she realized that this didn't seem to be the way back to the community. This doesn't seem to be the way back to the community. Chen Zhibai asked subconsciously. Indeed not. Chen Zhibai nodded. Huh? Where are we going? Chen Zhibai asked curiously. Just as she asked this question, she saw the car stop. The place where we parked happened to be an Apple mobile phone store. Immediately, Chen Zhibai was stunned. Do you want to buy a mobile phone? Chen Zhibai asked after coming to her senses. She never expected that Chen Zhibai was going to buy her a mobile phone and didn't think about it in that direction. Why would I buy a phone? I just bought this phone 2 days ago. I'm buying a phone for you. Don't you want an Apple phone? Let's go. After Chen Zhibai parked the car, he unbuckled his seatbelt while talking. Huh? Buy me a cell phone. Chen Zhibai reacted. Her eyes widened subconsciously, and then she waved her hands quickly. No, I just said it casually, and if I want to buy it, I will buy it myself. Hurry up. I have to take you home after buying the phone, and I have to go back to school. Time is short, and the task is heavy. Get out of the car quickly. Chen Zhibai didn't give Chen Zhibai a chance to finish her words. After he finished speaking, he pushed the door and got out of the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Zhibai looked hesitant, but seeing Chen Zhibai, who had already gotten out of the car, she pushed the door and got out anyway. The process of buying a mobile phone was very fast. It didn't even take 3 minutes, and Chen Zhibai had already scanned the code to pay. Apple 16 Pro Max, 1 terabyte of memory, white body color. The price is 15,388 yuan. After buying the phone, Chen Zhibai took Chen Zhihui's hand and returned to the car. After starting the car, Chen Zhibai drove towards Yingquan Community. Chen Zhihui sat in the passenger seat with a dazed look on her pretty fair face. Because the whole process of buying a mobile phone is so fast, it only takes a few minutes. Before she even had the chance to say she didn't want it, she had already scanned the code to pay and got the phone. It was so fast that she couldn't react. This phone is too expensive. I really can't buy it. It takes me 4 months' salary to buy such a phone. Chen Zhihui raised her head and looked towards Chen Zhibai. To be honest, of course she likes this phone, but it is really expensive. She had just confirmed her relationship with Chen Zhibai. Was she going to accept such an expensive gift? If you don't want it, then I'll give it to another girl. Chen Zhibai smiled. No. Chen Zhihui was excited for a moment. Then she reacted and felt a little embarrassed. Okay, just keep it if I bought it for you. After Chen Zhibai finished speaking, he saw that Chen Zhihui still wanted to say something, so he continued. If you don't want it, I can give it to another girl. Chen Zhihui. She pouted and took the bag containing her cell phone in her hand. This is my phone. I can't let you give it to another girl. The tone is quite sweet and cute. So Chen Zhibai smiled again and continued driving, but suddenly thought of his other girlfriend Lu Meng. By the way, Lu Meng's phone doesn't seem to be new. How about buying one for the other person as well? What are you thinking about? Chen Zhihui looked at Chen Zhibai with a slight doubt between her pretty eyes and eyebrows. For some reason, her sixth sense as a girl reminded her that her boyfriend seemed to be thinking about another girl just now. It must be an illusion. Shaking her head, Chen Zhihui didn't think about it any further. Nothing. After Chen Zhibai said this, he continued. The phone hasn't been unpacked yet. Just follow the process when you get back. It's pretty simple. Yeah, I know. Chen Zhihui nodded and then continued. My best friend's phone is an Apple phone. She bought it when she was a junior in college. I was right next to her when she turned it on. It's pretty simple. Yeah. Chen Zhibai nodded. By the way, we are now in a relationship. When are you free? I will call my bestie and we will have dinner together. Ranran and I have a very good relationship. We shared bunk beds in college, and we were the best friends in the whole dormitory. After graduation, we also rented the same house. Chen Zhihui looked over expectantly. To be honest, she wanted Chen Zhibai to meet her best friend. After all, one is her boyfriend, and the other is her best friend since college. She wanted the two of them to get to know each other. Didn't it say on the internet that after you have a boyfriend, you should let him integrate into your circle of friends and get to know your friends? Chen Zhibai thought it made sense. Okay, but I have something to do tomorrow. After tomorrow, it's Monday, and I have 5 more days of classes. So let's have dinner together next Saturday. Chen Zhibai thought about it and said, uh-huh. Seeing Chen Zhibai agreed, Chen Zhibai chuckled and then asked curiously, tomorrow is Sunday. What's going on? Chapter 43, Not Honest at All. It's nothing serious. I just want to lie down in the dormitory for a day. Chen Zhibai glanced at her and said as if nothing had happened. But in fact, I had made an appointment with Lu Ming to go to a hot pot restaurant for dinner. Oh, so that's the case. Then you should have a good rest in the dormitory. Chen Zhibai nodded. 10 minutes later, Chen Zhibai drove into Inquan Community and, following Chen Zhibai's instructions, stopped at the door of an apartment building. Is this the building? After parking the car, Chen Zhibai pointed toward the apartment building outside the window. Yeah, this is it. Chen Zhibai nodded and then unbuckled her seatbelt. I'm getting off the car. You should go back to school soon. Be careful on the road and don't drive too fast. After saying that, he prepared to push the door and get out of the car. But his arm was grabbed by Chen Zhibai. What's the matter? Chen Zhibai looked at Chen Zhibai with confusion on her pretty fair face. Just leaving like that? Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows and asked. Chen Zhibai was stunned for a moment, but then she understood. She blushed a little, but still took the initiative to stand up and kiss Chen Zhibai on the mouth. Okay, I really have to go back, and you should hurry back to school too. After the kiss, Chen Zhibai said, Go ahead. Chen Zhibai nodded. Chen Zhibai then pushed the door and got out of the car, but did not go into the corridor immediately. Instead, she stood outside the car and waved her hand at Chen Zhibai. You go first, I'll go in after you leave. Okay. Chen Zhibai nodded, turned the car around, and drove towards the entrance of the community. Through the rearview mirror, you can see Chen Zhibai standing there. The white dress looks particularly beautiful on her and shows off her figure. Chen Zhibai glanced at the rearview mirror several times before looking away. But in my heart, I subconsciously compared Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming. They are equally good-looking. They each have their own advantages in terms of body shape. Lu Ming has particularly beautiful legs, and Chen Zhibai has a great figure. Moreover, the body advantages of both girls are top-notch among girls. For example, Lu Ming's legs without beauty, filters, or elongation are much more beautiful than many legs on Douyin. As for Chen Zhibai, she is gifted. But now, these two women are his girlfriends. Before I got the system, it was something I really couldn't even think about. Thinking of this, Chen Zhibai smiled, then suppressed his thoughts and drove towards the school. Inquan Community. Chen Zhibai stood at the entrance of the apartment building and waited until the BMW X5 disappeared from her sight. Then she withdrew her gaze reluctantly. Then she walked into the corridor, carrying the bag containing the Apple mobile phone. The corridor was pitch black, but she had gotten used to it. After all, it had only been 3 months since she graduated from college. After he opened his mouth and coughed, the lights in the corridor came on. It's not particularly bright, but a little dim. Chen Zhibai lifted her legs and walked up the stairs. Under her white skirt was a small section of her beautiful legs, which, paired with white socks and white sneakers, created a very beautiful atmosphere. Although her legs are not as long as Lu Ming's, they are also very beautiful. As she went upstairs, Chen Zhibai walked briskly, with a happy look between her pretty eyes and eyebrows. Frankly speaking, she is very happy now. Because she and Chen Zhibai confirmed their relationship, it was actually a bit too fast, but she did not regret it. Because she felt that Chen Zhibai met her inner standards in every aspect. So, when she was having dinner at a restaurant at night, and saw a couple kissing beside the waiter, she took the initiative to say yes. Thinking of this, Chen Zhibai blushed a little. Then she thought about what happened in the park. Not honest at all. She thought with a blushing face, but subconsciously felt a little proud. She glanced down and became even more proud. Thinking about this, Chen Zhibai had already arrived at the 3rd floor. The house she and her best friend rented was the one on the left side of the 3rd floor. The old community only has stairs but no elevators, and there are 2 households per staircase. Standing at the door of the room, Chen Zhibai took out the house key from the cute cartoon doll's bag. Soon opened the door. The lights were on in the living room. Li Shiran was sitting on the sofa playing with his mobile phone, but he seemed a little absent-minded. When she heard the sound of the door unlocking, she suddenly perked up, turned her head, and saw that it was her best friend coming in. Hui Wei, tell me what happened tonight. Li Shiran stood up from the sofa with a gossipy look on her face. Because she was at home, she was dressed very coolly, with a white suspender top and black shorts. She has a good figure, but the most attractive thing is her slender waist. Deadly waist. Why are you so gossipy? Chen Zhibai blushed when she saw her best friend's gossipy look. Of course it's gossip. After all, this is your first time going out to dinner with a boy. Tell me, how did the two of you go tonight? Li Shiran walked over and put his arm around Chen Zhibai. The next second, she let go of his hand with a look of frustration. Hui, to be honest, every time I hug your arm, I feel very frustrated. What on earth did you eat when you were a child? You're really gifted. Chen Zhibai didn't say anything, but she was already used to her best friend talking like that. Come on, let's get back to the topic. How did you two get on tonight? Li Shiran did not continue to be frustrated because she was used to Chen Zhibai's extraordinary talents. Moreover, she also has something to be proud of. That's because her waist is thin, so thin and nice. Pear-shaped body. And none of the pear-shaped figures you see on the internet are as good as hers. The two of us. Chen Zhibai blushed and prepared to tell the truth. She didn't want to hide it from her best friend. But thinking of her friend's character, she still gave him a reminder. Let me tell you first, don't be so startled. Don't worry, there's no way I'd be shocked. I've already graduated from college, and I'm a mature adult. Li Shiran looked dissatisfied. Chen Zhibai looked at her suspiciously. Tell me quickly, how is the progress? Li Shiran said directly. The progress is pretty good. We have confirmed our relationship, and we have even kissed. Chen Zhibai's face turned red, feeling a little shy and embarrassed. Fuck. Li Shiran, who had said that he would not be startled just a second ago, suddenly lost his composure after hearing Chen Zhibai's words that they had confirmed their relationship and kissed. After being silent for several seconds, the word Wu Chao came out directly. You said you wouldn't be surprised. Chen Zhibai spoke, looking at her friend. I can't help but be shocked. Listen to what you just said. Li Shiran was speechless, and then continued. Are you really in a relationship? And you even kissed? Don't lie to me. If you lie to me, you won't make any money in your life. Yeah. Chen Zhibai nodded. Li Shiran was silent for a moment before she said, Sister, I always thought you were very conservative, but now it seems that I am the conservative one. It's only been one day, and you dare to kiss me. So we have to go to bed tomorrow. Chapter 44, What does it feel like to kiss? What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Zhibai blushed and slapped Li Shiran with her hand. What do you mean by kissing today and going to bed tomorrow? It can't be that fast. What nonsense am I talking about? What I said is clearly the truth. They have confirmed their relationship and kissed. I can't believe how fast it's progressing. Li Shiran curled her lips. She didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said. We just met yesterday, and today we confirmed our relationship and kissed. At this rate, we will be in bed tomorrow. Is there anything wrong with what you said? And if Chen Zhibai is in good health, the child will probably be born next year. Hui, seriously, at the rate you two are going, you'll be a mother next year. Let me make it clear, I'm the child's godmother, and no one can snatch it from me. Li Shiran gave a serious reminder. After these words were spoken, Chen Zhibai, who was already blushing, blushed even more. I don't want to talk to you. I'm going back to my room. After saying that, Chen Zhibai prepared to go back to her room. She didn't want to chat with her best friend anymore. No, let's chat for a while. Tell me what happened tonight. How you got into a relationship and kissed. I'm curious. Li Shiran quickly stopped him. She wanted to know the whole process. You can talk, but you can't talk about sex and children anymore. It won't happen that fast. Chen Zhibai said with a vigilant look on her face. Yeah, don't worry, go ahead. Li Shiran nodded vigorously, indicating that Chen Zhibai could speak. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai told him about her dinner at the hot pot restaurant that night. Sure, oui. I didn't expect you to be so brave. After listening to the whole process, Li Shiran was surprised because she didn't expect Chen Zhibai to be so brave. When a waiter asks if you're a couple, just say yes. When asked for a kiss as proof between couples, he directly said yes. This is a straight ball. No wonder they kissed and confirmed their relationship. Okay, I've told you what happened. Is everything okay? I'm going back to my room now. Chen Zhibai pretended to be calm and said that she had only talked about what happened in the hot pot restaurant and did not mention what happened in the small park because she was afraid that her best friend would make a fuss. No, well, I have one more thing to ask. Li Shiran pulled Chen Zhihui's arm again, but she blushed and felt shy while speaking. The whole person looked a little embarrassed. What's the matter? You're actually embarrassed. Seeing Li Shiran's shy and embarrassed look, Chen Zhihui became interested. because her personality is actually very different from Li Shiran's and can even be described as completely different. She is actually very introverted and easily shy. But what about Li Shiran's personality? She is very outgoing and carefree. Anyway, throughout the 4 years of college, Chen Zhibai had never seen Li Shiran act so shy and embarrassed. So, naturally curious and interested. Well, it's nothing actually, just Li Shiran became even more embarrassed, but she was a carefree and outgoing person by nature. So after hesitating for a few seconds, she asked, I just want to ask, what does it feel like to kiss? Li Shiran blushed slightly. After she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes looked at Chen Zhibai with expectation. Yes, that's the question she wanted to ask. She is very curious. There was no way. She had never had a boyfriend, so if she wanted to know what it felt like to kiss, she could only ask her best friend. In fact, you can also ask the female colleagues in the company, but she is embarrassed to ask because her character in the company is a female sea queen who has dated several boyfriends. That's all you're asking? Chen Zhibai was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that her friend was shyly asking this question. Hurry up and tell me. Li Shiran put on a vicious look, but of course with her beautiful and fair facial features, she was naturally not intimidating at all. Of course Chen Zhibai would not be afraid. Not only was she not afraid, Chen Zhibai even felt like laughing, because she could see the embarrassment from her friend's vicious look at the moment. Actually, I don't feel anything. I just feel a little dizzy. Oh, I can't explain it. You'll know when you have a boyfriend in the future. Chen Zhibai tried to describe it, but found that she couldn't describe it at all, so she just said it with a blushing face. Dizzy. Li Shiran frowned her beautiful eyebrows. What kind of adjective is this? Anyway, kissing is good. You'll know when you have a boyfriend. Chen Zhibai said again, and then she did not continue the topic. Ran, let's not talk about this anymore. Don't I need to clean up the memory on my phone frequently? He saw it and bought me an Apple phone. Can you help me turn it on and verify it? Chen Zhibai spoke up. Did he buy you an iPhone? Which model? Li Shiran came back to his senses and looked at the bag in Chen Zhihui's hand while speaking. Only then did she discover the bag. Then, I became a little curious. Just the latest Apple 16 Pro Max, 1 terabyte of memory. Chen Zhihui said. 16 Pro Max, or the 1 terabyte one. The one that costs 15,000. Li Shiran was stunned for a moment and asked hurriedly. Yes, that's right. Chen Zhihui nodded. Li Shiran suddenly didn't want to talk anymore, because she also wants to buy this phone, but it is too expensive, so she can only think about it. 15,000 is equivalent to her salary for several months. But now my friend has come back with this phone. How should I put it? My emotions are a little complicated. She actually knew that buying a mobile phone worth 15,000 yuan was just normal consumption for Chen Zhibai, and it might not even be considered consumption. After all, he was driving a car worth more than 800,000 yuan and wearing a watch worth more than 1 million yuan when he just entered college. 15,000 may not be considered a lot of money for Chen Zhibai, but doesn't count for Chen Zhibai, but does count for her. Ran, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking? Chen Zhihui stood there and couldn't help asking when she saw that Li Shiran hadn't spoken. I don't want to talk because I envy you. When will I be able to meet a rich second-generation boyfriend? Li Shiran sighed, and while speaking, she looked at Chen Zhihui with envy. She was indeed a little envious. She only knew that Chen Zhibai was rich before, but she didn't have a particularly clear concept of it. After all, whether it was a car worth more than 800,000 yuan or a watch worth more than 1 million yuan, it was actually beyond her understanding because it was very far away from her. But now, a mobile phone worth 15,000 yuan was given to my best friend so easily. This is obvious. So, I subconsciously felt a little envious, but she quickly put it away. Come on, unpack the phone first, and then I'll verify it with you. It's very simple. Just follow the steps. Li Shiran suppressed the envy in her heart and said with a smile. Uh-huh. Chen Zhihui nodded, then unpacked the phone. Soon, the white Apple body appeared, looking stylish and beautiful. Chapter 45, not an ordinary rich second generation. Okay, even the Apple ID has been successfully registered. A few minutes later, Li Shiran stretched his arms while talking. As she stretched, her slender waist became apparent. Nice pear-shaped figure. Yeah. Chen Zhihui nodded. I still have to watch online dramas. I don't want to chat with you anymore. I'm going back to my room. Li Shiran said. She has been following an online drama recently. Although the plot is cliché, it is very gripping. If she hadn't wanted to ask Chen Zhihui about her progress that evening, she would have gone to watch the online drama long ago. No, I have something else to do. Chen Zhibai put down her phone and pulled Li Xiran's arm. What's the matter? Li Xiran asked. Is your company hiring recently? I'm planning to resign from the 4S shop. It would be the best if I could work for your company. If you're not hiring, I'll go find another job. Chen Zhibai said. Resign? Why? Li Xiran was stunned for a moment, but soon she understood why. Are you afraid that Chen Zhibai will think too much? Yeah. Chen Zhibai nodded embarrassedly and continued. I was afraid that he would be unhappy, so I wanted to resign. Apart from this reason, I also didn't make enough money at the 4S store. After all, you know that I'm a bit introverted and not very good at entertaining customers. Some customers always look at me with lustful eyes, and some customers add me on WeChat and say some excessive words. So I don't want to stay in the 4S store anymore. You are right in thinking. You can't continue working in the 4S store. Men are very narrow-minded. Don't let Chen Zhibai have any opinions about you because of this. Li Xiran nodded. She felt that her best friend had considered everything very well. Our company is hiring recently. I'll ask for you now to see if you can come. Li Xiran is very proactive. While she was talking, she had already taken out her mobile phone and found an HR in the company. The other party was a woman in her 30s, and Li Xiran had a very good relationship with her in the company. Sister, are you there? I have something to ask you. A close friend of mine wants to come to work in the company. She went to the same university as me, and we were roommates on the upper and lower bunks. Li Xiran typed and then sent the message. Sure, the company is short of people right now. Can you come to work next Monday? Soon, a message came back from the other end. You can go. Chen Zhibai said quickly. Li Xiran typed and sent the message, then said he would treat her to a meal, and then put down the phone. Tell me how you want to thank me. Li Xiran put on a cool look. I'll treat you to dinner too. Chen Zhibai thought for a moment and said, Forget about eating. I would like you to sleep with me. Li Xiran shook his head, then chuckled and threw Chen Zhibai directly onto the sofa. Hey, what are you doing? Don't move your hands. Chen Zhihui's panicked voice came. Li Xiran laughed like a villain. But soon, Chen Zhihui launched a counterattack, unwilling to be outdone. For a while, the two women were making a fuss on the sofa. Chen Zhibai had already driven into the school. After parking the car in the parking lot, he unbuckled his seatbelt, picked up his cell phone, and checked the time. It's okay. It's only 9:30, and there's still half an hour before the lights in the dormitory are turned off. After getting out of the car and locking the door, Chen Zhibai walked towards the dormitory while thinking about renting a house outside the school. It is definitely convenient to rent a house off campus. At least you don't have to go back to the dormitory every day. Besides this, there will be other benefits. For example, when you are with Lu Meng or Chen Zhihui, you can't always find a place where there is no one around to be together. It would be convenient to have a house where you can be completely alone. But if this happens, I will have to rent two houses. One is Lu Meng and the other is Chen Zhihui. The money for renting the house can also be paid from the two women's exclusive dating funds. Rent expenses are also included in the exclusive relationship fund, right? System, Chen Zhibai asked, and then got a positive answer from a system. You can use your exclusive relationship funds to rent a house. Thinking of this, Chen Zhibai felt the phone in his trouser pocket vibrate. He took out his cell phone and saw a WeChat message from Lu Meng, asking him if he was still eating at the hot pot restaurant. No, I'm back at school. I just parked the car and am about to go back to the dormitory. After Chen Zhibai typed a message back, he thought about it and took another photo. The background in the photo clearly shows that it is a school. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng had finished washing up and was lying on the bed. At this moment, she saw the message and photos sent by Chen Zhibai. After thinking for a while, she didn't continue typing, but picked up the mirror to look at her face first. Although she is wearing no makeup, her skin condition is very good. Lu Meng nodded with satisfaction, put down the mirror, and sent a video call to Chen Zhibai. While waiting for the call to be connected, she adjusted the angle of her face towards the phone camera. Meng, it's so late. Who are you video chatting with? Wang Hui heard the sound of the video call, waiting to be connected, and immediately looked over curiously and asked a question. With my boyfriend. Lu Meng smiled, and then saw that the video call was connected. The next second, Chen Zhibai's face appeared on the phone. Checking in, Lu Meng immediately said with a smile, her pretty face bright and generous. Check it out. Looking at Lu Meng's face in the video call, which was bright even without makeup, Chen Zhibai also smiled. Then, he couldn't help but compare Lu Meng and Chen Zhihui. Well, both women have their merits, but their overall scores are both above 90 points. But if we only talk about appearance, Lu Ming is actually more beautiful than Chen Zhibai. Have you finished washing up? Chen Zhibai put aside his thoughts and asked as he looked at Lu Ming lying on the bed. Yeah, I just finished washing up and lay down on the bed. Lu Ming nodded in response, then said, I was worried that you would be lonely on your way back to the dormitory, so I gave you a video call. How about it? I'm still a qualified girlfriend, right? After saying this, Lu Ming acted proudly. Honestly, it's kind of cute. I give you 82 points, and the remaining 18 points are given to you in the form of 666. Chen Zhibai said, Oomph. Lu Ming's pretty face raised, and she snorted with a little complacency, and then she started chatting with Chen Zhibai. On the bed next to her, Liu would glance at Lu Ming from time to time. His eyes were full of regret and unwillingness. How come she didn't realize that Chen Zhibai was actually a rich second generation? If she discovered it before Lu Ming, then wouldn't she be Chen Zhibai's girlfriend now? And that LV bag is also hers. That's a bag worth 68,888. Moreover, since Chen Zhibai could casually give away such a bag, he must not be an ordinary rich second generation. Chapter 46, Stingy Zhou Hao. Hey, why didn't I realize that Chen Zhibai is a rich second generation? Li was full of regret. She had been quite satisfied with Zhou Hao's conditions before. After all, he was a local in Jiangcheng and his family owned 2 houses. He was also willing to spend money on her. He spent more than 500 yuan on clothes yesterday. Before today, she was actually satisfied with Zhou Hao, but today, after Chen Zhibai gave Lu Ming an LV bag, she was no longer satisfied. Because there is no comparison. Thinking of this, Liu looked at Lu Ming, who was on a video call, then turned to look at the locker belonging to Lu Ming in the dormitory. She saw Lu Ming put the LV bag into the closet at night. An LV bag worth 68,888. A bag she couldn't even dream of owning. Buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated several times. Liu came back to her senses, looked down at her phone, and subconsciously frowned because it was a WeChat message from Zhou Hao. I asked her what she was doing, and she said she missed me and wanted to make a video call. No, I'm sleepy and want to sleep. Liu frowned and typed directly. She didn't want a video chat with Zhou Hao at all now. She didn't even want to see Zhou Hao. For this reason, she didn't even go out to eat with Zhou Hao tonight. Because I'm upset, and also because of the imbalance in my heart. Are you sleepy so early? Okay, then go to bed early. Good night. In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao typed and sent the message with a reluctant look on his face. Then he sighed. He always felt that Li Yu was acting strangely since this afternoon and rarely chatted with him. What's wrong, Mr. Zhou? You're still sighing. If you have anything that makes you unhappy, tell us and let us cheer you up. Seeing Zhou Hao sigh, Wang Chao, who was lying on the bed next to him, immediately asked a question. When Li Dong heard this, he also looked up. How to say it? Zhou Hao is not very popular in the dormitory. Both Wang Chao and Li Dong have a lot of dissatisfaction with him. The reason is that Zhou Hao has a sense of superiority, and he always says, I am a local and I have 2 houses. Although this is indeed true and the conditions are indeed acceptable, it is still a bit annoying. So, seeing Zhou Hao sighing, Li Dong and Wang Chao both became alert. Go away, there's no point in me telling you. My girlfriend seems to be worried tonight. It's no use telling you. You 2 are single guys who don't even have girlfriends. Zhou Hao curled his lips and spoke directly. His tone was as superior as always. Yes, you're the only one who has a girlfriend. You are great. Wang Chao was a little angry. Zhou Hao saw it, but he didn't care at all. That's right. It's really great that I have a girlfriend. You don't have to be envious. Take your time. Maybe there will be girls who like you in your 4 years of college. Zhou Hao spoke. What the hell do you mean by that? Wang Chao couldn't help it, and he sat up from the bed. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Zhou Hao curled his lips and didn't continue talking, but his heart was filled with a growing sense of superiority. Because he felt that, apart from him, it would be difficult for the other 3 people in the dormitory, Chen Zhibai, Li Dong, and Wang Chao, to have a girlfriend in college. And even if you do get together, it will all be nothing after you graduate from college. Why? Because college graduation season is also breakup season. Many couples break up due to reality. But he doesn't need to, as his family owns 2 houses in Jiangcheng. Although they're resettlement houses, they're still houses. He will marry Li Yu. Zhou Hao has made up his mind that when he and Li Yu get married, he will definitely invite Chen Zhibai and others to witness his happiness. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao's sense of superiority grew even more. I get angry when I see his superiority complex. Is it so great to be a Jiangcheng native? Is it so great to have two houses? Wang Chao held his breath, opened WeChat on his phone, and sent this message to Li Dong. Although I don't think highly of him, he's a native of Jiangcheng and has two houses, which is really impressive. Li Dong quickly replied with a message. You fucking bastard. Wang Chao cursed. I asked you to join me in scolding Zhou Hao, that idiot, not to stand on his side. Wang Chao typed and sent the message. I just really hate this shabby superior look and the way he looks down on us. Moreover, after he got a girlfriend, he showed off every day. Damn, why did he let this shabby have a girlfriend? Honestly, I'm praying for one thing right now. Wang Chao typed continuously. What's the matter? Li Dong became curious, so he typed and asked. This idiot girlfriend dumped him. It would be better to make him a cuckold. Let him show off his superiority every day. Wang Chao had a vicious expression on his face. Li Dong replied with a string of ellipses before continuing typing. Okay, don't be angry with people like him. It's been a month, and you still don't know what kind of person he is? Just don't associate with him. Well, let's go to the balcony and smoke a cigarette. Wang Chao was comforted, and he was not so angry anymore. However, he still had a craving for a cigarette and wanted to go smoke one, so he typed. He is from Heilongjiang province, and all the elders in his family smoke, so he picked up this bad habit. Let's go. This time, Li Dong did not type. Instead, he put down his phone and directly said to Wang Chao, let's go. After saying that, the two jumped down from the upper bunk and went to the balcony to smoke. The layout of the dormitory is a bed above and a desk below. Zhou Hao was lying on the bed. Seeing Wang Chao and Li Dong go to the balcony to smoke, he also felt like smoking. He is not addicted to smoking. He just thinks smoking is cool. But after thinking about it, Zhou Hao decided not to smoke because his cigarettes were Furong King, which cost 28 yuan a pack. The cigarettes Wang Chao and Li Dong smoked were golden leaf cigarettes that cost 12 yuan a box. Therefore, Zhou Hao was worried that if he went to smoke, Wang Chao and Li Dong would ask him for cigarettes. Then when the time comes, will he give it or not? If he gave it to him, he would feel bad. If he didn't give it, he was afraid that Wang Chao and Li Dong would say he was stingy. After hesitating for a while, Zhou Hao still did not get out of bed to smoke, but decided to wait until Wang Chao and Li Dong finished smoking before he went to the balcony to smoke. After coming up with an idea, Zhou Hao glanced towards the balcony and then curled his lips. He doesn't even smoke good cigarettes. No wonder he is from another province. Yeah, tomorrow is Sunday and there is no school. Shall we go for barbecue? We didn't have it today. Putting aside his thoughts, Zhou Hao opened the chat box with Li Yu and typed. He hoped that Li Yu would see the message he sent when she woke up tomorrow morning. In the girls' dormitory, Li Yu, who had not yet gone to bed, heard her cell phone vibrate and picked it up to take a look. When he saw that the message was from Zhou Hao, he turned his phone over and didn't want to reply at all. After doing this, Li Yu looked up and glanced at Lu Meng, who was still video chatting with Chen Zhibai. She curled her lips when she saw Lu Meng's bright smile. But I was very jealous. Chapter 47 Lu Meng. Okay, I'm at the dorm now. We'll chat after I wash up. When Chen Zhibai arrived at the door of the boys' dormitory, he said something to Lu Meng. Yeah, okay, then go back to the dormitory and wash up first. Lu Meng nodded. Chen Zhibai was about to hang up the video when he saw Lu Meng's camera in the video suddenly slide downwards. Suddenly, a pair of slender white legs appeared in the camera. But it only appeared for 2 seconds before the camera moved up again, revealing Lu Meng's beautiful face. How is it? Does it look good? Lu Meng was lying on the bed, her face slightly red at the moment, but she still asked calmly. Of course, she moved the camera downward on purpose. Because she knew the advantages of her body, she didn't mind showing them to Chen Zhibai. Anyway, she has already decided on Chen Zhibai. I didn't see it clearly. Take another look. Chen Zhibai blinked and said after coming back to his senses. But actually I did see it. I just wanted to take another look. You should go back to the dormitory first. I'm going to hang up the video now. Lu Meng's pretty face was slightly red. She didn't believe that Chen Zhibai didn't see it clearly because she saw Chen Zhibai's eyes suddenly widen. So, after she said this, she hung up the video call. After putting the phone down, Lu Meng reached out and touched his face. Even without looking in the mirror, she could tell that her face must be red because it felt hot to the touch. After all, this was her first time to let a boy see her legs. This is different from when she's walking on the street and boys are looking at her. This time she took the initiative to let them look at her. So, I was actually a little shy. No matter how bright and graceful she is still a little shy. However, the effect is very good. There was a look of pride in Lu Meng's eyes. Thinking about how Chen Zhibai's eyes suddenly widened, she let out a proud snort. Shunqing finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom. She just happened to hear Lu Meng's hum, so she subconsciously glanced at Lu Meng. Then I saw Lu Meng's pretty face full of pride. Shunqing shook his head, without thinking too much, and prepared to go back to his bed. Qingqing, you look so beautiful after taking a bath. Wang Hui couldn't help but sigh out loud at this time. While speaking, she looked at Shunqing with envy. She did think Shunqing was beautiful after taking a bath. There's a very ethereal and cool temperament. Moreover, she has a great figure. I never expected that she is so well endowed. Lu Meng was lying on the bed. After hearing Wang Hui's words, she subconsciously glanced at Shunqing and then restrained the pride on her face. Even she had to admit that Shunqing's looks were comparable to hers. At this moment, Shunqing, who had just finished taking a shower, had her hair tied into a bun, revealing a very cool and beautiful face and a slender and white neck. Wearing a nightgown, she has a great figure and an outstanding cool temperament. You are very beautiful too. Shunqing looked at Wang Hui and said with a smile, No way, I'm not pretty at all. Qingqing, you don't have to comfort me. I still know what I look like. Wang Hui sighed and did not continue the topic, but asked curiously, Qingqing, I have a question that I'm curious about. Is it convenient for me to ask? Ask, but it's up to me whether to answer. If you ask questions about privacy, I won't answer them. Shunqing nodded and said, Don't worry, I won't ask any private questions. I just want to know, Qingqing, what kind of boyfriend do you want? It's been a month since school started, and many boys are chasing you, but you don't seem to like any of them. So, tell me what kind of boys you like. Wang Hui asked curiously. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Meng looked over curiously. She was naturally curious about Shunqing's criteria for finding a boyfriend. After all, in her opinion, Shunqing was a beauty of the same level as her, so she was actually curious. Liu lay on the bed without saying anything, but she looked over. I don't really have any criteria for what I like, but I hope he's mature and reliable. Shunqing thought about it and said, This is indeed the standard she likes in boys. She likes mature and reliable boys because she is actually quite insecure. But in the first month of school, all the boys who pursued her seemed nervous. There are also a few who look mature but are still immature inside. Like mature and reliable men? I understand. Qingqing, you like uncle-type men. Uncles are mature and reliable. Wang Hui thought about it and suddenly realized. Shunqing didn't say anything because she didn't like the uncle type. She liked boys of the same age, but mature and reliable. However, Shunqing did not explain, but just smiled. It's getting late, go to bed. Shunqing Chao said to Wang Hui, and then returned to his bed. At the gate of the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai watched the video call in his hand being hung up and suddenly felt a little regretful. After all, he really wanted to take another look at Lu Meng's long legs. I don't know when I can touch it. Chen Zhibai shook his head, suppressed his thoughts, walked into the door, and as he walked up the stairs to the third floor, he suddenly thought of Lu Meng's slightly red face that he saw when the video was hung up just now. It is obvious that Lu Meng is actually a little shy. Thinking of this, Chen Zhibai smiled. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Chen Zhibai looked at his phone. It was a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai, asking him if he had returned to school. I've already entered the dormitory. Photo. Chen Zhibai typed and took another photo. Huh? Are you back to the dormitory so soon? I thought you might have just arrived at school at this time, and I was going to make a video call with you so that you wouldn't be alone on the way back to the dormitory. It's a step too late, oh. The kitten has a pitiful expression. Chen Zhibai sent 3 messages in a row, the last one of which was an emoticon package. In Inquan community, Chen Zhibai was lying on the bed in her room with an unhappy look on her pretty face because she really wanted to make a video call to Chen Zhibai. But now it's obviously too late. Chen Zhibai's heart skipped a beat, and then he secretly said, That's a close call. Fortunately, there was no video call, otherwise Chen Zhibai would know that he was on a video call with someone else. When you get back to the dorm, let's have a video call. After Chen Zhibai calmed down, she sent this message with some anticipation. I have to wash up when I get back to the dormitory. It will be late by the time I finish washing up. My roommates will probably be asleep by then. The video call will have noise, and it's not good to disturb them. I'd better chat through text. Chen Zhibai typed and said, Is that so? Okay then. Chen Zhibai was a little disappointed, but she could understand. Looking at the message she sent, Chen Zhibai breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second, he He saw Lu Meng also sent a message saying that she would continue the video chat after he finished washing up. Chen Zhibai. He could only repeat to Lu Meng what he had said to Chen Zhibai before. Of course, Lu Meng could understand, so she said okay. Chen Zhibai didn't reply because he had already arrived at the dormitory door. Chapter 48, It's useless for a man to be handsome. The dormitory door was not closed, but ajar, so Chen Zhibai pushed it gently with his hand and opened it. On the dormitory balcony, Wang Chao and Li Dong had finished smoking. I can't sleep. Why don't we play 2 rounds of games? Wang Chao suggested. Okay, but Lao Chen hasn't come back yet. Without Lao Chen, it's just the 2 of us playing, so it's hard to win. Li Dong was somewhat tempted, but when he thought of his and Wang Chao's skills, he became hesitant. After all, no one likes to lose. That's true, but why hasn't Lao Chen come back yet? It's almost 10 o'clock. Where on earth has he been? Wang Chao nodded, then became a little confused. The next second, he heard the dormitory door being pushed open and someone walked in. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look at the dormitory door. Who are you? Which dormitory are you from? Holy seat, Lao Chen. Wang Chao had a look of shock on his face, because at first he really didn't recognize that the person who came in was Chen Zhibai. The hairstyle is refreshing and the clothes are decent and fashionable. The whole person seemed to have been reborn, so Wang Chao didn't dare to recognize him. But then he realized that this was Chen Zhibai. This made Wang Chao stunned on the ground for a moment, and he looked at Chen Zhibai with disbelief. He really didn't expect that after Chen Zhibai went out in the afternoon, he would have changed like this when he came back. It's like he's a different person. He looks very handsome. Why are you so surprised that Lao Chen is back? What a fuss. Shit, are you Lao Chen? Li Dong was standing nearby. He didn't look at the dormitory door at first. He only heard Wang Chao calling Lao Chen with a look of shock on his face. So he was speechless and thought that Wang Chao was making a fuss about nothing. Lao Chen just came back, so why make such a fuss about it? But then, when he turned his head to look at the dormitory door and saw Chen Zhibai, who had already walked in, he instantly shouted, fuck. He was also shocked, because my roommate, who I had been living with day and night, suddenly changed his hairstyle and clothes in just one afternoon. The whole person underwent a qualitative change, and anyone who saw it would be stunned. Wang Chao and Li Dong stood there in a daze. Zhou Hao was lying on the bed, listening to the shocked tone of Wang Chao and Li Dong. He frowned, but also subconsciously stood up and took a look. Then his eyes suddenly widened, filled with disbelief. This is Chen Zhibai. You had plastic surgery? No, that's not right. I didn't have any plastic surgery. I just changed my hairstyle and clothes. But there's such a big change. Zhou Hao looked at Chen Zhibai in disbelief, and the next second he felt a little unbalanced and jealous, because he always claimed that he was the most handsome in the dormitory. But now, he had to admit the fact that Chen Zhibai was more handsome than him, and her temperament is stronger than his. Calm, confident, composed, and generous. No, why do you? Zhou Hao thought, unconvinced. After Chen Zhibai entered the dormitory and closed the door, he came to his senses and saw Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao. The 3 of them were looking at him with unbelievable eyes and shocked expressions on their faces. Obviously, she was shocked by his change. Why, you don't recognize me? Chen Zhibai smiled and spoke to Wang Chao and Li Dong. Fuck no, what's wrong with you? You just changed your hairstyle, but you look much more handsome. And the clothes you picked are also very good. They look clean and comfortable on you. Wang Chao came to his senses, walked out to the balcony, and walked around Chen Zhibai several times. The more he looked, the more unbelievable it became. Li Dong also walked out to the balcony at this time. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were always on Chen Zhibai. Honestly, Lao Chen, if your face wasn't the same as it is now, I would have thought you went to Korea for plastic surgery. But the changes you have made now are better than any plastic surgery. I'm so envious. Wang Chao said this with envy on his face, and then added, Lao Chen, believe me, with the way you are now, you will definitely find a girlfriend. Absolutely, believe me. I also think I can definitely find a girlfriend. Li Dong, who was standing nearby, nodded enviously. As the saying goes, if a man thinks another man is handsome, then this man is really handsome. And now, Chen Zhibai is in this situation. In fact, if we really talk about appearance, Chen Zhibai is still not the kind of handsome guy who is stunning at first sight. He is just a handsome guy at best. But his temperament is very attractive, calm, confident, composed, and generous. Frankly speaking, this kind of temperament is even more attractive than appearance. Lao Chen, where did you get this haircut? Tell Dongzi and me so we can change our hairstyles too. A suitable hairstyle is like a plastic surgery. Your previous hairstyle made you look very ordinary, but your current hairstyle is fresh and clean. Wang Chao said this with excitement. He suddenly felt that he might as well change his hairstyle. Yes. Where did you get your hair cut? I also want to be reborn like you. Li Dong also became excited. They both looked at Chen Zhibai expectantly. Chen Zhibai. He felt that Wang Chao and Li Dong were overthinking. The reason why he looked so transformed after changing his hairstyle was because his facial features were already good and his facial skin was in good condition. At the same time, his hair was too long before and did not reveal his eyebrows and eyes, which is why he looked so different after changing his hairstyle. But Wang Chao and Li Dong. This is obviously impossible because Wang Chao's skin condition is not good and Li Dong has obvious flaws on his facial features. In this case, it is obviously impossible to become handsome by relying on hairstyle. However, the truth obviously cannot be told. Besides, Wang Chao and Li Dong couldn't afford the barbershop he went to. A haircut costs 1,888 yuan, which is not even the monthly living expenses of Wang Chao and Li Dong. It's the barbershop in front of the school. You can go and try it. Chen Zhibai said, suppressing his thoughts. This can be considered a white lie. A haircut at the barbershop in front of the school costs 20 yuan, so it's okay for Wang Chao and Li Dong to go there once. The barbershop in front of the school? Damn it, I'm going there tomorrow. Damn it, I want to be handsome too. Wang Chao was quite excited. Li Dong stood nearby and also clenched his fists. It was obvious that he had the same idea as Wang Chao and was planning to go to the barbershop at the school gate tomorrow. Chen Zhibai's current changes have caused too much shock to the two of them. In fact, let alone Wang Chao and Li Dong. Even Zhou Hao, who was lying on the bed at the moment, couldn't help but look at Chen Zhibai and then wondered whether he should also go to the barbershop at the school gate tomorrow. Well, go. Zhou Hao became determined and then looked at Chen Zhibai again. There is no reason why Chen Zhibai can become handsome with his hairstyle, but he can't. He is much more handsome than Chen Zhibai. He will definitely be more handsome after changing his hairstyle. By then, maybe Iya will agree to let me hold her hand. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao also became a little excited. Then, he looked at Chen Zhibai with a sense of superiority. Even though Chen Zhibai has become handsome now, Zhou Hao doesn't think that Chen Zhibai can get a beautiful girlfriend. But he has Li Yu. After all, it's useless for a man to be handsome. He still needs to have a rich family. Chapter 49. How can a game compare to a girlfriend? Well, go ahead. Chen Zhibai nodded to Wang Chao and Li Dong, and without saying anything more, he prepared to go to the bathroom to wash up. It's convenient to wash up now since the lights in the dormitory are still on. Otherwise, when the lights are turned off, it is dark and inconvenient. Although you can turn on the flashlight on your mobile phone for lighting, it is still inconvenient. Thinking of this, Chen Zhibai's idea of renting a house outside came to his mind again. No matter from which perspective, renting a house outside is convenient. You don't have to worry about checking in dormitories and turning off lights. And at the same time, you could become closer to Lu Ming and Chen Jiawei. It would be convenient to have a house where you can be completely alone. The school does not object to students renting a house outside. They just need to explain to the counselor and sign a letter of responsibility stating that anything that happens outside the school has nothing to do with the school. The reason why Chen Zhibai knew this was because a freshman on the school forum rented a house in this way, and the other party mentioned it on the forum. It's just that when college students want to rent a house, the monthly rent is a big problem. So few people do so. Chen Zhibai suppressed his thoughts, picked up the towel, and prepared to go to the toilet, but his arm was grabbed by Wang Chao. Fuck, Lao Chen, the watch on your wrist is really nice. What brand is it? It looks very high-end and has an indescribable elegance. Wang Chao had a look of surprise on his face. He looked at the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch on Chen Zhibai's wrist and said, he actually didn't recognize the Patek Philippe logo. This is also the case for most Chinese people. Although they know the watch brand Patek Philippe, they don't know the specific letters of the logo. But even though he didn't recognize it, it didn't stop Wang Chao from thinking that the watch was beautiful. Because it is really beautiful. The light blue sky dial looks textured and has a low-key elegance. This is actually normal. After all, this is a watch worth over 1 million yuan. In a small county town, it is worth several houses. It's really beautiful, but what brand is it? I can't recognize it. Li Dong also came over and took a curious look, then looked up at Chen Zhibai with curiosity in his eyes. What else could it be? It must be a no-name brand watch. Zhou Hao was lying on the bed and said something at this moment. Because the distance was quite far, he didn't see the Patek Philippe logo, but even if he saw it, he couldn't recognize it. But it didn't stop Zhou Hao from thinking that this was a fake brand watch. After all, in Zhou Hao's heart, Chen Zhibai is an absolute pauper. Really? An unknown brand of watch? This brand of watch is really nicely made. What brand is it, Lao Chen? I want to buy one too. Wang Chao sighed at first, then became interested. He really thinks this watch is beautiful, low-key, and fashionable. It looks classy. My family bought it for me. I don't even know the brand. Chen Zhibai replied with a smile, then waved his hand. All right, no more talking. I'll wash up first. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to wash up when the lights are turned off in the dormitory. After saying that, Chen Zhibai took the towel and walked into the bathroom. With a click, the toilet door closed. He is not the kind of person who likes to show off, so he did not mention the brand Patek Philippe or the price of the watch. If it were someone more outspoken, he would definitely say it out loud, but Chen Zhibai didn't want to do that. Because once it is said, the relationship in the dormitory will change. Take Wang Chao and Li Dong, for example. Once they know that his watch is so expensive, they will definitely not be able to get along with him as before. This was what Chen Zhibai didn't want, so he didn't say it. Turning on the faucet, Chen Zhibai washed his face and began to brush his teeth. Outside the dormitory, Wang Chao and Li Dong were still discussing watches. Lao Chen's watch looks really nice. I want to buy one if I have the chance. Wang Chao said excitedly that he had an idea. But Zhou Hao, who was lying on the bed, curled his lips after looking at him. What's the point of buying a fake brand watch like this? If you want to buy something, just buy a branded one. It will give you face when you wear it. If you wear a fake brand watch and meet someone who doesn't know watches, it's okay. But if you meet someone who knows watches, well, that would be embarrassing. Zhou Hao started talking. Then he glanced at Wang Chao with a look of pride on his face and continued. My family said that they would buy me a watch after I graduate from college. It's a Longines watch, which costs about 10,000 yuan. It's very prestigious to wear it outside. So they listened to me and bought a branded watch. Who can compare with you, Mr. Zhou? You are a native of Jiangcheng and you own 2 houses. Wang Chao looked unhappy and said something sarcastically. But Zhou Hao didn't notice his sarcasm, so instead of getting angry, he nodded complacently. That's right. Not everyone can buy a watch worth more than 10,000 yuan. Forget it. Just buy a cheap watch. It's still a watch after all. You can wear it outside. Zhou Hao said proudly. This look made Wang Chao very angry, because he didn't expect that Zhou Hao didn't even notice his sarcasm. This idiot. Wang Chao was sulking, but he didn't think about asking Chen Zhibai about the watch anymore, because he now feels that wearing a watch of an unknown brand is not good looking. When I graduate and make money, I'll buy some branded stuff. Wang Dong thought to himself. Chen Zhibai washed up quickly. When he came out of the bathroom and put his things away, the lights in the dormitory were turned off. Immediately, a series of ghostly howling sounds came from other dormitories in the corridor. Fuck, the lights are turned off already? I haven't finished washing my hair yet. Come on, someone bring a cell phone and take a picture of me. The lights are off again. Hey, if I had money, I would really like to rent a house outside. It would be convenient for me to have a girlfriend in the future. Hee. You know what? These howling sounds are quite interesting, especially the one who hasn't finished washing his hair. He's probably sitting in the toilet with a head full of foam. Chen Zhibai shook his head, turned on the flashlight on his cell phone, and climbed onto the bed. Old Chen, let's play 2 games? I'm waiting for you to lead me in Dongzi. On the bed next to him, Wang Chao saw Chen Zhibai lying down on the bed after washing up and quickly extended an invitation. Chen Zhibai was about to agree, but the next second he saw on his WeChat phone that both Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui had sent him several WeChat messages. They all asked him if he had finished washing up, and if he had, they would chat. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai gave up the idea of playing games. After all, games are not as good as girlfriends. What's more, there are 2 girlfriends. No, you play with Dongzi. I have something to do. Chen Zhibai refused. Come on, let's play 2 rounds. Wang Chao was a little unwilling to give up. Yeah, let's play a couple of games. There's nothing to do. We can go to bed so early. The night is long. Li Dong also advised, but Chen Zhibai refused firmly. Seeing this, Wang Chao and Li Dong both sighed, and then they started a game. Chapter 50. Li Yu took the initiative to add WeChat. Zhou Hao was lying on the bed when Wang Chao and Li Dong invited Chen Zhibai to play games. He was waiting for them to invite him to play games as well. After all, Li Yu had already gone to sleep, and he had no one to chat with. But he waited until Wang Chao and Li Dong entered the game, but never received an invitation from them. This made Zhou Hao look a little unhappy. He curled his lips, glanced at Wang Chao and Li Dong's bed, and opened the game himself. He was too lazy to play games with these two. I don't even have a girlfriend, and she's from another place. Chen Zhibai has started chatting with Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai. Both women are good at giving emotional value, but when it comes to details, there are obvious differences. Lu Meng's style of chatting is very natural and open. For example, she would talk about her boyfriend directly and would also make jokes and tease. Chen Zhibai is more cute and shy. Chen Zhibai just sent a slightly sexual joke to each of the two girls. Although Lu Meng blushed in the girls' dormitory, the WeChat message she sent back was just this: "You could be bolder." As for Chen Zhibai, she sent several cute emojis in succession and kept suppressing the joke message sent by Chen Zhibai before sending a text. In short, the two women are very different. Logically speaking, Chen Zhibai should have one he likes more between Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai. But to be honest, he really couldn't tell the difference. After all, both the palms and the backs of the hands are made of flesh, and both women have their own merits. What time will you wake up tomorrow morning? If you wake up early, let's have breakfast together. Lu Meng sent another WeChat message. It was a straightforward invitation, bright and generous, just like her. I must have woken up very early because I have to go to the school playground to run at 7 o'clock in the morning. Let's have breakfast together after I finish running. Chen Zhibai typed, "Running." In the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng's pretty face was a little surprised because she really didn't expect that Chen Zhibai would go jogging in the morning. Although surprised, she quickly replied, "I'm free tomorrow morning. Shall I go jogging with you?" "Okay." Chen Zhibai typed. As soon as the message was sent, the phone vibrated. This time, it was Chen Zhibai who sent the message. I asked him why he hadn't replied to the message for several minutes, and whether he was sleepy. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai sighed. This is the problem of having two girlfriends. When you chat with one of them, you will subconsciously ignore the other one. "Not really sleepy," Chen Zhibai typed, and then said, "I had something to do just now." "Oh, so that's it." Chen Zhibai didn't think much about it, and thought that Chen Zhibai really had something to do. "Are you done now?" she typed. "Finished." Chen Zhibai typed. Chen Zhibai. "Well, then I want to tell you something." Chen Zhibai. "Just tell me." Chen Zhibai. "It's not a big deal. I just planned to resign from the 4S store, and my best friend company happened to be hiring, so I could go in directly." In the house in Yingquan community, Chen Zhibai felt a little shy after typing and sending this message. After all, she actually resigned because she was afraid that Chen Zhibai would think too much. "Really? That's a good thing. I don't actually want you to be a salesperson in a 4S store." In the boys' dormitory, after Chen Zhibai saw Chen Zhibai's message, he raised his eyebrows before typing. "What?" Chen Zhibai asked subconsciously. "Of course it's because people will remember you." Chen Zhibai said simply. This is the truth. With Chen Zhibai's looks and figure, there will definitely be people who are interested in her. Chen Zhibai blushed, but she was very happy in her heart because she felt that this was a manifestation of Chen Zhibai's care for her. "It's not as exaggerated as you say." Chen Zhibai typed, and then typed again with a red face. "Besides, I'm your girlfriend now, so there's no point for others to think about me." Frankly speaking, this sentence is quite hurtful. At the very least, Chen Zhibai was touched after seeing these words, especially when he thought of Chen Zhibai's face and figure. But just as he touched it, his phone vibrated and a message from Lu Meng came. "Hello, is this 911? My boyfriend hasn't replied to my messages for several minutes. He might be missing." Chen Zhibai was distracted and chatting with Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai. Soon, it was 11 o'clock. Chen Zhibai was sleepy, so she said goodnight. After Chen Zhibai replied with goodnight, he suddenly felt less stressed. After all, he only had a chat with Lu Meng. Having too many girlfriends is actually not good. Chen Zhibai thought about it, and then he suddenly saw someone applying to add him as a friend. It's a girl's profile picture, probably from the internet. The name is a moon emoji. The friend request note read, "Chen Zhibai, approve my friend?" Looking at the friend request note sent by the other party, Chen Zhibai frowned. "Know your name? Then who is this?" With thoughts turning in his mind, Chen Zhibai clicked to agree, then sent a question mark. Then he continued typing. "Who are you?" "Girls' dormitory." Li was lying on the bed. When she saw Chen Zhibai accepted her friend request, she became quite excited. Yes, the person who added Chen Zhibai on WeChat just now is her. As for why add, the reason is very simple. That is, she is unbalanced. Why did her boyfriend Zhou Hao give her a gift that was just clothes worth 5 or 600 yuan? However, Lu Meng's boyfriend Chen Zhibai gave Lu Meng an LV bag worth 68,888. This is the point of imbalance. So, Liu thought of adding Chen Zhibai's WeChat. She already had Chen Zhibai's WeChat. After all, Zhou Hao had sent her a message last night, and she forwarded it to Lu Meng at that time. So, she has a WeChat business card. Add WeChat first, and then see if there is any chance to poach her. This is Liu's truest thought. She felt that although she was not as pretty as Lu Meng, she was still a beauty after all. Boys would ask for her WeChat when she walked on the street, and in the first month of school, many boys and seniors wanted to pursue her. So, what if Chen Zhibai likes her type? In that case, wouldn't she be able to be Chen Zhibai's girlfriend? Then wouldn't she also be able to receive an LV bag worth 68,888? So, Liu felt that she had to fight for it. Therefore, she made up her mind and chose to add Chen Zhibai on WeChat. And now, Chen Zhibai has passed her friend request. Liu was a little excited. She subconsciously turned her head and glanced at Lu Meng, who was chatting on the phone on the bed. I'm sorry, I want to steal your boyfriend. Don't blame me. These rich second-generation guys are the objects of competition among many girls. Speak, who are you? Don't say delete. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai frowned. Seeing that the other party had not replied after he sent the message, he typed directly. Chapter 51. The Plucking Plan. No, don't delete me. Seeing the WeChat message sent by Chen Zhibai, Liu came back to her senses and quickly typed. She was afraid that if she typed slowly, Chen Zhibai would delete her. Then her plan to steal his girlfriend would be shattered. This is absolutely not possible. She also wanted an LV bag. Moreover, in addition to the LV bag, Liu also wanted to see Lu Meng's frustrated expression. Once she really succeeds in stealing his girl, Lu Meng will definitely look frustrated. Whenever Liu thought of such a situation, she couldn't help but get excited. Yes, she's indeed not as pretty as Lu Meng, but so what? As long as Chen Zhibai likes her type, she will surpass Lu Meng. Tell me, who are you? While Liu was excited and thinking about these things, Chen Zhibai had already typed a message to her. Liwa. Cute kitten covering mouth emoji. Liu suppressed her thoughts and sent a text message first, and then sent an emoticon of a cute kitten covering its mouth. Then, she began to wait for Chen Zhibai's reply with anticipation. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai frowned. Liwa, Zhou Hao's girlfriend? Why did she add herself? Chen Zhibai turned his head and glanced at the bed where Zhou Hao was, and saw that Zhou Hao was lying on the bed playing games, but he was swearing at people with his mouth. What's wrong with me being bad at playing games? I have a girlfriend. Do you have a girlfriend? You single guy, and my girlfriend is pretty. Do you know what a class beauty is? My girlfriend is one. And I'm from Jiangcheng. You know Jiangcheng, right? It's a new first-tier city. My family has 2 houses. You can work hard all your life, but you'll never be able to reach my level. Zhou Hao was spitting all over the place, the light from his phone's screen shining on his face, full of a sense of superiority. Chen Zhibai glanced at him and looked away. Why aren't you talking? Have you forgotten who I am? In the girls' dormitory, Liu saw that Chen Zhibai had not replied after she sent the message. Even though only a few seconds had passed, she was still a little anxious, so she quickly typed a message. Then, she thought about it, opened the photo album on her phone, found a selfie that she was very satisfied with, and then selected it and sent it to Chen Zhibai. In the photo, she was making a V sign to the camera. Her face was actually pretty. Although not as pretty as Lu Meng or Chen Jiahui, she was indeed a beauty at the level of the class flower. Zhou Hao did not lie about this. If he gave her a score, it would be around 80 points. And the body shape is also okay. By adjusting the filter, Liu gave the entire photo a sense of beauty. Now you remember who I am, right? Little girl covering her mouth and laughing cutely. After sending the photo, Liu typed and then sent an emoticon package. The tone is coquettish. Is there something? Although Chen Zhibai felt it was a bit strange that Liu suddenly added him, he didn't think too much about it. He thought that Liu wanted to find him for something, so he typed and asked. Then he thought about it and typed again. I can't do anything for you. You can ask your boyfriend Zhou how to do it. Before he finished typing this line, he saw Liu's reply. Nothing, just want to chat with you for a while. I think you're quite interesting, so I want to chat with you. This is the message sent by Liu. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai's face suddenly became strange, because the message sent by Liu, there's a sense of active goodwill and ambiguity between the lines. But the question is, as someone who already has a boyfriend, Is it appropriate for you to tell me this? Chen Zhibai thought about it and didn't reply. Even though he is a scumbag, he already has 2 girlfriends, and he might have other girlfriends in the future. But he wouldn't mess with other people's girlfriends. This is the bottom line. Even though he really disliked Zhou Hao's character, it didn't escalate to the point of cheating on his girlfriend. Even if Liu took the initiative to come forward and show goodwill, this doesn't work either. Putting aside his thoughts, Chen Zhibai opened the chat interface with Lu Ming and typed, "When you were carrying the LV bag back home this afternoon, were you seen by your roommate?" He originally wanted to ask Liu if she had seen it, but after thinking about it, he changed his mind and asked his roommate. "Yeah, I saw it. When I returned to the dormitory this afternoon, my 3 roommates were there, so they all saw it." Lu Ming replied in seconds, and then asked, "What's wrong?" "Is indeed so," Chen Zhibai said to himself. He knew how could Liu add him for no reason, and even take the initiative to show her goodwill, and there was a sense of ambiguity between the lines. After all, it's already 11 o'clock in the evening, but she said she wanted to chat with him, which is actually very ambiguous. At that time, he guessed that Liu might have seen the LV bag, and now it seems that this is indeed the case. "You told the people in your dormitory that I bought it for you." Chen Zhibai typed again. "Yeah, I told them after they asked, and I also said that we are now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship." Lu Ming typed again, and then asked what was wrong. "It's okay, I'm just asking." Chen Zhibai typed, and then did not continue this topic. He chatted with Lu Ming about another topic, renting a house off campus. "I'm going to rent a house outside the school. Let's go outside the school tomorrow to see if there is a suitable house." Chen Zhibai typed, "Why did you suddenly decide to rent a house outside the school? Are you not comfortable living in the dormitory?" In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming was stunned for a moment and then asked, "That's not the case. I just think it's more convenient to rent a house off campus. I don't have to turn off the lights at 10 o'clock every night. It's also more free. Of course, I haven't mentioned the most important thing yet." Chen Zhibai smiled and typed, "What?" Lu Ming asked. "The most important thing is, after renting the house, I will have a place to go when I date you in the future. It can be regarded as a secret base." Chen Zhibai typed. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Ming's fair and beautiful face blushed. Although she had never been in a relationship before, with the development of the internet nowadays, she was not the kind of girl who knew nothing. On the contrary, because her hometown is economically underdeveloped, many girls start dating early, and some girls from vocational and technical colleges are even more. She had heard this news a lot, so she immediately knew what Chen Zhibai's intention was in renting a house. This made her blush a little. But besides blushing, she was a little hesitant. To be honest, she was very satisfied with Chen Zhibai. She is of the right age, has a pleasant appearance, a calm temperament, and is in the same university as the other student. Not to mention her wealth, which includes a top-of-the-line BMW X5 and a watch worth over 1 million yuan. There are no shortcomings. So, she actually had no resistance to giving her body to Chen Zhibai. But the problem is that the two have just confirmed their relationship, and it would be too fast to start dating now. She was afraid that Chen Zhibai would not cherish it if he got it too quickly. Forget it, just rent it. As long as you control your progress, that's fine. Okay, then I'll go with you to see if there's a suitable house outside the school tomorrow. After making the decision, Lu Ming typed. She had already thought it through. She could let Chen Zhibai take advantage of her, but she must not lose her body. At the very least, it cannot be lost at this stage. Chapter 52, 10 million house purchase funds. Okay, then I'll go with you to see if there's a suitable house outside the school tomorrow. Looking at the message Lu Ming sent back, Chen Zhibai's brows relaxed. He deliberately told Lu Ming that they were renting a house outside the school, and also said that it was a secret space for the two of them to be alone, just to see what Lu Ming meant. To resist or to agree. This represents some of Lu Ming's inner thoughts at this stage. And now, the other party agrees, which means that the other party is actually not opposed to having a secret space alone with me. And if you think about it more deeply, it also means that Lu Ming is not opposed to being with me. That's it. Okay, then tomorrow we will... Chen Zhibai was typing, but at this moment there was a buzzing sound in his head and the system voice rang out. Ding! It is detected that the host is going to rent a house outside the school with one of his girlfriends, Lu Ming. How can a super rich man rent a house? A random task is now issued. Please choose one of the following 2 options. A. The host can get 10 million exclusive housing funds if he buys a house of his own in the university town. Note, this housing purchase fund can only be used to purchase real estate and is limited to the university town and can only purchase one house, not multiple houses. B. If the host chooses not to buy a house and continues to rent one, he will be rewarded with the title of house renting expert. Note, this title has no effect. In my head, system voices rang one after another. Chen Zhibai's face turned helpless because the two choices given by the system were exactly the same as always. No need to consider them. Even a fool would know which of these two options to choose to complete. Of course, choose option A. As long as you choose A, you can get 10 million yuan of exclusive funds for buying a house. Even if it can only be used to buy a house, it is 10 million yuan. What concept? An average person can never earn that much money in their entire lifetime. The average house price in Jiangcheng is around 20,000 yuan. If you buy a 100 square meter apartment, 10 million yuan can buy 5 houses. 5 sets. Of course, the system has set restrictions. The 10 million housing fund can only buy one house, but it only needs to be a big house. As for the fact that you can only buy it in the university town, that's also very simple. University town is just a general term for this area. In fact, in addition to many universities, there are also many residential areas, including many newly built ones. In short, you must choose A. The reward for being an expert in renting a house in option B is obviously useless. System, I choose option A. Chen Zhibai said directly in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing option A and successfully obtaining 10 million yuan in funds to buy a house. Note, the 10 million yuan for purchasing a house has been paid into the host's agricultural bank account in real time. Please check in time. Note 2. After the host purchases the property, if there is any remaining funds, it will be automatically recovered by the system. For example, if the host spends 5 million to purchase a property, the remaining 5 million will be recovered. Please arrange the property you want to purchase reasonably. The system voice sounded in my head. Buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated twice. Chen Zhibai lowered his head and saw that it was a text message from the bank saying that 10 million had arrived. Frankly speaking, Chen Zhibai was a little dazed when he saw the bank text message because there was a series of 0. Many ordinary people, no, I should say 99 of the people, will never hope to see so many zeros in their lifetime. But now he has it. Moreover, all this money should be put into buying a house. Why aren't you talking? Are you sleepy? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming saw that Chen Zhibai hadn't replied to her message for 5 or 6 minutes and couldn't help but ask a question. While typing, she couldn't help yawning. She was actually a little sleepy. In order to maintain her physical condition and skin, she goes to bed early every night because she knows that her appearance and figure are the only things she can rely on. If it weren't for chatting with Chen Zhibai, she would have fallen asleep long ago. Although I can still hold on now, I am actually very sleepy. Yeah, I'm a little sleepy indeed. Chen Zhibai came back to his senses, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and typed. Then let's go to bed, good night. Lu Ming typed. Well, good night. After Chen Zhibai replied, Lu Ming sent another message. We'll meet at the playground tomorrow morning. I haven't seen you running yet. Okay, let's gather in the playground. Okay, good night again. Have a sweet dream. Lu Ming was lying on the bed. After sending the message, he yawned again. But even when she yawns, there's a sense of beauty in her every move. After yawning, Lu Ming turned off his cell phone, put it under his pillow, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. She was indeed very sleepy. So soon, Lu Ming fell asleep. But she fell asleep. But Li Yu, who lived in the same dormitory, couldn't sleep at this moment. Because until now, Chen Zhibai has not responded to Li Yu's message. This made Li Yu very unhappy, especially since she had been observing Lu Ming and saw that Lu Ming was typing and chatting. It was obvious that Lu Ming was chatting with Chen Zhibai. This made Li Yu even more unhappy, because Chen Zhibai did not reply to her message, but was chatting with Lu Ming. What does this mean? Is this saying that she is not attractive at all? Although she is indeed not as pretty as Lu Ming, she is also a beauty, and the gap between her and Lu Ming is not that big. But now, he was ignored by Chen Zhibai. Li Yu gritted her teeth, suppressed her thoughts, and looked at the phone in her hand again. The page stopped on the phone screen was the chat interface between her and Chen Zhibai. She never quit. Lu Ming is asleep now, so it's time for him to chat with me. Right? Still there. After Li Yu typed and sent the message, she thought about it and felt that one cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. So she turned on the camera on her mobile phone and took a picture of her own legs. Because the lights in the dormitory were off, the flash lit up the moment the photo was taken. Yeah, what are you doing? What are you filming so late at night? Wang Hui was still awake on the bed next to him, so she looked over curiously. Oh, I didn't take any pictures. I think a mosquito bit my leg just now. Let me take a look. Liu didn't expect Wang Hui to ask, so she quickly found an excuse to reply. There are mosquitoes? No way. Our dormitory has air conditioning on. How can there be mosquitoes? When I'm at home, as long as I turn on the air conditioner, there are no mosquitoes because mosquitoes are afraid of the cold. Wang Hui replied in surprise, but didn't think much about it after that. You probably opened the window for ventilation at night, so mosquitoes flew in. Do you need me to help you swat the mosquitoes? Wang Hui said. No, I can do it myself. You go to sleep, Hui Hui. Liu waved her hand. Okay. Wang Hui nodded. Just let me know if you need help. Don't worry. After Liu finished speaking, she saw that Wang Hui continued to look at her phone and didn't look at her, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she checked the photos she had just taken, frowned, and looked a little dissatisfied. Liu bent her legs to a nice angle and took several photos before she chose one that she was satisfied with. Then, after beautifying it, she sent it directly to Chen Zhibai. Chapter 53, There is no man who doesn't cheat. After sending the photo, Liu took out her phone and waited for Chen Zhibai's reply. She felt that Chen Zhibai would definitely reply after seeing the photo, because her legs are pretty nice. Even if Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, she has posted a photo of her legs, and the meaning is so obvious, I don't believe that Chen Zhibai won't be moved. There is no man in this world who doesn't cheat. Thinking of this, a smug look flashed in Liu's eyes. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai was using the toilet. He was going to relieve himself and then go to sleep. After all, he had to get up early to run the next day. This is related to whether he can grow 3 centimeters taller. Although he now has a system and 2 girlfriends, Chen Zhibai wants to make himself better. He is rich, handsome, and tall. Soon, after going to the toilet and washing his hands, Chen Zhibai noticed that the cell phone in his trouser pocket vibrated several times. Taking out his cell phone, he saw the message and photos sent by Liu. Subconsciously, Chen Zhibai clicked on the photo. Frankly speaking, Liu's legs are pretty good looking, but it depends on who you compare them with. Compared with ordinary girls, they are definitely pretty good looking, but if you compare them with Lu Ming, it's not good enough. After a brief evaluation, Chen Zhibai was ready to put away his phone. Even though Liu had sent him a photo of her legs, and the ambiguous implication was obvious, he still wasn't going to chat with Liu. Again, Liu has a boyfriend. Moreover, even if Liu didn't have a boyfriend, Chen Zhibai estimated that he would not chat with her. After all, both Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui were much prettier than Liu. But before he put away his phone, Zhou Hao's voice came from the toilet door. Lao Chun, have you finished using the toilet? I'm in a hurry to go to the toilet, and I can't hold it any longer. Hurry up, Zhou Hao shouted urgently at the door. I've finished using the toilet. Chen Zhibai took his cell phone, took 2 steps forward, and opened the bathroom door. Zhou Hao didn't say anything and was about to unbutton his pants, but at this moment he was stunned, because he saw the photo displayed on Chen Zhibai's mobile phone. A picture of a girl's legs. Although her face is not shown, the shape of her legs is still quite nice. But for some reason, Zhou Hao always had an inexplicable sense of familiarity when looking at this photo. But he didn't think much about it. Okay, Lao Chun, you actually secretly searched the internet for pictures of girls' legs. But this girl's legs are pretty nice. Zhou Hao spoke. Chen Zhibai then realized that he had not locked his phone in order to open the door for Zhou Hao, and the screen was displaying the photo that Liu had just sent. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but it's time for you to have a girlfriend. Look at me. I'm already in a relationship right after school started. You see my girlfriend? She's a great beauty, and she treats me very well. Zhou Hao started showing off again, and he even held back his urge to pee in order to show off. Chen Zhibai didn't say anything, but looked at Zhou Hao speechlessly. Liu treats you well? Do you know that this photo of legs was sent to me by your girlfriend? Besides, if I just beckon you, your girlfriend will probably follow me. Too lazy to talk, Chen Zhibai walked out of the bathroom, returned to his bed, muted his phone, stuffed it under his pillow, and began to fall asleep. Hey, I'm telling you. Seeing Chen Zhibai leave without saying a word, Zhou Hao's face suddenly became dissatisfied. He subconsciously wanted to speak, but he couldn't hold back his urge to pee, so he had to go to the toilet first. But I felt very uncomfortable. But soon, Zhou Hao figured out. He felt that the reason why Chen Zhibai didn't speak was because he felt inferior in front of him. After all, he had a girlfriend when school started, but what about Chen Zhibai? Even if he changed his hairstyle and became more handsome, it was not certain that he would have a girlfriend. So, it must be low self-esteem. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao's inner sense of superiority emerged again, and then he subconsciously thought of the photo that Chen Zhibai had just displayed on his mobile phone. Strange, why does it feel familiar? Shaking his head, Zhou Hao didn't think much about it. In the girls' dormitory, Li was lying on the bed. After waiting for 10 minutes without any news from Chen Zhibai, she immediately frowned. Didn't you see this because you fell asleep? Or did you see it but didn't want to talk? I probably fell asleep and didn't see it. Liu thought to herself that she was still very confident about the photo of her legs that she had just sent. Therefore, she thought that the reason why Chen Zhibai did not reply was that he fell asleep and did not see it. But after thinking about it, Liu still took out her phone and opened the chat box with Zhou Hao. Are you asleep? She typed. I haven't slept yet. Yeah. Weren't you asleep? Why are you suddenly chatting with me again? Did you suddenly wake up? Zhou Hao had just put on his pants at this time. Seeing Liu sending him a message, he immediately looked very happy and replied quickly. Yeah, I woke up suddenly. After Liu replied perfunctorily, she asked directly, Is Chen Zhibai asleep? Lao Chen? Why are you asking him? Zhou Hao was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Liu asked Chen Zhibai. Just tell me if I ask you whether he has slept or not. Liu typed directly. Oh, then let me see if he's asleep. Probably not. He just went to the bathroom. Zhou Hao walked out of the bathroom while typing. Although Liu was asking Chen Zhibai, Zhou Hao did not doubt it, because he was still very confident in him. He is a native of Jiangcheng and owns 2 houses. He is no match for poor Chen Zhibai. So, he is very confident. He's asleep. Zhou Hao walked out of the bathroom and glanced at Chen Zhibai's bed. When he saw Chen Zhibai closing his eyes and sleeping, he typed. Then he asked curiously, Yeah, what do you want to talk to Lao Chen about? It's useless to talk to him. He doesn't know as many people as I do in school. Liu saw Zhou Hao's message but did not reply. Instead, she felt relieved. Sure enough, is he sleeping? She knew it was like this. By the way, let me tell you something about Lao Chen. When I went to the bathroom a few minutes ago, Lao Chen was also in the bathroom. When he opened the door for me, I saw him actually looking at a picture of a girl's legs. He must have searched it online. TSK. I think he's missing his girlfriend like crazy. But that girl's legs are obviously not as pretty as yours. Hee. Zhou Hao typed continuously, telling what he had just seen. But in the girls' dormitory, after seeing the message he sent, Liu was stunned for a moment, and then her face looked a little unhappy, because she was sure that the photo of legs Chen Zhibai was looking at was definitely hers. So I saw the photo. But why no reply? Liu was in a bad mood and subconsciously looked down at her legs. It's obviously very beautiful. But why no reply? Does he like Lu Ming so much? Yeah. Why aren't you talking again? Zhou Hao waited for a while, and when he saw that Liu didn't reply to the message, he quickly typed and asked. Liu didn't reply and just turned the phone over. Chapter 54. Having a beautiful girlfriend is a great honor. No words were spoken that night. At 6:40 the next morning, Chen Zhibai was awakened by the alarm on his cell phone. After turning off the alarm, he got out of bed and went to the bathroom. While I was brushing my teeth and washing my face, Lu Ming sent me a WeChat message. Are you awake? Awake. Chen Zhibai typed. Yeah. Then shall we meet up later? I'll wait for you downstairs in the boys' dormitory, and then we'll go to the playground together. Lu Ming replied to the message almost instantly. Okay. After Chen Zhibai replied with an okay, he saw Lu Ming send him an okay gesture, so he put away his phone and continued brushing his teeth. After brushing his teeth and walking out of the bathroom, Chen Zhibai saw Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao were still sleeping. When changing clothes, Wang Chao opened his eyes in a daze. When he saw Chen Zhibai was actually putting on clothes, he was shocked. No, old Chen, why are you getting up so early? Wang Chao asked with a puzzled look on his face. Running. Chen Zhibai smiled and said directly. You got up early to run yesterday, and you're doing it again today? Are you serious? Wang Chao asked in surprise. When Chen Zhibai mentioned running yesterday, he thought Chen Zhibai was just in a spur-of-the-moment mood, but he still wants to go running today? Are you serious? Of course it's serious. Chen Zhibai nodded. Awesome. Wang Chao exclaimed sincerely and gave a thumbs up as he spoke. You're already in college, and you still run in the morning instead of sleeping in. I'm impressed by you without even leaning on the wall. After saying that, Wang Chao rubbed his eyes. He played games with Li Dong until 2 in the morning last night. So far, he had only slept for more than 4 hours, so he was very sleepy. Go ahead, I'll go back to sleep. After saying that, Wang Chao turned over, faced the wall, closed his eyes, and fell asleep again. Chen Zhibai shook his head and was about to take out his cell phone to ask Lu Ming if she had arrived downstairs at the dormitory when he saw a WeChat message from Lu Ming saying that she had just arrived downstairs at the boys' dormitory. "I'll be downstairs right away." Chen Zhibai walked out of the dormitory while typing. After going out, he closed the dormitory door gently and went downstairs. "Don't be in a hurry, come down slowly." When going downstairs, Lu Ming sent another message. Chen Zhibai took a look and did not reply, because he had already walked up the stairs to the first floor and saw the door of the boys' dormitory. There was no need to reply to the message. Soon, Chen Zhibai walked out of the boys' dormitory and saw Lu Ming standing under a willow tree in front of the dormitory building. Because it's very conspicuous, probably to make it easier to run, Lu Ming tied her long hair into a high ponytail today, revealing her bright and delicate face and her fair and slender neck. He was wearing a summer sportswear, a short-sleeved shirt, casual trousers, and a pair of sneakers. It's a very casual and sporty outfit, but it's particularly eye-catching on Lu Ming, and she also looks like a goddess. It is worth mentioning that Lu Ming did not show her legs because she was wearing casual trousers, but her beautiful leg shape can still be vaguely seen. Moreover, he has a very good body proportion, with a height of 171 centimeters and a body proportion of 9 heads. Chen Zhibai could see that some boys who got up early and entered and exited the dormitory were secretly looking at Lu Ming. But no one came forward to chat with me. Because of Lu Ming's good looks, the boys who were peeking at her felt pressured. So, everyone only dared to look at her secretly, but didn't dare to talk to her. To a certain extent, when a boy meets a girl who is very pretty and has a good figure, he will actually feel inferior. If he does not meet the requirements, he will not even think about pursuing her. When Chen Zhibai saw Lu Ming also saw Chen Zhibai. After all, since she arrived here, she had been watching the people walking out of the dormitory door. "I'm here." After seeing Chen Zhibai walk out of the dormitory, Lu Ming smiled and raised her white arms, swinging them back and forth. She has a bright smile and a graceful demeanor. To be honest, it really gives Chen Zhibai face. Because after Lu Ming finished speaking, some boys around the dormitory turned their heads and looked at Chen Zhibai. There was envy in their eyes. After all, it's nice to have such a beautiful woman waiting here. "I saw you." Facing the gazes from all around, Chen Zhibai was not stage frightened. After he walked to Lu Ming, finished his words, and simply took Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, and then her bright and fair face turned a little red. Even though they kissed yesterday, this was the first time they held hands. Moreover, this was the first time she held hands with a member of the opposite sex other than her family members. How should I put it? Actually, I was a little shy and nervous. But Lu Ming's personality was there, bright and generous. So even though she was a little blushing, she still looked very calm and generous. "Shall we go running in the playground now?" Lu Ming let Chen Zhibai hold her hand and spoke. "Yes, run first." Chen Zhibai nodded, then took Lu Ming's hand and walked towards the playground under the envious gazes of some boys. No wonder successful men are always accompanied by a beautiful woman. It's really a face-saving thing. Chen Zhibai sighed inwardly, then turned his head and looked at Lu Ming. She has very fair and delicate facial features, and her overall temperament is bright and generous. She has a very good body proportion and a pair of long legs. It really makes you proud. What are you thinking about? After realizing that Chen Zhibai didn't say anything, Lu Ming turned her head curiously and looked over. Seeing that he seemed to be thinking about something, she immediately asked curiously, "I didn't think about anything." Chen Zhibai shook his head first, then said, "I just think that having a beautiful girlfriend is really a face-enhancing and uplifting thing." As soon as these words came out, Lu Ming smiled. Then a look of pride appeared between her beautiful and bright eyebrows. She was naturally happy in her heart because Chen Zhibai was praising her. The school playground was not far from the boys' dormitory, so after 7 or 8 minutes, Chen Zhibai took Lu Ming's hand and walked into the playground. A lot of people get up early to run. Looking at the people jogging in the morning on the playground, Lu Ming was obviously a little surprised because she didn't expect that there were so many people jogging in the morning. A lot indeed. Chen Zhibai nodded and was about to continue speaking when he saw Counselor Wen Yutong also running on the playground. The other party was still dressed very sportily today in all white, with white shorts on the upper body and white casual trousers on the lower body. His proportions were very good, and perhaps because of regular running and exercise, he gave people a very healthy and energetic feeling. It's comfortable and pleasing to the eye to see your arms swing as you run. Do you know her? When Chen Zhibai looked at Wen Yutong, Lu Ming, who was standing beside him, glanced over and then asked a question pretending to be casual. However, she was a little alert in her heart because she found that the woman Chen Zhibai was looking at was not much worse than her in terms of appearance. She also has a well-proportioned figure and a brilliant temperament. Of course I know him. He's our class counselor. Chen Zhibai retracted his gaze and said to Lu Ming. Immediately, Lu Ming felt relieved. Oh, it's the counselor. That's okay. The counselor is a teacher. It doesn't matter how pretty she is. Chapter 55, Big Change. Then your class counselor is pretty and young. Unlike our counselor, who is a woman in her late 40s with a bad temper. Lu Ming said with a smile and glanced at Wen Yutong while speaking. Bad temper? Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows and asked. Yeah, she has a bad temper. Lu Ming nodded and then said, she is always impatient and has a bad tone when she speaks. Someone in our class heard that her marriage is not going well. She is not married and has no boyfriend until now. You're almost 40 and still not married? No wonder you have a bad temper. Chen Zhibai understood. Whether to get married is still very important for women because men can help regulate endocrine. When he was browsing Douyin before, he saw a comment from a netizen saying that a cousin of his family also had a bad temper before she got married. She would get angry at the slightest thing and had acne on her face. But after getting married, in just 1 month, her speech became gentler, her temper improved, and the acne on her face disappeared. Anyway, all the classmates in our class have a lot of opinions about her. After Lu Ming said this, he did not continue talking about this topic, but stood on the edge of the playground with Chen Zhibai and stretched his ankles. Some of the boys around subconsciously looked at Lu Ming, and then their eyes lit up. Get ready to run. After moving his ankle for a few minutes, Chen Zhibai turned his head and looked at Lu Ming. Yeah, okay. Lu Ming nodded with a bright and beautiful smile. Chen Zhibai took a look, looked away, and was about to run when he saw Wen Yutong had just finished a lap and ran to where he was. Counselor. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai spoke and greeted him. When saying hello, Chen Zhibai subconsciously looked at Wen Yutong's neck. She was fair and slender, and because of running, there was a little sweat on her face. In addition, his back was straight, his arms were swinging, his breathing was natural, and his overall posture was excellent. Subconsciously, Chen Zhibai compared himself with Lu Ming. Each has its merits. Lu Mingxing's advantage lies in her brightness and beauty, but Wen Yutong's advantage lies in her intellectual temperament. Although we say a lot, it is only a blink away from reality. Hearing someone calling her counselor, Wen Yutong subconsciously turned her head to look over. After seeing Chen Zhibai, there was a hint of doubt in her pretty eyes. Who is this boy? Is he a student in your class? How come I have no impression? This was Wen Yutong's first reaction after seeing Chen Zhibai. She didn't recognize Chen Zhibai because Chen Zhibai had changed so much after changing his hairstyle and clothes that it would not be an exaggeration to say that he had been reborn. From being an ordinary person, he has transformed into a male college student with good taste in clothes and a clean and refreshing appearance. So, Wen Yutong didn't recognize him. But soon, she recognized him because although Chen Zhibai had changed a lot overall, his face was still the same. You are Chen Zhibai? Wen Yutong stopped, and a look of surprise appeared on her pretty fair face. She looked at Chen Zhibai, her tone unable to hide her surprise. Teacher, we just met yesterday morning. How come you don't recognize me in just one day? Chen Zhibai looked helpless, but he also knew why Wen Yutong was confused and surprised at the moment. The way he is now, even when he returns home, his parents' first reaction is to be stunned. I really didn't recognize you. You've changed so much. You look much more handsome with your new hairstyle. And the clothes you're wearing also suit you very well. TSK, TSK. Wen Yutong sighed and was about to ask where to get her hair cut when she saw Lu Ming standing next to Chen Zhibai. Immediately, her eyebrows raised slightly. She's actually very confident about her appearance and figure. In daily life, apart from her best friend, she has never seen any other girl who can compare with her. But the girl in front of me can. She has a beautiful face, a well-proportioned body, and an overall bright and generous temperament. Even when she wears long pants, her legs are straight and long. Who is this girl? It seems that he has a very close relationship with Chen Zhibai. Wen Yutong thought to herself, then looked at Lu Ming and asked directly, who is this? My girlfriend's name is Lu Ming. She's also a freshman at our school, studying in the Department of Economics and Trade. Chen Zhibai spoke. As soon as these words came out, Wen Yutong was immediately surprised because she didn't expect that Lu Meng was actually Chen Zhibai's girlfriend, because the other party's appearance, figure, and temperament were all there. She never thought it was a girlfriend, and at first she thought it was just a friend. "Hello, teacher." At this time, Lu Meng stepped forward and said hello, teacher, to Wen Yutong politely. "Yeah, hello to you too." Wen Yutong came back to her senses, nodded to Lu Meng, and then looked at Chen Zhibai again. "You've just entered college and you're dating a girlfriend. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell your parents?" Wen Yutong said this with a smile and jokingly. After all, when you're in college, the school doesn't care about students dating. She just wanted to make a joke. "Don't worry, teacher. If you tell my family, my mom will probably be happy. She called me a few days ago and told me to talk to the right girl if I meet one at school." Chen Zhibai naturally didn't take it seriously, so he said with a smile, "You kid." When Yutong smiled and waved her hand, "No more talking, I still have to keep running. You guys should run too." "Good." Chen Zhibai nodded. Lu Meng also waved his hand beside him. Seeing this, Wen Yutong said nothing more and continued running. Only when she left, she nodded to Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng. "Come on, let's run too, but just run slowly. I've just started jogging in the morning, and today is only my second day." After Wen Yutong ran for a distance, Chen Zhibai turned his head and looked at Lu Meng. "Yeah, okay." Lu Meng nodded, and then the two stopped talking and ran side by side. Because when Yutong had given him guidance when he was running yesterday morning, Chen Zhibai adjusted his breathing from the very beginning of today's run and slowed down his pace, running a little faster than jogging. So it's not that tiring. Beside him, Lu Meng's physical fitness was actually better than Chen Zhibai's. Her pair of long legs had a very pleasing beauty as she ran. When Yutong finished running and stopped, she glanced at Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng. Seeing that they were both running seriously, she left the playground without saying hello. But when she left, she felt a little sad. First, he was amazed at how much the hairstyle and clothes had changed Chen Zhibai, and then he was amazed at how beautiful Chen Zhibai's girlfriend was. This surprised her a little. Shaking her head, Wen Yutong didn't think any further. She planned to go back to the dormitory to take a shower and then go to the cafeteria to eat. After graduation, I stayed in school to work as a counselor. The school has dormitories, but they are for 2 people in a room. Fortunately, she was in the dormitory, and the other person had a boyfriend outside the school, so she didn't live in the school very often. It was convenient for her. Chapter 56. Lipstick is spent again. On the playground, after Chen Zhibai had been running for 30 minutes, a system voice rang in his head. "Ding! The host has completed today's running check-in, and the current check-in progress is February 7th. Today's running mission is completed." Chen Zhibai thought to himself, but he did not stop and continued running because he felt he could run a little longer today. Although the reason for the morning run was entirely because of the reward of growing 3 centimeters taller as part of the system task. But running does exercise the body, and it feels good to feel the wind blowing in your face while running. So, Chen Zhibai decided to run for a while longer. After running for about 10 minutes, Chen Zhibai finally stopped. Seeing him stop, Lu Meng also stopped. Her heart and lungs were beating a little fast after running, so the two of them walked slowly on the playground. "Your physical fitness is quite good," Chen Zhibai said to Lu Meng. He could see that although Lu Meng was panting and had slight sweat on his face and neck, his overall condition was good. "It's okay. I sometimes exercise in my dorm and follow some fitness bloggers on TikTok." Lu Meng smiled and said that she did exercise in the dormitory frequently, but the purpose of the exercise was to improve her posture and figure. So, Chen Zhibai nodded, then said nothing but calmed his breathing. After walking slowly for a few minutes, my heartbeat gradually slowed down. "Let's go back to the dormitory and take a shower before going to eat," Chen Zhibai said. "Yeah, okay." Lu Meng nodded, and then she took out a pack of tissues from her shirt pocket. After opening it, she took out a piece and handed it to Chen Zhibai. "Wipe the sweat off your face first." "You also took the tissue?" Chen Zhibai was a little surprised. "Of course." Lu Meng smiled. She took the tissue specifically to wipe her sweat. "Then wipe it for me," Chen Zhibai said. As soon as these words came out, Lu Meng blushed a little, but she didn't hesitate. She took a tissue and wiped the sweat off Chen Zhibai's face. Chen Zhibai could smell some fragrance coming from her. It was very faint, probably the scent of shower gel mixed with shampoo. It smelled quite nice. And if he just lowered his head slightly, he could see Lu Meng's delicate and fair facial features so close to him. Very nice and beautiful eyebrows and eyes. It's done. Lu Meng looked up and said after putting away the tissue. Yeah. Chen Zhibai nodded, then took Lu Meng's hand, but after walking out of the playground, he did not walk towards the dormitory. Lu Meng naturally saw it, so he was a little surprised and confused. Where are we going? She asked. As soon as she asked this question, she saw Chen Zhibai holding her hand and coming to a corner. This is a blind spot and cannot be seen from the outside. Suddenly, Lu Meng's fair face turned red. She knew why Chen Zhibai brought her here. It was more than 10 minutes later when she walked out of the corner. The lipstick that Lu Meng had carefully applied on her lips was now a little smudged. I'll go back to the dormitory to take a shower and eat, and then go out to find a house. It's really inconvenient now. Chen Zhibai took Lu Meng's hand and spoke. It is really inconvenient not to have a house. Chen Zhibai now truly feels this. They have to find a place where there is no one to kiss, and Lu Meng will push him at the slightest sound of footsteps. It would be much more convenient if we had a house. And with a house, it's not just about kissing. Thinking of this, Chen Zhibai glanced at Lu Meng, and his gaze lingered on her legs for a moment. Lu Meng didn't say anything, but reached out and gently hit Chen Zhibai, but did not refuse to go out to find a house. Anyway, she had thought it through last night, except for the last step, which would allow Chen Zhibai to take advantage. Soon, the two walked downstairs to the boys' dormitory. I'll go back first. I take showers quickly, but you girls take longer. So I'll wait for you downstairs of your dormitory after I'm done. Chen Zhibai said. How do you know that we girls are slow in taking a shower? Lu Meng joked with a smile and then nodded. Okay, got it. After Chen Zhibai let go of Lu Meng's hand, he entered the boys' dormitory building. Lu Meng waited until his figure disappeared from her sight before she withdrew her gaze and walked back to the girls' dormitory. When I returned to the dormitory and opened the door, it was not yet 8 o'clock in the morning. Lu Meng saw that Wang Hui and Li Yu were still sleeping, but Shen Qing had already gotten up. Are you going for a run? Shen Qing was sitting at the desk, combing her hair at the moment. When she saw Lu Meng coming back, she was wearing sports casual clothes, and there was some sweat on her face. She was a little surprised. Yes, I went for a run. Lu Meng nodded, and then couldn't help but glance at Shen Qing. She really thinks Shen Qing has a good temperament and is a cool and beautiful woman. I went jogging with my boyfriend. Lu Meng retracted her gaze, thought for a moment, and said again. Very good. Shen Qing nodded. Then I'll go take a shower first. Lu Meng picked up the towel and clean clothes, and then walked into the bathroom in the dormitory. When Chen Zhibai returned to the dormitory, Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao were sleeping. He didn't care and went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. 5 minutes had passed since I finished my shower. Because he washed his hair, Chen Zhibai used a hairdryer in the bathroom. After everything was packed, Chen Zhibai picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lu Meng, saying that he had finished washing and was now preparing to go downstairs to the girls' dormitory. When he was about to put away his phone, Chen Zhibai thought for a moment, opened the WeChat chat interface with Chun Jiehui, and sent a good morning message. We are all girlfriends, so we should treat them equally. Then I waited for a few more minutes and saw that Chun Jiehui didn't reply to the message, so I immediately knew that she was still sleeping. Chen Zhibai put away his phone, picked up the BMW keys from under the pillow, and prepared to leave the dormitory. Lao Chun, are you done running? Where are you going now? Wang Chao opened his eyes dazedly, looked at Chen Zhibai, and asked with a puzzled look on his face. On a date. Chen Zhibai glanced at him and said directly. This, guess whether I believe it or not. Wang Chao curled his lips, not believing what Chen Zhibai said at all. I admit that you look handsome now with your new hairstyle, but I don't believe that you can find a girlfriend so quickly. Wang Chao went on to say with an expression that said, Don't try to fool me. I'm very smart. Chen Zhibai. If you don't believe it, forget it. Chen Zhibai didn't say much. After saying this, he walked out of the dormitory. Of course I don't believe it. Wang Chao muttered and prepared to go back to sleep, but he felt the urge to pee. When Wang Chao returned to bed after going to the toilet, he saw Zhou Hao still sleeping soundly. After thinking about it, Wang Chao sneaked forward and patted Zhou Hao's thigh. What the hell? Zhou Hao woke up with a start. It's okay, Mr. Zhou. I just saw a mosquito on your leg, so I swatted it for you. You're welcome, Wang Chao said calmly. Really? Zhou Hao's face was full of confusion and disbelief. He felt that this guy hit him on purpose, but he had no evidence. Of course. Wang Chao nodded seriously, then hummed a song and returned to his bed. Chapter 57 Efforts are useless. I've also finished my shower, but I need to blow dry my hair, so it might take a little longer. Cute kitten rubbing hands emoji. When Chen Zhibai walked out of the boys' dormitory building, Lu Ming sent him a WeChat message with each text and a cute emoticon. Don't worry, just blow slowly. Chen Zhibai typed a reply. Yeah. Lu Ming replied in seconds and then continued typing. My boyfriend is so sweet. Love you. Chen Zhibai smiled and did not reply, but put away his phone. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming saw that Chen Zhibai didn't reply, so she put her phone next to the sink and picked up the hairdryer to blow-dry her hair. It was 5 or 6 minutes after she finished blow-drying her hair. Lu Ming looked in the mirror and put on some simple makeup, just some powder and lipstick. Although it was a simple light makeup, she looked very beautiful because of her beautiful face. After putting away the hairdryer, Lu Ming walked out of the bathroom. Li Yu and Wang Hui were still sleeping. Shen Qing has already combed her hair and is now silently reciting English words. She wants to pass the CET4 exam as soon as possible. Hearing the sound of the toilet door opening, Shen Qing subconsciously looked back and saw Lu Ming walking out. Are you going out? Shen Qing asked. She noticed that Lu Ming had put on light makeup and had her hair styled. Yes, go out for breakfast with my boyfriend. Lu Ming nodded with a smile, and then the two of them didn't say anything else. Shen Qing continued to recite English words with his head down, while Lu Ming opened the closet door to choose clothes to go out. Although the two of them lived in the same dormitory, their relationship was just that, neither too close nor too distant. Although they would chat with each other, they basically didn't have any in-depth conversations. Maybe it's because they are both pretty, so they don't get close to each other. Or maybe it's because beautiful women repel each other. Soon, Lu Ming chose her clothes, a white short-sleeved shirt and a black skirt. After putting on her clothes, Lu Ming carefully tucked the hem of her white short-sleeved shirt into her black skirt. Immediately, her slender waist and a pair of proud long legs under her skirt were revealed with amazing proportions. There was a half-length mirror in the dormitory, which was bought by Lu Ming. After she looked at herself in the mirror, a look of satisfaction appeared on her fair and pretty face. Of course, she chose this on purpose just to show her legs. When it comes to the beauty of her legs, she has never been afraid of anyone since she was a child. Thinking of this, Lu Ming turned his head and looked at Shen Qing. Even though she thought Shen Qing was very beautiful, especially her unique cold temperament, she was very proud when it came to comparing legs. She had seen Shen Qing's legs. After all, they lived in the same dormitory, and it had been a month since school started. Shen Qing would sometimes wear cool clothes after taking a shower. Frankly speaking, my legs are nice, but compared to hers, they are obviously a level lower. Lu Ming withdrew her gaze and was in a good mood. Then she walked out of the dormitory, picked up her mobile phone, and sent a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. I'm done packing. I'll be leaving the dorm soon. Okay, I'm downstairs in your dormitory. Chen Zhibai replied. Lu Ming put away his phone and walked downstairs. In the dormitory, as the sound of the door closing was heard slightly, Shen Qing did not continue to recite the English words silently. Instead, she looked up at the dormitory door, then she lowered her head and continued to recite the English words silently. Qing Qing, are you memorizing English words again? You're really working hard. What time is it now? Wang Hui opened her eyes dazedly and saw Shen Qing sitting behind her desk. She said something with admiration on her face and then asked what time it was. It's just 8 o'clock in the morning. It's still early and you can sleep a little longer. Shen Qing picked up the mobile phone next to him and said after checking the time. It's only 8 o'clock. It's still early. I'll sleep a little longer. Wang Hui nodded but did not go to bed immediately. Instead, she looked at Shen Qing and said, Qing Qing, to be honest, I really think you are a great person. You are pretty and have a good temperament. The most important thing is that you work so hard. I think anyone who can be your boyfriend in the future will be very happy. Wang Hui said seriously. What she said was true. In the first month of school, she could see Shen Qing memorizing English words every morning. She is so beautiful, and yet she works so hard. Go to sleep. Shen Qing smiled. She was actually very pretty when she smiled, and with her cool temperament, she looked like a daffodil. Hey, I'm telling the truth. I do think anyone who can be your boyfriend is very lucky. Wang Hui chuckled and then didn't say anything else. Because she was very sleepy, she turned over, closed her eyes, and went to sleep. Shen Qing sat at the desk, but did not memorize English words immediately. Instead, he looked absent-minded and helpless. When she was a child, she always felt that hard work was important, and as long as she worked hard, she could live the life she wanted. But when I grew up, I found that hard work is actually not worth mentioning. If you don't believe me, Look at the old man who gets up early to sweep the streets, the workers who are working hard to move bricks at the construction site, and the delivery guy. Don't they work hard? But do they live the life they want? No. So, working hard is actually useless. But she was used to working hard. Shaking his head, Shunqing didn't think any further and looked down at the English words. The sunlight shines through the window onto her cool and beautiful face, which is a very unique and beautiful charm. After Lu Meng walked out of the girls' dormitory building, she saw Chen Zhibai standing not far from the door, playing with his mobile phone with his head down. She wanted to say hello, but after thinking about it, Lu Meng decided to tease Chen Zhibai, so she slowed down her pace and came behind Chen Zhibai quietly. Then, she stood on tiptoe and covered Chen Zhibai's eyes with her hands. Well, guess who I am? If you guess wrong, keep guessing. Lu Meng deliberately made her voice rough, hoping that Chen Zhibai would not be able to guess. But the question is, how could Chen Zhibai not guess it? Not to mention that the shampoo and shower gel on Lu Meng's body smell unique and pleasant. Just say that at this moment, besides Lu Meng, which other girl would play with him like this? What's more, even though the voice was deliberately made rougher, one could still tell it was Lu Meng's voice. So, Chen Zhibai guessed it was Lu Meng at the first moment. But after thinking about it, he began to feel playful. Is it Su Miao Miao? Chen Zhibai made up a girl's name and said, No. Lu Meng was stunned for a moment, then raised his voice a little. No? Then let me guess again, it's... Chen Zhibai made up another girl's name. No. Lu Meng said, put down his hand, walked out from behind Chen Zhibai, and stood in front of him. It's me. Tell me, who are Su Miao Miao and Wang Ya? Lu Meng asked suspiciously. Chen Zhibai didn't finish his words because he was looking at Lu Meng. She has a fair and pretty face and a bright overall temperament. Her hair is draped over her shoulders, and her beautiful and slender neck can be seen. The white short-sleeve top is tucked into the black short skirt, showing her slender waist and legs with amazing proportions. She's a true goddess, just like a school beauty who walked out of a campus movie. Chapter 58, Lu Meng's Tension. How is it? Doesn't it look good? Seeing Chen Zhibai looking at her with a look of surprise in his eyes, Lu Meng suddenly felt a little proud. While speaking, she even turned around in front of Chen Zhibai. As she spun around, her stunning figure was on full display. Yeah, it looks good. Chen Zhibai nodded, then reached out and grabbed Lu Meng's hand. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat first, and then go to see the house after dinner. Chen Zhibai said. Okay. Lu Meng nodded. This was what they had agreed on before. Now she wanted to ask who Su Miao Miao and Wang Ya were. So she asked directly. Who else could it be? I was just teasing you. Do you really think I didn't guess it was you? You just told me that you were ready to come out, and then my eyes were covered. Chen Zhibai said helplessly. Immediately, Lu Meng blushed a little, but she felt relieved in her heart. Frankly speaking, after she and Chen Zhibai started to develop a romantic relationship, she started to feel a little anxious and worried. Because Chen Zhibai is excellent in all aspects. Her age, looks, temperament, and wealth, all added together, made her feel a little nervous. This may sound unbelievable. After all, she is so beautiful, a true goddess. But the problem is, beauty can't compare with wealth. Not to mention, Chen Zhibai's age is here. There will definitely be beautiful girls throwing themselves at you. Lu Meng knew that this was a 100 chance, and it was something she had been prepared for. After all, she was the one who took the initiative to pursue Chen Zhibai, wasn't she? Fortunately, she had the upper hand. As for the future, what are you thinking about? You look like you're absorbed in thought. Seeing that Lu Meng hadn't said anything, Chen Zhibai turned his head and saw that the other party was absorbed in thinking. So he asked, I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just thinking about what to eat. The soup dumplings and steamed dumplings in the second cafeteria are both delicious. I'm struggling to decide which one to eat. Lu Meng came back to her senses, suppressed her thoughts, and said with a smile, We'll talk about the future later. At least now, she is Chen Zhibai's girlfriend. Even if there are other girls who want to pursue Chen Zhibai, they're all mistresses, and she is the queen. Then we'll take one serving each. Since there are two of us eating together, we'll definitely be able to finish it. Chen Zhibai didn't think much about it, and said directly, Yeah, okay. Lu Meng nodded, and then the two of them walked into the cafeteria hand in hand. In the cafeteria, after ordering a portion of soup dumplings and steamed buns and 2 servings of porridge, Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng took these things and found a seat by the window to sit down. Just as I sat down and took a bite, a voice rang out next to me. Lu Meng, what a coincidence. You're also coming to the second cafeteria to eat. The voice was filled with surprise. Chen Zhibai looked up and saw a handsome boy. He should come from a well-off family because he was wearing a pair of Nike shoes. Next to him, there were 3 boys, and they seemed to be from the same dormitory. By the way, who is this? After Fu Xiaojie finished talking to Lu Meng, he pretended to look at Chen Zhibai casually and asked a question. Although he looked casual, his eyes were actually full of vigilance and alertness when he looked at Chen Zhibai. Because he and Lu Meng were in the same class, he had made up his mind to pursue Lu Meng as early as the first day of school after seeing Lu Meng in class. But it has been a month since school started. Not to mention succeeding, he hasn't even been invited to dinner. Fortunately, what comforted him psychologically was that Lu Meng not only refused to have dinner with him, but also refused other boys. This comforted him a lot. At the very least, everyone is treated the same. But now what did he see? He actually saw his goddess Lu Meng having breakfast with a boy, and they were talking and laughing, looking like they were close. This made him very alert and even psychologically uncomfortable. That's why he just walked over and asked casually who Chen Zhibai was. As he spoke, he took a quick look at Chen Zhibai and then became more alert, because he found that although Chen Zhibai did not look like a handsome guy, he had a very pleasant look with his eyebrows and eyes, and his overall temperament was refreshing and clean. And the clothes she wears are also of high quality. Coincidentally, he recognized that the clothes Chen Zhibai was wearing were from an Italian luxury brand. This set of clothes would cost you thousands of dollars. Fu Xiaojie was alert, but not under much pressure because his family was well off. If he really asked his family for money to buy him a set of clothes to show off, they would give it to him. Behind Fu Xiaojie, his 3 roommates remained silent. As roommates, they certainly knew that Fu Xiaojie liked Lu Meng. In fact, they also liked Lu Meng. After all, it is impossible to say that they don't like her, as Lu Meng is such a beautiful girl. But they didn't dare to pursue him because their family was not as well off as Fu Xiaojie's. They were just an ordinary family. This is my boyfriend. Although she said a lot, it was only a blink away from reality. When Lu Meng saw Fu Xiaojie, she subconsciously frowned her beautiful eyebrows, and then she spoke without any hesitation. Your boyfriend? This is your boyfriend? Do you have a boyfriend? After hearing Lu Meng's words, Fu Xiaojie's expression finally lost its composure, and he stopped pretending to be calm. He asked with a look of disbelief. Yes, this is my boyfriend. Lu Meng nodded. Then she looked at Fu Xiaojie and ordered him to leave. Although we are in the same class, we are not familiar with each other. So can you leave now? I still have to have dinner with my boyfriend, and I don't want anyone to disturb me and my boyfriend. Lu Meng spoke very straightforwardly and directly, and her words were actually revealing information to Chen Zhibai. That is, she is really not familiar with Fu Xiaojie. She was quite afraid that Chen Zhibai would misunderstand. Why aren't you familiar with me? After all, we are classmates. Fu Xiaojie looked unhappy. Of course, he heard Lu Meng's order to leave, but he didn't want to leave because he really liked Lu Meng. So, after he said this, he turned his head and looked at Chen Zhibai. Brother, are you from our school too? You look like a freshman, right? We are friends when we meet. Come, let's shake hands. I am from the student union of our school. If you have any problems, feel free to contact me. I can still help you with some small matters, so you don't have to find anyone who can help you. As Fu Xiaojie spoke, he reached out to shake hands with Chen Zhibai. He wanted to find out Chen Zhibai's personal information. In short, he didn't want to give up pursuing Lu Meng. The reason why he is said to be a member of the school student union is, of course, to show his strength. Being able to join the school student union is something he is very proud of. Lu Meng was sitting in her seat, and seeing that despite her order to leave, Fu Xiaojie not only did not leave, but also had the audacity to greet Chen Zhibai, her face immediately turned cold. Chapter 59, I'm confused. You're wearing a watch worth over 1 million? You. Lu Meng had a cold face and was about to speak, but this time, Chen Zhibai waved at her instead, then reached out and held Fu Xiaojie's hand. Come on, shake hands. That's right, brother. I have enough connections in school. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. Seeing Chen Zhibai extending his hand to shake hands with him, Fu Xiaojie suddenly had a slightly smug look on his face, because he felt that this was Chen Zhibai's surrender to him, so of course he was proud. But the next second, the words on his lips could not be said, because he saw that Chen Zhibai was wearing a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch on his outstretched wrist. This made him stunned for a moment, and a dazed look instantly spread in his eyes. Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, model 5740. Priced at 1.55 million. To be honest, Fu Xiaojie was stunned at this moment. Because he likes watches very much, especially the Patek Philippe brand. Although he cannot afford it, he knows all about Patek Philippe watches. That is why he was confused. Because he was 100 sure that the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch on Chen Zhibai's wrist was 100 authentic, because the quality was clearly visible to the naked eye. If it was a high imitation, it might be hidden from others, but it definitely couldn't be hidden from him because he really likes Patek Philippe watches. What's wrong, brother? Why aren't you talking? Don't you like talking? Chen Zhibai was sitting on a chair, and seeing Fu Xiaojie staring at the watch on his wrist with a dull look, he knew that the other party had recognized him. So he smiled, but his voice remained the same as usual. Oh my. Fu Xiaojie came back to his senses from his daze, but didn't know what to say. He just looked at Chen Zhibai and suddenly swallowed. He really didn't expect that Chen Zhibai would actually wear a watch worth 1 million. He knew very well what this meant. Most rich second generations are not so extravagant, let alone Chen Zhibai, who is a freshman like him. So, Fu Xiaojie instantly retreated inwardly. He finally understood why Lu Meng chose Chen Zhibai as her boyfriend. This strength is really strong. Hey, nothing. Sorry, I disturbed you and your girlfriend while they were having dinner. Well, you guys eat while my roommate and I go eat somewhere else. Bye. After a dry laugh, Fu Xiaojie quickly spoke in a very humble manner, and no longer said that Chen Zhibai could ask him for help if he had any problems at school. Nonsense. What can a person who can wear $1 million watch solve? Student union? The student union is useless. Lu Meng was sitting on a chair. She had a cold face originally, but when she saw Fu Xiaojie's humble attitude at this moment, she was stunned for a moment. But the next second, she also noticed Fu Xiaojie's gaze, and from time to time she would glance at the watch on Chen Zhibai's wrist, and then swallow quietly. What's not to understand? Lu Meng felt relieved. She was afraid that Fu Xiaojie would stay here and make Chen Zhibai unhappy. She knew that men have a strong possessiveness. Although she and Fu Xiaojie had hardly spoken to each other since the beginning of the school year, Chen Zhibai couldn't help but think a lot about it. She didn't want to create a rift between Chen Zhibai and her. Now that Fu Xiaojie has backed off, this is of course the best thing. On the other side, Fu Xiaojie's 3 roommates were all stunned for a moment after seeing his attitude change in an instant. And then there was a strange and questioning look in their eyes. They were roommates with Fu Xiaojie, so of course they knew Fu Xiaojie's temper. He was a bit proud and had a sense of superiority, and he also usually called himself Lu Meng's boyfriend. But now his tone was aggressive in the previous second, but his attitude changed in this second. He was so humble. What exactly happened? The 3 roommates were puzzled, but they could not recognize the watch on Chen Zhibai's wrist, so they naturally didn't know why Fu Xiaojie had such a change of attitude. Are you leaving now? Don't you want to chat for a while? Let's sit down and have some food together. Didn't you also say that more friends mean more paths? However, Chen Zhibai did not let Fu Xiaojie go. He held Fu Xiaojie's hand and spoke in a relaxed tone, even with a hint of teasing. No, I won't disturb you guys while you guys eat. I'll just eat with my roommate. Fu Xiaojie laughed dryly and said quickly. Of course, he heard Chen Zhibai's teasing of him. If someone else dared to tease him, he would have been angry a long time ago. But he didn't dare to get angry when Chen Zhibai did this. He didn't want to offend Chen Zhibai because his family was in business, although it was not big. But he knew he couldn't afford to offend someone who had just entered college and was wearing a $1 million watch. It's okay if it's a rich second generation, but if it's a government official's second generation. He really liked Lu Meng very much, but he was more rational. You really don't want to eat? Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows and asked back. No, you guys eat. I won't disturb you, brother. Fu Xiaojie laughed dryly again. Okay, then you guys go eat. Chen Zhibai then let go of his hand. Fu Xiaojie breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Xing will leave first. Bye. He waved at Chen Zhibai, and after seeing Chen Zhibai nod, he turned around and left with his roommate. He didn't talk to Lu Meng the whole time. To be precise, he didn't even look at Lu Meng. Now that you have given up, give up completely. Although he felt a little reluctant, Fu Xiaojie knew that he and Lu Meng could no longer have any relationship. Fu Xiaojie suppressed his thoughts and walked out of the cafeteria with a few roommates, neither of them planning to continue eating in the second cafeteria. Brother Jia, what's going on? Why do I feel like you're very respectful to Lu Meng's boyfriend? Are you not going to compete with him for Lu Meng? It was not until they walked out of the cafeteria that one of the roommates finally couldn't hold back his inner doubts. He pulled Fu Xiaojie's arm and asked, Yeah, Brother Jia, this is not like your style. Fight with him. I think you have a good chance of winning. Yeah, I think so too. The other two roommates also nodded and said that although Fu Xiaojia had a sense of superiority, he was also very generous. He had invited his three roommates to dinner many times in the first month of school, so the relationship in the dormitory was pretty good. This is also where Fu Xiaojia is better than Zhou Hao. What the hell? What can I use to compete with this level of rich second generation for a girlfriend? Listening to what his three roommates said, Fu Xiaojia curled his lips and said helplessly, "Rich second generation? Brother Jia, you said he is a rich second generation? What are you afraid of? Brother Jia, you're also a rich second generation, so you can compete with him. Lu Ming is the goddess in the hearts of the boys in our class. We can't let boys from other classes snatch her away, right?" The three roommates said. All right, stop it." Fu Xiaojia hurriedly stopped him and then said, "Although my family is a bit better than his, I am nothing compared to him. Let's just say that my family can't even compare to his. I don't even have the qualifications to compare." Fu Xiaojia said directly, "Is this true or false? Brother Jia, are you kidding me?" The three roommates were all stunned for a moment and said subconsciously, Chapter 60 not that easy to meet. Brother Jia, your family runs a clothing factory. You told us before that your family's factory can make a profit of more than 1 million yuan a year. With so much money, you're not even qualified to compare with him. Brother Jia, there's no need to be so humble, right? A roommate said subconsciously that he felt Fu Xiaojia was too modest, because in his eyes Fu Xiaojia was an absolute rich second generation, and his family's factory made a profit of over 1 million a year. So if this wasn't a rich second generation, what else could it be? But he is not even qualified to be compared with Chen Zhibai? It must be fake. Who is being modest? I'm telling the truth. Fu Xiaojia glanced at his three roommates, and after seeing the expressions of disbelief on their faces, he said directly, "Do you know why my attitude suddenly changed just now? And I even kept calling you brother? Have no idea. Why, Brother Jia?" The roommate shook his head and then asked, "Because the watch on his wrist is a Patek Philippe Nautilus, model 5740. At this point, Fu Xiaojia saw that his three roommates didn't quite understand, so he paused and directly told them the price. "You may not understand the model number, but I tell you, this watch costs 1.55 million. How many? Fuck. Brother Jia, how much do you think the watch he's wearing is worth? How many tens of thousands?" When the number 1.55 million was spoken, the three roommates were stunned for a moment and then said subconsciously, "Don't doubt your ears. You heard it right. It's 1.55 million. Fu Xiaojia said directly. "So, now you know why I suddenly changed my attitude, calling you brother all the time, and even dragged you out with me, right?" "Understand." A roommate swallowed, but then said, "Brother Jia, does he really wear such an expensive watch? Is it a fake one?" Fu Xiaojia glanced at him, and frankly speaking, he didn't want to answer such a question. "Do you think I can't tell the difference between the original and the knockoff?" he said bluntly. As soon as these words were spoken, the roommate who had just spoken laughed awkwardly and stopped talking. But the emotions in my heart were quite complicated. A watch worth 1.55 million. He didn't know if he could make so much money in his lifetime, but now, it's just a watch. Brother Jia, even if he wears a watch worth more than 1 million, I think you can still compete with him, right? After all, your factory also makes more than 1 million in profits a year. Another roommate asked curiously, "What's the comparison? My family works so hard in the factory and earns over 1 million yuan a year. And I want to buy a watch? Do you think my dad will agree? Let me tell you, if I dare to ask my dad for this, he will think about whether he should practice a small trumpet, because my trumpet is useless." Fu Xiaojia said directly, and then he thought about it and prepared to explain to his three roommates the difference between the rich second generation and the rich second generation. On the one hand, it was to provide scientific knowledge to the three roommates, and on the other hand, it was naturally to save face. Although he always called Chen Zhibai brother, there was a reason for it. Well, let me give you some basic knowledge about the difference between the rich second generation and the rich second generation. First of all, I want to say that although they are collectively called the rich second generation, the difference between some rich second generations is greater than the difference between beggars and the rich second generation. Fu Xiaojia opened his mouth and took out a pack of soft-pack Zhonghua cigarettes from his trouser pocket. He pulled out 4 cigarettes directly from it, took one for himself, and gave one to each of his 3 roommates. After lighting it, Fu Xiaojia took a sip and then continued talking. "Take me for example. My factory is not small in scale. Its annual sales can reach 20 to 30 million. However, after deducting costs, electricity bills, factory rent, and employee wages, it can only make a profit of more than 1 million a year. But when we tell others, our family is truly a multi-millionaire family because assets are assets and profits are profits. Our family's assets are indeed over 10 million. But let alone a watch worth more than 1 million yuan, even if I buy a watch worth 500,000 yuan, my father will not agree. But if I say I want to buy a car worth 500,000 yuan, then my father will agree. Because cars and watches have different properties. Cars are necessities in daily life, but watches? By definition, they are luxury items. Let me put it this way. After I graduate from college, my dad will definitely buy me a car worth more than 500,000 yuan, but he will definitely not buy me a watch worth more than 500,000 yuan. And what about him? He just entered college like us, and he's already wearing a 1.55 million watch. I'm sure his family's assets must be over 100 million, and not just ordinary 100 million. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so willing to spend money on it. First, the watch is expensive, and second, he is too old. Even if my dad buys me a car, he will definitely buy it after I graduate from college. So, this watch worth more than 1 million yuan may not be a big expense for him at all. So, you can understand why, say, you don't even have the qualifications to compete with him, right? After Fu Xiaojie finished speaking, he took a deep puff of his cigarette. There is something he didn't say, and that is Chen Zhibai's overall aura, calm and confident, composed and confident. He had attended a banquet with his father before, and the son of a wealthy tycoon had just this kind of aura. Only people who are truly confident can possess this kind of aura. It is easy to tell whether a person has confidence or not. Yes, I understand. So his family is so rich. No wonder Goddess Lu is his girlfriend. The three roommates nodded dully. After Fu Xiaojie's explanation, they finally understood what $1 million watch meant. Only when your assets are several orders of magnitude large would you spend more than $1 million to buy something that is completely useless in your daily life. Fu Xiaojie glanced at his three roommates, said nothing, and took another puff of his cigarette. Brother Jia, now that Goddess Lu has a girlfriend, what will you do? I think Shinxing from our class is also pretty and has a cool temperament, not worse than Lu Meng. A roommate said. After these words were spoken, although Fu Xiaojie didn't say anything, he was thinking about it. In fact, when school started a month ago, he was hesitant about who to pursue when faced with two beauties, Lu Meng and Shinxing. In the end, he decided to pursue Lu Meng because he liked girls with long legs more. But now, Lu Meng has no hope. Shinxing. Thinking of Shinxing's beauty, which was no less beautiful than Lu Meng's, and her extraordinary and cool temperament, Fu Xiaojie became interested. Then chase after it? But he has to take it slow, because everyone knows that he is pursuing Lu Meng, and he needs to cool down for a while before pursuing Shinxing. Thinking of this, Fu Xiaojie became aware of it. Come on, let's go outside and have some barbecue. It's my treat. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Fu Xiaojie said directly, Brother Jia is generous. Brother Jia is awesome. The three roommates were all happy. Seeing this, Fu Xiaojie felt a little proud. Although he was not as rich as Chen Zhibai, among ordinary people, he was an absolute rich second generation. Although he failed to pursue Lu Meng, this was a special case. Who would have thought that Lu Meng could find such a rich second-generation man wearing $1 million watch? This is such good luck. But Shinxing can't always be so lucky. Do you really think it's so easy to meet such a rich second generation? Chapter 61. No panic, no trembling hands. In the cafeteria. After watching Fu Xiaojie and his three roommates leave, Chen Zhibai retracted his gaze and saw Lu Meng looking at him, feeling a little nervous. What's wrong? Seeing this, Chen Zhibai asked. It's okay. Lu Meng shook his head first, then hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but ask. You're not angry? Angry? Why should I be angry? Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows, not understanding why Lu Meng asked this. But soon he reacted. Are you worried that I will be angry with you because of Fu Xiaojie? Chen Zhibai asked. Lu Meng nodded very frankly, and then looked over with her beautiful eyes. I'm really not familiar with him. Although we're in the same class, I haven't talked to him much in the first month of school. He invited me to dinner, but I never agreed, so... Lu Meng opened her mouth and wanted to explain because she was really worried that Chen Zhibai would be angry about this. You think too much of me. I don't get angry that easily. Chen Zhibai looked helpless and waved his hand, interrupting Lu Meng's explanation. It's normal for a boy to pursue you. On the contrary, it would be strange if no boy pursued you. I also believe that you're not familiar with him, so don't worry about me being angry. Chen Zhibai said. He was really not angry, and he was not that petty. He couldn't be angry just because a boy was pursuing Lu Meng. With Lu Meng's looks, figure, temperament, and long legs, it is normal for her to be pursued by boys. If you get angry about this, it is actually a manifestation of incompetence and a lack of self-confidence. How can a truly confident man be angry because his girlfriend is popular? He will only feel proud because other boys can only watch, but he can have it. For example, if you're worth billions, would you be angry if a man pursues your girlfriend? Honestly, no. This is the confidence that comes from being confident. Are you really not angry? Lu Meng looked at Chen Zhibai and said that. When she saw Chen Zhibai nod, she felt relieved. She could see that Chen Zhibai was really not angry. That's good. Let's eat. Didn't you say you like the soup dumplings here? Chen Zhibai picked up a soup dumpling with chopsticks and put it in Lu Meng's bowl. Yeah. Lu Meng nodded, but did not eat immediately. Instead, she took out a small leather rope from her bag, tied her hair simply, and then lowered her head to eat. While eating, Lu Meng had figured out why Chen Zhibai was no longer angry. Yes, how could a confident man like him get angry because someone is pursuing him? Although Fu Xiaojia looked okay, he probably didn't even take him seriously. Thinking of this, Lu Meng looked up and couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhibai. A comfortable look, a calm and confident temperament, composure and confidence are things that are far more important than appearance. Lu Meng withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and continued to eat his soup dumplings. But his emotions were clear. The better Chen Zhibai is, the happier she is. Chen Zhibai ate very quickly. When he finished his meal, Lu Meng still had half a bowl of porridge left. Chen Zhibai looked at Lu Meng. The long hair that was originally scattered on her shoulders was now casually tied up with a leather rope. It was a very ordinary high ponytail hairstyle, but it looked particularly beautiful on Lu Meng. Her delicate and fair facial features were exposed, along with her fair and slender neck. The overall temperament is bright and generous. What's the matter? Feeling Chen Zhibai looking at her, Lu Meng subconsciously looked up and asked curiously. It's okay. Chen Zhibai shook his head and motioned Lu Meng to continue eating. Oh. Seeing this, Lu Meng didn't think much about it and continued to eat with his head down. Buzz. Chen Zhibai's phone on the table vibrated. He picked up the phone and immediately looked at Lu Meng because it was a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai. Seeing Lu Meng lowering his head to eat, Chen Zhibai opened WeChat. Why are you awake so early? I just woke up. Cute yawning kitten emoji. Chen Zhibai sent 2 messages in a row. One was text, and the other was an emoticon. Immediately afterwards, Chen Zhibai sent another message, asking what Chen Zhibai was doing now. Chen Zhibai thought about it, picked up his phone, and took a picture of the table in front of him. The photo shows empty bowls that have just been eaten and 2 empty steamer baskets. Of course, Lu Meng, who was sitting opposite, did not appear in the photo. After taking the photos, Chen Zhibai sent them to Chen Zhibai and continued typing. I'm having dinner with my roommate. Yeah, I'm a little hungry too, but I don't want to move now. I just want to lie on the bed. In Yingquan community, Chen Zhibai had no doubts at all. She was lying on the bed and typing a reply. Because she was at home, she was dressed very coolly with a white suspender top and black shorts, and her figure was incredibly good. Then just lie down. You're not doing anything anyway. Chen Zhibai smiled and replied. To be honest, he could imagine Chen Zhibai lying on the bed, looking lazy and not wanting to get up. Chen Zhibai responded with a hee-hee smile, and then started chatting with Chen Zhibai. I'm done. Shall we go? After Lu Meng finished drinking the porridge, she first wiped her mouth with a tissue, then looked at Chen Zhibai and said, Okay, let's go. Chen Zhibai nodded and sent a message to Chen Zhibai while speaking. Let's not talk for now. I have something to do. Yeah, go ahead and do your work. I'll go to the next bedroom to see if my bestie is awake. If she is, I'll ask her if she's hungry. Chen Zhibai replied to the message immediately. Chen Zhibai did not reply and locked his phone and put it in his trouser pocket. Let's go and drive to the school parking lot first. Chen Zhibai said to Lu Meng. Good. Lu Meng nodded, and she looked normal, but her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at the mobile phone that Chen Zhibai had put into his trouser pocket. She actually wanted to ask who Chen Zhibai was talking to, because she could see clearly that there was a smile in Chen Zhibai's eyes. By the way, who were you chatting with just now? You seem to be having a great time. After walking out of the cafeteria, Lu Meng took the initiative to hold Chen Zhibai's arm, and then pretended to ask this question casually. "Oh, no one, just a friend I grew up with, a man," Chen Zhibai said calmly without any panic or trembling. As soon as these words came out, Lu Meng felt relieved, and then she changed the subject. "Shall we go and rent a house directly later?" "No." Chen Zhibai shook his head. Seeing Lu Meng looking at him with surprise and curiosity, he said this. "Go get the license first. The car still has a temporary license plate. I will look for a house after I get the license, but I won't rent one. I will buy one directly." Chen Zhibai spoke. After unlocking Chen Zhihui's first kiss mission, the license plate has been obtained, the consecutive license plate number 999. "I happen to have some time today, so I went straight to get the license plate. Then go buy a house." Chapter 62, It's Great to Meet You. Buy a house. Chen Zhibai spoke casually, but Lu Meng was stunned for a moment, and her pretty eyes and eyebrows were dazed. "Didn't you say you wanted to rent a house last night?" She couldn't help but ask. Of course, it was because I had not yet obtained the 10 million yuan for buying a house. Chen Zhibai said to himself. Of course, he couldn't say this to Lu Meng, but fortunately, he had already thought of a reason. "I didn't want to rent a house last night, but then I thought it would be better to buy a house than rent one. This way I can live in peace and security, and I feel different when I live in my own house, so I just bought a house." Chen Zhibai said directly. The tone was unusually relaxed and casual, and Chen Zhibai indeed felt relaxed and casual in his heart. After all, the money for buying the house is paid by the system, and he doesn't have to spend any money himself. But although he said it so casually, Lu Meng's mood suddenly became complicated. Because she had some knowledge of the housing prices in Jiangcheng, the average price was about 20,000 yuan per square meter, and the price was even higher in good locations. A 100 square meter house would cost 2 million yuan even if the price was 20,000 yuan per square meter. 2 million. But then again, to him, 2 million is just the price of a watch. Thinking about it this way, Lu Meng found that she actually accepted the fact that she had to buy a house very easily. For others, it may take many years of hard work to buy a house in Jiangcheng. But for him, it's really something he can buy at will. By the way, I'll drive to the vehicle management office to get the license plate in a while. While you're in the car, check if there are any good communities in the university town. If there are any suitable ones, go buy one after you get the license plate. Chen Zhibai said. "Huh? Am I here to see the community?" Lu Meng was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously. She didn't expect Chen Zhibai to ask her to come and see the community. Of course you get to see it. This house was bought for the two of us to live in. You're the hostess, so if you don't see it, who will? Chen Zhibai smiled, and while speaking, he looked at the look of surprise on Lu Meng's fair and pretty face and couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her face. Lu Meng was indeed surprised and happy, because she understood what Chen Zhibai said. The house was bought for the two of them to live in, and she was the hostess. "Okay, then I'll look at it in the car later. I'll buy it in the university town, right?" Lu Meng suppressed her inner surprise and joy and asked. "Yes, it's convenient to buy a house in the university town. After all, you'll be here for the next 4 years. You can look for a new community. It will be best if it's a fully decorated house. That way, you only need to buy some furniture, and you can move in." Chen Zhibai nodded and then said, "Yeah, okay." Lu Meng nodded, and as they spoke, the two of them had already arrived at the school parking lot. Soon, we arrived in front of a skyscraper gray BMW X5. In the sun, the color of skyscraper gray looks particularly fashionable, sporty, and handsome. "Get in the car." Chen Zhibai took out the car keys and unlocked the car. Then he opened the driver's seat door and sat in. After Lu Meng got in the car, Chen Zhibai started the car. When the car was driving towards the school gate, Lu Meng had already taken out her cell phone. She was ready to search for new communities in the university town. To be honest, she was a little happy and impatient. "Drive carefully. I'm going to start looking at the community." Lu Meng looked up and said to Chen Zhibai, "Okay." Chen Zhibai nodded, but couldn't help but glance at Lu Meng. Under the black miniskirt, there's a pair of white and slender legs. Lu Meng didn't notice Chen Zhibai's gaze because she had lowered her head and was carefully searching for new communities in the university town. Chen Zhibai ignored her and picked up his phone to make a call. After unlocking Chen Zhihui's first kiss mission and getting the license plate, the system gave you a mobile phone number and told you to call this number directly when registering the license plate. 20 minutes later, Chen Zhibai drove to the gate of Jiangcheng Vehicle Management Office. "Hello, I'm Wang Hai who just called you. I'm responsible for getting your license plate." As soon as the car stopped, a young man in his 20s came up and greeted Chen Zhibai. As he spoke, there was some envy in his eyes when he looked at Chen Zhibai. The leader of the office told him 2 days ago that someone would call him to come to the vehicle management office to get a license plate. The license plate number had been a 999N, which had been reserved by the office for quite some time. He had always remembered this incident, so when he received the call, just now saying that he had to come over to register his license plate, he had been waiting at the door. But he never expected that the person who came to register the license plate was such a young boy. It seems like he just entered college. I can only say that I was born into a lucky family. I was driving a top-of-the-line BMW X5 right after entering university, and the director personally approached me to get a 999 license plate. Wang Hai was envious in his heart, but no emotion showed on his face. After all, we are adults. Okay, thank you for your help, Chen Zhibai said politely. No trouble, no trouble. What's the trouble? Wang Hai said quickly, and then continued. Then give me your car keys. I need to check the car before I can get the license plate. But don't worry, the whole process will be quick. All the formalities can be completed within half an hour. Wang Hai spoke. Okay. Chen Zhibai nodded, asked Lu Mingye to get out of the car, and handed the car keys to Wang Hai. Leave it to me from now on. I'll take you to the house to sit down first. As Wang Hai said this, he couldn't help but glance at Lu Ming. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. But he only took a glance and then looked away without further looking. Soon, Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming were taken into a room by Wang Hai, and then Wang Hai left with the car keys. Chen Zhibai sat on the sofa in the room. He looked at Wang Hai's departing back and couldn't help thinking something in his heart. It seems that this is the power of the system. I just don't know how the system got this license plate. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai didn't think any further, because frankly speaking, the stronger the system was, the stronger he would be. Lu Ming sat on the sofa next to him, with emotions surging in his heart. She always thought that it was troublesome to get a license plate because a relative of hers complained about it after buying a car. But now, where's the trouble? The employee of the vehicle management office took care of everything, and although he was obviously not young, he was always very nice to Chen Zhibai. Moreover, the license plate is a small serial number like 999. Lu Ming had mixed emotions, but she also knew that the reason she was treated this way was entirely because of Chen Zhibai. And this is called privilege? What are you thinking about? Chen Zhibai waved his hand in front of Lu Ming's eyes and asked with a smile. I'm not thinking about anything. Lu Ming came back to her senses, smiled first, and then took the initiative to hug Chen Zhibai's arm. I just think it's great to meet you. Chapter 63, The Gap Between People. It was said that it would take half an hour to get the license plate, but only 20 minutes later, all the procedures were completed and the license plate was installed on the car. The license plate with 3 consecutive 9s hung in front of the skyscraper gray BMW X5 changes the entire temperament of the car. When Chen Zhibai drove away from the vehicle management office, Wang Hai accompanied him to the door. Brother Hai, let me ask you secretly, what is his background? He actually asked the director to personally greet you and ask you to receive him, and even gave him the 3-9 license plates that the Institute has been keeping. A young man next to him asked curiously. He was also an employee of the vehicle management office and had just joined the company this year. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Wang Hai frowned. He had a good attitude when facing Chen Zhibai, but at this moment, when facing the young man, he acted like a senior. Then he turned around and went back to the vehicle management office. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. The young man curled his lips, muttered something to himself, and couldn't help but look in the direction where the BMW X5 was leaving. His eyes were full of envy. Even if Wang Hai didn't say it, he knew that Chen Zhibai's identity must be extraordinary. After all, he is so young, and yet he drives a top-of-the-line BMW X5 and has a license plate with 3 9s. Jiangcheng is a new first-tier city. Although it is easy to get a license plate, it is difficult to get a good license plate. After all, there are too many people, and those good license plates are being noticed by those who are interested. But Chen Zhibai was able to get it. Thinking of this, the young man felt more and more envious. In addition to envying Chen Zhibai's wealth, he also envied Chen Zhibai's girlfriend. He just saw Lu Ming. Although he only glanced at her once and then looked away, Lu Ming's appearance, figure, temperament, and proud long legs made Chen Zhibai very envious. Why? The gap between people is so huge. The young man sighed, didn't think about it anymore, and turned to go into the vehicle management office. What are you thinking about? Chen Zhibai was driving in the BMW X5. Seeing that Lu Ming had been silent and thinking about something, he immediately asked, I didn't think about anything. Lu Ming came back to her senses and said with a smile, but she was actually still thinking about the license plate issue. Really fast. Moreover, the license plate has 3 nines. How are the communities you're looking at? It's still early, not even 10 in the morning. If there's a community you like, let's go over and take a look. Chen Zhibai didn't think much about it. He parked the car in a temporary parking space on the side of the road and asked. As he spoke, his eyes swept over Lu Ming's pretty face, which was fair and bright. Again, a house is necessary because it is a space for solitude. I did look at a few residential communities, all of which were newly built in recent years. I saw some unsold properties online. Lu Ming spoke. Really? Which neighborhoods are they? Chen Zhibai became interested and asked directly. Lu Ming picked up the phone, placed it in front of Chen Zhibai, and began to introduce them one by one. Generally speaking, they are all new communities built in recent years. But even if they're all new communities, there are big differences in the geographical location, internal supporting facilities, and even greening and property management. The obvious difference caused by this is that the house prices in these communities are different. Among them, the community with the lowest housing prices has a unit price of exactly 20,000 yuan per square meter, which is considered the average price of houses in Jiangcheng. The most expensive community has a price of 50,000 yuan per square meter. It is the property with the best location and environment in the university town and is known as a high-end community in university town. The difference between a unit price of 50,000 and a unit price of 20,000 may not seem like much, a difference of 30,000 yuan per square meter. But you have to know that if it is a house of 100 square meters, the difference can be a full 3 million yuan. 99 of people will never earn 3 million in their lifetime. So, we can understand the difference between these two communities. But there's a reason for its high price. This community with a unit price of 50,000 per square meter is called Jinhu Home. Whether it is the location, surrounding supporting facilities, or the green environment within the community, it is definitely an eye-opener. And all of them are finely decorated, and we cooperated with a very experienced design and decoration company in Jiangcheng. Compared with the community where the unit price is 20,000, the difference is clearly visible to the naked eye. Which neighborhood are we going to look at houses in? Lu Ming sat in the passenger seat with the seatbelt fastened around her, outlining her curves. But what attracted the most attention was her slender legs, which were of extremely amazing proportions. Even people who are not obsessed with legs could not take their eyes off her legs. And these are not the legs that are lengthened by beauty filters on TikTok. Lu Ming's legs are real, which is even more valuable. After saying that, Lu Ming couldn't help but look at Chen Zhibai. Of course, she prefers Jinhu Home Community because the environment is really good. When she saw the promotional video of his community on the internet, she was stunned because it was so beautiful. Moreover, Jinhu Homes is very famous in the university town. Everyone knows that the houses here are good, and it is the best community in the university town. Those who live here are all rich people. But the price of 50,000 per square meter is too expensive. A house of 100 square meters will cost a full 5 million. In that community where the average price is 20,000 yuan, a house of 100 square meters only costs 2 million yuan. This is a full 3 million difference, not just $30 or $300. Are there any houses in Jinhu Home Community that have not been sold yet? Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows and asked. Of course, he also knew Jinhu Homes, a high-end residential area in a university town. Yeah, there's a property salesperson for Jinhu Homes on Douyin. I asked her on Douyin, and she said it's not sold out yet. Lu Ming nodded, but her heart beat faster as she spoke, because she seemed to know which community Chen Zhibai was going to buy a house in. Sure enough, the next second she saw Chen Zhibai nod. Let's go to the sales office of Jinhu Garden now. Chen Zhibai said directly. For him, buying a house in a certain community is actually a very easy choice, because he doesn't have to spend any money, so naturally he wants to buy the best one. Moreover, when he saw the houses in Jinhu Garden Community just now, he had to admit that they were indeed beautiful. So it's a good choice. Do you really want to buy a house in Jinhu Gardens? Although he had already guessed it in his heart, but now seeing that Chen Zhibai really said that he wanted to buy a house there, Lu Ming still asked subconsciously. Of course, if there is something good, then we should buy the good one. Chen Zhibai nodded, then started the car, turned on the navigation, and drove directly to the sales office of Jinhu Homes. In the passenger seat, Lu Ming's heartbeat suddenly quickened uncontrollably. Is she going to live in a house in Jinhu Garden? Thinking about the community scenes that appeared in the video just now, Lu Ming felt a little dazed. Her house is an apartment building in an old neighborhood, and it is very small, with only 2 bedrooms and a living room. Her parents have 1 bedroom, and she and her sister have another. So from childhood to adulthood, she has never had her own space alone. Moreover, the environment of the community is very simple, which is a world of difference compared to the Jinhu home community we just saw. Chapter 64, Buying a House. The sales office of Jinhu Home Community is right next to the community, which is naturally for the convenience of customers who are interested in buying a house to view the house. By the time Chen Zhibai drove to the sales office, nearly 20 minutes had passed. "We're here, get off the car." Chen Zhibai unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to say to Lu Meng. "Yeah." Lu Meng nodded and then unbuckled his seatbelt. When Chen Zhibai held Lu Meng's fair little hand and walked into the sales office, he saw that there were basically no customers in the huge sales office. There were only salespeople in uniform, so it looked a bit deserted. Chen Zhibai was a little surprised, but then he understood why it happened. Among the residential areas in the university town, where the average price is generally 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, Jinhu Homes has an average price of 50,000 yuan, which naturally prevents many people from coming to view the house. To put it bluntly, is Jinhu Homes good? Of course it's good, but the price is really expensive. Although most people like Jinhu Homes, if you consider its strength, I'm afraid they don't even have the courage to step into the sales office of Jinhu Homes. So, it naturally seems a little deserted here. However, this sales office is very well decorated. Chen Zhibai glanced over the sales office. The windows were bright and clean, and the design was very stylish. There were both male and female salespeople. The men all wore suits and ties, while the women all wore standard OL skirts. Moreover, both male and female salespeople are good-looking. Although she is definitely not as good as Lu Meng beside him, she is also a little beauty in the eyes of ordinary people. If you give her a score, she would basically be around 70 or 80. Chen Zhibai looked at the sales office with a little curiosity. He was really curious. After all, it was his first time to set foot in the sales office of such a high-end property. But although I was curious, I wasn't nervous or embarrassed. After all, he can really afford a house here. With 10 million yuan in hand to buy a house, I have the confidence. As I said, confidence is the source of self-confidence. So, even though this was Chen Zhibai's first time stepping into such a high-end residential sales office, he was not nervous at all. But he was not nervous, but Lu Meng, who was holding his hand, was a little nervous. But Lu Meng concealed it very well, so others couldn't tell that she was actually nervous at the moment. No matter how much we say, it is only a blink away from reality. "Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" Zhao Xiaoli walked over quickly. After she came to Chen Zhibai, she stopped and asked in a gentle tone. Of course, there was a reason why her tone was so gentle, which was that she saw Chen Zhibai getting out of the BMW X5. This is strength. In fact, people in the service industry don't look at people with tinted glasses, no matter what era it is. But for truly capable customers, everyone will of course show a more sincere attitude. There is nothing wrong with this and nothing to criticize. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhao Xiaoli. I'm a salesperson at Jinhu Garden Community. I'm very happy to serve you. Zhao Xiaoli went on to say that she was introduced to Chen Zhibai in person. After all, she had been working in sales for several years, so she could naturally see that Chen Zhibai was the one who had the final say. But as she spoke, she couldn't help but look at Lu Meng several times, and then she felt a little amazed in her heart. To be honest, she had seen many beauties, but this was the first time she had seen someone as beautiful as Lu Meng, and she also had a really good figure. This made Zhao Xiaoli, who has always been confident about her appearance and figure, feel pressured. "Well, hello." Chen Zhibai was very polite. He nodded and said hello to Zhao Xiaoli before continuing. "I'm here to look at houses. What types of houses are currently on sale in the community?" Chen Zhibai said directly. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Xiaoli's eyes lit up because she had received so many clients, so she could tell whether the client really wanted to buy a house with just one sentence. And in her eyes at this moment, there was no doubt that Chen Zhibai really wanted to buy a house because the first thing he did was to ask what types of houses were on sale. Of course, the most important thing is Zhao Xiaoli could see that Chen Zhibai was really confident. The kind of confidence and composure can't be faked. There were some people who came to see the house before, and although the house was well presented, you could feel their lack of confidence and guilty conscience. "Sir, please follow me to the VIP lounge, where I will answer your questions." Zhao Xiaoli suppressed her thoughts and spoke quickly. She actually saw that Chen Zhibai was not very old, but what did that matter? As long as he had the ability, that was enough. Okay. Chen Zhibai nodded, then took Lu Meng's hand and followed Zhao Xiaoli into the VIP lounge. Please take a seat, sir. Zhao Xiaoli guided them with her hand. After Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng sat on the soft white sofa, she did not immediately ask about the apartment types for sale in the community, but asked what they wanted to drink. Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng both chose mineral water. Zhao Xiaoli nodded in response, then turned around and got 2 bottles of Evian mineral water. Then, she brought a tablet computer, but instead of sitting on the sofa, she half knelt on the ground and introduced the house types in the community to Chen Zhibai. Generally speaking, Jinhu Homes does not have small apartments, such as 70 square meters, 90 square meters, or even 100 square meters. The smallest apartment here is 112 square meters. Next are 130 square meters, 150 square meters, 180 square meters, and the largest 220 square meters. What floors are available in the 180 square meter houses in the community? Chen Zhibai asked directly. Based on the average price of 50,000 yuan per square meter of Jinhu Homes, the 10 million yuan in housing funds, he can buy a house of less than 200 square meters. If possible, of course I would choose a 200 square meter house, but unfortunately Jinhu Homes does not have a 200 square meter house, so I can only choose a 180 square meter house. Therefore, Chen Zhibai directly asked about the floors and buildings that were still on sale for the 180 square meter apartment. Zhao Xiaoli was squatting on the ground. The OL uniform she was wearing outlined her figure very well, making her look round and smooth. At this moment, when Zhao Xiaoli heard Chen Zhibai directly asking about the 180 square meter apartment, her eyes lit up instantly, and her heartbeat quickened. Because being able to ask about this apartment type means you can afford a house of this type. A 180 square meter house, based on the average price of 50,000, would cost a full 9 million. Her commission is 0.5, which may not seem like much, but if she sells a 180 square meter house, the commission will be a full 45,000 yuan. Quite a lot. Therefore, Zhao Xiaoli's heart beat faster and her mouth even felt dry. At this moment, she felt that she could hear her inner heartbeat. Fortunately, she quickly controlled her emotions. We have 15 units of 180 square meters for sale, located in. Zhao Xiaoli introduced with a slightly trembling voice. She couldn't help but be excited, because since the sale of Jinhu Home Community, large flats of 180 square meters have not been easy to sell. Is it really that easy to buy a house worth 9 million? Although Jiangcheng is a new first-tier city, the salary is not high. Although it is a new first-tier city, if you really classify it by city, it is a second-tier city, far inferior to Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Therefore, a house worth 9 million is really not cheap. Chapter 65 Heartbeat. Lu Meng was sitting on a large and soft sofa. When she heard Chen Zhibai asking Zhao Xiaoli to introduce a 180 square meter house, her heart beat faster subconsciously, beating with haste and enthusiasm. She tried hard to appear calm, but her pretty eyes were filled with anticipation and nervousness. Is it what she thinks? At this time, Zhao Xiaoli had already introduced the 180 square meter apartments on sale and which floors they were located on. Is it convenient for me to go and see the apartment on the 16th floor? Chen Zhibai thought about it and looked at Zhao Xiaoli. Generally speaking, houses of this size of 180 square meters are difficult to sell, so most floors are not sold. The reason for choosing the 16th floor was that Chen Zhibai simply liked this number because his birthday was August 16th, and this floor height was also suitable. So, then it's the 16th floor. It's convenient. Of course it's convenient. Zhao Xiaoli nodded quickly, and then said, "Then please wait here for a moment. I'll go get the key now, and then I'll take you to see the house." After she finished speaking, she saw Chen Zhibai nod, then she stood up from the ground. She had been half squatting on the ground the whole time. As she stood up, her beautiful figure was revealed. Frankly speaking, even if she's not as good as Lu Meng or Chen Zhihui, this figure is already very good. So, Chen Zhibai took a look twice, but quickly looked away. Zhao Xiaoli felt Chen Zhibai's gaze, but pretended not to notice. In fact, if Chen Zhibai didn't have Lu Meng by his side, Zhao Xiaoli would have been willing to sacrifice herself. Chen Zhibai's confidence, self-confidence, and composure are all here. And her woman's intuition told her that Chen Zhibai would buy a house. Zhao Xiaoli turned around to get the keys. The keys were all placed at the front desk. Any client who needed to see the house could go to the front desk to get the keys. It was very convenient. Chen Zhibai sat on the sofa and glanced at Zhao Xiaoli's back. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the amplitude of Zhao Xiaoli's waist swinging when she walked was a little too large, which looked quite attractive. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai withdrew his gaze and saw Lu Meng looking at him with bright eyes. His eyes were full of anticipation and nervousness. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Chen Zhibai asked, Do you want to buy a house of this size?" Lu Meng hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but ask, because she was really curious about this, and besides her curiosity, she was also looking forward to it. After all, it's a 180 square meter house, worth $9 million. Could she live in a house like this? Go and see the house first, and buy it if it's suitable. Chen Zhibai nodded, and his words made Lu Meng's heart beat faster again. Buy it if it's suitable. These words circled in Lu Meng's head, causing her eyes to become dazed for a moment. "Sir, we have got the key, and we can go to see the house now." Zhao Xiaoli came back quickly. She walked into the VIP lounge, came to Chen Zhibai, and said with a smile, "Well, let's go." Chen Zhibai nodded, then stood up from the sofa. Although the community is right next to the sales office, Chen Zhibai still chose to drive because the unit building where the 180 square meter apartment is located is a little deeper in the community. It would take quite a while to walk there, so driving is more convenient. After Zhao Xiaoli spoke to the security guard standing guard at the gate, the electric barrier was raised and Chen Zhibai drove smoothly into the community. The community implements the separation of people and vehicles, and there are underground parking spaces. If you consider buying a 180 square meter large flat, we will give you 2 parking spaces, which actually saves a lot of money. Zhao Xiaoli was sitting in the back seat, but she leaned forward as she spoke. Chen Zhibai nodded, but said nothing. "Look at the house first, and then do other things if it's suitable." Frankly speaking, although a house worth $9 million is indeed expensive, Chen Zhibai didn't really take it seriously. After all, it was the system that paid for it, not him. Once you don't have to spend your own money, that's the feeling. As the car drove steadily into the residential area, Zhao Xiaoli gave introductions from behind. Lu Meng sat in the passenger seat, her beautiful eyes looking out through the window. Although I had seen promotional videos of Jinhu Home Community on Douyin before, it was a completely different feeling to see it with my own eyes. It's so exquisite and beautiful. If I could live here. Lu Meng took a deep breath and calmed down his overly rapid heartbeat. A few minutes later, with the guidance of Zhao Xiaoli, Chen Zhibai parked the car downstairs of an apartment building. All apartments in this building are 180 square meters. Although there are 2 households on each floor, each household has an independent elevator and the design is staggered. If you live in, you don't have to bump into your neighbors. Zhao Xiaoli said something after getting off the car. Chen Zhibai nodded. He knew what Zhao Xiaoli meant by the stagger design. To put it simply, although there are 2 households on each floor, they're separated by an elevator. Each household has an independent elevator that does not have to meet their neighbors. This is actually equivalent to 1 household per elevator. Chen Zhibai held Lu Meng's hand, and Zhao Xiaoli led the way, and they quickly walked into the apartment building. There are no residents on the entire first floor, and it is designed entirely as a leisure place. Zhao Xiaoli gave a brief introduction, but seeing that Chen Zhibai was not interested, she did not introduce it further and pressed the elevator button. After the elevator door opened, she did not enter the elevator immediately. Instead, she protected it with her hands. After Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng went in, she followed them in. Then he took out the elevator card, swiped it, and pressed the 16th floor. "This is my special elevator card, which is different from the one in the owner's hand. The elevator card in the owner's hand can only go to the floor where he is located. Please rest assured about this." As the elevator moved upwards, Zhao Xiaoli said to Chen Zhibai with a smile. Chen Zhibai nodded and hummed softly. Soon, the elevator reached the 16th floor, and after a crisp ding, the elevator door opened. Zhao Xiaoli stepped out first and stopped the elevator with her hand. She withdrew her hand only after Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng came out. The elevator door is facing the room door, but there is a space of about 20 square meters in the middle. This place is completely yours. It's 23 square meters. So, although it's a 180 square meter house, it's actually 200 square meters including this place. Zhao Xiaoli said with a smile. Then she took out a card key and swiped it lightly on the electronic door lock, and the door lock opened. Zhao Xiaoli opened the door, but did not go in. Instead, She gestured to Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng to go in first. Chen Zhibai took Lu Meng's hand and walked into the house. As soon as he came in, Chen Zhibai was shocked by the decoration inside the house, because the whole house had a strong sense of design and the decoration style was modern, both exquisite and modern. Not far away is the living room. The living room, which is about 60 to 70 square meters, looks particularly large, but the most eye-catching thing is the entire floor-to-ceiling window. Through the window, you can see the hustle and bustle of the street outside. Chapter 66, Lu Meng hesitated and hesitated. Zhao Xiaoli took Chen Zhibai around the house. There are 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Normally, a 180 square meter house can have 5 bedrooms, even after excluding the common area. However, there are only 4 bedrooms here because each bedroom is not small, making it more comfortable to live in. It can be seen here that Jinhu Home Community is indeed targeting wealthy people, because comfort is what wealthy people need. To be honest, Chen Zhibai is satisfied with this house. It is large, well-decorated, and even has air conditioning installed. He only needs to buy a sofa, a bed, and some mattresses and beddings, and he can move in directly. What do you think of this house? Chen Zhibai turned his head and asked Lu Meng, who had been standing next to him. Very good. Lu Meng's eyes were bright, and she said subconsciously, "It's not just good. This house is the most beautiful one she has ever seen in real life." From the area to the design and decoration, she simply couldn't find any fault with it. Okay. Chen Zhibai nodded, then looked at Zhao Xiaoli. "Sir, this house is really nice. If you," Zhao Xiaoli spoke up, tried her best to make this deal happen. But before she could finish her words, Chen Zhibai waved his hand to interrupt her. "This is the apartment I want. You can calculate how much it costs, and I will pay for it in full." Zhao Xiaoli was stunned for a moment. She looked at Chen Zhibai in disbelief, suspecting that she was hallucinating. She thought that Chen Zhibai would buy the house, but she expected that it might take some time. But I didn't expect that he would say he wanted to buy a house so directly. The point is it's so calm and casual. It's like buying a street gadget for $9 instead of a house worth $9 million. "Sir, you mean you want to buy this house?" Zhao Xiaoli swallowed and asked. "Yeah, that's right." Chen Zhibai nodded. Seeing him nod, Zhao Xiaoli swallowed again, with surprise and excitement spreading in her eyes. Because the house was purchased in full, there was a discount of $200,000 on the overall price of $9 million. In addition to the price discount, 2 parking spaces were also given as a gift. These 2 parking spaces are not cheap if calculated by price. In addition, the property management fees are waived for 3 years. Jinhu Home Community is a self-operated property. Because it is positioned as a high-end community, the annual property management fees are not cheap. If calculated based on an area of 180 square meters, the annual property management fees will be more than 20,000 yuan. "Sir, this is the biggest discount. Previous owners didn't have such a big discount." In the sales office, after Zhao Xiaoli finished explaining all the discounts, she looked at Chen Zhibai with a nervous face. "I feel nervous, but also excited. After all, completing this order means she will get a commission of 45,000, which is a lot of money." Therefore, Zhao Xiaoli was very nervous because she was afraid that Chen Zhibai would not be satisfied with the preferential treatment. But this is really the biggest discount. "Okay, I'll buy it. I'll use the card." Facing Zhao Xiaoli's extremely nervous gaze, Chen Zhibai took out his bank card and handed it directly to Zhao Xiaoli. Zhao Xiaoli was in a daze for a moment, then came to her senses the next second and quickly took the bank card with both hands. The original tension in my heart disappeared, replaced by surprise and excitement. Swiped the card and signed the house purchase contract. When Chen Zhibai took the pen handed to him by Zhao Xiaoli and signed the house purchase contract, Lu Meng was sitting next to him. Although her back was straight and her posture was excellent, she was actually a little dazed at this moment. Because I really bought it. Even though she knew that Chen Zhibai was rich and capable, when she actually saw Chen Zhibai swipe his credit card to pay for a house worth 9 million, her heart was still filled with daze and shock. This is not 9 or 90 or 900 yuan, but a full 9 million yuan. What is the concept of 9 million? Based on the monthly salary of 5,000 yuan for an average college graduate, if you want to save up 9 million yuan, you need to go without food or drink for 1,800 months, which is 150 years in terms of years. One would have to work from the Qing dynasty until now to save up this much money. Call. Lu Meng adjusted her breathing and suppressed the slight trance in her heart. She turned her head to look at Chen Zhibai, who was signing the house purchase contract. From her perspective, even though he had just spent 9 million, Chen Zhibai's expression did not change at all. He remained calm, confident, and casual. It was as if the 9 million was just a tiny amount of money to him. Yes, these 9 million are indeed just a tiny amount of money to him. Thinking of this, Lu Meng adjusted her breathing again, and then she hesitated. Because according to her expectations, she wanted to take things slow with Chen Zhibai. They could have some contact, but not go to the final step in the short term. She was afraid that Chen Zhibai would not cherish her if she got her too quickly. But now, she hesitated and wavered. Is she really going to follow the expected process? Will Chen Zhibai be unhappy? If he is unhappy, will he break up with her and look for other girls? There was a look of hesitation and desperation in Lu Meng's eyes. She was now extremely sure that Chen Zhibai was the best boy she could find in her life, and he was extremely suitable in every aspect: age, appearance, temperament, and wealth. In terms of personality, he is calm and not impatient, and is much more mature and stable than boys of the same age. There are no shortcomings at all. So the question is, if even she thinks so, what about other girls? So, do we really have to follow the plan process? Okay. Chen Zhibai didn't pay attention to Lu Meng's inner thoughts. Under the guidance of Zhao Xiaoli, he signed some pages of the house purchase contract and put the pen on the table. I don't know how to sign when buying a house in other places, but Chen Zhibai just signed, and he signed every page of the purchase contract. When can I get the property certificate? Chen Zhibai looked at Zhao Xiaoli and asked. It will take a week. I will call you as soon as the property certificate arrives. Zhao Xiaoli was half squatting on the ground. She had maintained this posture when Chen Zhibai was signing just now. She was definitely tired, but when she thought about the 45,000 yuan commission she could get, her excitement overwhelmed the physical tiredness. While speaking, Zhao Xiaoli glanced at Lu Meng, who had been sitting next to her, and then sighed inwardly. Frankly speaking, if the girl sitting next to Chen Zhibai wasn't so pretty, she would put aside her morals and try to pursue Chen Zhibai. She has graduated from college for several years and is 26 years old this year. She is not the kind of little girl who knows nothing. So, she knows too well how important it is for a woman to find a rich boyfriend. This is no less than reincarnation. And there is no doubt that Chen Zhibai is rich. The key is that she's not only rich, but also so young and has good looks and temperament. This is rare among the rich second generation. But precisely because it was so rare, Zhao Xiaoli sighed even more in her heart. Although she always thought she was beautiful and the most popular girl in the sales office, she still felt a little frustrated compared to Lu Meng. Chapter 67 Wealth is the best adornment for a man. Take care. You can ask me any questions you have later. When Chen Zhibai walked out of the sales office holding Lu Meng's hand, Zhao Xiaoli saw them out. She looked at Chen Zhibai with a warm smile on her face. Good. Chen Zhibai nodded, said okay, looked at her, and then felt a little emotional in his heart. Sure enough, wealth is the best decoration for men. Why do we have such an exclamation? Because when they were selling the building just now, Zhao Xiaoli took advantage of Lu Meng's inattention and secretly pinched his arm. He looked over subconsciously, and Zhao Xiaoli not only did not dodge, but met his gaze and pinched his arm again. This is very interesting. He was sure that as long as he contacted Zhao Xiaoli further, something would happen. This is the benefit of having money. Women always express their affection first and will be more proactive than you can imagine. Take Zhao Xiaoli, for example. Is she good-looking? To be honest, she is good-looking. Even though she is a little behind Lu Meng in terms of appearance, the difference is not that big. After all, the fact that she can work as a salesperson in a high-end sales office like Jinhu Homes proves Zhao Xiaoli's appearance. Moreover, maybe it's her age, 26 or 27 years old. She has shed the childishness of a girl and has the temperament of an urban beauty, which is a plus. In society, women like Zhao Xiaoli are definitely pursued by men, and there are quite a few of them. This is the privilege and benefit that her looks bring her. But just now, the other party took the initiative to pinch his arm with his hand. When he looked over, he did not dodge, but pinched his arm again. This is very ambiguous. Moreover, the active meaning of release is particularly obvious. Chen Zhibai suppressed his thoughts and said nothing. He took Lu Meng's hand and got directly into the car parked in front of the sales office. It took more than 2 hours to view the house by the house and sign the contract, so it's almost noon now. Chen Zhibai planned to take Lu Meng out for a meal first and then go to the furniture store in the afternoon to buy things like beds and sofas. Although Jinhu Homes is fully furnished, you still need to buy some sheets and quill covers for the bed and sofa yourself. Chen Zhibai drove and quickly left the sales office. Zhao Xiaoli stood at the door of the sales office and waited until the BMW X5 disappeared from her sight. Then she withdrew her gaze and felt a little nervous and expectant. She has already given the signal. It depends on whether Chen Zhibai will contact her. Call. After taking a deep breath, Zhao Xiaoli subconsciously thought of the scene just now. She had actually given up at first because Lu Ming, who was beside Chen Zhibai, was so bright and beautiful. But when the building was being sold, she couldn't help herself and took the initiative to send out a signal. Because what if? What if Chen Zhibai likes this type of hers? She's also very beautiful and has a good figure. If she really liked this type of her future life would be completely different. It was because of this thought that she took the initiative to send out the signal just now. To be honest, this was the first time she had sent out signals so actively, and she even suppressed some of her inner morals. She had seen rich people in the sales office, but they were all old and pot-bellied. Although they were rich, they looked indescribably greasy. But Chen Zhibai is not like that. He was young, had a comfortable, refreshing, and clean appearance, a calm temperament, and he had the 9 million he casually paid for the house. That's why she was moved. Call. Taking another deep breath, Zhao Xiaoli didn't think any further. Her signal had already been sent out, and it depended on whether Chen Zhibai would respond or not. Should she answer it, right? After all, I am a beauty with a beautiful temperament. After the car drove some distance, Lu Ming asked belatedly, "Where are we going?" Lu Ming sat in the passenger seat, her long legs showing amazing proportions under her black short skirt. "Let's go eat first. It's already noon. Aren't you hungry?" Chen Zhibai glanced at her and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'm not very hungry." Lu Ming shook his head. After saying this, he couldn't help but ask another question. "Do you have a lot of pocket money?" As Lu Ming spoke, her eyes subconsciously looked towards Chen Zhibai. She actually didn't want to ask this question, as could be seen from the fact that she had never asked this question before. Because she felt that there was no need to ask such questions, it was 100% certain that Chen Zhibai was rich. But at this moment, she couldn't help it because she felt that Chen Zhibai was richer than she expected. From the top-of-the-line BMW X5 to a Patek Philippe watch worth over 1 million. This was already very unexpected and even shocking to her. And now, a house worth 9 million could be bought just like that. The key point is that Chen Zhibai is so relaxed and casual that she dare not even imagine the strength behind this. So, I couldn't help but ask. "It's okay." Facing Lu Ming's gaze, Chen Zhibai thought for a moment and gave an answer. "Lu Ming, is this okay? If this works, then no one can." Lu Ming looked helpless, but did not continue to ask this question. "Let's eat first, then go to the furniture store to buy a bed and a sofa, and then buy some sheets and quilts and decorate the house a little bit," Chen Zhibai said, telling him his plans for the afternoon. "Yeah, okay, I'll listen to you." Lu Ming nodded, and her heart beat faster when she thought about the 180 square meter house in Jinhu Homes. Watching it on video and seeing it with your own eyes are really two different concepts. The light at the intersection ahead turned red. Chen Zhibai stopped the car. Just as he was about to change the song, his cell phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai, a crying emoji. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai first glanced at Lu Ming, and when he found that Lu Ming was not looking at him, he was about to type to ask Chen Zhibai what was wrong, but before he could type, Chen Zhibai sent another message. The washing machine in the rented house suddenly broke down. "I'm not happy. I haven't finished washing my clothes yet. I should have rented a better house with my bestie earlier. In this house, things keep breaking down every now and then, and the landlord is indifferent." In Yingquan community, Chen Zhihui was sitting on the sofa, typing with a pout on her face. The house she and her best friend rented had the advantage of being cheap, but also had many disadvantages. Just now she wanted to wash clothes, and after throwing the clothes in the washing machine, she found that the washing machine broke down for some reason and couldn't work. This makes people feel very uncomfortable. The key is to find the landlord, but the landlord is not happy and says some unpleasant things. In the BMW, as soon as Chen Zhibai saw the messages sent by Chen Zhihui, his head buzzed. Ding! As a super rich man, you have to treat your girlfriend equally. The host triggers a random task. Buy a house as a love nest for him and Chen Zhihui. If the host accepts this task, he will receive 10 million yuan for purchasing a house. If you do not accept this mission, there will be no reward or punishment. Chapter 68. Treat Everyone Equally. Chen Zhibai's eyes lit up when he heard the system voice ringing in his head. It's true that there is a pillow whenever you feel sleepy. He originally planned to rent 2 houses, one for him and Lu Meng to be alone, and one for him and Chen Zhibai. But because of the system task, I didn't have to rent a house to live alone with Lu Meng, but directly bought one. I thought I would rent a house with Chen Zhibai, but unexpectedly, the system task was triggered again. Treat everyone equally? He liked this task. Accept this task. Chen Zhibai muttered to himself, and the next second the system voice sounded in his head again. Host accepts this task. 10 million yuan of house purchase funds have been deposited into the system bank card account. Please check it in time. Note, this 10 million can only be used to purchase a house and cannot be used for other purposes. Buzz. As the system's sound rang, the phone vibrated. It was a text message from the bank, and 10 million had arrived. What's the matter? Is there something happy? Lu Meng was sitting in the passenger seat. She looked at Chen Zhibai and asked curiously. She felt that Chen Zhibai was happy at the moment. Yes, I do. Chen Zhibai smiled and put his phone away unnoticeably while talking. What's the matter? Lu Meng showed curiosity on her pretty face. Of course, now that I bought a house, I have space for you and I to be alone. Chen Zhibai said directly. After saying this, Lu Meng blushed subconsciously, and no one knew what she was thinking about. She withdrew her gaze from Chen Zhibai and turned to look out the window. She looked no different from usual, still bright and generous. But if you look closely, you can see that her crystal white earlobes are a little red. Seeing her like this, Chen Zhibai didn't say anything, but picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. Do you have a favorite neighborhood in Jiangcheng? Chen Zhibai typed and sent it. In Yingquan community, Chen Zhibai was stunned for a moment after seeing the message sent by Chen Zhibai because she didn't know why Chen Zhibai sent such a message, but she didn't think much about it. Of course there is. It's Jiangnan, Jiangcheng community. I saw this community on TikTok before. It looks really beautiful, but the price is expensive. 1 square meter costs more than 40,000 and almost 50,000. Chen Zhibai typed. When she typed the name of Jiangnan, Jiangcheng community, there was some yearning on her fair and pretty face, but she immediately suppressed it. She can't afford a house there. It's too expensive. I don't have classes the day after tomorrow afternoon. I'll pick you up then and buy a house in this community for you to live in. Chen Zhibai typed. Swish. In Yingquan community, Chen Zhibai was sitting on the sofa. After seeing the message, her eyes widened subconsciously. A dull look also spread across her pretty fair face. What's wrong, Wee Wee? Why are you in a daze? Li Shiran walked out of the room, holding a cup of water. She came to the living room to get water from the water dispenser. But as soon as she walked out, she saw her best friend sitting on the sofa in the living room, with a dazed look on her face and wide eyes. That looked very cute, so Li Shiran laughed. Then she walked over, reached out her hand, and gently pinched Chen Zhibai's face. It feels really good, Li Shiran thought to himself, then subconsciously lowered his head, feeling a little frustrated. Hey, I have the same question every day. What did my bestie grow up eating? Ran. Chen Zhibai came back to her senses and looked up at Li Shiran. Although she had come back to her senses, there was still a dull look in her eyes. What's going on? Li Shiran smiled again, and then looking at her best friend's cute, dazed look at the moment, she couldn't help but pinched her again. Then he looked down again. That Chen Zhibai is really lucky. Li Shiran siga inwarli. Ran. After being pinched on the face again, Chen Zhibai finally came back to her senses from her dazed state, but she swallowed her saliva before speaking. He said he would buy me a house to live in. Who is it? Hearing this, Li Shiran was also stunned for a moment. But as soon as she finished speaking, she reacted and realized who else it could be but Chen Zhibai. Is it true? He wants to buy you a house to live in? Why? Li Shiran asked subconsciously. She did not doubt that Chen Zhibai had the financial resources. After all, a watch worth more than 1 million is worn on your wrist. Because I wanted to do laundry just now, but the washing machine broke down for some reason, so I complained about the house we live in now, saying that it's not good at all. And then he said he would be free the day after tomorrow and would come pick me up and buy me a house to live in. As she spoke, Chen Zhiwei's face was still dazed. She was really just complaining. But I didn't expect that Chen Zhibai's response would be so simple and crude, just buy a house. And it's a house in Jiangnan, Jiangcheng. She has always known that Chen Zhibai is rich, but she didn't feel much about it before. But now she does feel it. Just because she complained that the current rental house is not good I have to buy a house. Isn't this a bit too luxurious? Thinking of this, Chen Zhibai couldn't help but swallowed again. Next to her, Li Shiran was also stunned for a moment. She was also stunned by Chen Zhibai's simple and rough response. So luxurious? Just because my best friend complained that the rented house was not good, I decided to buy a house for her to live in. This, Li Shiran stood there, and suddenly her emotions became complicated. She subconsciously glanced at her best friend, and then the emotions in her heart became more complicated with envy. She knew how expensive houses were in Jiangcheng. Even the most ordinary house cost almost 2 million. The key point is, with Chen Zhibai's wealth, would he buy an ordinary house? I'm afraid not. Hui, has he said which neighborhood he wants to buy a house in? Li Shiran suppressed her thoughts and couldn't help but ask. Because she was at home, she was dressed very coolly, with a white suspender top and black hot pants. She has a slender waist and long legs, a typical white pear figure. With her beautiful and fair facial features, she is indescribably beautiful. Yes, Chen Zhibai nodded and then said the name of the community. Jiangnan Spring City. Jiangnan Chuncheng. Hearing the name of the community said by Chen Zhibai, Li Shiran was stunned again, and then the complex emotions that she had suppressed originally surged up again at this moment. Jiangnan Spring City. Of course, she knew this community because she had seen it when she was watching Douyin before, and she also asked her best friend to take a look at it. After watching it, the two of them sighed and said it would be great if they could live here. But after they finished speaking, they both burst into laughter. No one took it seriously. After all, the houses in this community are very expensive. But now, complex and envious. Chapter 69. Let your best friend come live with you. Although this feeling of envy was suppressed by Li Shiran as soon as it appeared, she still felt guilty and unnatural. After all, there was a moment just now when she did feel a little envious. You can't fool yourself. Hui, this is a good thing. He cares about you. It's great that you met the right person. Li Shiran suppressed the guilt in her heart, looked at Chen Zhibai seriously, and said, Of course I met the right person. Just because I complained about the bad rented house, I decided to buy an apartment directly. And it's a high-end residential area like Jiangnan Chuncheng. Although the main reason is that Chen Zhibai is rich and can afford it. And even if a house in Jiangnan Chuncheng is not cheap, it is probably a small amount of money for Chen Zhibai. But you can really see the intention. It can also be seen that Chen Zhibai is really good to his best friend. It is precious to have money and thoughtfulness at the same time. Thinking of this, Li Shiran couldn't help but look at Chen Zhibai again, and then sighed again, saying that her best friend was so lucky. He was really nice to me. Chen Zhibai blushed a little, but there was some happiness between her brows, but soon she became hesitant and conflicted. A house in Jiangnan Spring City is too expensive. It costs several million. I can never make that much money in my lifetime. It's too extravagant to spend so much money on a house. Chen Zhibai spoke up. Silly Hui, millions are indeed expensive for us. To be precise, they're expensive for 99 of people. But for him, it may be just a small amount of money. Li Shiran said helplessly. Then she looked at her best friend and said, Hui, you have to change your mindset from now on. You can't judge him by your income. He is not an ordinary person like us. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to speak, she heard her cell phone ring. It was a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai. It's settled. Let's go buy a house the day after tomorrow. I'll pick you up then. I have something to do now. Let's talk in the evening. Uh-huh. Subconsciously, Chen Zhibai replied. Li Shiran was standing nearby. She had already seen the chat history between Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai. Seeing Chen Zhibai say very straightforwardly that he wanted to buy a house, his words were calm without any extra words. The complicated emotions in my heart rose up again. Fortunately, it was pressed quickly. Hui, seriously, if you become rich, don't forget me. You are already a wealthy woman, and you will soon move into a high-end residential area like Jiangnan Chuncheng. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal at noon today? Li Shiran said jokingly with a smile. Frankly speaking, she was quite happy for her best friend. After all, she found a boyfriend who was rich and sincere, and most importantly, their age and other aspects were suitable. What rich woman? I'm not a rich woman. Chen Zhibai felt a little embarrassed and then spoke. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll treat you. After saying that, she suddenly thought of a very critical question, which is, the day after tomorrow, Chen Zhibai will take her to Jiangnan Chuncheng to buy a house. The houses in Jiangnan Chuncheng are all fully furnished and can be moved in almost immediately. so she will probably move in there when the time comes. But if she moves in, what will happen to her best friend? Although the rent of the house she and her best friend rent now is not high, it is not high when they share it equally. If she leaves and her best friend is left alone, the rent will be high. Although I can find someone to share the rent with, the temperament and personality of the person I share the rent with will be completely different. It's easy to meet good people, but I'm afraid of meeting bad people. In addition to this, she was somewhat reluctant to separate from Li Shiran, as they had been roommates since college and rented the same house after graduation, so they were used to it. What are you thinking about? While Chen Zhibai was thinking about this, Li Shiran patted her shoulder and looked at her with questioning expression on her pretty fair face. I'm talking to you, why don't you reply me? Li Shiran said. Huh? I didn't think about anything. Chen Zhibai shook her head, temporarily suppressing her inner thoughts, and then said, What did you say just now? I say we should just order takeout for lunch. Just order some spicy hot pot. It's noon now and it's hot outside. I don't want to go out for dinner. Li Shiran didn't think much about it and repeated what she had just said. Sure. Chen Zhibai nodded. Okay, then I'll order malatang. You prefer extra spicy, right? Li Shiran said as he took out his cell phone. Yeah, that's right. Chen Zhibai said. Okay. After saying this, Li Shiran sighed. I really don't know why you can eat spicy food so well. You can't even eat ordinary spicy food. You have to eat extra spicy food. I can't eat spicy food at all. It's really strange that we can be best friends. As they were talking, Li Shiran had already found the spicy hot pot restaurant she often ordered from. It costs 15 yuan a bowl, and the store lets you add as many vegetables as you want. The price is okay, and the taste is really good, so she eats there often. Okay, the order is done. Li Shiran quickly placed the order and paid successfully. She put down her phone and said, Okay. Then I'll transfer the money to you. We agreed that I'll treat you. Chen Zhibai said, Okay, I'm just kidding. With our relationship, it doesn't matter who pays the bill. Li Shiran laughed, then she stood up and said, I won't talk to you anymore. I still have some work to do. I have to deal with it first, but it will be done soon. Yes, you go and handle it. Chen Zhibai nodded. Li Shiran didn't say anything. After taking a glass of water, she walked in her bedroom. As she walked, her plump figure was clearly visible, with a slender waist and long legs, a perfect proportion. Chen Zhibai sat on the sofa. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up her phone and opened the chat box with Chen Zhibai. Can we discuss something? What's up? Chen Zhibai had just driven to the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. After stopping the car and turning off the engine, he saw the WeChat message sent by Chen Zhibai. That is, after we buy the house, can I let my bestie live there too? Chen Zhibai typed. This was a solution she suddenly thought of, which was to ask her best friend to live with her so that the two of them could still be together. But she was afraid that Chen Zhibai would be unhappy. So, after sending the message, I felt a little nervous. After thinking for a while, she continued typing. My best friend and I have a very good relationship. We shared bunk beds during our 4 years in college, and we rented the same house after graduation. If I move out, her salary alone won't be enough to cover the rent, and I can't bear to leave her. Please, please. Cute kitten please emoji. Chen Zhibai sent 3 messages in a row, the last one of which was a cute kitten please emoticon pack. In the BMW, Chen Zhibai saw the message she sent. Invite your bestie to come live with you? Of course you can, as a companion. Anyway, with a purchase fund of 10 million, you will definitely buy a large flat, which will definitely have enough rooms. Okay, let her come and live with you. It's just right for you to keep her company. Chen Zhibai typed. Chapter 70 all in. After sending the message, Chen Zhibai put away his phone and did not continue chatting with Chen Zhibai. After all, Lu Ming was still sitting in the passenger seat next to him. Is this the hot pot restaurant you went to with your friends last night? After Lu Ming unbuckled his seatbelt, he glanced at the hot pot restaurant outside the car window and asked curiously, Yes, this store tastes pretty good. Chen Zhibai nodded. Then he and Lu Ming pushed the door and got out of the car. When Chen Zhibai walked into the hot pot restaurant holding Lu Ming's hand, he saw that there were already quite a few people sitting in the restaurant. After all, it was already time for dinner. This store is quite new, and the slogans on the wall are very trendy. Lu Ming looked at the decoration inside the store and said with a smile, Yeah, I think so too. Chen Zhibai nodded, took her hand, found an empty seat by the window, and sat down. After placing an order by scanning the QR code on the phone, the waiter quickly brought the food. And what a coincidence! This waiter was the one who asked Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai yesterday whether they were a couple. When he came over with the food, he didn't see Chen Zhibai first, but looked at Lu Meng first, and then he sighed in his heart. Really pretty, and tall too. After taking a look, he didn't dare to look any further. After putting all the dishes on the table, he saw Chen Zhibai. After seeing Chen Zhibai, he was stunned for a moment. He naturally recognized Chen Zhibai because he had a deep impression of Chen Zhibai. After all, Chen Zhihui, whom Chen Zhibai brought yesterday, was very beautiful. After get off work last night, he told his colleagues about this, and his words were full of envy for Chen Zhibai. Therefore, he was impressed by Chen Zhibai. But precisely because he had such a deep impression, he was stunned for a moment when he saw Chen Zhibai. Then he subconsciously turned his head and looked at Lu Meng again. Chen Zhibai naturally noticed the waiter's daze and knew why he was dazed. "Hello, the dishes you ordered are all here. Please enjoy your meal." The waiter came back to his senses, swallowed his saliva, and looked at Chen Zhibai with envy and admiration. A role model for men. He brought a girl here yesterday, and he brought another girl here today. The key point is that these two girls are both more beautiful and pretty than the other. If he could date one of them, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. But as for two, he couldn't even think about it. That's amazing. The waiter sighed inwardly. "Okay, thank you." Chen Zhibai saw the envy and admiration in the other person's eyes, which made him want to laugh. After the waiter left, Lu Meng asked with some confusion, "Why do I feel like the way he looked at me just now was a little weird?" Lu Meng sat in his seat and glanced at the waiter in confusion while talking. She always felt that there was something strange in the way the waiter looked at her just now. "Really? I guess it's because you're pretty that I looked at you a few more times." Chen Zhibai spoke. "No way." Lu Meng rolled her eyes at Chen Zhibai, but she was very happy in her heart. After dinner, it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "Let's go to the furniture store and buy the bed and sofa first, and then buy the other things slowly," Chen Zhibai said as he fastened his seat belts as he held Lu Meng's hand and walked out of the hotel and returned to the car. "Uh-huh," Lu Meng nodded. This was something they had already agreed on during the meal. To be honest, she was a little excited because Chen Zhibai asked her to choose a bed and a sofa. In her opinion, this was a reflection of Chen Zhibai's appreciation for her. Suppressing his expectations, Lu Meng fastened his seatbelt, turned his head to look at Chen Zhibai, and then made some decisions in his mind. 20 minutes later, Chen Zhibai drove to the door of a furniture store. After parking the car, he took Lu Meng's hand and walked in. 2 hours later, I picked out the sofa and bed and bought matching sheets and summer quilts here. Of course, it's about door-to-door delivery. When we returned to Jinhu home and put the bed and sofa in place, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Call. Lu Meng stood on the large living room floor tiles, looking at the rooms around her with bright eyes. Jinhu Homes, a large flat worth 9 million. She's the hostess here. Very nice. After Chen Zhibai sent the delivery workers off and pressed the elevator for them, he just walked into the house and saw Lu Meng standing in the living room. Because she was facing away from me, I couldn't see Lu Meng's face, but her beautiful figure was clearly visible. Her back is straight, her waist is slender, and her long legs under the short skirt are of amazing proportions. It looks beautiful no matter how you look at it. "You're back." Hearing the footsteps, Lu Meng turned around, and when she saw Chen Zhibai, she immediately walked over and took Chen Zhibai's arm with a bright and generous smile. "Well, what are you thinking about?" Chen Zhibai nodded, put his arms around Lu Meng's slender waist, brought her into his arms, and then asked, "I was thinking, I can live in such a nice house. I never dared to think about it before." Being held in Chen Zhibai's arms, Lu Meng blushed a little, but she did not shy away. Instead, she put her arms around Chen Zhibai's neck. After saying that, without waiting for Chen Zhibai to speak, she took the initiative to tiptoe and kiss Chen Zhibai on the mouth. Just a kiss. Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows, then lowered his head, pinched Lu Meng's slender waist, and gave her a passionate kiss. When his breathing became faster, Chen Zhibai subconsciously wanted to let go of Lu Meng. But unexpectedly, Lu Meng held his neck tightly and did not let go. Chen Zhibai was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at Lu Meng in his arms. "Carry me to the master bedroom. I've already made the bed." Lu Meng's pretty face turned slightly red, but when she looked up, there was a firmness in her eyes that only she knew. The so-called taking it slow. Give yourself to Chen Zhibai little by little. She has given up on the idea. Why? The reason was simple, because Chen Zhibai's excellence exceeded her expectations. So, don't hesitate or be reserved. She believed in her own judgment of people. Chen Zhibai was not the kind of person who would abandon her after taking her body. Furthermore, she also believes in her appearance and figure. So it's all in. She wants to be Chen Zhibai's first woman. Are you sure you want me to carry you to the master bedroom? Chen Zhibai pinched Lu Meng's slender waist and asked. He is not a fool, so he certainly knows what Lu Meng means by this. He just subconsciously wanted to confirm it again. Yeah, sure. Lu Meng suppressed the thoughts in his mind, met Chen Zhibai's gaze, and nodded directly. Chen Zhibai didn't say anything. He just picked her up and strode towards the master bedroom. Chapter 71, 10 Million Startup Capital. Half an hour later. Master bedroom. Chen Zhibai lay on the bed, feeling refreshed. Lu Meng nestled in his arms. There were faint traces of tears on her bright and pretty face, but her eyes and brows were completely relaxed, making her look more beautiful than before. Seeing that Chen Zhibai looked refreshed at the moment, Lu Meng blushed and hit him with her hand. Chen Zhibai didn't care. He hugged Lu Meng over and kissed her on her fair and smooth forehead. Frankly speaking, even Chen Zhibai was a little dazed that things had gotten to this point so quickly. Because of Lu Meng's appearance, figure, and temperament, it shouldn't have come to this point so quickly. After all, the two just confirmed their relationship yesterday. When they were kissing yesterday, he couldn't help but wanted to make a move, but Lu Meng pushed him away. From this, it can be seen that Lu Meng actually does not want to reach this point so quickly. But now it has really come to this. Is it fast? Yes. But if you think about it carefully, it is also within common sense. Because he has money now. Whether it is the top-of-the-line BMW X5, a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch worth more than 1 million yuan, or the 180 square meter flat in Kumho homes that you are currently living in, which costs 9 million yuan. These are all symbols of his wealth and money. Anyone who sees him will think he is a super rich second generation. After all, he was just a freshman. Even though Lu Meng's appearance, figure, and even temperament are all top-notch, she is actually unable to resist him because of his wealth. After all, beauty can't compare with wealth. So, although it sounds fast, it actually happens naturally. What are you thinking about? Lu Meng hugged Chen Zhibai's arm and looked over with curiosity on her pretty face. The tone was intimate. After all, they had been honest with each other. This suddenly gave her confidence. I'm not thinking about anything. Chen Zhibai shook his head and then prepared to take a shower because his body was a little sticky from the sweat. I'm going to take a shower. Want to join me? Chen Zhibai looked at Lu Meng and suddenly asked. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Meng's legs. I'll go later. You go first. Lu Meng noticed Chen Zhibai's gaze. She quickly covered her legs with the summer quilt and then said. She didn't dare to take a shower with Chen Zhibai now, for fear that Chen Zhibai would lose control. All right. Chen Zhibai didn't force it. He got up from the bed and went to the bathroom in the master bedroom. Fortunately, when I bought the bed and sofa in the afternoon, I also bought some daily necessities such as shampoo, shower gel, and towels. It can come in handy right now. After turning on the shower head and running the water for a while, hot water appeared. As Chen Zhibai poured hot water on himself, the previous scene subconsciously emerged in his mind. To be honest, the legs are really long and the experience is perfect. I shook my head and stopped myself from thinking about it further. Ding! It is detected that the relationship between the host and his girlfriend Lu Meng has progressed. The rewards are as follows. 1. Host appearance plus 3. Note, it has been added to the host's appearance attribute in real time. 2. 1 million yuan in love fund every month. Note, this love fund can only be used for Lu Meng. If it is not spent in the month, it will automatically disappear and will be counted on the 31st of each month. 3. 10 million startup capital. Note 1. As a super rich man, how can you not have your own career? Please work hard. Note 2. This 10 million can only be used for the host business and cannot be used for daily enjoyment and consumption. In his head, system voices rang one after another, causing Chen Zhibai, who was taking a shower, to be stunned for a moment. Because he never expected that the reward would be triggered just because of the progress in his relationship with Lu Meng. And the rewards are so generous. The first is the appearance attribute plus 3 of reward 1. Frankly speaking, this is what he has always wanted. It is true that if you are rich, you will never lack women. But of course it is best to be both handsome and rich. And now, the appearance is plus 3, which is a genetic improvement. The second reward is also very good. There is 1 million in love fund every month. Although it can only be given to Lu Meng is his woman now, and this is her first time. There is nothing wrong with spending money on his woman. The final reward 3 is a direct investment of 10 million in startup capital. 10 million in startup capital is really a lot. With this money, you can see if there are any good opportunities in life. Even if you lose, it's okay. Just consider it as accumulating experience. Anyway, the 10 million is free. All in all 3 rewards are good. It was a complete surprise. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Chen Zhibai just wanted to see what he looked like now that his appearance had improved 3 points. After taking a quick shower, he came to the bathroom mirror. When he looked over and saw himself in the mirror, Chen Zhibai was a little surprised. Because the face is still the same face, but the skin condition has become better, and the facial features look more comfortable and pleasing to the eye. The result is an improvement in appearance. Although it's not obvious, you can see that he has become more handsome. After staring at himself in the mirror for a long time, Chen Zhibai retracted his gaze and couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the magic of attribute points. When he walked out of the bathroom, Chen Zhibai saw that Lu Ming had already put on her clothes and was collecting the sheets that had been spread on the bed. "What are you collecting the sheets for?" Chen Zhibai walked over, hugged Lu Ming from behind, and asked. Lu Ming was not panicked because she had just heard Chen Zhibai's footsteps. "I want to stay as a souvenir. This is my first time after all." Lu Ming's face turned slightly red, but she didn't shy away and said it in a generous manner. "Stay as a souvenir?" Chen Zhibai subconsciously looked at the bedsheet in Lu Ming's hand. On the blue bedsheet, a dark red plum blossom mark was particularly obvious. Immediately, he understood. "Well, keep it as a souvenir." Chen Zhibai nodded, and while speaking, he lowered his head and kissed Lu Ming's fair and slender neck. "Itchy." Lu Ming subconsciously shrank her neck. She was quite ticklish, but no one knew about it except her family. "How itchy?" Hearing her say that, Chen Zhibai lowered his head and kissed her again, saying with a smile, "It's very itchy." While speaking, Lu Ming turned her head to look at Chen Zhibai. Just as she was about to continue speaking, she was stunned, because she saw Chen Zhibai's current face. Although the face is still the same, it inexplicably looks much more comfortable and clean, which makes him look more handsome. This is what made Lu Ming stunned. "Why do I feel like you become more handsome after taking a shower?" Lu Ming had a look of surprise on her pretty face, and then she thought that this might be because her lover saw beauty in everything. After all, the face is still the same face. Lu Ming didn't think much about it. After she tidied the bed sheets, she went to the bathroom to take a shower. Her body was a little sticky. After taking a shower, she walked out of the bathroom with some difficulty walking. Although she was not limping, it was indeed obvious that she was inconvenienced. But this is normal. After all, I have just experienced human affairs. Chapter 72. Replenishing Lu Ming's qi in blood. Does it still hurt? Seeing Lu Ming's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she walked, and she walked very slowly, Chen Zhibai stood up and walked over, hugged her in his arms, and then asked, "Yeah, there's still some." Lu Ming nodded and put her arms around Chen Zhibai's neck. As she spoke, her eyebrows slightly frowned again. "It's all your fault. You don't even feel sorry for me." Lu Ming gently hit Chen Zhibai with her hand, but she didn't use much force. It felt more like she was giving Chen Zhibai a massage. "Cough." Chen Zhibai coughed guiltily, and then did not continue the topic, but changed the subject abruptly. "It's almost 6 o'clock. What do you want to eat tonight?" "I don't know, but let's not go out to eat. It's inconvenient for me to walk right now, and I don't want to move." Lu Ming naturally realized that Chen Zhibai was trying to change the subject. So after looking at Chen Zhibai with amusement, she did not continue the previous topic, but thought about it and said, "She really has trouble walking now, so she doesn't want to go out for dinner. It's okay if you're standing and not walking, but as soon as you start walking, it becomes very inconvenient. Okay, let's order takeout. What do you want to eat?" "Some red date porridge should be fine. It's good for replenishing blood." Chen Zhibai nodded and then said, "I'll do whatever you say." Lu Ming hugged Chen Zhibai's neck, and after she finished speaking, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Chen Zhibai on the mouth, then buried her head in Chen Zhibai's chest. The next second, she heard Chen Zhibai's heartbeat. Although it is indeed a bit fast, they just confirmed their relationship yesterday, and they're already being honest with each other today. But she doesn't regret her decision to go all in. Chen Zhibai's excellence in all aspects made her realize that she had to go all in. Fortunately, she believes in her judgment of people, and she is also confident in her appearance and figure. The takeout I ordered for dinner was millet and red date porridge with scallion pancakes and 2 side dishes. It was relatively light. After dinner, It was already a little after 8 o'clock in the evening. It's time to go back to school. It's already past 8 o'clock. Lu Meng said, hugging Chen Zhibai's arm. Well, how do you feel now? Does it still hurt? Chen Zhibai nodded and looked at Lu Meng. Much better. I'll be fine if I walk slowly. But you can't do strenuous exercise in the next few days, so I can't go for a morning run with you tomorrow. Lu Meng felt it and said, that's okay. Chen Zhibai shook his head, then took Lu Meng's hand and walked out of the house. On the way back to school, Chen Zhibai happened to pass by an Apple mobile phone store. After seeing it, he parked the car in front of the store. Why'd you park the car? We haven't even reached school yet. Seeing the car stop, Lu Meng thought at first that they had arrived at school, but when she raised her head, she was stunned for a moment, and then she looked at Chen Zhibai with some curiosity on her bright and pretty face. I'll buy you a cell phone. Chen Zhibai smiled and pointed toward the Apple mobile phone store outside the car window while speaking. Only then did Lu Meng see the Apple mobile phone store. No need to buy a mobile phone. My current mobile phone can still be used. Lu Meng said subconsciously. Okay, I'll buy you a new phone. Let's go. Chen Zhibai said directly. As he spoke, he unbuckled his seat belt and motioned Lu Meng to get out of the car. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng walked out of the Apple mobile phone store and got back into the car. Lu Meng already has the latest Apple Pro Max, 1 terabyte, in his hand. The new phone is just smooth, and this is my first time having an Apple phone. Lu Meng held the phone and sighed while playing with it. Her family conditions are quite ordinary, and she has a younger sister, so her family definitely wouldn't spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy her a mobile phone. Therefore, this was her first time to own an iPhone. As long as you like it. Chen Zhibai smiled, and just as he finished saying this, his cell phone vibrated. When he took out his phone, he saw a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai asking him if he had dinner. Whose news is this? Lu Meng was sitting in the passenger seat. Seeing Chen Zhibai looking at his phone, she asked curiously. Oh, no one. It was a message from a friend asking if I had eaten. Chen Zhibai said calmly. Oh. Lu Meng nodded. She didn't doubt it and continued to play with her new phone with her head down. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai sent a message to Chen Zhibai and put away his phone. Soon, Chen Zhibai drove back to the school, but did not go to the school parking lot. Instead, he drove towards the girls' dormitory. Aren't you going to park the car? Seeing this, Lu Meng asked, let me send you back to the girls' dormitory first. After all, it's not convenient for you now. Chen Zhibai replied. Lu Meng looked up at him and smiled. She could feel that Chen Zhibai's attitude towards her had changed. Sure enough, Soha was right. Of course, Lu Meng also knew that this had a lot to do with the fact that it was her first time. Men are possessive. Soon, the BMW X5 stopped downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Because it was not yet 9 o'clock in the evening, there were many girls coming in and out of the dormitory door, and some boys were waiting for their girlfriends to come downstairs at the door. When they saw a brand new BMW X5 with a license plate number 999 parked downstairs of the girls' dormitory, they couldn't help but look over there. Even if some girls cannot recognize that this is the top-of-the-line BMW X5, they all recognize the BMW brand. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. These 3 brands are almost known to every Chinese person. Even people who don't know much about cars recognize these 3 logos. Therefore, all the boys and girls in the dormitory building looked over here. The boy who knew what was good had a look of envy in his eyes after he recognized that it was a top-of-the-line BMW X5 costing over 80 yuan. I'm at the door. I'm going down. Lu Meng sat in the passenger seat and watched them arrive downstairs at the dormitory. After unbuckling her seatbelt, she smiled and said something to Chen Zhibai. Although she was bright and beautiful before, she is now more beautiful than before, and there is more feminine charm in her whole body. This is, of course, Chen Zhibai's credit. Are you just going to leave like this? Chen Zhibai asked back, pointing to his face while speaking. Lu Meng naturally knew what he meant, so she leaned over and kissed Chen Zhibai. Okay, I'm getting off the car, Lu Meng said after the kiss. Well, go ahead, Chen Zhibai nodded, and then Lu Meng pushed the door and got out of the car, but did not go into the girls' dormitory. Instead, she stood beside the car and waved to Chen Zhibai. You go first. I'll go into the dormitory after you leave. Lu Meng spoke. Chen Zhibai nodded, then turned the car around, left the girls' dormitory, and drove towards the school parking lot. Lu Meng waited until the car disappeared from sight before turning around and walking into the dormitory under the envious gazes of some girls. She walked a little slowly, and when she went up the steps to the dormitory entrance, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Chapter 73, Shun Qing. It should be impossible. Ming Ming, you're back? Where did you and your boyfriend go today? You were out on a date for the whole day. When Lu Ming pushed the door and returned to the dormitory, Wang Hui saw her come in and immediately looked at her curiously and asked, I didn't go anywhere, I just wandered around. Lu Ming smiled at Wang Hui and said, naturally, she would not say that she had had sex with Chen Zhibai. After all, this was a very private matter. Oh, I see. Wang Hui nodded and was about to continue speaking, but she was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at Lu Ming with surprise and astonishment. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Facing her surprised and astonished gaze, Lu Ming smiled and said that she had a good impression of Wang Hui. Although she looked ordinary, she was lively and had a good personality. Unlike Li Wiming, who secretly wanted to compare with her, and unlike Shen Qing, who is equally beautiful as her, so they subconsciously repelled each other. Although they would talk and chat, their relationship was not that close. Therefore, Lu Ming and Wang Hui have a good relationship. Thinking of this, Lu Ming glanced at the dormitory and found that Li Yu was not there, but Shen Qing was. Strange, Ming Ming, why do I feel like you seem prettier than before? As Wang Hui spoke, she stood up from her chair and walked to Lu Ming's side. Then she looked at Lu Ming and said, as she spoke, the surprise in her eyes became more and more obvious. She couldn't really tell what was so beautiful about Lu Ming, but it was that whole feeling she had. Wang Hui didn't know that this was femininity. Is there? Lu Ming asked calmly. Of course, she's just much more beautiful than before. Wang Hui nodded affirmatively, and then she called Shen Qing. Qing Qing, take a look too. Isn't Ming Ming more beautiful than before? Wang Hui spoke up. Shen Qing was watching Douyin at this time. After hearing these words, she subconsciously looked up at Lu Ming. Then, a hint of surprise appeared in her cold and beautiful eyes. She also discovered that Lu Ming was indeed different from the morning. Not only was she more beautiful, but she also had an indescribable feeling. This feeling is quite attractive. Strange, what's going on? Shen Qing looked at Lu Ming with some curiosity, then nodded and said, it's indeed more beautiful than in the morning. Really? I said you looked prettier than this morning. Is it because of the makeup? After getting Shen Qing's approval, Wang Hui immediately said, maybe. Lu Ming continued to remain calm, but if you look closely, you can see that her crystal white earlobe is a little red. No matter how bright and generous her personality is, she will always feel a little shy when encountering such things. Fortunately, Wang Hui didn't think too much about it, and just thought it was because of the makeup. As for the real reason, Wang Hui never thought about it at all. After all, I had just entered college and didn't have this idea in my mind. If she waits half a year until the first year of college, she will probably understand. I'll go wash up. Seeing that Wang Hui did not continue the topic, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and then found a reason to leave. Ming Ming, wait a minute. But at this time, Wang Hui pulled Lu Ming's arm and spoke. What's wrong? Lu Ming looked down. She is tall, 171 centimeters tall, while Wang Hui is only 160 centimeters tall, so she needs to lower her head slightly. It's nothing. It's just that you're in a relationship and have a boyfriend. Shouldn't you let Chen Zhibai treat us to a meal? Wang Hui said, and then continued. This is the rule that our dormitory set when the school started. No matter who is in a relationship and has a boyfriend, they have to treat us to a meal. After Ye and Zhou Hao confirmed their relationship, Zhou Hao also treated us to a meal. As soon as these words came out, Lu Ming smiled. Okay, no problem. I'll treat you guys to dinner, but I need to ask my boyfriend when he's free. I'll treat you guys to dinner once the time is confirmed. Lu Ming said. At the beginning of the school year, it was Wang Hui who suggested that everyone who had a boyfriend should treat everyone to a meal, and she agreed. Okay, then I'm in for a treat. I can eat for free again. Wang Hui smiled. Although she looked ordinary, she had a lively personality. And Ming Ming, I'm actually very curious about your Chen Zhibai. He gave me a 70,000 yuan LV bag, just like that. My parents only make 70,000 yuan a year. They are really rich. I have never seen such a rich second generation in my life. Wang Hui said with a look of regret. Okay, I'll let you see it then. Lu Ming smiled and then walked towards the bathroom. But because this time she took a little too big a step, her beautiful eyebrows instantly wrinkled and she let out a hissing sound from her mouth. What's wrong, Ming Ming? Wang Hui looked over immediately with a concerned look on her face. Shen Qing had already turned his head back to look at his phone, but when he heard Lu Ming's hissing sound, he turned his head again. Because they were in the dormitory, Chen Qing was only wearing a very cool nightgown. The nightgown was black, which made her fair skin look even whiter. With delicate collarbones, slender waist, and a cool temperament, the whole person has a very extraordinary feeling. It's okay. I just took a big step. Lu Meng shook his head, met Wang Hui's gaze, said something, and slowly walked towards the bathroom. Are your steps a bit too big? Then you better be careful. Wang Hui was stunned for a moment, but didn't think much about it. She shook her head and looked at Chen Qing. Qing, do you want to play games? It's a bit boring. Wang Hui spoke, but Chen Qing remained silent after she spoke, because she was watching Lu Meng slowly walk towards the bathroom step by step. That walking posture made Chen Qing have a guess in his mind. But the next second, she felt that she had read too many novels. That shouldn't be possible. After all, they just confirmed their relationship yesterday. How could we have sex today? It can't be that fast. Chen Qing shook his head and suppressed the speculation that popped up in his mind. Although her relationship with Lu Meng was ordinary during the first month of school, she could still see that Lu Meng's inner self was proud and reserved. So it's impossible. Qing, what are you thinking about? Why don't you reply when I talk to you? Wang Hui saw that Chen Qing did not respond when she spoke. So she walked over, waved her hand in front of Chen Qing's eyes, and then asked curiously, "Oh, it's okay. I was a little distracted. What did you say?" Chen Qing suppressed his thoughts and said with a smile. Naturally, she would not say out loud what she had just guessed. "I said, let's play games together. It's a bit boring." Wang Hui said again. "Okay." Chen Qing thought about it and nodded in agreement. Great. Wang Hui was excited because Chen Qing's gaming skills were very high and his jungle rhythm was unbeatable. Whenever she played games with Chen Qing, she almost never lost. Chapter 74, Chen Zhibai blushes. In the school parking lot, Chen Zhibai parked the car, pushed the door, and got out. The moonlight is bright, and I am in a good mood. After all, he transformed from a boy into a man, and the object of his enlightenment was Lu Meng. Whether it's her appearance, figure, temperament, or her long legs, there is no doubt that Lu Meng is top-notch. Thinking about what happened in the master bedroom of Jinhu Homes in the afternoon, Chen Zhibai felt a little nostalgic. Buzz. The phone vibrated, bringing Chen Zhibai back to his senses. He took out his phone and saw a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai, saying that she missed him and asked if they could have video call. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai did not reply, but directly made a video call. As soon as I called, the call was connected and Chen Zhibai appeared on the phone screen. She has very fair and beautiful facial features, and she is wearing a white suspender top with 2 strings hanging on her shoulders. She has a very unique beauty and is very suggestive. Chen Zhibai's gaze only stayed on Chen Zhihui's face for a short moment before he subconsciously looked down. In Yingquan community, Chen Zhihui was lying on the bed. After seeing Chen Zhibai, she was subconsciously stunned for a moment because she found that her boyfriend seemed to have become more handsome. Seeing Chen Zhihui staring at his face with a look of surprise, Chen Zhibai smiled inwardly. Obviously, the effect of appearance plus 3 is still very significant. Why do I feel like you become more handsome? Chen Zhihui asked, and then she looked at Chen Zhibai's face again. Is there? Chen Zhibai asked back. Of course I have. Chen Zhihui was about to nod, but before she could finish her words, she noticed Chen Zhibai's gaze, and her fair and pretty face suddenly turned red. She quickly took a pillow from the side and placed it directly in front of her chest, but her little face was still red. Don't look around, she said with a red face. Seeing that the scenery was no longer there, Chen Zhibai sighed and thought to himself, what a pity. I subconsciously compare myself with Lu Meng. Of course it can't be compared. I don't know what he ate to grow up. He is so gifted. To some extent, just like Lu Meng's legs, no one can compare to them. Where are you? I think you're outside. Seeing the obvious look of regret on Chen Zhibai's face, Chen Zhihui blushed even more, and she quickly changed the subject and asked. To be precise, it wasn't really a change of subject. She was actually going to ask this question. I'm at school. I just went out for a while, and then I came back to school and parked my car in the parking lot. I'm going back to the dormitory. Chen Zhibai spoke, and while speaking he flipped the camera on his phone and took a picture of the surroundings. Because it was not yet 9 o'clock, there were quite a few students in the school, and some couples were holding hands. After taking a quick photo, Chen Zhibai turned the camera back to himself. Where have you been? Chen Zhihui asked curiously. She was lying on the bed, her white legs raised as she spoke. I just went outside for a quick walk. Chen Zhibai said calmly. Oh, so that's the case. It's nice to take a walk around. Chen Zhibai nodded, but did not continue the topic. Instead, she started talking about buying a house. Are we really going to buy a house in Jiangcheng and Chunching the day after tomorrow? Chen Zhibai asked. Of course it's true. Do you think I'm kidding you? Chen Zhibai said helplessly. That's not the case. I just think the houses in Jiangnan and Chuncheng are a bit expensive. I searched this afternoon and found that each square meter costs 45,000 yuan. A house of 100 square meters costs 4.5 million yuan. It's too expensive. After Chen Zhibai said this, she paused for a moment before continuing. I think there is no need to buy such an expensive house. In fact, you could buy a house of similar price. The average price of many residential areas in Jiangcheng is 20,000 yuan. You can buy a house in such a residential area. And I don't have to buy it. I can live in this rented house. Before Chen Zhibai could finish her words, she was interrupted by Chen Zhibai. Just buy the house in Jiangnan and Chuncheng. That's it. The tone is direct and straightforward. If you have 10 million in housing purchase funds given by the system, of course you will choose the more expensive one. Oh, Chen Zhibai pouted her pretty rosy lips and glanced at Chen Zhibai. So domineering. Oui, do you want to eat the apple? If so, I'll wash one for you. Li Shiran's voice was heard from the living room outside. No, I've already brushed my teeth. Chen Zhibai quickly said that she had already brushed her teeth and would have to brush them again if she wanted to eat the apple. Okay, then I won't wash you. Li Shiran's voice rang out. Don't wash it. Chen Zhibai nodded and replied. The person who just spoke is your best friend? Chen Zhibai asked. He naturally heard the woman's voice in the video call just now. Just from a sound point of view, the sound is quite good. Yes, she's my best friend. We have a very good relationship. We were roommates in college and were basically inseparable. We also rented the same house after graduation. We still often sleep together now. Chen Zhibai said that when she mentioned her best friend, her beautiful eyes lit up. Then they do have a good relationship. They even sleep together. No wonder you wanted her to live there after you bought the house. Chen Zhibai spoke. Chen Zhibai chuckled. When she laughed, her eyes would narrow for a moment, like a crescent moon, which looked pretty and also a little cute. It's okay to sleep together before, but you can't sleep together in the future. Chen Zhibai said suddenly. What? Chen Zhibai was stunned for a moment, then asked quickly. Of course it's because you have a boyfriend now. If you have a boyfriend, you can't sleep with others, even your best friend. Otherwise, what if you get caught? Those are all mine. I'm a very petty person. Chen Zhibai spoke. Chen Zhibai didn't understand what he said at first, but soon she understood what Chen Zhibai meant and her face turned red. Everything is yours. I haven't agreed yet. Chen Zhibai said with a red face, and then she changed the subject and talked about going to work at her best friend's company tomorrow. Chen Zhibai chatted with Chen Zhibai as he walked, and soon he returned to the door of the boys' dormitory. I'm at the dormitory door. I'll go back first and wash up before we talk. Chen Zhibai said. Yeah. Chen Zhibai nodded. Chen Zhibai hung up the phone and was about to put his phone in his pocket when he saw Lu Meng asking him if he had arrived at the dormitory a few minutes ago. Just arrived downstairs of the dormitory. Chen Zhibai took a photo and sent it over. The little bear nodded and said a emoticon. Lu Meng sent back an emoticon and then asked when he was free. What's wrong? Chen Zhibai typed back. It's okay. It's just that when our dormitory just started school, we agreed that whoever has a boyfriend or girlfriend has to treat everyone in the dormitory to a meal. Now it's my turn. Lu Meng sent back a message. Chapter 75, Alarm Lifted. Continue watching. Then let's do it tomorrow night. After class tomorrow afternoon, we can go out to eat together outside the school. First, ask your roommates if they are free tomorrow night. If they are, ask them what they like to eat. Chen Zhibai typed a response. Yeah, okay. I'll ask my roommate later. Lu Meng replied. Okay, I'll go back to the dormitory and wash up first. After Chen Zhibai replied to the message, he put his phone in his trouser pocket. Soon, he arrived at the door of the dormitory on the 3rd floor, but saw that the door was closed. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai felt a little strange because the dormitory door was usually half closed. But he didn't care and reached out to open the dormitory door, but it didn't open. Is this locked from the inside? Hoo. Wang Chao's voice came from the dormitory with some panic and nervousness. It's me. Why did you lock the dormitory door? Chen Zhibai said helplessly. He thought that there was no one in the dormitory because Wang Chao, Li Dong, and the others had gone out to play. But now it seems that there's someone in the dormitory, but it is locked. Phew. Old Chen, you scare me to death. I thought it was the dormitory supervisor who came to check on me. I was so scared that I almost died. The dormitory door opened quickly and Wang Chao stood at the door. He wiped the sweat from his face while speaking. What happened to the dormitory inspection? Chen Zhibai glanced at the sweat on Wang Chao's face. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the scene inside the dormitory. Li Dong and Zhou Hao were both in the dormitory, and there was a laptop in front of them. What's wrong? We are learning with an open mind. After Wang Chao pulled Chen Zhibai into the dormitory, he locked the door again and winked at him. How about you learn from me? Wang Chao winked, and his eyes conveyed a look that only men could understand. Immediately, Chen Zhibai knew why the dormitory door was locked. Feelings are not good in the dormitory. You guys study, I'm going to the bathroom. Chen Zhibai waved his hand and said directly. He has already carried out practical exercises, and frankly speaking, he is not that interested in this kind of theoretical teaching. What toilet? I'm telling you, Lao Chun, you will definitely regret it if you don't watch it. When Chen Zhibai turned around and was about to go to the toilet, Wang Chao pulled his arm, winked, and said something. Chen Zhibai was about to continue to refuse, but when he heard the word stewardess, he wavered. Is she really a flight attendant? He looked at Wang Chao and asked. Of course. Wang Chao nodded vigorously, and then he looked at Chen Zhibai's obviously shaken expression, chuckled, grabbed Chen Zhibai's arm, and walked over. Alarm cleared, continue watching. Wang Chao said something to Li Dong. Li Dong nodded and reopened his laptop. Chen Zhibai lost interest after just looking at her for a few seconds because she was not pretty and seemed a little too old. Look, I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, Chen Zhibai turned around and went to the bathroom. His vision had long been spoiled by Lu Meng and Chen Jiahui. No matter whether it was Lu Meng or Chen Jiahui, both women were beautiful women with excellent looks, figure, and temperament. Therefore, I really lost interest in Wang Chao and his friend studies. No way, old Chen, you are so picky now. Wang Chao shouted, and just as he was about to continue speaking, Zhou Hao, who was sitting next to him, spoke instead. Okay, if he doesn't want to watch it, then don't watch it. Can't we just watch it? Zhou Hao looked dissatisfied. After all, Wang Chao pressed the pause button. Mr. Zhou, have a cigarette. Wang Chao glanced at Zhou Hao and wanted to say something back, but after thinking it over he said, Don't you have a cigarette? Zhou Hao was a little reluctant when he heard Wang Chao asking for a cigarette. He didn't want to give it to him, but when he thought that the laptop belonged to Wang Chao, he hesitated for a moment, then took out his Furong King cigarette, took out a cigarette from it, and handed it to Wang Chao. No, just leave it to me alone. Dongzi doesn't smoke, Wang Chao said after taking the cigarette. I said I won't give it to you? You're just too quick to talk. Zhou Hao curled his lips and pulled out another Furong King and handed it to Li Dong. But even though I gave it to him, I felt a little sad. Wang Chao was sitting next to him and saw the pain in Zhou Hao's eyes and snorted. He just couldn't stand this point about Zhou Hao. He always says that he's a native of Jiangcheng and that his family owns 2 houses, but he actually seems petty and stingy. What's wrong with smoking your cigarette? Hurry up. I've given you the cigarettes. Zhou Hao moved Wang Chao's arm and spoke. Yeah, Wang Chao didn't say much. He was too lazy to argue with Zhou Hao. After all, he also wanted to see it, so he pressed the space button on the computer. After Chen Zhibai relieved himself in the toilet, he began to wash up. When he came out, it was almost 9:30. Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao were still sitting in front of their laptops, but the computers were turned off. Obviously, the learning is over. It's just that, actually, I'm not interested in this. If Chaozi hadn't insisted on dragging me to watch it, I wouldn't have wanted to watch it. Zhou Hao sat on the chair and suddenly spoke. Will you die if you don't pretend to be cool? Wang Chao looked at Zhou Hao speechlessly. I really have enough money, but I don't buy a radio. I just want to listen to your bragging. Who's showing off? I really don't want to see it. After being retorted, Zhou Hao became unwilling. He first glanced at Wang Chao before continuing. After all, I'm different from you. You don't have a girlfriend, but I do. So you can only watch, but I can really put it into practice. After saying this, Zhou Hao looked superior and proud. He really felt that he was different from Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao, and Li Dong. After all, he has a girlfriend. Although he couldn't even hold Li Yu's hand yet, he was confident that he could definitely have sex with Li Yu. After all, his family conditions are there. He is a native of Jiangcheng and has 2 houses. What is this? This is reality. So, he is different from Chen Zhibai and Wang Chao. To be honest, my girlfriend and I have already reached the stage of kissing. Zhou Hao suppressed the pride in his heart. In order to make himself look more respectable, he falsely reported military intelligence, saying that he had kissed Li Yu. Just answer it. Wang Chao said a little sourly and looked at Li Dong. Go to the balcony for a smoke? Let's go. Li Dong nodded, and then he and Wang Chao went to the dormitory balcony. How can he have a girlfriend? They even kissed. Damn. Wang Chao said this with some indignation after lighting a cigarette with a lighter. He really looked down on Zhou Hao. Okay, why bother with him? Li Dong advised. He was a good-natured person. Although he couldn't stand Zhou Hao's superiority, he gave some advice because they were all in the same dormitory. Oh, Wang Chao sighed, took a deep puff of a cigarette, and then spoke. Just wait and see. With the way he is doing, his girlfriend will break up with him sooner or later. Chapter 76. There is no man who doesn't cheat. This chapter is rewarded with extra content. Girls' dormitory. Lu Meng was sitting on a chair and applying skin cream on her legs. She was applying it very attentively and carefully, because she knows that her legs are her advantage and a plus point. This was also confirmed at Jinhu Garden in the afternoon, and Chen Zhibai couldn't put it down. Thinking about what happened in the afternoon, Lu Meng blushed a little. She paused in applying the skin cream on her hands, and her crystal white earlobes also turned a little red. Call. She took a deep breath and forced herself not to think about what happened at that time. Meng, your legs are so long and beautiful. I have never seen legs prettier than yours in real life. Wang Hui, who was sitting nearby, said this with a look of envy and amazement. She was speaking from the heart. In real life, she had never seen legs more beautiful than Lu Meng's, so long and straight. Qing, don't be angry. Your legs are also very beautiful. After praising Lu Meng's beautiful legs, Wang Hui saw Shun Qing and quickly smiled ingratiatingly. Shun Qing didn't say anything, but her pretty face looked a little helpless, and she didn't say anything. Moreover, she actually admitted that Lu Meng had beautiful legs. She had discovered this as early as when she met Lu Meng at the beginning of the school year, so she was not angry about what Wang Hui said because it was the truth. Meng, Qing, do you know? Our dormitory is famous on the school forum. Some people praise our dormitory as the beauty dormitory, but this is mainly due to the two of you. I'm just taking advantage of you too, Wang Hui spoke again. Actually, Ye is also very prettier than me, but compared to you two, she's nothing. By the way, where did she go? Lu Meng asked. She said the Student Union External Relations Department was having a dinner party tonight, so she went out to eat. Wang Hui replied. Yeah. Lu Meng nodded without saying anything more and continued to concentrate on applying skin cream on her legs. She had no interest in joining the student union. If she wanted to join, she would have joined it long ago, because when she was walking in the school before, someone from the student union came up to her and asked her if she wanted to join the student union, but she refused. 10 minutes later, Lu Meng applied skin cream on both legs. When she stood up, it was still a little painful, so she frowned slightly, but fortunately she could bear it. It should be better tomorrow. By the way, do you two have time tomorrow night? Lu Meng looked up, first glanced at Wang Hui, then looked at Shun Qing, and then asked. When she looked at Shun Qing, a sigh flashed across her beautiful eyes. Even she thinks this kind of cool temperament and appearance is very good. I have time, what's the matter? Wang Hui nodded directly, and then looked at Lu Meng curiously. Something? Shun Qing didn't ask whether he had time or not, but looked at Lu Meng. It's nothing, but my boyfriend said he would treat you guys to dinner tomorrow night. So he asked me if you guys have time. And by the way, what would you like to eat? Lu Meng said with a smile. Her already bright and beautiful features became even brighter and more charming because of her transformation into a woman. I have time, and Qing has time too. Wang Hui spoke up. Seeing her say that she also had time, Shun Qing's pretty and cold face felt a little helpless, but she nodded and said she had time. She would never miss this kind of dormitory group activity. When Liu and Zhou Hao invited her to dinner, she also went. Well, then just wait for Liu to come back and ask her, but she should have time too. Lu Meng nodded, then asked what he wanted to eat. I can eat anything, it's up to you guys. Shun Qing replied. Me too. I'm fine with eating anything, but a big meal is definitely better. Wang Hui nodded, then said a little embarrassedly. Okay, I get it then. Lu Meng nodded and prepared to take out her cell phone to tell Chen Zhibai. But at this time, the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside, and Liu walked in. Yeah, you're back. Wang Hui greeted. Yeah, I'm back. Liu nodded, but her eyes turned to Lu Meng while she spoke. Then she gritted her teeth secretly, and an unbalanced emotion emerged in her heart. Because she sent several WeChat messages to Chen Zhibai intermittently today, but not a single response. This made her feel a little unbalanced. Even though his looks and figure were somewhat inferior to Lu Meng's, she was still a beauty after all, and there were many boys pursuing her in school, but Chen Zhibai just didn't reply to her messages. What does this mean? Is the gap between her and Lu Ming so big? It was so big that Chen Zhibai didn't even reply to the message. Lu Ming frowned because she felt the imbalance in Li Yu's eyes. I'm going to take a shower. Li Yu saw Lu Ming frowning, which made her suppress her emotions. After saying this, she prepared to go to the bathroom to take a shower. Yeah, wait a minute. Wang Hui reached out and pulled Li Yu's arm, and then told her that Chen Zhibai was going to treat them tomorrow night. How about it? Yeah. Are you free tomorrow night? Wang Hui said. There is time. Li Yu nodded without even thinking about it. But actually she had something to do tomorrow night, because she joined the External Relations Department of the Student Union. The school would hold a sports meeting in half a month, and the External Relations Department needed to get some sponsorship. They had to discuss where to go to get sponsorship tomorrow night. But now, Li Yu is not going to go, because compared to going to the External Relations Department for a meeting, she wanted to see Chen Zhibai more. Li Yu has made up her mind that she must dress up nicely tomorrow night. After all, she is a beauty. Try to make Chen Zhibai's eyes light up. At that time, she wouldn't believe that Chen Zhibai would continue to leave her alone. There is no man in the world who doesn't cheat. Li Yu firmly believes this. Ming Ming, I'm going to eat your meal tomorrow. Li Yu suppressed her thoughts, looked at Lu Ming, and suddenly said something. Yeah. Lu Ming nodded. Li Yu didn't say anything else, but turned and went into the bathroom, looking forward to tomorrow night. She doesn't just want to eat for free. She also wants to snatch Chen Zhibai away. By then, she will not only have a high-quality boyfriend like Chen Zhibai, but also be able to surpass Lu Ming. I'm excited just thinking about it. With this thought in mind, Li Yu went into the bathroom and closed the door. Just as she was about to take off her clothes, she heard her cell phone ringing. He picked up the phone and frowned immediately because it was a WeChat message from Zhou Hao. Li Yu did not respond. She turned over her phone, took off her clothes, and went to take a shower. By the time I finished taking a shower and dried myself, half an hour had passed. Yeah. Why are you ignoring me? You've ignored me for a whole day. Yeah. What have you been busy with today? Li Yu picked up her phone and saw that Zhou Hao had sent her several more WeChat messages. Chapter 77 free of charge. I just asked my roommates, and they all said they have time tomorrow night. When Chen Zhibai lay down on the bed, he saw the WeChat message from Lu Ming. Well, does your roommate want to eat anything? Chen Zhibai typed. They said they could eat anything, so why not go to the Good Taste restaurant near the school gate? The food there is pretty good. Li Yu and Zhou Hao treated us to a meal there. Lu Ming's message came back. The Haoyadeo restaurant is not far from the school gate. Although the price is a bit more expensive than other restaurants, the environment is okay and the food tastes good. Many students go there to eat for their birthdays or gatherings. Therefore, Lu Ming suggested going over for dinner. But after seeing the message she sent, Chen Zhibai directly rejected the proposal. I'm not going to eat there. In this case, I'll find a restaurant. Chen Zhibai typed. The Haoyadeo restaurant is actually quite good, but Chen Zhibai is not planning to invite Lu Ming's roommate there. Instead, he is planning to find a better restaurant. The reason is simple. He wants Lu Ming to save face in front of his roommates. To put it more simply, it means to be respected in front of others. To put it more bluntly, although he currently has 2 girlfriends, Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui, he will definitely have other girlfriends in the future. But Lu Ming is different. After all, she is his first woman and she has her first time, which makes Lu Ming more important in his heart. Moreover, Lu Ming has a beautiful figure and good temperament. So give her face. In this case, you can no longer go to a good restaurant to eat, but you have to find a better restaurant, mainly a high-end one. Chen Zhibai was thinking in his mind, but before he could think more, there was a buzzing sound in his head and the system voice rang out. Ding! The host triggers a random hidden task. As the host's girlfriend, of course, she must be envied by her roommates. The host's meal expenses will be paid by the system, and the meal amount is 20,000 yuan. This is like a pillow when you are sleepy. A meal allowance of 20,000 yuan. Chen Zhibai's eyes lit up when he heard the system voice ringing in his head. He didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise, and he actually triggered a random hidden task. Although he has money now, the cash rewards from various tasks add up to about 400,000, which is nothing for a meal. But now there is a system to pay for it, which is of course better. It's always fun to get something for free. Buzz. The cell phone suddenly vibrated. Chen Zhibai picked up the phone and saw that it was a bank deposit message, which contained 20,000 yuan. Where should we eat? I think the Good Taste restaurant is pretty good. We usually go there for gatherings or something. Lu Ming's message came again. I'll arrange it, don't worry about it. Chen Zhibai typed, then opened Douyin and searched for high-end restaurants in Jiangcheng. Soon, the search results came out. After looking for half an hour, Chen Zhibai decided which restaurant to go to. Impression of White Clouds. This is a restaurant opened in Jiangcheng a few years ago, targeting a high-end wealthy crowd. The interior decoration is unique, and the cuisine is stir-fried. Of course, the price is also expensive, costing 700 yuan per person. After deciding to go to buy an impression, the other party happened to have a Douyin account. So Chen Zhibai opened the private message and booked a private room. After doing all this, Chen Zhibai quit Douyin and continued chatting with Lu Meng. Of course, Chen Zhibai was not forgotten. It still hurts a little. It's all your fault. This was the WeChat message sent by Lu Meng. I'm going to work tomorrow, and I'm a little nervous. This was the message sent by Chen Zhibai. Chen Zhibai was distracted and kept chatting until after 11 o'clock in the evening. Chen Zhibai had to go to work the next day, so she said goodnight and went to bed. Seeing her sleeping, Chen Zhibai thought about it and prepared to go to bed as well. After all, he had to get up early to run the next day. If you run in the morning for another 5 days, you'll get the reward of growing 3 centimeters taller without any side effects. I'm getting ready to go to bed. I have a morning run tomorrow. Chen Zhibai typed a message to Lu Meng. Yeah, go to sleep. I'm actually a little sleepy too. Lu Meng replied in seconds. After saying good night to each other, Chen Zhibai stuffed his phone under his pillow, closed his eyes, and prepared to fall asleep. Girls' dormitory. Seeing that Chen Zhibai did not reply to her message, saying good night, Lu Meng put down her phone. She had actually been sleepy for a long time, but she was forcing herself to chat with Chen Zhibai. But I stopped chatting at this moment, and instead, I suddenly felt less sleepy. Lu Meng held the phone and suddenly blushed. She is no longer a girl, but a woman. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Lu Meng simply moved his right leg, but it still felt a little painful. Livestock. Lu Meng blushed and thought of this word in her head, because it really makes her suffer. The next morning, Chen Zhibai was awakened by the alarm clock. After turning it off, he turned over and got out of bed. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he glanced at Wang Chao, Li Dong, and the others, all of whom were still sleeping soundly. This is normal. Before he went to bed last night, he saw the two of them still playing games. As for Zhou Hao, Chen Zhibai glanced at Zhou Hao, and after seeing that he was still sleeping, he remembered the photo of legs that Liu sent him the night before, as well as those ambiguous words. So, Chen Zhibai looked at Zhou Hao's head several times, and he always felt that he saw a green hat. Just as he was about to look away, Zhou Hao opened his eyes sleepily and met Chen Zhibai's gaze. Lao Chen, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my head? Zhou Hao frowned and asked with an unhappy look on his face. He felt that Chen Zhibai's gaze. It was very strange, and there was also a look of sympathy for him. Funny, do I need your sympathy? I'm a native of Jiangcheng. I have 2 houses and a girlfriend. What about you? You're from another place, your family is average, and you don't have a girlfriend. Zhou Hao thought about this with an unhappy look on his face. Nothing. Chen Zhibai glanced at him, said this, then pushed the door and walked out of the dormitory. Neuropathy. Zhou Hao curled his lips, cursed, and prepared to go back to sleep, but after hesitating for a moment, he touched his head with his hand. When he felt that there was indeed nothing on his head, he breathed a sigh of relief. Psycho. After cursing again, Zhou Hao closed his eyes and continued to sleep. After Chen Zhibai arrived at the playground, he stood on the edge of the plastic playground and stretched his ankles, just like the previous 2 days. Hey, why are you the only one here for a morning run today? Where's your beautiful girlfriend? While I was moving my ankle, a pleasant female voice came from behind me, with curiosity and surprise. Chen Zhibai turned his head and saw Wen Yutong. The other party was still dressed in a very casual and sporty style, but her figure was still good. Her face was delicate and fair under the high ponytail, and her neck was slender. In fact, a high ponytail is very challenging for face shape and neck. And there is no doubt that Wen Yutong is very suitable for this high ponytail hairstyle, because her face and neck are particularly fair and beautiful. Chapter 78 Disc Lottery. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Chen Zhibai looked for a long time, so Wen Yutong was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously reached out and touched her face. Yes, there is something. Chen Zhibai nodded and glanced at Wen Yutong's hand while speaking. She was fair and slender, and even though he was not a hand control, he couldn't help but take a second look at her at this moment. This hand is really beautiful. There's something? What is it? Wen Yutong asked, then took out her cell phone from her trouser pocket and prepared to take a picture of her face to see if there was anything on it. I clearly washed my face before going out for a run, so how come there was something on it? Wen Yutong was thinking in her mind, but before she could think more, she heard Chen Zhibai's next words. There is beauty. Chen Zhibai spoke. Wen Yutong, you're so smooth-talking. I thought you were the most honest and obedient boy in the class. Wen Yutong rolled her eyes at Chen Zhibai, but she wasn't angry, nor did she put on airs as a teacher. Although she is indeed a teacher, she is only 4 years older than Chen Zhibai, so they are almost the same age. In addition, because she just graduated, she seldom puts on the airs of a teacher. I'm asking you, why are you here alone for a run today? Where's your beautiful girlfriend? Wen Yutong did not continue the previous topic, but asked curiously. When she returned to the dormitory after running yesterday, she thought of Chen Zhibai's girlfriend. Her appearance, figure, and temperament are no worse than hers, and the pair of long legs with perfect proportions made her a little envious and amazed. So, today, when she saw that Chen Zhibai was not with the other person, she came over curiously. She felt a little uncomfortable in her stomach today, so she rested in the dormitory and didn't come out with me. Chen Zhibai found a reason and said, "Oh, so that's it." Wen Yutong nodded and said without further asking, "You're great. You found such a beautiful girlfriend without making any noise. Good job," Wen Yutong said with a smile, and then she couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhibai, and then there was a look of suspicion in her eyes. Why did she feel that her student became more handsome than yesterday? Although it is not obvious, the overall feeling is particularly comfortable. By the way, where did you get your hair cut? I wanted to ask you yesterday, but your girlfriend was there, and I didn't want to disturb you, so I didn't ask. Your new hairstyle looks like a completely different face. Wen Yutong asked. She wanted to ask this question when she saw Chen Zhibai yesterday, but she didn't ask because she was afraid of disturbing Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng. Seeing that Lu Meng was not there today, she asked. As a girl, she knows how hard it is to find a good hairdresser. I had it cut at the Dream Modeling Studio, said Chen Zhibai. Dream Styling Studio is where he gets his hair cut. Where did you get your hair cut? Wen Yutong was stunned for a moment when she heard Chen Zhibai's words, and then she looked at Chen Zhibai with surprise. She didn't expect Chen Zhibai to mention the name Ideal Modeling Studio, because she knew this studio, many celebrities got their hair cut there, but getting a haircut is very expensive, costing thousands of dollars. This made Wen Yutong surprised and curious, and she looked at Chen Zhibai with some disbelief. She's a counselor, so she naturally knows the family situations of the students in her class. If she remembered correctly, Chen Zhibai's information at that time was that his family was of ordinary background. Yes, I got my hair cut there. Chen Zhibai nodded. Seeing him nod in acknowledgement, Wen Yutong suppressed the surprise and curiosity in her eyes, and a helpless look appeared on her pretty fair face. Then I can't afford to go there to get my hair cut. That's only a month's salary. Wen Yutong said that she gave up the idea of getting her hair cut because her monthly salary was nearly 5,000 yuan and she couldn't afford to go there to get her hair cut. Because cutting hair is not a one-time purchase, but something you need to do every month. It must be expensive to get a haircut there, right? Many celebrities get their hair cut there. Wen Yutong asked curiously. It's okay. I spent 1,888 yuan on a haircut, said Chen Zhibai. You call this okay? Wen Yutong rolled her eyes and then looked at Chen Zhibai. I never thought you were a second-generation rich kid. You spent 1,888 yuan on a haircut and thought it was not expensive. Wen Yutong said this with a smile and jokingly. She didn't think that Chen Zhibai was really a rich second generation, but she knew that Chen Zhibai's family conditions should be good. Okay, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Let's go for a run. I also want to continue running. I've spent quite a while talking to you today. Wen Yutong waved her hand and did not continue chatting with Chen Zhibai after saying this. Instead, she started running. As she ran, she had a very pleasing posture. Although her legs are not as long as Lu Meng's, they're already much longer than most girls, and her leg shape is also beautiful. At the very least, Chen Zhibai noticed that many boys on the playground looked over there subconsciously. Many of the boys did not run, but were walking on the playground, but their eyes were always on Wen Yutong. Chen Zhibai felt that taking a walk was just an excuse, and they really came here just to see Wen Yutong. Because the day before yesterday, and yesterday, after Wen Yutong left the playground, these boys did not take a walk, but left the playground. It is obvious that the real purpose is not drinking. Chen Zhibai could even see that among the boys walking on the playground, there were several male teachers in their 20s or almost 30s. The same eyes were looking at Wen Yutong. This is actually normal. After all, Wen Yutong's appearance and figure are all here. Thinking of this, Chen Zhibai looked up at Wen Yutong, who was running, and then subconsciously compared her with Lu Meng and Chen Jiahui. Although all three of them are beautiful, their respective strengths are different. Lu Mengsheng has a bright and generous temperament and long legs. What about Chen Jiahui? She is gifted, which is a considerable advantage. As for Wen Yutong, not only is she dazzling and beautiful, she also has a well-proportioned figure. And perhaps because she is a teacher, she has an indescribable aura, and her every move carries the dignified qualities of teacher. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai didn't think any further because he had already finished exercising his ankle. He ran around the playground and started running. He had been running for 2 days in a row, and perhaps he had adapted and gotten used to it, so today's running was easier for him than the previous 2 days. Before I knew it, I had been running for 30 minutes. Ding, the host has already run for 30 minutes this morning, and the check-in progress is March 7th. Persistence is a person's best quality. The host has already seen this quality for the first time. Please keep up the good work. When the host successfully clocks in for 7 days of running, he will get an extra chance to draw a round disc. The system voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Chen Zhibai didn't care at first. After all, he was used to the system speaking after running for 30 minutes. But when he heard the system talk about the disc lottery, he was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Is this triggering a reward? Chapter 79 Shield. Disc draw. Chen Zhibai had asked the system before and knew that this disc lottery was amazing because there was a chance of winning attribute points, and I can actually get some black technology. Although the probability is extremely low, only 0.0000012, but if you really get angry, you will actually get it. So, he has been wondering these past 2 days when he can trigger the disc draw. I didn't expect it to come so suddenly. Good. If you run in the morning for another 5 days, in addition to growing 3 centimeters taller without any side effects, you will also have another chance to win a disc lottery. That's an added bonus. Thinking of this, Chen Zhibai's mood became much better. He suppressed his thoughts and continued running. He ran for another 10 minutes until his breathing began to become rapid. Then he stopped. I took out my phone and checked the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. Putting the phone back into his trouser pocket, Chen Zhibai prepared to go back to the dormitory to take a shower, eat, and then go to class. Today is Monday, and I have classes in the morning and afternoon. Although I now have a system and will no longer be short of money, I can drop out of school. To put it more utilitarianly, the purpose of going to school is to find a good job to support my family. If I have money, I don't have to go to school. But Chen Zhibai never considered dropping out of school. The reason is simple. I can't get over the hurdle at home. He couldn't tell his family about the system, and even if he did, his parents wouldn't believe him. In the eyes of the previous generation, studying hard and finding a job is the right way. Dropping out of school, don't even think about it. It sounds unorthodox. Even though he is an only child, Chen Jiangwo and Li Xiaomei have always loved him very much. But if I drop out of school, I'm afraid the old couple will also take action. Therefore, Chen Zhibai did not plan to drop out of school. Fortunately, university is very relaxed and free. Thinking about this, Chen Zhibai was about to go back to the dormitory, but at this time he saw Wen Yutong talking to a man with a helpless look on her face. The man looked to be in his 30s, wore glasses, had a decent appearance, and was of decent height. Chen Zhibai had met the other person at school, and he was also a teacher there. After a quick glance, Chen Zhibai withdrew his gaze. He could see that the male teacher was pursuing Wen Yutong, but Wen Yutong was not interested in him because her helplessness was obvious. I don't know if the male teacher pretended not to see it, but he kept talking anyway. But this has nothing to do with me. Chen Zhibai withdrew his gaze and prepared to return to the dormitory. But at this time, Wen Yutong saw Chen Zhibai, and her beautiful eyes lit up immediately. Zhibai, come here. Wen Yutong raised her hand and greeted. Chen Zhibai was stunned for a moment. He looked at Wen Yutong and wondered why she asked him to come over. Although he was a little confused, Chen Zhibai still walked over. When he was almost next to Wen Yutong, he heard Wen Yutong talking. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I have something to talk to the students in the class, so I'll go back and talk. Wen Yutong spoke. As soon as these words came out, Chen Zhibai immediately knew why she asked him to come over. It seemed like she was using him as a shield. Chen Zhibai didn't say anything, but walked over and stood beside Wen Yutong. Seeing that he didn't say anything and looked as if he agreed, Wen Yutong gave him a look that said, "You're a very sensible boy." Chen Zhibai. Zhang Xuebin stood in front of Wen Yutong. He glanced at Chen Zhibai and then looked away. If other male teachers came over, he would be alert and even uneasy. But Chen Zhibai was obviously a student, so he didn't take him seriously. "Let's go, Zhibai, we can talk while walking," Wen Yutong said and was about to leave. But Zhang Xuebin reached out to stop him. "Don't be anxious, Yutong. We finally meet. Let's go to the cafeteria to have a meal together. As for chatting with students, we can chat anytime. There's no need to rush right now. What do you think, Yutong?" Zhang Xuebin said this with a smile, looking very graceful. But even if you didn't look closely, you could see that the way he looked at Wen Yutong was filled with a hint of passion and possession. Wen Yutong naturally noticed it as well, so she frowned instantly. "Teacher Zhang, our relationship is not close enough for you to call me Yutong, so please call me Teacher Wen," Wen Yutong said directly. The smile on Zhang Xuebin's face froze for a moment. He really didn't expect Wen Yutong to be so disrespectful, but looking at Wen Yutong's pretty fair face and her good figure that couldn't be concealed by her casual sportswear, he suppressed the discomfort that was rising in his heart. As long as I can pursue Wen Yutong, everything is worth it, Zhang Xuebin was thinking in his mind, and he also felt that he could definitely catch up with her. Because his own qualifications are there, he is 30 years old, a university teacher, both his age and job are acceptable. He has a house and a car, and he looks good and is of decent height. Among the unmarried male teachers in the school, his conditions are considered to be quite outstanding. There are no shortcomings. Therefore, he is very confident. "Teacher One, you are too distant." Zhang Xuebin suppressed his thoughts and briefly talked about it before continuing. "Let's have a meal together. We can't be busy with work all the time. We need to have a balance between work and rest. The school only pays us so little, so we can't not have some personal time," Zhang Xuebin said with a smile. "No, I have no interest in having dinner with you." Wen Yutong glanced at Zhang Xuebin and refused directly. She originally wanted to save some face for the other party. After all, they were all colleagues as teachers in the same school. But she now realized that if she gave him face, Zhang Xuebin would continue to pester her. In this case, there's no need to save face. "Yutong, you are just..." Zhang Xuebin was a little unhappy and was about to speak when he was interrupted by Wen Yutong. "Call me Teacher One." After saying that, Wen Yutong didn't look at Zhang Xuebin again, but turned to look at Chen Zhibai. "Let's go." "Good." Chen Zhibai nodded, then walked out of the playground side by side with Wen Yutong. Behind him, Zhang Xuebin stood in place, looking at Wen Yutong leaving the playground with a rather unpleasant expression. He was also a little unhappy because he felt that Wen Yutong was too disrespectful to him. "Yes, you are indeed beautiful and have a good figure. But my conditions are not bad either. I have a house, a car, and a job. If you marry me, at least you can settle down in Jiangcheng. Otherwise, with your salary, when will you be able to afford a house?" Zhang Xuebin took a deep breath and suppressed the discomfort in his heart. He would not give up on Wen Yutong because her appearance and figure were so in line with his aesthetic taste. In order to pursue Wen Yutong, he even broke up with his girlfriend who he was about to marry. If you don't pursue this, you will end up with nothing. Absolutely not. Zhang Xuebin stood there and didn't think any further. Instead, he glanced at the playground. After finding that several male teachers were looking at him, he curled his lips and left the playground. He didn't take the male teachers seriously because he felt they were no match for him. Chapter 80, Not a Good Person. This Zhang Xuebin is not a good person. After walking out of the playground, Wen Yutong suddenly spoke. "Huh?" Chen Zhibai exclaimed and looked over. "Zhang Xuebin is the teacher who just spoke to me. Just looking at his appearance, don't you think he looks quite handsome and always has a smile on his face and is very polite?" Wen Yutong glanced at Chen Zhibai and said, "Isn't it?" Subconsciously, Chen Zhibai asked, because he really felt that, judging from appearance alone, Zhang Xuebin was okay. "Of course not," Wen Yutong said directly, and then continued. "You just entered the school, so you don't know. This Zhang Xuebin, he has a bad reputation in the school. He has dated more than one girl in his class. A few years ago, he even made a girl in the class pregnant." Wen Yutong explained. As she spoke, she felt speechless. So, she really didn't know how Zhang Xuebin had the nerve to pursue her? "Don't you know about his bad deeds? How is that possible? She is a student from this school. Is this true? As a teacher, you were dating a girl in your class, and you even got her pregnant?" Chen Zhibai was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked whether it was true or not. "Of course it's true. If you search for keywords on the school forum, you can still find these things." Wen Yutong nodded and said, So how is this matter finally resolved? You're both pregnant. Chen Zhibai asked. What else can we do? The girl had an abortion. It caused quite a stir at the time. The girl's parents came and asked Zhang Xuabin to take responsibility. But Zhang Xuabin just said it was a free love relationship. In the end, he paid some money and the matter was dropped. But the girl dropped out of school soon after. Alas, Wen Yutong sighed and said, the school doesn't care about this matter. He is a teacher after all. Chen Zhibai frowned. How can the school intervene? It's not illegal for a teacher to fall in love with a student, and after Zhang Xuabin paid the money, the girl didn't bother him, so the school has no reason to intervene. It's a pity for the girl. She had an abortion at such a young age and dropped out of school. I'm afraid she will have a hard time in the future. Wen Yutong sighed again. So, now you know why I don't want to talk to him, right? If he is really a good person, I don't mind getting in touch with him. After all, I am 25 years old, and it is time for me to have a relationship and prepare for marriage in the future. But I have no interest in people like him. Wen Yutong said directly, I understand. Chen Zhibai nodded. He said that Wen Yutong had a very good temper and never acted like a teacher in class. She was kind and gentle. But why did she become so cold and disloyal when facing Zhang Xuabin? There is something deeper behind this relationship. He's like this now, and he still has the nerve to pursue you? Chen Zhibai asked. Who knows him? He probably thinks he's in a good position, so he thinks I would tolerate the shit he did. How is that possible? If it's just a simple relationship, it's fine. Although I haven't been in a relationship yet. My future boyfriend has been in a relationship. I can accept it. It's normal. But if you date a student and get her pregnant, and then irresponsibly force her to have an abortion, I can't accept it. Wen Yutong said directly, that's true. Chen Zhibai nodded, and Wen Yutong didn't continue talking about it. Because she didn't want to mention Zhang Xuabin anymore, she felt physically nauseous whenever she mentioned him. Wen Yutong didn't say anything else, but Chen Zhibai spoke. Teacher Wen, you haven't been in love yet? That's impossible. Chen Zhibai asked curiously, and while speaking he glanced at Wen Yutong's face. She is fair and beautiful, with delicate features. In terms of appearance, she is a beauty of the same level as Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai, both scoring above 90 points. Once a person's appearance score exceeds 90 points, he or she is recognized as a beauty. Even if he or she does not meet the aesthetic standards, people will still acknowledge that she or she is a great beauty. There is no doubt that Wen Yutong is such a beauty. So, you've never been in love? Why is this impossible? I've never been in a relationship before, and this is not something to be ashamed of. Wen Yutong looked up at Chen Zhibai and said directly, when I was in college, quite a few boys pursued me, and some of them were very good in all aspects. Then why don't you have a boyfriend? Chen Zhibai asked. Because I was then. Speaking of this, Wen Yutong's fair and pretty face showed a rare look of embarrassment and awkwardness. At that time, I was not very good at this. When faced with the pursuit of boys, I felt annoyed from the bottom of my heart because my mind was on studying at that time. So, now that I think about it, I really shouldn't have done that. During the best 4 years of college, I didn't even have a romantic relationship. Wen Yutong sighed, and there was a look of regret in her beautiful eyes. She never had a boyfriend in college, which is something she regrets now. Now when she walks into school, she can't help but feel envious when she sees couples walking hand in hand in the school. This is love on campus. Chen Zhibai didn't say anything, but he couldn't help but look at Wen Yutong, and then he wanted to laugh. Have you never been in love because you are not smart enough? No wonder it feels awkward and embarrassing. Are you laughing at me? After Wen Yutong calmed down, she looked up and saw the smile in Chen Zhibai's eyes. Immediately, her eyes and gaze became dangerous. No, how is that possible? Don't talk nonsense. Facing Wen Yutong's dangerous gaze, Chen Zhibai shook his head and denied it 3 times in a row. Do you think I can't see the smile in your eyes? Smile if you want to. Wen Yutong glanced at Chen Zhibai, but I was planning to treat you to a meal as a thank you for pulling you over to help me out, but now I won't treat you anymore. After saying that, Wen Yutong waved her hand. Let's go. I'm going back to the dormitory. I remember I have classes today, so I'll study hard. After waving her hand, Wen Yutong walked towards the teacher's dormitory. His back was straight, and his walking posture was inexplicably beautiful. Chen Zhibai watched for a long time and suddenly remembered that some female celebrities have fans because of their beautiful walking style. As the name suggests, it means becoming a fan of someone just because they walk beautifully. After Chen Zhibai learned about this term, he searched for some female celebrities who walked beautifully, and he thought they were indeed beautiful at the time. But now, He felt that those female stars were not as good as Wen Yutong. If the video of Wen Yutong walking was posted online, I'm afraid she would have a lot of fans following her. And the other person's hands will also attract a lot of hand control. Chen Zhibai thought about this, and after Wen Yutong disappeared from his sight, he shook his head and walked back to the boys' dormitory. Chapter 81. You are so handsome. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Zhibai took a shower. When he walked out of the bathroom, Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao had all woken up and opened their eyes. After all, they had classes at 9 o'clock, and it was already past 8 o'clock. I'm so sleepy and want to sleep. I played games until about 3 o'clock yesterday, and now I can't even open my eyes. I really don't want to go to class. Although Wang Chao opened his eyes, he felt a little irritated. I told you to go to bed early last night, but you didn't. Now I'm so sleepy too. Li Dong yawned and looked sleepy. I just forgot that I have class today. Wang Chao sighed and put on his pants. Old Chun, I admire you the most. You actually went jogging again today. This is the 3rd day in a row, right? Wang Chao looked at Chen Zhibai and said with some admiration, Yes, 3 days. Chen Zhibai nodded. That's awesome. Wang Chao gave a thumbs up, and then without saying anything else, he walked towards the toilet. After accumulating urine all night, you always need to empty it out. I'm going to the bathroom first. I need to poop. Seeing Wang Chao walk into the bathroom, Zhou Hao suddenly became anxious and said quickly. But Wang Chao ignored him and slammed the toilet door. This instantly made Zhou Hao's face look a little ugly. I said I'm going to poop. Can't you let me go to the toilet first? Zhou Hao complained with an unhappy look on his face. Chen Zhibai glanced at him and said nothing. Want to go to college, but don't know how to go early? Do you have to wait until Wang Chao goes to the toilet before you tell him? After Wang Chao came out of the toilet, he ignored Zhou Hao's unhappy expression. Old Chun, why do I feel like you've become more handsome? Wang Chao looked at Chen Zhibai with a puzzled look on his face. Really? Chen Zhibai asked, pretending not to know, but he knew in his heart that it was because of his appearance plus 3 yesterday. 3 attribute points may sound like a small number, but it is actually quite a lot. Because after adding these 3 appearance attributes, whether it was Lu Ming, Chen Jiahui, or even his current roommates, they all noticed the changes in his appearance. Of course I have. Anyway, I think I have become much more handsome. Dongzi, what do you think? Wang Chao called out Li Dong. Let me see, it's true. What's going on? Li Dong came over and was surprised after seeing Chen Zhibai's face now. Okay, it's already past 8 o'clock. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat, and then go to class. Chen Zhibai waved his hand and did not continue the topic. Okay, Wang Chao and Li Dong didn't think much about it. After nodding, they started to get dressed. There are more girls than boys in the class, so Wang Chao and Li Dong both want to find a girlfriend in the class. Therefore, whenever there is class, they will both mess around. However, it has been almost a month since the start of school, and the two of them still have no progress. Actually, I'm quite handsome, about 1.8 meters tall. Why don't any girls in my class like me? Li Dong sighed after he finished dressing up. Chen Zhibai took a look at him. He was indeed tall enough, but looked too mature, with a beard and a burly body. If you didn't know him, you would think he was a student's parent. I'm also quite handsome. Hey, we 2 brothers are in the same boat. Wang Chao also sighed and said. Then the 2 hugged each other. When Zhou Hao came out of the bathroom, he happened to hear what the 2 were saying and immediately curled his lips. You 2 are really good at flattering yourselves. You think you're handsome. Zhou Hao said this and then pointed at himself. That's what I call handsome. Zhou Hao looked superior and proud, because he was indeed considered the most handsome among the boys in the class. In addition, when he introduced himself at the beginning of the school year, he said that his family was local and had 2 houses, so some girls in the class had shown their affection for him. But he felt that those girls were too ordinary and not worthy of him, so he did not agree. At this moment, facing Wang Chao and Li Dong, he naturally felt superior again. You are so handsome. The real handsome one now is Lao Chun. You're nothing in front of Lao Chun. Wang Chao responded directly. You? Zhou Hao looked unhappy. He subconsciously wanted to speak, but paused after seeing Chen Zhibai. Although he didn't want to admit it, Chen Zhibai was more handsome than him now. Not only is he handsome, but he also has good taste in clothes, which makes him look bright and comfortable. Being handsome is useless. In modern society, you need to be rich. At least my family has 2 houses. Zhou Hao spoke. Yes, your family has 2 houses. Don't say that again. Everyone knows that your family has 2 houses. Seeing Zhou Hao said that his family had 2 houses, Wang Chao curled his lips and then greeted Chen Zhibai and Li Dong. Come on, Lao Chun, Dongzi, let's go to the cafeteria to eat. Yeah, Chen Zhibai nodded. He was indeed a little hungry now. After all, he had been jogging for almost 40 minutes in the morning. Soon, the three of them walked out of the dormitory, leaving Zhou Hao alone in the dormitory. Cut. After Zhou Hao made a snort, he took out his phone, opened WeChat, and found the chat interface with Liu. Yeah, are you awake? Yeah. What do you want to eat this morning? Yeah. Zhou Hao sent several messages in a row, then looked at the closed dormitory door and curled his lips again. He was too lazy to go to the cafeteria to eat with Chen Zhibai and the others because he already had a girlfriend. School cafeteria. While eating, Wang Chao still looked indignant. When Zhou Hao introduced himself at the beginning of the school term, he emphasized that he was a local of Jiangcheng and owned 2 houses. After that, he would mention this whenever he spoke. Yes, having 2 houses is indeed impressive, but it's annoying to talk about it all the time. Wang Chao complained. I suspect that all the ants in our school now know that he has 2 houses. Hearing his complaint, Chen Zhibai couldn't help laughing. Although this complaint is a bit exaggerated, it is also true. Whenever Zhou Hao speaks, he will mention the local people in Jiangcheng and the 2 houses every 3 sentences. This is indeed a bit annoying. At the beginning, there were indeed a few girls in the class who expressed their affection for Zhou Hao, but now they are gone. Good conditions can indeed attract girls at the beginning, but if the person is not good, that would be a big problem. Zhou Hao is simply too superior, and he always shows his superiority on his face. Buzz. Without thinking too much, Chen Zhibai felt his phone vibrate. I took out my phone and saw it was a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai, saying that she was about to leave for work. Along with this message came a selfie in the mirror. In the photo, she is wearing a white floral dress with a slender waist and long legs. Although she is covered up, she is still gifted. All in all, this photo is very atmospheric. Lao Chen, who is this? She is so beautiful. Wang Chao glanced at Chen Zhibai's mobile phone inadvertently. When he saw Chen Zhibai in the photo, he was stunned for a moment, and then he became a little excited, because he thought the girl in the photo was so beautiful and had an amazing body. Chapter 82. Squad Leader Zhou Yu. Who is it? Who is pretty? Let me take a look too. Li Dong looked over curiously and joined in the fun. Okay, let's go to work. Chen Zhibai ignored the 2 of them. After typing and sending the message, he put away his phone. Although there was nothing inappropriate in the selfie sent by Chen Zhibai, Chen Zhibai still didn't want Wang Chao and Li Dong to see it. Maybe this is the possessiveness of men? Old Chen, tell me, who is this girl? She's so pretty. She's actually chatting with you. Is she your sister? Seeing Chen Zhibai put away his phone, Wang Chao was quite disappointed, and then he asked another question. Chen Zhibai glanced at him and said, This is my girlfriend. TSK, I don't believe it. The girl in the photo is so beautiful and has such a great figure. How could she be your girlfriend? Wang Chao didn't believe it. Old Chen, although I admit that you are handsome now and have good taste in clothes, I still think there is a gap between you and this girl. Forget it if you don't believe me. Chen Zhibai smiled and didn't explain. He is not the kind of person who would explain if Wang Chao doesn't believe him and would try to make Wang Chao believe him. The fact that Chen Zhibai is his girlfriend is a fact, and there is no need to explain. After dinner, it was already 8:30. When Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao, and Li Dong arrived at the classroom, almost all the students in the class had arrived. There are more girls than boys. After all, it is a normal university. At first, the girls in the class didn't notice Chen Zhibai, but sat together in the dormitory and chatted. Although school has been underway for almost a month, everyone is still somewhat unfamiliar with each other. So, some activities such as classes and meals are all conducted in the dormitory. When Chen Zhibai walked into the classroom and went to the window seat at the back of the classroom with Wang Chao and Li Dong, a girl noticed Chen Zhibai and was stunned for a moment. Then, she quickly touched her roommate next to her. What's wrong? The roommate who was bumped into blinked with a questioning look on his face. Is that a boy in our class too? There is such a handsome boy in our class. Why didn't I notice it before? The girl looked at Chen Zhibai and whispered something to her roommate. Who is it? The roommate asked and subconsciously looked over. When he saw Chen Zhibai, he couldn't help but be stunned. Chen Zhibai changed his hairstyle and suitable clothes. At this moment, his overall clothing style and temperament are outstanding, refreshing, and clean. At the same time, because of the confidence brought by the system, he has a calm and confident temperament. This is quite outstanding among boys of the same age. So, my roommate was also obviously stunned for a moment. I have some impression of him. He is indeed a boy in our class. I think his name is Chen Zhibai. But he was quite ordinary in the class before. I didn't have a big impression of him. But I didn't expect that after he changed his hairstyle and clothes, he would change so much. Another roommate also looked at Chen Zhibai at this moment, and then she whispered. Such conversations were heard in every corner of the class. The girls looked at Chen Zhibai and started chatting in low voices. Boys like beautiful girls and girls like handsome boys. This is something that cannot be changed in human genes. We naturally like good-looking creatures. And there is no doubt that Chen Zhibai can now be called a handsome guy. Coupled with his fashion sense and temperament, the girls in the class subconsciously paid attention to Chen Zhibai. There are 4 girls sitting in the front row of the classroom. They are from the same dormitory. I never thought there would be good-looking boys in our class. After looking at Chen Zhibai for a while, Zhang Fangfang turned her head and whispered something to the girl next to her. The girls around her are very beautiful, the kind of beautiful with a well-proportioned appearance. Their facial features and eyes are very nice, and their overall temperament is generous and elegant. They give a feeling of being the only child in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, or Shanghai who has been raised very well. And she's indeed the only child from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. Her name is Zhou. She is recognized as the prettiest girl in the class by the boys and is also the class monitor. In response to her roommate's words, Zhou just nodded lightly, but her beautiful eyes were looking at Chen Zhibai. She also didn't expect that there was such a treasure hidden among the boys in the class. Compared to Chen Zhibai's appearance that her roommates admired, she was more concerned about Chen Zhibai's calm and confident temperament. Because this calm and confident temperament actually represents a lot of things. Of course, this doesn't mean that she doesn't value a boy's appearance. She does, but she values a boy's temperament more. Moreover, she noticed that the clothes Chen Zhibai was wearing were from an Italian luxury brand. One of her cousins really likes this brand of clothes, so she knows it. I feel like the boys in our class all look so childish in front of him. Zhang Fangfang said another sentence. She looked at Chen Zhibai and then at the other boys in the class. Really, it's blatantly childish. That feeling is different. This time Zhou didn't say anything, but she looked at Chen Zhibai again. She didn't look away until Chen Zhibai sat down. But at this time, she saw that Chen Zhibai seemed to notice her gaze, so he looked up at her. Zhou didn't say anything, but nodded and smiled actively, a very nice smile that matched Zhou Zhang's. If I really have to use one word to describe it, would it be the face of peace and prosperity? Chen Zhibai was sitting in his seat. He actually felt that the girls in the class were secretly looking at him. He didn't care at first, but then he felt a pair of gazes that were more attentive than those of other girls. He looked up subconsciously and saw that it was the class monitor, Zhou, who was looking at him. Of course, he was familiar with Zhou because on the first day of school, Zhou became the most recognized pretty girl among the boys in the class. During the military training afterwards, boys from other classes would come to see Zhou every day. Chen Zhibai didn't think too much and was about to look away, but then he saw Zhou nodding and smiling at him. This made Chen Zhibai a little stunned and surprised. Because even though school has been going on for almost a month, it seems like he and the other person haven't spoken a word to each other yet. They said they were classmates, but in fact they were just strangers on the street. But now, the other party nodded towards him and smiled. Chen Zhibai was surprised, but he still smiled politely and then looked away. Zhou was sitting in her seat. When she saw Chen Zhibai looked away and no longer looked at her, she also looked away, looking no different from usual. But if you look closely, you can see that her crystal white earlobe has quietly turned red. The red color has a thrilling meaning. Why are your ears red? Zhang Fangfang inadvertently saw Zhou red ears and was stunned for a moment. Then she hurriedly said. As soon as these words came out, the 2 roommates next to him looked over curiously. It's really red. What's going on? Why are your ears red? The 2 roommates were also a little curious. It's okay. Facing the curious gaze of his roommates, Zhou smiled and then naturally started talking about other topics. The 3 roommates didn't think much about it and started chatting about this topic. After they started chatting, Zhou didn't say much. She turned her head and looked at Chen Zhibai again. Chapter 83. In the back row of the classroom, Wang Chao was looking very excited. The squad leader just looked at me and smiled at me. Oh my God! Wang Chao's voice was filled with excitement. Because of excitement, his face turned red. How could I possibly look at you? Don't be so conceited. Li Dong was speechless after listening to Wang Chao's words. Think about it carefully. How could the monitor look at you and smile at you? You think too much. I know you don't believe it, but what I said is true. The monitor definitely nodded and smiled at me just now. It's true. Seeing that Li Dong didn't believe what he said, Wang Chao suddenly became anxious. Really? Li Dong, who originally didn't believe it, looked at Wang Chao and became anxious and subconsciously became suspicious. After all, they have been roommates for almost a month, and he knows Wang Chao's temper and personality, and he is not the kind of person who would brag. So, the squad leader really nodded at him and smiled? Of course it's true. Wang Chao nodded vigorously, and then he said with some excitement, Dongzi, Lao Chun, do you think the class monitor has a crush on me? Otherwise, why would she nod and smile at me? It's been almost a month since the start of school. Although the class monitor has a good personality and can talk to anyone, she is always polite and rarely smiles at boys. So, you have a crush on me, right? Wang Chao could no longer control his inner excitement. I think this is really possible. Damn, you got it. Li Dong's tone became sour. After all, they were in the same class, so he knew Zhou Yu's temper and personality. He seemed easy to talk to everyone, but the distance between them was obvious. But now, he nodded and smiled at Wang Chao. He's iffy. Wang Chao didn't say anything, but just kept giggling. I don't care. If you really get together with the monitor, you have to treat me. I want a big meal. Li Dong gritted his teeth and said viciously, No problem, this is just a small matter. If it really works out, let alone treating you to a meal, I'll even call you Dad. Wang Chao agreed immediately, and while speaking he couldn't help but glance at Zhou Yu. From his current perspective, he could only see Zhou Yu's straight and beautiful back and her pretty bun. It looks beautiful no matter how you look at it. Hey. Seeing this, Wang Chao chuckled again. Then, when he was about to look away, he saw Zhou Yu turn his head and look at him again. Seeing this, Wang Chao quickly nodded to Zhou Yu and smiled. Zhou Yu sat in her seat. Her beautiful and delicate eyebrows frowned. She was originally looking at Chen Zhibai, but who is the boy sitting next to me? Why does he look a little silly and smile at me in a lewd way? What's his name? Forgot. It doesn't matter. Zhou Yu didn't think much about it. She looked at Chen Zhibai again and then looked away. Yu, what are you looking at behind you? Zhang Fangfang, who was sitting next to them, asked curiously. I didn't see anything. By the way, what are we having for lunch? Zhou Yu shook his head and then changed the subject subtly. Let's eat hot and sour noodles. I want to eat that. Yes, sure. Zhou Yu nodded and then did not continue chatting because the bell rang and the teacher walked in with a textbook. Stand up. As the class monitor, Zhou Yu stood up and shouted something. The classmates in the class stood up one after another and shouted, Hello, teacher. Well, hello, students. Please sit down. The teacher was a middle-aged woman in her early 40s with an ordinary appearance. She waved her hand and said, Sit down. Back row seats in the classroom. After sitting down, Wang Chao touched Li Dong's arm. His voice was very low, but his face was very excited. Dongzi, did you see that just now? The squad leader just glanced at me again. I saw. I never thought you would be so lucky. Li Dong replied with a sour tone. He also saw Zhou Yu turning his head to look at him. Due to his preconceived notion, he also thought that Zhou Yu was looking at Wang Chao. So I feel very sad. Hey, don't be jealous. This is a good thing for your brother. You should be happy for your brother. Wang Chao chuckled, then looked up at the teacher on the podium. When he saw that the teacher was not looking here, he looked up and patted Li Dong's shoulder. The mouth was open very wide. You are happy, but what about me? I don't even have a girlfriend. Besides, this is the class monitor, the goddess in the hearts of the boys in our class. There are also many boys in other classes who like the class monitor, but now the class monitor keeps looking at you. Li Dong sighed, looking melancholy, and there was envy on his face as he spoke. He is not picky about his girlfriend now, and he doesn't ask her to be very beautiful. As long as she is a living woman, it's fine. It's okay. Your happiness will come soon. Wang Chao replied perfunctorily and then asked another question. Dongzi, do you think I should be more proactive as a boy and add the class monitor's WeChat in the class group? I can't let the monitor add me. That would be bad. Girls are reserved. Wang Chao spoke. Of course you have to take the initiative to be the monitor, and you have to show your attitude. Li Dong nodded directly and said, I think so too. Okay, then I will add the monitor to the WeChat class group right now. I never thought that I could get the monitor's attention. Wang Chao chuckled and said nothing more. He then looked at the teacher again. When he saw that the teacher was not looking at him, he secretly took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket and opened the WeChat University class group. Soon, he found Zhou Yu's WeChat in the group. Hello, squad leader, I'm Wang Chao. After writing the note for the friend request, Wang Chao was still worried and asked Li Dong to take a look before sending the friend request. After sending the friend request, Wang Chao did not take back the phone because he was afraid that Zhou Yu would accept his friend request and he would not see it, so he just kept it in his hand. Lao Chun, brother, I may no longer be single. Don't be envious. This is fate. Wang Chao turned his head, patted Chen Zhibai on the shoulder, and said something with some pride. Chen Zhibai didn't say anything, but looked at Wang Chao strangely several times in silence. He was stunned by Wang Chao's imagination. No, how do you think of that? I actually think Zhou Yu has a crush on you. Chen Zhibai was speechless. He was sure that Zhou Yu was looking at him just now, because they looked into each other's eyes. But even so, he would not think that Zhou Yu looked at him because she had a good impression of him. How confident do you have to be to think so? As long as you are happy. Chen Zhibai looked at Wang Chao and said speechlessly, Old Chun, you're not jealous, are you? Don't be like that. We are brothers, don't worry. When the squad leader and I get together, I'll treat you and Dongzi to a big meal. You can order whatever you want. Wang Chao spoke, and after he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Chen Zhibai and Li Dong to speak, but instead started chuckling foolishly. Chapter 84. Who is Wang Chao? Zhou Yu was sitting on a chair in the front row of the classroom, listening to the teacher attentively. Although it is okay not to attend lectures in college, she has high demands on herself. Therefore, she not only listens to the lectures, but also takes notes from time to time. The sunlight shines through the window onto her fair and pretty face, creating a very beautiful atmosphere. Yu is so pretty. Zhang Fangfang, who was sitting next to him, first glanced at Zhou Yu and then whispered something to her roommate. Yeah, the roommate nodded in agreement. Although school has only been open for a month, they all like Zhou Yu very much. To be more precise, they admire Zhou Yu very much. She is beautiful, has a good figure, good temperament, is generous and organized in her work, and will help them. She has a very good reputation among the girls in the class. Sometimes people are privately curious about what kind of boy Zhou Yu likes. Several roommates were talking in low voices, but Zhou Yu ignored them and continued to listen attentively. But at this moment, she felt her cell phone in her jeans pocket suddenly vibrate. She deliberately turned her phone to vibrate mode before class. Feeling her cell phone vibrate, Zhou Yu frowned her beautiful eyebrows. She wanted to ignore it, but was afraid it was a message from her family. So after hesitating for a moment, she glanced at the teacher on the podium, and when she saw that he was not looking at her, she took the cell phone out of her jeans pocket. Unlock and enter WeChat. Wang Chao. Who is Wang Chao? Looking at the friend request information on WeChat, Zhou Yu frowned again, but didn't take it seriously. She thought it was another boy who got her WeChat ID from somewhere and added her. This kind of thing has happened almost 30 times since the beginning of the school year. Almost 1 or 2 times every day. You told my WeChat ID to another boy again? Zhou Yu turned his head and said to Zhang Fangfang, No, I swear I didn't. After you told me not to tell other boys your WeChat ID, I never told anyone else your WeChat ID. Really, I swear. Zhang Fangfang was stunned for a moment, then said with some grievance. She had indeed given Zhou Yu's WeChat ID to some boys before. She didn't think it was a big deal at the time, but after Zhou Yu said that, she never gave her WeChat ID to anyone again. Even a few boys bought her snacks just to get her WeChat account. But she didn't give it. Never gave it to me. Zhou Yu was puzzled for a moment, but didn't take it seriously. She simply ignored the friend request and prepared to put away her phone. But at this moment, her hands paused because she saw the university class group on WeChat. Subconsciously, Zhou Yu turned her head and looked in the direction of Chen Zhibai. Then she clicked into the class group and found Chen Zhibai's WeChat. I'm Zhou Yu. Add me on WeChat. I have something to ask you. Zhou Yu clicked the add button, and while typing on the friend request, her pretty fair face subconsciously flushed. Because to be honest, this was the first time she took the initiative to add a boy on WeChat. Even though she had a very open and generous personality, she couldn't help but blushing and feeling slightly shy at this moment. Fortunately, she quickly suppressed her shyness. After typing and sending the friend request, Zhou Yu put the phone back in his trouser pocket and continued listening to the class. But this time, she found herself seeming distracted and absent-minded. Moreover, he would take out his mobile phone to take a look from time to time. What's wrong, Yu? Is there any important news? Zhang Fangfang was sitting next to Zhou Yu. She didn't notice Zhou Yu's abnormality at first, but when Zhou Yu took out his mobile phone for the 5th time, she noticed it, so she looked at him curiously and surprised and asked a question at the same time. As she spoke, The look of surprise and curiosity in Zhang Fangfang's eyes intensified. She felt that she knew Zhou Yu very well. He was always focused in class, and there was basically nothing that could distract him. But now he was obviously absent-minded, and he took out his mobile phone to check it from time to time. It was obvious that he was waiting for news. So, who are you waiting for news from? Could it be from home? Zhang Fangfang guessed in her heart, and then nodded affirmatively. She felt that this must be the case. After all, you can't just be waiting for news from a boy. How is this possible? She knew how high Zhou Yu's standards were. In the first month of school, all the boys she pursued were good-looking, but she was rejected every time. So, it is impossible to wait for news from the boy. Although he said a lot, it was only a blink of an eye away from reality. Seeing that Zhang Fangfang noticed his abnormality and asked curiously, Zhou Yu first made a sound, and then prepared to cover up the topic calmly. But before she could speak, Zhang Fangfang had already spoken in a low voice. Yu, are you chatting with your mother? Zhou Yu looked up at Zhang Fangfang, then nodded imperceptibly and hummed lightly. I knew it would be like that. Seeing Zhou Yu nod, Zhang Fangfang suddenly looked proud. Then she didn't say anything else because the teacher on the podium was already looking at her. Seeing this, Zhang Fangfang paused inwardly, a little panicked, and her face instantly put on an expression of listening attentively. At the podium, the teacher didn't say anything. After taking his eyes off Zhang Fangfang, he continued teaching. University teachers will not urge you to study hard like your elementary, middle, and high school teachers do. If you're willing to learn, the university teacher will teach you seriously. If you're not willing to learn, he will not say much. This is university. The atmosphere is relaxed, but everyone is responsible for themselves. Of course, it cannot be denied that there are good teachers in university who encourage you to study. Zhou Yu lowered her head to look at the book. She had tied her hair into a beautiful bun today. Her neck was white and slender, which looked very beautiful. Although she was still a little absent-minded, she did not take out her cell phone again. In the back row of the classroom, Chen Zhibai did not see the friend request sent by Zhou Yu at first because Wang Chao was chatting with him. Lao Chen, Dongzi, why hasn't the monitor approved my friend request yet? I've seen her take out her phone 5 or 6 times, so she should have approved my friend request. Wang Chao sat in his seat with a depressed and confused look on his face. He whispered something to Chen Zhibai and Li Dong. Chen Zhibai didn't say anything, but glanced at him. There were so many things to complain about that he didn't even know what to say. Li Dong, who was sitting next to him, spoke up. Chaozi, why are you so anxious? Maybe this is a test from the monitor. He wants to see if you're a steady boy. Don't be anxious. Li Dong said this with a serious look on his face. It's easy to be convinced and believe it with his overly mature face. At the very least, Wang Chao nodded vigorously. Well, Dongzi, you're right. I can't panic. I have to wait. Chapter 85, still a little painful. That's right. Even though I've never been in a relationship, I have a solid theoretical knowledge. You could trust me. Li Dong looked confident, and then started chatting with Wang Chao in a low voice. Chen Zhibai did not participate. He took out his cell phone to ask Lu Meng if she was still in pain today. He also wanted to ask Chen Zhihui. After all, it was his first day at work. You should always treat your 2 girlfriends equally. But as soon as he took out his cell phone, Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows and then glanced at Zhou Yu, who was sitting in the front row. She has a slender waist and a straight back, and under the bun is a white and slender neck. Of course, that's not the point. The point is, why did she suddenly add me? And she has something to ask? Chen Zhibai was thinking in his mind. He hadn't said a word to Zhou Yu in the past month since the start of school. In this situation, what could the other party ask him? Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai didn't think much about it. He clicked to agree, and the next second the chat dialog box between him and Zhou Yu appeared. Zhou Yu's WeChat avatar is a very beautiful ragdoll cat, which should be the one she raises at home. What's the matter? Squad leader, please ask. After taking his eyes off Zhou Yu's WeChat avatar, Chen Zhibai typed and sent a message, then opened the chat box with Lu Meng. Not awake yet. After sending the message and waiting for a while, Lu Meng did not reply. Chen Zhibai didn't care. He opened the chat box with Chen Zhihui and asked her how work was going. Chen Zhihui responded to the message very quickly. It's pretty good. My best friend has been taking classes here for more than 2 months. With her taking care of me, no one makes things difficult for me. Chen Zhihui replied to several messages. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai smiled and was about to reply when Chen Zhihui sent him a photo of her workstation, which had been simply decorated by her. There are several puppets placed next to the computer. Does it look good? Chen Zhihui typed a message. It looks good. Chen Zhibai nodded and typed. Then the two of them started chatting. Chen Zhibai was not busy. According to her, she was just getting familiar with the company today. It would take 3 days before she would arrange any specific design work, so she was quite free. It was not until the end of the class that Lu Meng replied. I just woke up. Yawn emoji. You just woke up now? Seeing the message she sent, Chen Zhibai immediately typed and asked. He thought that the reason Lu Meng didn't reply was because he was in class. After all, today was Monday, and, generally speaking, every major had classes to attend. You don't have class today? Chen Zhibai typed and asked again. I have classes, so I've asked for leave. Lu Meng replied in seconds, and before Chen Zhibai could send another message, she sent another one. Because it still hurts a little. Immediately, Chen Zhibai understood. However, it had been a whole night since yesterday afternoon, and it still hurts? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng was lying on the bed. She had no idea what Chen Zhibai was thinking at the moment. If she knew, she would definitely say something. It would be strange if it didn't hurt after all the trouble you've gone through. Lu Meng didn't originally want to ask for leave. When she went to bed last night, she felt that today would be about the same. But when she woke up this morning, she felt weak all over and her legs still hurt. So she asked Wang Hui to take a leave for her, citing her stomach discomfort. How are you going to have lunch? Chen Zhibai asked in typing. Ask my roommate to bring it back to me. After Lu Meng typed and sent the message, she felt sore and weak in her body. She couldn't help it after all, and sent several emoticons of hitting the villain. Then he typed, it's all your fault, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. Chen Zhibai. He knew what Lu Meng meant. It was just that he had been a little too rough with her yesterday afternoon. But this really can't be blamed on him. He is young, and Lu Meng has good looks, a good figure, and long legs. Frankly speaking, he had been quite restrained yesterday afternoon, and he felt sorry for Lu Meng enough. Otherwise, if it still hurts, I won't eat with you in the dormitory tonight. It will be the same in 2 days. Chen Zhibai thought about it and typed. After all, Lu Meng is his woman now, so he should still feel a little sorry for her. That's not necessary. In fact, it's much better than yesterday. I think it won't hurt that much after lying in the dormitory all day until dinner time. Let's have dinner tonight. I've already told my roommates to get it over with sooner rather than later. Lu Meng sent 2 messages in a row. Okay. Chen Zhibai nodded and was about to continue typing when Lu Meng had already sent him a photo. The photo shows her legs, which are straight, slender, and white. Does it look good? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng's bright and fair face was a little red at this moment, but her pretty eyes were filled with confidence and pride. Nice! Chen Zhibai typed over. Because Wang Chao and Li Dong were nearby, he only took a look at the photo sent by Lu Meng and then exited without looking at it any further. But it looks good, no doubt. Long, straight, and white. When Lu Meng saw the word good-looking sent by Chen Zhibai, she felt a little proud again. Chen Zhibai was distracted as he was chatting with Lu Meng and Chen Zhihui at the same time, so naturally his reply speed was not very fast. But neither of the two girls doubted it, because Chen Zhibai said he was in class. More than 10 minutes later, the bell rang. On the podium, as the bell rang, the teacher who was still teaching the previous second put away the textbook the next second. Classmates, out of class is over. Stand up. Goodbye, teacher. Zhou Yu stood up from his seat and called out softly, and the classmates followed suit and said goodbye to the teacher. The teacher nodded and walked out of the classroom. The next second, the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became noisy. Some students who wanted to go to the toilet went to the toilet, while more students sat in the classroom chatting because there was another class later. Yu, let's go to the bathroom. Zhang Fangfang, who was sitting next to him, said while hugging Zhou Yu's arm. I'm not going. You guys go. Zhou Yu shook his head and said, all right. Zhang Fangfang didn't think much about it. She said okay and prepared to go to the bathroom hand in hand with another roommate. Zhou Yu was sitting in her seat. After seeing Zhang Fangfang leave, she took out her cell phone from her trouser pocket. I don't know why, but I feel a sense of indescribable nervousness in my heart. After noticing the tension in his heart, Zhou Yu was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but laugh. She had always thought that she was outgoing and generous, and there was almost nothing that could make her nervous. Unexpectedly, it exists now. However, he is really nice, with a pleasant appearance and a calm temperament. He is the best boy of the same age that I have ever met. I do have the idea of wanting to get in touch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked at me several times and then actively added me on WeChat. Shaking his head, Zhou Yu suppressed his inner thoughts and looked down at his phone. Chapter 86, it's actually normal. When Zhou saw that Chen Zhibai agreed to his friend request and sent him a message, he smiled and the slight tension in his heart was soothed. After thinking for a while, she started typing. It's not a big deal. I just want to ask you for a favor. When the teacher gives information or assigns tasks in the future, can you tell the boys about it for me? After all, I'm a girl, so it's a little inconvenient. This was the reason Zhou thought of when adding the friend, which was to use an excuse to ask Chen Zhibai for help with the boys. This reason is actually ready-made. How is it? Is it convenient? If it is convenient, it will be a great help to me. Otherwise, I don't know how to communicate with the boys in the class. Zhou continued typing, and then sent a cute kitten emoticon. Chen Zhibai naturally saw the message sent by Zhou. After all, he was chatting with Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai on WeChat, so he saw it. But it was precisely because he saw it that he felt a little surprised and astonished. Because Zhou's attitude and the tone she used when sending the message actually contained a bit of coquettishness. This is what surprised and amazed Chen Zhibai. Because in his heart, Zhou is not the kind of girl who would act like a spoiled brat. In his mind, Zhou is the kind of girl who is well-organized and graceful. This is his impression of Zhou. This impression has been greatly strengthened in the first month of school. As a squad leader, Zhou did a very good job. If anyone felt uncomfortable, distressed, or had other needs during the military training, she would handle it properly. You could tell at first glance that she was a girl who had been well-educated at home. After the military training, she was the one who solved any problems in the class. So, when Chen Zhibai saw Zhou's coquettish tone in the WeChat chat, he was actually very surprised and amazed. So why? There has to be a reason and a cause, right? Chen Zhibai did not reply to the message, but pondered over the question. The next second, the answer emerged in his head. It's actually very simple. After all, he is not the same person he was before. What was he like before? Ordinary, introverted, hardly spoke in class, and was completely invisible. But now, I changed my hairstyle and clothes, and my appearance and fashion sense have changed dramatically. As for the inside, the changes are even greater. The confidence brought by the system comes from the inside out. Temperament and aura are real things, and there is no doubt that he is now the kind of guy who can make girls' eyes light up. This can be seen from the fact that when he walked into the classroom this morning, the girls in the class looked at him and whispered to each other. He is definitely not the same person he used to be. Even though Zhou has outstanding appearance, figure, and temperament, it is actually quite normal to have some good feelings towards him now. That's why I turned my head to look at him several times before. That's why I took the initiative to add him on WeChat before, and why I act a little coquettishly when chatting with him now. Thinking of this, Chen Zhibai suddenly smiled. Zhou was sitting in the front row of the classroom. She saw that several minutes had passed after she sent the message, but Chen Zhibai still hadn't replied, which made her frown slightly. No reply? Didn't you see it? Zhou was thinking about it, and just as he was about to turn his head to see what Chen Zhibai was doing, he felt the phone in his hand vibrate. Looking down, she saw the message from Chen Zhibai. It's convenient. If a boy needs my help with something in the future, just tell me directly. Seeing this news, Zhou felt relieved. She thought that Chen Zhibai's failure to reply meant he was rejecting her. Fortunately, that is not the case. Yes, after all, my appearance and figure are here. Thinking of this, Zhou's pretty, rosy mouth corners subconsciously curled up a little, but quickly pressed down. Okay, thank you for helping me with this. Zhou typed, and then she continued typing. Actually, there's one thing next. Our school is going to hold a sports meet, and each class needs to sign up for some events. I've already talked about the girls' side, and now it's the boys' side. Are you free at noon? I'll treat you to a meal and tell you about this matter. Zhou typed continuously and sent 2 messages in a row. Then, her pretty fair face turned red again. After all, her family knows her own business, and she can get it done even without Chen Zhibai's help. After all, she was just finding a reason to contact Chen Zhibai. This made her blush a little, but even though she blushed, she was not really shy in her heart. Because she really liked Chen Zhibai's calm and confident temperament, and she also wanted to get closer to him. Because of her personality, she doesn't like boys who are impetuous and childish, but prefers boys who are calm and composed. But among her peers, she had never seen a boy like this before. Chen Zhibai was the first one she had met. So, actually I want to get in touch with him. Okay, when Zhou was thinking about this, her cell phone vibrated. She looked down and saw Chen Zhibai's reply. Immediately, she smiled and typed an okay. Then she turned her head and glanced at where Chen Zhibai was. Just at this moment, Chen Zhibai also looked up at her. So the two of them looked at each other. Zhou Yu nodded gracefully and smiled back. When he saw Chen Zhibai smiling at him, he turned his head back. Yu, I'm back. Roommate Zhang Fangfang came back from the bathroom, and after sitting down, she hugged Zhou Yu's arm. Huh. Then, Zhang Fangfang said in surprise. Huh. Zhou Yu turned his head and looked at her. Yu, is there something happy happening? Why do I feel like you're in a very happy mood right now? Zhang Fangfang looked surprised, and while she spoke, she also glanced at Zhou Yu carefully. Is there? Zhou Yu asked calmly. Of course. Zhang Fangfang nodded vigorously. She could see that Zhou Yu's eyebrows were slightly curved at this moment. She and Zhou Yu had been roommates for such a long time, so of course she knew that this was a reflection of Zhou Yu's good mood. So, what's the happy news? Tell me about it, Yu, and let me be happy too. Zhang Fangfang asked. Yeah, tell me about it. The other two roommates also came over curiously. There is no such thing as a happy event. Don't make random guesses. Zhou Yu raised his hand, and someone hit him on the arm. You obviously have something happy going on, but you're hiding it from us. Yu, aren't we best friends anymore? Zhang Fangfang covered her arms with her hands, looking aggrieved. Zhou Yu looked at her pretending to be aggrieved and made her happy with just one sentence. I'll treat you to a delicious meal tonight. Really? Zhang Fangfang's eyes lit up instantly, and she looked like a real foodie. Chapter 87 Dreams and Wishful Thinking. There were 3 classes in the morning, except for the first class where Chen Zhibai chatted with Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai. He listened carefully in the other 2 classes. Knowledge is actually useful. I don't know when the idea that studying is useless started to appear, and it has gained a large number of supporters, many of whom agree with it. But Chen Zhibai disagreed with this statement. He felt that knowledge was very useful. Therefore, even though he now has a system and money, he is actually fully qualified and confident to stop studying and secretly take out his mobile phone to play games like Wang Chao and Li Dong next to him. But he didn't do it. To some extent, Chen Zhibai wanted to acquire knowledge. Even if he could not use this knowledge, knowledge would make people feel different. Having something in the head and having nothing in the head give people completely different feelings. Therefore, he studied very hard and even turned his cell phone to silent mode. Zhou Yu turned his head several times and pretended to look over casually, and what he saw was Chen Zhibai studying seriously. This made her accept Chen Zhibai even more. At the end of the 3rd class, Wang Chao put down his phone and said, I don't want to play anymore. I'm not in the mood. What's wrong with you? Li Dong looked at him in surprise. What's wrong with me? The monitor hasn't approved my WeChat friend request yet. What's going on? Did I guess wrong? The monitor doesn't actually pay attention to me. Wang Chao sighed and said with a depressed look on his face. Although he was playing games, he would exit the game from time to time and check the WeChat interface. However, every time he looked, there was no message from Zhou Yu through his WeChat friends on the WeChat interface. This naturally made him very depressed. Why are you panicking? Li Dong was about to give some advice when Zhou Hao spoke instead. Is there any need to ask? The squad leader definitely didn't notice you. Zhou Hao curled his lips and said directly. He arrived when the 2nd class was about to start. After hearing Wang Chao ask the monitor to pay attention to him, he almost laughed out loud. How is it possible? Chaozi, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Although it is said that people should have dreams, there is a difference between dreams and wishful thinking. How do you think of that? And the monitor noticed that he has a crush on you. Are you crazy? Zhou Hao continued. Look at your own conditions. You're not tall or handsome. How could the monitor notice you? I don't even dare to think about it. I asked you, and you knew that the squad leader didn't notice me? You're not the squad leader. Wang Chao looked unhappy, and he spoke. Zhou Hao curled his lips and said nothing. He was sure that Zhou Yu had definitely not noticed Wang Chao. This is something that can be confirmed by just thinking with your heels. Who is Zhou Yu after all? On the first day of school, she was recognized as the most beautiful girl by the boys in the class. During the military training, many boys from other freshman classes came to see her. Not only is she pretty, she is also graceful and handles things in an orderly manner. You can tell at first glance that she comes from a wealthy family. This kind of girl has very high standards. Doesn't he like Zhou Yu? Of course he does, without a doubt. But he didn't dare to pursue her at all, and didn't even dare to have the idea of pursuing her because the gap was too big. Good looks are one thing, and ability is another. Such girls will naturally make boys feel inferior, and they dare not even pursue them. But now Wang Chao thinks so much. It's crazy. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao curled his lips again. He didn't say anything, but the expression on his face was very obvious. Soon, the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class. Students, Get Out of Class is over. At the podium, the teacher said this after putting away the textbooks. Stand up, goodbye, teacher. Zhou Yu stood up and said goodbye to the teacher with the whole class. The teacher nodded and then walked out of the classroom. Immediately, the class became noisy. The Get Out of Class is finally over. It wasn't easy. You, let's go to the cafeteria to eat spicy hot pot. Zhang Fangfang sat in her seat, packed up her books, turned her head to look at Zhou Yu, and said, I won't be eating with you guys at noon today. I have an appointment. Zhou Yu smiled and then spoke directly. But after hearing her words, Zhang Fangfang and her two other roommates were all stunned. You have a date? Who? Who did you make an appointment with? Zhang Fangfang asked curiously. Although the other two roommates didn't say anything, they looked at her with curiosity. Because of the first month of school, Zhou Yu basically ate with them and did not make any appointments with others. So naturally curious. It's from our class, Chen Zhibai. Zhou Yu raised his hand and pointed in the direction of Chen Zhibai. The movements were graceful, without any shyness. She really didn't think there was anything to hide. Chen Zhibai. Zhang Fangfang and her two roommates were stunned again, and then followed the direction of Zhou Yu's finger and saw Chen Zhibai. Yu. Oh, you mean the person you're dating is Chen Zhibai? Zhang Fangfang swallowed, her face full of surprise and shock. The expressions on the faces of her two roommates next to her were not much better than hers. Therefore, the impression Zhou Yu gave to Zhang Fangfang and the others was that she was very pretty and well-organized. Although there were many boys pursuing her, none of them agreed. They once thought that there might not be any boy in the school that Zhou Yu could be attracted to. But now, I have made an appointment with Chen Zhibai from the class to have dinner together. Yes, he is the person I made an appointment with. Facing the surprised and shocked looks of her three roommates, Zhou Yu showed a bit of helplessness on her pretty fair face. Is it so surprising and exaggerated that she asked a boy out for dinner? Her sexual orientation is very normal. She just hasn't met the boys she wants to contact before. Now that I have met her, of course I have to try to get in touch with her. This is normal, and she doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. Her family taught her since she was young that if she wanted something, she should take the initiative to get it. Yu, can I ask you, do you like Chen Zhibai? Zhang Fangfang pulled Zhou Yu's arm and asked quietly and curiously. While speaking, she also glanced at Chen Zhibai. The other two roommates looked over at once. I haven't reached the stage of liking her yet, but I want to get in touch with her. If we can continue to have contact, I think we can have a relationship. Zhou Yu thought about it and gave an answer. But after hearing her answer, Zhang Fangfang and her two other roommates were all shocked. Because even though this answer didn't directly say that I liked it, it revealed a lot. Not against contact. If possible, you can fall in love later. Hiss. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Just go to the cafeteria and eat. Zhou Yu saw the expressions of her three roommates at the moment. She smiled, waved her hand, and said this. She did not continue speaking, but stood up and walked towards where Chen Zhibai was. Zhang Fangfang and her two roommates looked at each other and could see the lingering surprise in each other's eyes. They really didn't expect that the type of boy Zhou Yu liked was someone like Chen Zhibai. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. Zhang Fangfang subconsciously glanced at Chen Zhibai. He wasn't a very handsome guy, but he had a very comfortable look and a calm temperament, which formed a sharp contrast with the impetuous boys in the class. The other person sitting there gives people a very reliable and calm feeling. So, it's normal to have a good impression of such boys. Only a boy like this is worthy of the class monitor. Zhang Fangfang looked at Chen Zhibai and suddenly pursed her lips, feeling lost inside. Chapter 88, The Envy of Boys in the Class. School is finally over, Li Dong said after putting his phone in his trouser pocket. Let's go to the cafeteria and eat. He continued. Well, let's go. Wang Chao still looked depressed. I won't go with you. Chen Zhibai glanced at the two of them and said, Where are you going? Li Dong looked over curiously. Chen Zhibai was about to speak when Li Dong's face suddenly turned surprised. Chaozi, look, the squad leader is coming towards us. Look, is he here to see you? As Li Dong spoke, he pulled Wang Chao's arm. Swish! Wang Chao was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked up and saw Zhou Yu walking towards him. Immediately, he felt excited and nervous. Next to him, Zhou Hao was sitting. He was chatting with Li Yu and wanted to invite Li Yu out for dinner. After hearing what Li Dong said, he subconsciously looked up and saw Zhou Yu walking over. Can't it? Zhou Hao's face was full of disbelief. He first glanced at Zhou Yu, who was walking over, then turned his head to look at Wang Chao. It makes absolutely no sense. Although we say a lot, It is only a blink away from reality. Zhou Yu had already come to Chen Zhibai. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat together. By the way, I'll tell you about the sports meeting. Thank you for your help. Zhou Yu said with a smile, very gracefully and without any shyness in every move. Okowo. Chen Zhibai nodded, then reached out and patted Wang Chao on the shoulder and walked out of the classroom side by side with Zhou Yu. What the hell? What's going on? The squad leader asked Chen Zhibai to go to the cafeteria to eat together. What's going on? I think he has something to say. The class monitor said he wanted to talk about the sports meet. Even if there's something to say, this is also a meal with the squad leader. I'm so envious. There were still many boys in the classroom who had not left, and therefore, they were all stunned for a moment. Then, they all felt a little envious of Chen Zhibai, because Zhou Yu's position in the class is actually very special. Is she pretty? Yes. Does she have a good figure? Yes. Does she have a good temperament? Yes. Do you like it? Yes. But no one dares to pursue it because they feel pressured and they are not from the same world. But now, Zhou Yu and Chen Zhibai go to the cafeteria to eat together. Even if they only eat together when they have something to talk about, this makes them envious. So you came to ask Lao Chun for help. Wang Chao had a look of disappointment on his face. At this point, he understood that this was a misunderstanding. I'm afraid Zhou Yu was also looking at Chen Zhibai before. But when did Lao Chun get in touch with the squad leader? I don't know, and Lao Chun never told me. Wang Chao asked with some curiosity. I don't know. Li Zedong shook his head. Oh, Wang Chao sighed. He suppressed his disappointment, walked out of the classroom with Li Dong, and prepared to go eat. Zhou Hao sat in his seat with a rather unhappy look on his face. Although Zhou Yu was not here to look for Wang Chao, he couldn't look for Chen Zhibai either. Not to mention having dinner together. Even if you have something to say, you can't. Zhou Hao felt uncomfortable because he always thought he was the best among the boys in the class. He is handsome, a native of Jiangcheng, and has 2 houses. His overall conditions are the best among the boys in the class. So, shouldn't I come to him for help when I have problems? Why look for Chen Zhibai? What a lack of vision. Zhou Hao complained in his heart, then put the matter out of his mind and didn't take it to heart. Because although he was quite envious of Chen Zhibai for being able to have dinner with Zhou Yu, he was not too envious. After all, even if they have dinner together, they're just ordinary people and there is no possibility of any progress in the relationship. But what about him? He has a girlfriend. Hee. Zhou Hao was thinking in his mind, and his originally unsightly complexion gradually improved. Buzz. The next second his phone vibrated, and Zhou Hao looked down and saw that it was a WeChat message from Li Yu. I don't have time at noon. Go eat by yourself. No, why don't you have time? Let's go eat together. There's a restaurant in front of the school. The food is pretty good. Let's go eat together. Seeing that Li Yu sent a message saying that they would not have dinner together, Zhou Hao suddenly became a little anxious, and he quickly typed a reply. No time means no time. In the girls' dormitory, Li Yu frowned and replied. She had already decided to pursue Chen Zhibai and pry Chen Zhibai away from Lu Meng, and of course she didn't want to have anything to do with Zhou Hao anymore. In fact, Li Yu has been regretting establishing a romantic relationship with Zhou Hao these days. She felt that Chen Zhibai's failure to reply to her message had a lot to do with the fact that she was now Zhou Hao's girlfriend. Yeah. How could you not have time? Are you busy with other things? Zhou Hao typed a message and sent it over. Li Yu took a look and turned the phone over and placed it on the table. She had thought it through. As long as Chen Zhibai agreed to be with her, she would break up with Zhou Hao immediately. Thinking of this, Li Yu looked up and glanced at Lu Meng, who was lying on the bed. Lu Meng was lying on the bed, playing with her mobile phone. When she noticed someone was looking at her, she raised her beautiful eyebrows, turned her head, and met Li Yu's gaze. Meng. Li Yu smiled and took the initiative to show her goodwill, but she had a lot on her mind. For example, Lu Meng's disappointed and angry expression after she successfully pried Chen Zhibai away. Yeah. Lu Meng glanced at Li Yu and frowned slightly. Although she didn't know what Li Yu was thinking, she could sense that the other party's gaze at her at this moment was filled with a sense of superiority. Superior? Funny. Shaking her head, Lu Meng withdrew her gaze and continued chatting with Wang Hui. Wang Hui asked her what she wanted to eat for lunch and said that she would come back from the cafeteria in a while and bring the meal back. You can bring anything you want. Just bring me whatever you want to eat. Thank you. Lu Meng typed a reply and then sent a red envelope of 20 yuan. Thank you, my little Hui, she typed. Oh, why are you giving me a red envelope? I don't want it. When I was sick before, you brought me food and didn't ask for money. I would be very angry if you do this. Wang Hui's message came back quickly. Seeing this, Lu Meng didn't force it, and sent a cute emoticon. Liu glanced at Lu Meng, looked away, then stood up and walked to her closet. She was going to choose carefully what she was going to wear for dinner that evening. After all, I can see Chen Zhibai at dinner in the evening. When opening the wardrobe, Liu subconsciously glanced at Lu Meng's wardrobe next to it. She knew that the LV bag worth 68,888 was inside. Chapter 89. Zhou Yu's favorability increased. On the way to the school cafeteria, Chen Zhibai and Zhou Yu walked side by side, chatting as they went. The midday sun shines through the mottled leaves on both sides of the road, creating an indescribable, beautiful scene. Some boys walking on the street would glance at Zhou Yu from time to time, and then look at Chen Zhibai with envy. Because Zhou Yu is very beautiful, with fair facial features and delicate eyes and eyebrows, and her height of 168 centimeters combined with her elegant temperament, she has an inexplicably bright and comfortable feeling. It seems that everyone has a female monitor during their school days. She is beautiful, generous, and organized. Zhou Yu is the Pro Max top-of-the-line version of this type of female squad leader. To be honest, Chen Zhibai has gotten used to the envious looks from the boys around him from time to time. After all, he has often been looked at with such envious eyes these days. Because no matter whether I go out with Lu Meng or Chen Zhihui, there will be such envious looks, and there are quite a few of them. So, I'm really used to it. Next to her, Zhou Yu was naturally used to the occasional glances from the boys around her, because she had been beautiful since she was a child. So this is how you understand it. Awesome. At this moment, Zhou Yu tilted her head, with a look of surprise and admiration on her delicate and beautiful fair face. She looked at Chen Zhibai and said, "I was just talking nonsense." Chen Zhibai waved his hand. "This is not nonsense. I think what you said is very right. It makes me feel enlightened." Zhou Yu said seriously. Chen Zhibai looked at her serious face and smiled. The two were just chatting at first, and then they talked about some things in psychology. Chen Zhibai has read some books on psychology, although not many, but he has read some, so he just gave some of his opinions. Unexpectedly, this aroused Zhou Yu's admiration, which made Chen Zhibai feel a little dazed. After his parents were laid off, he actually felt a little inferior for a while, and this inferiority was manifested in that he became introverted, not talkative, and did not interact with people. So he fell in love with reading at that time and read all kinds of books. Reading is certainly useful, but without the confidence and self-confidence brought by the system, I am afraid that some of the thoughts brought about by reading will be hidden in his heart and never spoken out. Instead of being like now, even when facing Zhou Yu, he can express his opinions confidently and generously. Confidence is something that is really important because it can really transform a person. "We're in the cafeteria now. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you," Zhou Yu said to Chen Zhibai with a smile as he walked into the cafeteria. "Let's have rice and some vegetables." Chen Zhibai raised his hand and pointed to a window. The so-called rice combination is a portion of rice paired with 3 dishes, and these 3 dishes can be selected from more than 10 dishes. "Okay." Zhou Yu nodded, and then the two of them came to the window to line up. Before the two of them arrived, the crowd queuing at the window was chatting animatedly. But after Zhou Yu came over to line up, the chatter suddenly became quieter, and there was even a second or two of silence. And this is naturally a reaction to Zhou Yu's beauty. Being beautiful can really make a noisy crowd quiet down for a moment. This situation had happened before when Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng came to the cafeteria to eat. Fortunately, this silence only lasted for a second or two before disappearing and being replaced by the sound of whispers. But some of the boys in the queue would look at Zhou Yu from time to time. "The squad leader is awesome." Chen Zhibai raised his thumb and gestured to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu rolled his eyes at him helplessly. Of course she knew that Chen Zhibai was teasing her, but she was not angry. If she had the idea of getting in touch with Chen Zhibai when they were in class, it was because of his appearance and calm temperament. The chats and conversations along the way made her very satisfied with Chen Zhibai, because the chat is very compatible, and this kind of chat compatibility can reflect many things, such as worldviews, whether they're on the same wavelength, and whether their heads are empty. So, in her heart, she is actually very satisfied with Chen Zhibai. Therefore, naturally, he would not get angry or anything because of Chen Zhibai's teasing. Moreover, what made Zhou Yu most satisfied was that she could see that Chen Zhibai must have a good family background. But along the way, Chen Zhibai had never shown off. Unlike some boys who pursue her, she is not always showing off. Although she does not show off directly, she is indeed showing off. But Chen Zhibai didn't. What are you daydreaming about? It's our turn. Chen Zhibai spoke, bringing Zhou Yu back to her senses. She suppressed her thoughts, smiled at Chen Zhibai, and began to choose dishes. Soon, the two of them chose their dishes, found an empty seat, and sat down. During the meal, Zhou Yu talked about the school sports meet, and each class had to sign up for an event. So, help me count what projects the boys in the class want to sign up for. That's what I want you to do for me. How about it? Help me. Zhou Yu swallowed the rice in his mouth and drank a sip of seaweed egg drop soup before looking at Chen Zhibai. Chen Zhibai did not agree immediately, but looked at her first. Because it is very simple to count what projects the boys have signed up for, and with the ability Zhou Yu has demonstrated since the beginning of the school year, it is a piece of cake. But now, she wants to ask me for help. It's obvious that he wants to get in touch with me. Zhou Yu was sitting in his seat and saw that Chen Zhibai had not spoken since he finished speaking, and was looking at him with a meaningful look. This made her blush slightly. Fortunately, she was taught to be graceful and graceful since she was young, so even though she blushed, she remained calm. Okay. Chen Zhibai nodded in agreement. Zhou Yu felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief, because she felt that since Chen Zhibai agreed, he didn't object to contacting her. In this case, everything will slowly come to fruition. Thinking of this, Zhou Yu smiled. It was already 12:30 noon when they finished their meal. After coming out of the cafeteria, Chen Zhibai waved goodbye to Zhou Yu and then returned to the boys' dormitory. As soon as he opened the dormitory door, Chen Zhibai was surrounded by Wang Chao and Li Dong. Tell me, what does the squad leader want your help with? He even wants to treat you to a meal. Yes, leniency to those who confess and severity to those who resist. As Wang Chao and Li Dong talked, there were various expressions in their eyes, including envy and curiosity. Zhou Hao was also in the dormitory. Although he didn't come over at the moment, he was playing with his mobile phone with his head down. But if you look closely, you can see that his eyes are not focused on the phone at all, and his ears are a little perked up. Obviously, Zhou Hao is also very curious about what Zhou Yu wanted Chen Zhibai to help with. To be more precise, it's more of resentment. Chapter 90 can't be interesting, I said. Isn't the school going to hold a sports meet soon? The class monitor asked me to count what events the boys in the class have signed up for. Facing the envious and curious gazes of Wang Chao and Li Dong, Chen Zhibai spoke. That's it. Wang Chao was stunned for a moment, and then became even more envious. I can do this job, and it's not difficult. Why doesn't the squad leader come to me for help? Wang Chao said with envy. Zhou Hao sat on the bed, feeling more and more indignant, because he initially thought that Zhou Yu must have asked Chen Zhibai for a lot of help, so he wanted to treat him to a meal. But now, let's count what projects the boys in the class have signed up for. Is this job a bit difficult? He can do it. Why don't you come to him? That's the squad leader. Old Chen, why do I feel like the squad leader is interested in you? Wang Chao suddenly said, and then he continued. Such a simple job. The monitor can do it by herself, without asking anyone for help, but now she asks you to help, and even invites you to dinner, so the monitor is not really interested in you, right? Fuck. It turns out being handsome really works. At the end of his speech, Wang Chao suddenly shouted fuck, because the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the truth of the matter was just as he said. He didn't need to ask anyone for help, because it was just a small matter, but he came to Chen Zhibai for help and even invited him to dinner. No matter how you think about it, there's some meaning in it. It seems to be true. Damn, old Chen, you're going to be rich. The squad leader is actually interested in you. He is the squad leader. Next to him, Li Dong also became excited, and there was envy in his eyes as he spoke. After all, at the beginning of the school year, Zhou Yu was recognized by the boys in the class as the prettiest. She has a good appearance, figure, and temperament. Damn it, Lao Chun, you have to treat us to a meal, otherwise I will feel so unbalanced. You don't want to be in a relationship, but now the squad leader is interested in you. Wang Chao spoke again, feeling both jealous and envious. He had always known that being handsome was useful, but he had never thought it was so useful. He was a class monitor. Yes, please have a meal, otherwise I will feel unbalanced. Li Dong also spoke up from the side. But before he could finish his words, Zhou Hao spoke instead. Are you two crazy? How could the monitor be interested in him? You two can tell with your asses that this is impossible. Zhou Hao sat on the bed with a grim look on his face, and he spoke loudly. After he finished speaking, he saw Wang Chao and Li Dong looking at him, and continued. The squad leader simply asked Lao Chun for help and invited him to dinner. There was no other meaning at all. But you two made it seem like the squad leader was interested in Lao Chun. You two are really imagining things. Yes, I admit that Lao Chun is indeed much more handsome now, and his temperament is much better, but compared with the squad leader, he is still far from a good match. You two should stop talking nonsense. After saying these words, Zhou Hao's expression looked much better, and he looked towards Chen Zhibai. Old Chun, don't think I'm being harsh, but you're really not worthy of the monitor who's so pretty and has such a good temperament. Listen to my brother's advice. Just find an ordinary girl to date. Don't listen to these two people's nonsense. And you still think the monitor has a problem with you. How is that possible? Take me for example. My conditions are good enough, right? The locals in Jiangcheng have 2 houses, but I dare not have any other thoughts about the squad leader, let alone you. So don't think too much. After Zhou Hao spoke a long and eloquent speech, a look of superiority appeared on his face at the end. You just know that the squad leader has no interest in Lao Chun? Then let me ask you, why did the squad leader choose Lao Chun over anyone else for such a simple matter, and even invited Lao Chun to dinner? It's been almost a month since the start of school. There are many boys who want to have dinner with the class monitor, but have you ever seen the class monitor agree to have dinner with them? Up to now, the only time a monitor had dinner with a boy was with Lao Chun, so I think the monitor is interested in Lao Chun. Wang Chao looked at Zhou Hao and said directly, "You." Zhou Hao's face looked grim, because this was the thing he least wanted to admit. Didn't he know that the monitor didn't eat with other boys? Of course he knew, but he didn't want to admit it, because once he admitted it, wouldn't it mean that the squad leader was really interested in Chen Zhibai? This was something he absolutely did not want to admit, because if that were the case, then Chen Zhibai would be in love with the class monitor and would directly cover him up. After all, his girlfriend is Li Yu. Although she is also a beauty, it depends on who you compare her with. If you compare her with the class monitor, there is no comparison at all. Anyway, the squad leader can't possibly be interested in Lao Chun, I say. Zhou Hao said loudly with a livid face. If it's fun, I can eat shit straight away. After saying that, Zhou Hao jumped off the bed with his cell phone in hand and walked straight out of the dormitory. With a bang, the door was closed with great force, making a loud bang. Ill. Wang Chao cursed and said angrily, "Don't think I don't know what this idiot is thinking. This idiot is just afraid that the squad leader is really interested in Lao Chun and then falls in love with him. And eventually he will be better than him, so he will feel unbalanced. He definitely thinks so." Oh, Li Dong sighed as he stood nearby. Although he didn't say anything, he also felt that Zhou Hao must be thinking so. Old Chun, I support you dating the squad leader. Let this idiot see it and make him feel unbalanced. What's wrong with being a native of Jiangcheng? What's wrong with having 2 houses? After all, his girlfriend is not as pretty as you. I want to see if this idiot still has a sense of superiority by then. Wang Chao looked at Chen Zhibai and said directly, "Why are you so angry?" "I'm not angry." Chen Zhibai patted Wang Chao's shoulder and spoke. "Aren't you angry? That idiot just said that to you, saying that you are not worthy of being a monitor." Wang Chao subconsciously wanted to speak, but before he could finish his words, Chen Zhibai spoke. He said, "I'm not worthy, so I'm not worthy? Am I living in his mouth?" Chen Zhibai said directly. Wang Chao was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously looked at Chen Zhibai and saw that Chen Zhibai's face was calm, but the whole person had an indescribable calmness and composure. Moreover, I have the confidence. At this moment, Wang Chao suddenly felt that the squad leader should indeed have a good impression of Chen Zhibai. Because of this temperament and aura, you can't live your life in the mouths of others. Chen Zhibai raised his hand and patted Wang Chao's shoulder again. He didn't say anything, but turned his head to look at the closed dormitory door. To be honest, he really didn't take Zhou Hao seriously, because as he just said, whether or not one is worthy of the other is not up to Zhou Hao to decide. However, Zhou Hao's repeated display of superiority in front of him actually made him a little impatient. You can feel superior and show it off in front of others, but don't put it in front of me. Buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated. Chen Zhibai took out his cell phone and took a look. He saw a WeChat message from Li Yu, asking him if he had eaten. The tone is coquettish. Chapter 91, The Difference Between Bentley and Audi. Lao Chun, who sent you the message? Why didn't you reply? Wang Chao asked curiously because he saw Chen Zhibai took out his mobile phone and looked at WeChat but did not reply, so he was a little curious. No one. Chen Zhibai shook his head and replied, then put the phone back into his trouser pocket. Old Chen, come on, let's play 2 games. Wang Chao didn't care and suggested playing games. Yes, Old Chen, let's play games. Without you here, Chaozi and I will always lose. Li Dong also said quickly from his side. No, you two can play. I need to go out now. Chen Zhibai waved his hand to refuse. Go out? Where to? Wang Chao and Li Dong were obviously stunned for a moment, and then they both asked subconsciously. After all, it's already noon, time for lunch break. You will know in the afternoon. Chen Zhibai smiled. Then without saying anything, he opened the dormitory door and walked out. So mysterious. Wang Chao muttered to himself, but didn't care. Instead, he took out his cell phone and prepared to play 2 games with Li Dong. Come on, Dongzi, I'll take you flying. Wang Chao gave Li Dong a look. I don't want to play. Li Dong shook his head. You don't want to play? Wang Chao blinked. Of course not. We'll always lose if we play together, so we don't want to play. Li Dong nodded, then took out his mobile phone and started watching Douyin. Fuck. Wang Chao cursed, and instead of entering the game, he started watching Douyin. Chen Zhibai walked out of the boys' dormitory and headed towards the school parking lot. He planned to drive the BMW X5 to the downstairs of the dormitory and show off his muscles in front of Zhou Hao, so that he doesn't have to act superior every day. To be honest, it's quite annoying. It's like a fly buzzing in front of you every day, but you don't take it seriously, you just feel impatient. Therefore, Chen Zhibai prepared to show off his muscles and strength in front of Zhou Hao. In fact, you can park your car downstairs of the boys' dormitory, but Chen Zhibai has never parked his car downstairs of the boys' dormitory since he picked it up because he doesn't want to attract attention. Driving a car worth more than 800,000 yuan right after entering college is actually an extremely eye-catching thing. Chen Zhibai's personality is calm and low-key, so he's been avoiding this matter. Some people like the feeling of being in the spotlight, while others don't. It's not that Chen Zhibai doesn't like to be in the spotlight. He just simply wants to live a peaceful and stable life and spend his 4 years in college in a low-key manner. But no matter how much he dislikes being in the spotlight, he will still be high-profile when he meets an annoying fly like Zhou Hao. Buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated. Chen Zhibai suppressed his thoughts and took out his mobile phone. He saw that it was another WeChat message from Liu. He asked him why he didn't reply to the message and whether he didn't see it. Chen Zhibai took a glance and did not reply. He was indeed impatient with Zhou Hao and looked down on this man, but he would not have any thoughts about Liu, because his vision was spoiled by Lu Meng and Chen Zhihui. Although Liu is also a beauty, she is obviously several levels behind Lu Meng and Chen Zhihui. Take cars, for example. Lu Meng and Chen Zhihui have Bentleys worth several million, but Liu has an Audi A4 worth 300,000. Although the Audi A4 is also good, everyone will choose Bentley when placed in front of it. Only when I am bored will I suddenly want to drive an Audi A4 and try out what it feels like. Soon, Chen Zhibai arrived at the school parking lot. A BMW X5 in skyscraper gray is parked in an empty space. The skyscraper gray color is very pleasing to the eye and handsome under the sun, and gives people a sporty and fashionable feeling. The license plate number with 3 nines gives the entire car a low-key feel. After unlocking the car door, Chen Zhibai got in and drove directly back to the downstairs of the boys' dormitory. Because it was lunchtime, there were basically no people at the door of the boys' dormitory, and therefore, no one saw Chen Zhibai driving back. After parking the car steadily in front of the boys' dormitory building, Chen Zhibai turned off the engine and got out. After locking the car, he walked into the boys' dormitory. When he pushed the door open and returned to the dormitory, Chen Zhibai took a quick look and saw Wang Chao and Li Dong lying on the bed watching Douyin. Zhou Hao also came back and was lying on the bed. Old Chen, you're back? Want to play 2 games? Wang Chao shouted when he saw Chen Zhibai coming back. Okay, come on. Chen Zhibai nodded and took out his cell phone. And me, I want to play too. Li Dong shouted quickly. Soon, the 3 of them clicked into the game. Zhou Hao was lying on the bed. Seeing that no one asked him whether he wanted to play games or not, he looked unhappy. He couldn't understand why none of Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao, and Li Dong wanted to please him. Why? He is a native of Jiangcheng and has 2 houses at home. Zhou Hao had a gloomy face and felt very uncomfortable. After looking at Chen Zhibai and the other 2 who were playing games enthusiastically, he forced himself to suppress the uncomfortable emotion in his heart. Fine. He has a girlfriend, but these 3 guys don't. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao felt much better, but soon, when he took out his mobile phone and opened WeChat, he felt a little melancholy when he saw that Liu still hadn't replied to his message. Yeah, are you still busy? You've been busy since yesterday, and have been busy until today. Yeah, please reply to the message. I miss you so much. How about we go have a barbecue tonight? There's a new barbecue restaurant in the university town. It's really delicious. Zhou Hao sent several WeChat messages in a row. Then he thought about it and made a video call. Pop. But as soon as I called, The other party hung up and didn't answer at all. This made Zhou Hao stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to type, Liu sent him a WeChat message instead. "I'm busy, don't call." "Yeah, okay." Zhou Hao typed quickly, and after sending the message, he continued typing. Yeah, you finally replied to my message. I thought you were missing." Yeah. Shall we go have barbecue together tonight? This barbecue restaurant is really delicious. I saw many people say so on TikTok. Zhou Hao sent 2 messages in succession. "No, I have something to do tonight." In the girls' dormitory, Liu had a cold face and typed a direct refusal. She was going to meet Chen Zhibai in the evening, so she had no time to have dinner with Zhou Hao. "Huh? You have something to do tonight? What's the matter?" Yeah, I have nothing to do tonight. How about I stay with you? I haven't seen you for a whole day. I miss you." Boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao typed quickly. But this time, Liu was too lazy to reply to his message. Zhou Hao sent several messages but received no reply, which made him feel annoyed. However, this annoyance quickly disappeared when he saw Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao, and Li Dong playing games. Instead, it is superior. At least, he has a girlfriend now. And my girlfriend is quite beautiful. Zhou Hao opened the photo album on his phone, found a photo of Liu, chuckled, and then looked at Chen Zhibai with superiority again. Chapter 92, Zhou Hao was confused. "Is this your car?" After playing 6 or 7 games, the time came to 1:30. "Stop playing and go to the classroom. We have classes in the afternoon." Chen Zhibai put away his phone and said to Wang Chao and Li Dong, "Oh, it's time to go to class again. It would be nice if I didn't have to go to class." Wang Chao looked at the time, sighed, and then looked longing. Chen Zhibai smiled without saying anything, then turned around and went to the bathroom. "Let's go to class together." After coming out of the toilet, Chen Zhibai glanced at Zhou Hao, who was still in the dormitory, and called out, When this greeting came out, Zhou Hao was stunned for a moment, because he didn't expect that Chen Zhibai would take the initiative to greet him. Is this because he finally realized the gap between his family members and wants to build a good relationship with himself? Zhou Hao's eyes lit up, and then he nodded reservedly. "Okay, let's go to class together." "Yeah," Chen Zhibai hummed, seeing the reserve and pride in Zhou Hao's eyes. Next to him, Wang Chao pulled Chen Zhibai's arm, with a look of doubt and confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why Chen Zhibai asked Zhou how to go to class together. "It's okay." Chen Zhibai patted Wang Chao's shoulder and walked out of the dormitory without saying anything else. Although Wang Chao was puzzled, he followed him out. Li Dong followed closely behind. However, Zhou Hao was somewhat reluctant, because in his opinion, he should go out first. This is a reflection of identity and status. But, forget it, there's no need to worry about these little things. Zhou Hao had some thoughts in his mind. After walking out of the dormitory, he took 2 quick steps to Chen Zhibai's side and put on the tone of an older brother. "Old Chen, although what I said in the dormitory before was a bit harsh, it was the truth. It is impossible for the monitor to like you. If you really want to find a girlfriend, I'll let my girlfriend introduce you to an ordinary girl." Zhou Hao spoke. "Really?" Chen Zhibai glanced at Zhou Hao. "Of course." Zhou Hao nodded. "Don't blame me for speaking harshly, but the reality is here. You'd have become much more handsome after cutting your hair. But what's the use of being handsome? In modern society, you still need money. With your family conditions, it's no problem for you to find an ordinary girl. Don't worry, leave this to me." Zhou Hao patted Chen Zhibai on the shoulder, with a look of superiority evident in his eyes. Chen Zhibai glanced at him and said nothing. Behind him, Wang Chao looked unhappy and he pulled Li Dong's arm. "What's wrong?" Li Dong turned his head and looked over. "Why did Lao Chun ask this idiot to go to the classroom together? I get a headache when I hear this idiot talking." Wang Chao said directly. "I don't know." Li Dong shook his head honestly. Earlier, Zhou Hao was still showing off his superiority, talking about how much the 2 houses in his family were worth. Chen Zhibai did not refute, but nodded seriously and then continued to praise. This made Zhou Hao feel extremely superior. Then, he walked out of the boys' dormitory building. But at this moment, there were quite a few boys standing in front of the boys' dormitory building. "Oh my god, this is the top-of-the-line BMW X5, right? And it's in skyscraper gray, so pretty. I just searched it, and it will take more than 80 for this car to land. This car is really nice. Why is this car parked in front of our boys' dormitory? Could the owner be a student like us? How was that possible? This car costs over 800,000 yuan. Our dormitory building is for freshmen, and all of them live here are freshmen. How can a freshman drive such a nice car right after school starts? I think it's impossible. It must be a teacher's car." "Well, that's true. There were many boys gathered in front of the dormitory building. No one was in a hurry to go to class, but their eyes were all looking at the BMW X5 car parked not far away. It's really beautiful and pleasing to the eyes. There is no boy who doesn't like cars, so everyone was unable to walk. BMW X5? Top model. Zhou Hao stood in front of the dormitory building, listening to the discussions of the boys around him. He was stunned for a moment, and then he looked over subconsciously. Then I saw that it was indeed a BMW X5. This car is so cool, Zhou Hao said with envy. Mr. Zhou, aren't your family locals in Jiangcheng and have 2 houses? Why don't you buy one of these cars? It's over 800,000 yuan. I think your family can afford it. Wang Chao was standing nearby and suddenly said something. Of course, he said on purpose. Although I don't know who this car belongs to, it's a good thing to be able to hit Zhou Hao's sense of superiority. Zhou Hao looked unhappy and glanced at Wang Chao. Of course, he could tell that Wang Chao said this on purpose, but he didn't dare to answer. Because he really can't afford this car. Yes, his family does have 2 houses, but the problem is he is not an only child. He has a younger brother. So, although there are 2 houses, actually only one is for his future wedding house. Moreover, his parents' jobs are not that good. If they hadn't been given 2 houses when their house was demolished more than 10 years ago, his family would have had no chance of survival. Although he never told these inside stories to anyone else, he knew them in his heart. This is also why his living expenses are not high. Mr. Zhou, why are you silent? Your family is so rich, you can't afford a car worth more than 800,000 yuan, right? Seeing that Zhou Hao didn't say anything, Wang Chao became excited and spoke. You? Zhou Hao's face became even uglier. I really can't afford it, but can you? I definitely can't afford it, but can I be like you? You're Mr. Zhou, a native of Jiangcheng, and your family has 2 houses. How can an outsider like me compare with you? Wang Chao curled his lips and replied, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Zhou Hao endured it and didn't plan to say anything else, but prepared to go to the classroom. But Chen Zhibai stopped him at this time. You don't have to walk to the classroom today, just drive there. Chen Zhibai said. Drive? Zhou Hao was stunned for a moment, and it took him several seconds to react. If you have a car, just drive there. This is a joke. Zhou Hao was speechless. He thought Chen Zhibai was joking. I have a car. Facing Zhou Hao's speechless gaze, Chen Zhibai nodded casually, then took out the BMW X5 key from his trouser pocket and pressed it lightly. Not far away, the BMW X5 made a crisp sound, followed by changes in its headlights. Zhou Hao froze in place for a moment, his face changing into a mixture of disbelief, shock, and surprise. After being stunned for more than a minute, Zhou Hao turned his head stiffly and dazedly and looked at Chen Zhibai. He swallowed with a gulp. So, is that your car? Zhou Hao's face was dull. He spoke with some stammering and swallowed several times while speaking. He was unwilling to believe that the BMW X5 parked not far away was Chen Zhibai's car. Because, how is this possible? That's a car worth over 800,000 yuan. Chapter 93, 100,000 yuan reward. Zhou Hao was not the only one who was stunned. Wang Chao and Li Dong, who were standing next to him, also had a dazed look on their faces. The 2 of them had no idea that the BMW X5 parked not far away belonged to Chen Zhibai. Really, totally unexpected. After all, it was a car that cost more than 800,000 yuan. If someone else had it, they might not be so shocked and stunned, but it happened that Chen Zhibai had it, which made them a little stunned. Because in Wang Chao and Li Dong's minds, Chen Zhibai's family background is at the same level as theirs. But now, you are driving a top-of-the-line BMW X5, right, after entering college? There were quite a few boys gathered in front of the boys' dormitory building. They were all looking at the BMW X5 with envy when they suddenly saw the headlights flashing. Subconsciously, everyone wanted to find the owner of the car. Everyone wants to know who is the owner of this car. Then, everyone saw Chen Zhibai holding the BMW keys. When they saw that Chen Zhibai was obviously a freshman like them, the boys couldn't help but reveal envy in their eyes. I drove a BMW in my freshman year. Really cool. That's really amazing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being distinguished in public and receiving a reward, 100,000 yuan in cash. The reward has been paid to the host's agricultural bank card account in real time. Please check it in time. Facing Zhou Hao's stunned, shocked, and unbelievable gaze, Chen Zhibai was about to speak when he heard the system voice in his head. Become a prominent figure in public and receive a cash reward of 100,000 yuan? This is a pleasant surprise. Chen Zhibai's eyes lit up. He originally just wanted to show off his muscles in front of Zhou Hao so that Zhou Hao wouldn't show off his superiority in front of him every day, but he didn't expect that he could actually get 100,000 yuan. An ordinary office worker can't save up 100,000 yuan even if he works hard for a year. Buzz. The cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated, bringing Chen Zhibai back to his senses. He took out his phone and took a look. It was a text message about bank card deposit. 100,000 yuan had arrived. Lao Chun, is that really your car? After putting away the phone, Wang Chao, who was standing next to Chen Zhibai, finally came back to his senses. After swallowing, he asked with a dazed look on his face. Although Li Dong didn't say anything, his eyes subconsciously looked over. Zhou Hao clenched his fist. Although his mind told him that the BMW not far away was indeed Chen Zhibai's, his emotions were unwilling to accept it, so he wanted Chen Zhibai to shake his head and deny it. This way, he will feel more comfortable. After all, how could Chen Zhibai drive a car worth more than 800,000 yuan just when he entered college? If that's the case, how can he show his superiority in front of Chen Zhibai in the future? Of course it's mine, come on, get in the car. Under Zhou Hao's expectant gaze, Chen Zhibai nodded and walked towards the BMW. Soon, he walked to the side of the car, opened the door of the main driver's seat, and sat in. Seeing this scene, the expectant look in Zhou Hao's eyes instantly dimmed. Get in the car, what are you doing? Chen Zhibai was sitting in the driver's seat of the car. Seeing that Wang Chao, Li Dong, and the others had not come over, he simply lowered the window and shouted, Come, come. I'll be right there. Wang Chao and Li Dong swallowed subconsciously, then quickly said something, and as they spoke, they trotted towards the car. Soon, they got in the car, but Zhou Hao still stood there. Chen Zhibai looked towards him. I won't get in the car. I have something else to do. You guys go to the classroom first. Facing Chen Zhibai's gaze, Zhou Hao subconsciously avoided his sight. After saying something with a stutter, he turned around and walked into the dormitory without waiting for Chen Zhibai to speak. But he lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he grabbed the wall next to him in time and did not fall. But even though he almost fell, Zhou Hao didn't care about this accident at all, because he only had one thought in his mind, which was how could Chen Zhibai drive a BMW X5? So what about all that superiority he showed off before? He is showing off his superiority in front of a rich second generation who just entered college and drives a BMW X5? Thinking of this, Zhou Hao's face turned pale and blue. Classmate, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? If you have a cold, you must take medicine in time. Don't delay. Be obedient. The dormitory manager just came out, and after seeing Zhou Hao's extremely ugly face, she was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward and said something with concern. The dormitory manager is in her 40s, and her two children are of college age. So, when she saw Zhou Hao looked so unhappy, she subconsciously showed concern. But Zhou Hao said nothing after hearing the dormitory manager's caring words and went straight upstairs. This child, why doesn't he speak? He is too introverted. The dormitory manager shook her head and didn't pay any more attention to the matter. Inside the BMW X5, this idiot deserves his fate. He was allowed to show off his superiority in the dormitory every day, saying that he was a native of Jiangcheng and had 2 houses. Now he finally hit the wall. Seeing Zhou Hao's face turn blue and red, and he turned around and went back to the dormitory without saying a word, and even fell down, Wang Chao immediately said with a look of relief, Anyone can see that Zhou Hao is hit hard. Okay, leave him alone. Chen Zhibai ignored Zhou Hao, because in fact, if Zhou Hao hadn't shown off his superiority in front of him every day, he wouldn't have driven over to show off his muscles. Because it's too high profile, and it's easy for others to feel envious and jealous. Thinking of this, Chen Zhibai glanced at Li Dong. From his perspective, he could see that Li Dong felt very nervous after getting in the car, and was looking at the interior of the car with envy. Why? Seeing this scene, Chen Zhibai sighed inwardly, because he felt that in the future when he was in the dormitory, perhaps the previous purely roommate relationship would change. At the very least, given Li Dong's current awkward and envious look, will I still be able to joke with him in the future, or even scold him when I lose a game? Old Chun, I never realized your family is so rich. They bought you such an expensive car when you just entered college. That's awesome. Wang Chao no longer paid attention to Zhou Hao. After he withdrew his gaze, he said something to Chen Zhibai with an excited look on his face. As he spoke, one could see the envy hidden in his eyes. After all, I drove a BMW X5 when I first entered college, and he may never be able to drive such a good car in his lifetime. But seriously, Lao Chun, I'd like to hear you say you're rich because you're a low-key person and you've never mentioned that you're rich in school or in class. Unlike Zhou Hao, who shows off his superiority every day, there's no one in our class who doesn't get annoyed by him. You're a low-key person. Wang Chao spoke again. Chen Zhibai. He only became rich in recent days. However, that's just his personality. Even if he has money, he won't show off. Chapter 94, Disguised Recognition. Fasten your seatbelts and get ready to drive. Chen Zhibai said to Wang Chao that Wang Chao was sitting in the passenger seat and needed to fasten his seatbelt. Yeah, okay. Wang Chao nodded quickly, then pulled the seatbelt and fastened it, while looking at the interior of the car. The interior of this car is really nice. This is the first time I've ridden in such a nice car. Chen Zhibai smiled and said nothing, then drove away from the boys' dormitory. Along the way, Wang Chao exclaimed that the car was so nice and that Chen Zhibai was so low-key. It's been almost a month since the start of school, and there hasn't been any news. Old Chen, tell me the truth. The reason you drove to the dormitory building was to intimidate Zhou Hao? Was it because he wanted to show off his superiority in front of you? Wang Chao spoke to Chen Zhibai. Yes. Chen Zhibai nodded. There was nothing he couldn't admit. I knew it. Wang Chao's expression was exactly what I expected. Old Chen, you should have driven over here a long time ago to put a stop to this idiot's arrogance. When I think of his stunned and shocked expression just now, I feel relieved. After saying that, Wang Chao was about to continue speaking when he was stunned for a moment because he saw Chen Zhibai driving to the school parking lot. Old Chen, why are we in the school parking lot? Why don't we just drive in front of the teaching building? It would be more impressive. Wang Chao asked subconsciously. Of course, he also had some little thoughts of his own. Although he can't afford such an expensive car, he can sit in it. This way, he can also receive envious glances from others. Too high profile. Let's walk to the classroom. Chen Zhibai glanced at Wang Chao and said directly. To be honest, if it were someone with a high-profile personality, they would definitely drive straight to the teaching building. But Chen Zhibai won't. It's nothing, actually. Let's drive to the teaching building and let me show off a little bit. Okay, old Chen. Wang Chao looked over expectantly. But as he looked on expectantly, Chen Zhibai had already found a parking space and parked the car. Then I turned off the engine and unbuckled my seatbelt. Seeing this, Wang Chao sighed, knowing that Chen Zhibai disagreed. Old Chen, you are too low-key. If I were you, I would definitely let the whole class know that I drive a BMW X5. If that were the case, all the girls would definitely want to be my girlfriend. How cool would that be? Wang Chao said after unbuckling his seatbelt. Get off the car, it's almost time for class. Chen Zhibai said this and pushed the door to get out of the car. Wang Chao sighed again, but he couldn't help but say in his heart that he admired Chen Zhibai very much, because he knew that if it were him, he would definitely be very high profile. When I arrived at the classroom, there were only 10 minutes left before work started. Wang Chao still had an excited look on his face because he had taken a lot of photos of the BMW along the way and was going to post them on his moments to show off. Chen Zhibai ignored him. Are you here? Zhou was sitting in her seat, reading a book with her head down, but her arm was touched by Zhang Fangfang next to her. When she raised her head, she saw Chen Zhibai entering the classroom, so she smiled and greeted Chen Zhibai. The posture is neat and graceful. Yes, I'm here. Chen Zhibai nodded and greeted him, then looked at Zhou twice more, because Zhou at this moment was obviously different from that in the morning. The most obvious difference is that she wore makeup. Although it was very light makeup, it was still visible, and she also applied some lipstick, which made her already beautiful and rosy lips look even better. At the same time, she changed her clothes, which perfectly outlined her slender waist and long legs. Zhou was sitting in her seat and saw Chen Zhibai looking at her face and clothes. Even though she had a generous personality, she couldn't help blushing slightly at this moment, because she did put on makeup and change her clothes. And the reason, naturally, was because of Chen Zhibai. She didn't wear makeup before, and she didn't change her clothes when she came to class. Anyway, there were no boys in the class that she wanted to interact with, so there was no need for her to worry about her personal image. But now it's different. But she didn't expect that Chen Zhibai seemed to have seen through it. This made her blush slightly, but besides blushing, she seemed a little happy. Chen Zhibai, the monitor, never wore makeup or matched her clothes when she came to class before, but now she wears makeup and matches her clothes. It's all because of you. Zhang Fangfang was sitting next to them and said something with a smile. As she spoke, she looked at Chen Zhibai and suppressed the disappointment in her heart. In fact, she also had a good impression of Chen Zhibai, because he had a pleasant appearance and a calm temperament, which was very different from those impulsive boys in the class. But she didn't dare show it, because she knew she had no competitiveness in front of Zhou Yu. So forget it. This is what Zhang Fangfang really thinks. You're the only one who talks too much. Eat your snacks quickly. Snacks can't keep you quiet. Zhou Yu turned his head and glared at Zhang Fangfang. Then he looked at Chen Zhibai again. How was your rest after lunch back in the dormitory? I had a good rest. Chen Zhibai nodded and replied, feeling a little sad in his heart. He knew that Zhou Yu put on makeup and matched her clothes because of him. Because after Zhang Fangfang finished speaking, Zhou Yu did not say that Zhang Fangfang was talking nonsense, but instead said that she talked too much. This is actually a disguised form of recognition. Chen Zhibai took Wang Chao and Li Dong and found a place to sit down. The boys in the class didn't say anything, as they had not seen Chen Zhibai driving a BMW in front of the dormitory building before. Zhou Hao came to the classroom more than 10 minutes into the first class. Gomein. The teacher stood on the podium, glanced at Zhou Hao, waved his hand casually, and said nothing. Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief. After walking into the classroom, he subconsciously glanced at where Chen Zhibai was, then paused and sat down in another seat. He hasn't figured out how to face Chen Zhibai yet. After all, whenever he thought about the superiority he had shown in front of Chen Zhibai during the first month of school, he felt his face getting hot, and he felt very embarrassed. Mr. Zhou, why are you sitting here with us? A boy sitting next to me asked curiously. Just do it if you want to. Why bother asking so many questions? Zhou Hao suppressed his thoughts and spoke directly. As he spoke, he still looked at the boy with a sense of superiority. Although he couldn't maintain a sense of superiority in front of Chen Zhibai, Zhou Hao still felt that he was superior to other classmates. After all, he is a native of Jiangcheng and has 2 houses. This is his advantage. The boy next to Zhou Hao pouted. He noticed the sense of superiority in Zhou Hao's eyes and felt a little unhappy. There were 3 classes in the afternoon. When the 3rd class was about to end, Chen Zhibai took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Lu Meng. Get out of class is almost over. I'll pick you and your roommate up after class, and we'll go eat. Chapter 95, Determined to Win. Yeah, okay. Lu Meng's message came back within seconds, and it was obvious that she was looking at her phone. How are you now? Does it still hurt? Chen Zhibai typed and sent another message. Much better. It's no longer a problem for me to walk. In the girls' dormitory, when she saw Chen Zhibai asking her if it still hurt, Lu Meng typed with a blush on her face. However, although she blushed a little, she felt warmed in her heart. After all, she knew that this was a manifestation of Chen Zhibai's care for her. Okay, get out of class ends at 5 o'clock, and there's still more than 10 minutes. You should pack up first and then tell the people in your dormitory. Chen Zhibai typed a message, and then when he saw Lu Meng send a good message, he did not reply, but put away his phone. When he was about to continue listening to the class attentively, Wang Chao, who was sitting next to him, touched his arm with his hand. Old Chen, what are we having for dinner? Before speaking, Wang Chao first glanced at the teacher who was giving a lecture at the podium, and then asked in a low voice. I have something to do tonight. You guys go eat by yourselves. Chen Zhibai replied. Something? Okay, got it. Wang Chao was stunned for a moment, his face full of curiosity, but he hesitated for a moment and still didn't ask what it was, just nodded. Chen Zhibai didn't say anything, but glanced at Wang Chao and sighed in his heart, because he noticed that Wang Chao's attitude when talking to him had changed after all. Although it looks the same as usual, it is actually different. It might not be appropriate to say that it is flattery, but it is somewhat cautious. Although not much, it is real. This is the change that wealth brings. He could understand it, because if a friend of his suddenly became rich, he would have the same attitude. So, this is why he didn't drive the car to the downstairs of the dormitory before. After taking his gaze away from Wang Chao, Chen Zhibai shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Girls' dormitory. Seeing that Chen Zhibai did not reply to the message, Lu Meng put away his phone and got out of bed. She spent most of the day lying in bed. The effect is very significant. It doesn't hurt much anymore, and I can walk without any problem as long as I don't walk too fast. In the dormitory, except Lu Meng, Shen Qing, Wang Hui, and Li Yu were all there. After all, they all knew that Chen Zhibai was going to treat them to dinner in the evening, and it was a collective activity in the dormitory. Plus, they had fewer classes this afternoon, so they all stayed in the dormitory. Ming, what time are we going to eat? I'm a little hungry now. Hearing Lu Meng getting out of bed, Wang Hui poked her head out of bed and asked with an embarrassed look on her face. As soon as these words were spoken, Liu, who was lying on the bed playing with her mobile phone, immediately put away her phone without saying a word and looked at Lu Meng. Shen Qing didn't look at Lu Meng, but continued to look down at the English words displayed on his mobile phone. It's almost time. My boyfriend's get out of class will be over in 10 minutes. We can go eat after class. Facing Wang Hui's gaze, Lu Meng said with a smile. Meng, you can say the word boyfriend so smoothly now. Wang Yu said. Lu Meng was not embarrassed. After all, Chen Zhibai was her boyfriend. What's more, everything has happened between them now. She has given her body to Chen Zhibai, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about. So, let's clean up. We'll go eat later. Lu Meng said one more sentence and went into the bathroom. She planned to take a quick shower and then clean herself up. Although the relationship has progressed, she has become Chen Zhibai's woman. But you still have to dress up. This is her advantage. She wants to use her beauty to firmly occupy Chen Zhibai's heart. Don't worry, Ming. I'll start cleaning up now. Wang Hui became energetic when she heard that they could eat soon. After she said this, she jumped directly from the bed. Liu sat on the bed, her eyes flashed, and then she got out of bed. The only one who didn't move was Shen Qing. She was still memorizing words while sitting on the bed. Qing. Seeing this, Wang Hui walked over and touched Shen Qing's arm with her hand. What's wrong? Shen Qing came back to his senses and turned to look at Wang Hui. Qing, why don't you put on some makeup and get ready? We're going to have dinner with Meng's boyfriend soon. Wang Hui spoke, and while she was speaking, she couldn't help but touch Shen Qing's arm again. Even though they were both girls, there was still a look of envy in her eyes, because she felt that Shen Qing's skin was really good and felt good to touch. What's the point of putting on makeup and cleaning up? A helpless look appeared on Shen Qing's pretty fair face. You guys clean up, I'll change my clothes later. Shen Qing said again. She didn't think it was necessary to put on makeup or get dressed. After all, she was going to meet Lu Meng's boyfriend. That's right. With your beauty, Qing, you're still very beautiful even without makeup. But Wang Hui obviously didn't think so much. She thought Shen Qing didn't want to put on makeup. Shen Qing glanced at her, but didn't explain. Then Qing, I'll just put on some simple makeup. After all, I'm going to meet Ming's boyfriend, and I can't embarrass Ming. Of course, the most important thing is that if I run into a boy I'm interested in when I go out to eat, I have to keep my makeup on. Wang Hui chuckled, then sat down at her desk and started putting on makeup. She was telling the truth. She put on makeup simply because she didn't want to embarrass Lu Meng. Plus, what if she meets a boy she's interested in? So, always dress up and put on makeup. Shen Qing didn't say anything. After glancing at Wang Hui, who had already started putting on makeup, she looked away and continued to memorize English words. The sunlight shone through the window on her fair and pretty face, giving her a very cool and otherworldly temperament. This temperament is particularly attractive. Moreover, in sharp contrast to her cool temperament is her great figure under her pajamas. It is hard to imagine that Shen Qing, who has a cool temperament, has such a good figure. Liu sat at the desk and started putting on makeup before Wang Hui. You can tell at a glance that she is very skilled at putting on makeup because she often watches beauty bloggers teach her how to put on makeup. At this moment, Liu was putting on makeup while glancing at Wang Hui, who was also putting on makeup, and then she curled her lips slightly. She did not take Wang Hui seriously because Wang Hui's characteristic was that she was cute but not pretty. If everyone in the dormitory looked like Wang Hui, then I would be the most beautiful girl in the dormitory. Not like now. Liu sighed inwardly. She looked up at Shen Qing, then glanced at Lu Meng, who was still in the bathroom. Then, she suppressed her thoughts and continued to put on makeup seriously. Dinner tonight is very important because she wants to steal someone else's girlfriend. As long as she can successfully get the guy, it means she is better than Lu Meng. This was a point she really wanted to prove, not to mention that Chen Zhibai was so rich and generous. So be determined to win. Chapter 96, huh? Where's Chen Zhibai? Nearly 20 minutes had passed when Lu Meng finished taking a shower, dried her hair, and came out of the bathroom. Wang Hui had already put on her makeup. Although she was not beautiful, she looked cute. Ming, you look so beautiful after taking a bath. Seeing Lu Meng coming out of the bathroom, Wang Hui's eyes lit up, and then a look of envy appeared on her face. Because she is really beautiful, her whole body is glowing white, and she has a good figure and a beautiful face. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the pair of very long and proud legs. Wang Hui subconsciously looked down at her own short legs and became even more envious. Ming, how come your legs are so long? Wang Hui said with envy. Longer than my life. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Lu Meng was amused by her, then reached out and pinched Wang Hui's face. Then without saying anything more, sat down and started to put on makeup. I'm telling the truth. Wang Hui muttered. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Li Yu and was stunned for a moment. Because from Wang Hui's perspective at the moment, Li Yu's makeup was very beautiful, and the clothes she was wearing also matched well. She was wearing a little white dress, which gave her a very pure and sexy look. This made Wang Hui a little dazed, because she felt that Li Yu seemed to attach great importance to this dinner in the evening. But she didn't think much about it. Li Yu was sitting at the desk. She was looking at her makeup in the mirror with a look of satisfaction in her eyes, because this makeup modifies her face shape very well. If her original score was 80, then this makeup made her entire face score 86 or 87. Coupled with the little white dress she specially picked for herself, the overall atmosphere and ambience are no different from that of a 90-point beauty. Therefore, Li Yu was very satisfied, so she turned her head and glanced at Lu Meng with a proud look in her eyes. But the next second, the smug look in her eyes froze for a moment, because she saw that Lu Meng was still without makeup, but she was quite resistant to makeup. Even she had to admit that although she was wearing makeup now, Lu Meng was still much more beautiful than her. Although she suppressed this thought as soon as it came up, Li Yu's face still looked a little ugly. Then, when she saw Lu Meng's pair of white and proud long legs, she couldn't help but clench her fists. Call! Taking a deep breath, Li Yu forced herself to look away from Lu Meng, but she had to admit that she felt a little frustrated in her heart, because she found that even though she dressed up and put on makeup so carefully, it seemed she still couldn't compare to Lu Meng. Li Yu forced herself to suppress this thought. Lu Meng didn't notice Li Yu's gaze at all. After putting on some simple makeup, she walked to the closet and picked out some clothes. A pure white short-sleeve top, a black pleated skirt, a pair of high-waisted white socks, and a pair of white sneakers. The whole person is bright and generous, and her long legs are also exposed. Li Yu subconsciously took another look, and then forced herself not to look again. Different people have different tastes. What if Chen Zhibai likes this type of hers? Thinking of this, Li Yu actually felt relieved. The teacher has delayed the class. The get out of class just ended. I'm going to the parking lot to drive now. I'll pick you and your roommates up downstairs at the girls' dormitory later. In the classroom, Chen Zhibai took out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Lu Meng. The reason why I drove to the girls' dormitory to pick her up was, of course, to give Lu Meng face. And this is really convenient. You can just drive to the restaurant and go straight to eat. Yeah, there's no rush. Drive slowly. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng had already packed up. When she saw the message from Chen Zhibai, she typed a reply. Yeah. Chen Zhibai replied with it, put away his phone, and walked out of the classroom. Chen Zhibai, where are the others? Zhou Yu sat in her seat, packing her textbooks with her head down. After she finished, she looked up and wanted to find Chen Zhibai, but found that he had left the classroom without her knowing when. This made a helpless look appear on her fair and pretty face, because she originally wanted to invite Chen Zhibai to have dinner together. Since she wants to make contact, she will take the initiative. He just left the classroom. Zhang Fangfang, who was sitting next to them, said at this moment. Then he couldn't help but asked, "What's wrong? Yu, do you have something to ask him?" As she spoke, Zhang Fangfang had a curious look on her face. The two roommates sitting nearby also looked over at this moment. It's nothing. I just want to invite him to have dinner together. Facing the gazes of his roommates, Zhou Yu was not shy and said it very generously. She was not the type to be shy, so when faced with her roommate's pursuit, she naturally told the truth. Eating together again, Zhang Fangfang was stunned for a moment. Then she exchanged glances with her two roommates before looking at Zhou Yu again. Yu, you are. Zhang Fangfang opened her mouth, but before she could finish her words, Zhou Yu interrupted her. I think he's good in all aspects, so I want to get to know him more. Zhou Yu said frankly, with a serious look on her fair and pretty face. Seeing her direct admission, Zhang Fangfang and her two roommates couldn't help but look at each other again. Don't you have WeChat? Just tell him on WeChat and say you want to have dinner together. He will definitely agree. After all, you are so pretty and beautiful. One roommate suddenly said something that aroused strong agreement from Zhang Fangfang and another roommate. They all think Zhou Yu is very beautiful. Of course, this is true. No, he must be busy. We can have dinner together tomorrow. Zhou Yu was indeed tempted by her roommate's suggestion, but after thinking about it, she shook her head. Okay, let's go back to the dormitory first. I want to take a shower. Zhou Yu stood up and said to Zhang Fangfang and the other two roommates. Uh-huh. Zhang Fangfang and her two roommates nodded, then stood up and walked out of the classroom together. But just as he walked out of the classroom, a boy suddenly appeared and stood in front of Zhou Yu. When they saw this boy, Zhang Fangfang and her two roommates immediately looked at Zhou Yu. Because this boy's name is Zhang Jichao, and he is the monitor of the class next door. In the first month of school, he has been courting Zhou Yu in both overt and covert ways. They all knew that Zhang Jichao was interested in Zhou Yu. What a coincidence! We meet here. Shall we have a meal together? Zhang Jichao looked at Zhou Yu and said with a smile. To be fair, he looks good and is tall, and the clothes he wears are obviously branded. It is obvious that the family conditions are good. Chapter 97, this is called relationship. Hearing Zhang Jichao say, what a coincidence, we meet here. Let's have a meal together. Zhang Fangfang and her two roommates subconsciously looked at each other and then curled their lips together. This excuse is really not thoughtful. They don't believe this is a coincidence. It was obvious that Zhang Jichao was waiting at the classroom door on purpose, specifically waiting for Zhou Yu. No, I want to go eat with my roommates. Zhou Yu naturally realized that Zhang Jichao was waiting for her deliberately, but she didn't show anything on her face. She just shook her head and refused. Although Zhang Jichao met all the requirements, she had no intention of contacting him. Because during the previous chat, Zhang Jichao's words were a bit childish, and he kept mentioning his family's connections. Frankly speaking, this is something that Zhou Yu really dislikes. So at this moment, faced with Zhang Jichao's invitation, she directly refused. When they saw Zhou Yu refuse, Zhang Fangfang and her two roommates subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, because they also felt that Zhang Jichao was a bit pretentious. And in comparison, they think Chen Zhibai is better. What's the matter? Let's go eat together. I can also get to know your roommate. Zhang Jichao frowned, but soon relaxed his brows and said with a smile. As he spoke, he looked at Zhou Yu's pretty, fair face, and his heart became a little restless. He actually had been in love before. After all, he was a popular figure in school during high school, so he had been in love a lot. But after seeing Zhou Yu for the first time in college, he became interested in her. She is beautiful, graceful, and elegant, comes from a wealthy family, and is an only child. This is what he imagined his girlfriend to be like. Therefore, he took the initiative to pursue her many times, but despite his active pursuit, Zhou Yu was always lukewarm, which made him feel a little awkward. Fortunately, he was patient. Moreover, he had observed Zhou Yu's class before, and to be honest, there was no boy who was a match for him. Therefore, he must win. Zhou Yu will definitely be his girlfriend in the future, and he believed that this so-called future would not be too late. No, we still prefer to have dinner in the dormitory. Zhou Yu shook her head. Her beautiful fair face was full of calmness as she spoke, and she didn't smile at all like she would in front of Chen Zhibai. After saying that, Zhou Yu didn't look at Zhang Jichao again, but looked at his roommate. Come on, let's go eat. Okay. Zhang Fangfang and her two roommates nodded in unison, but just as they were about to take a step forward, Zhang Jichao stepped forward to stop them, etc. Seeing this, Zhou Yu instantly frowned his beautiful eyebrows. Well, actually the reason I asked you to have dinner together is that I have something to tell you. Zhang Jichao had a smile on his face, but there was a look of pride in his eyes when he spoke. I remember you said before that you wanted to join the General Affairs Department of the Student Union. The son of my father's friend is the director of the General Affairs Department of this term's student union. Our two families are very good friends. I call him brother. He told me that only 5 new students will be accepted this time. I can enter without taking the exam, and I can also recommend one person to be exempted from the exam. Zhang Jichao's hint was very obvious. It can't even be said to be a hint, but rather an indication. So, let's have a meal together and talk about this. Zhang Jichao was all smiles, and his eyes were full of confidence, because he felt that Zhou Yu would agree to have dinner with him. After all, he had said that he could enter the general department of the school's student union without taking an exam. Although the student union has many departments, such as the external relations department, the propaganda department, etc., the most powerful one is still the general affairs department. Moreover, the director of the general affairs department will basically become the president of the school student union in the end. This is very attractive for those who aspire to be selected as civil servants. For selected candidates, on-campus resume is very important. After Zhang Jichao finished speaking, he stood there confidently, waiting for Zhou Yu's reply. Zhang Fangfang and her two roommates subconsciously looked toward Zhou Yu. They all knew that Zhou Yu wanted to be selected as a transfer student and become a civil servant in the future, so he became the class monitor and wanted to join the student union. In this case, will you agree? Zhang Fangfang and her two roommates all became a little nervous. Although we say a lot, it is only a blink away from reality. Thank you, but no thanks. I believe in my ability, and I can enter the General Affairs Department on my own. Facing Zhang Jichao's confident gaze, Zhou Yu shook her head and refused without any hesitation. Then, without even giving Zhang Jichao a chance to speak, she pulled Zhang Fangfang and two other roommates and walked directly towards the dormitory. The walk was very clean and neat, and there was also a sense of coolness. But Zhang Jichao, who was full of confidence, was stunned on the spot for a moment. The next second, his face turned ugly. He never expected that something that he felt was certain about would be rejected by Zhou Yu. This made Zhang Jichao suddenly feel unhappy. Class monitor, what's wrong with you? A voice suddenly sounded. Zhang Jichao came to his senses and saw that it was a girl in the class who was quite pretty. It's okay. Zhang Jichao adjusted his expression and said with a smile. Oh, the girl didn't think much about it and left after saying oh. Zhang Jichao stood there. He looked at Zhou Yu's departing back, thought for a while, then picked up his phone, found a number and called. Soon, the call was connected and some noisy sounds came from the other end. Hello, Chaozi, what's going on? The voice on the other end was casual and nonchalant. But Zhang Jichao was not dissatisfied at all. Instead, he smiled and said, Brother Wang, didn't I say yesterday that I wanted to recommend someone to join the General Affairs Department? Now, there are some emergencies, and she's going to the interview by herself, so brother, can you eliminate her during the interview? And then I will talk to her, and then hire her. Zhang Jichao walked to an empty corner and said a lot of words in a low voice. After he finished speaking, he waited nervously for the other party's reply. You are quite smart. You know how to pursue girls this way. Okay, since our two families are friends, I will do this for you. Come to the interview for new employees in a few days. A voice came from the other side. Zhang Jichao's face lit up instantly. Okay, thanks, brother. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. Okay, don't be polite to me. I'm very busy right now. That's it. I'll hang up first. After saying this, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Zhang Jichao didn't mind. He put away his phone and looked at Zhou Yu's departing back with a smug look in his eyes. He just didn't believe that he couldn't catch Zhou Yu like this. He had thought it through. He would only let Zhou Yu join the General Affairs Department if she agreed to be his girlfriend. Hey, what is this called? That's called relationship. Who made him the elder brother who is now the director of the General Affairs Department of the school student union. Chapter 98, Too Dark. This is too dark. The General Affairs Department was originally going to accept 5 freshmen this time. He nominated one and even recommended another. This means there are 2 fewer spots. It is indeed dark. Zhang Fangfang and her other 2 roommates couldn't help but speak with some indignation at this moment. They still believe that society is fair, so they're a little resentful at the moment. Zhou Yu's face remained calm because she knew that the world was never fair. You didn't agree to have dinner with him. I don't think you will let it go. What if he interferes and doesn't let you join the General Affairs Department? After all, his brother is the director of the General Affairs Department. Zhang Fangfang looked at Zhou Yu worriedly and said. After these words were spoken, the 2 roommates stopped talking and looked over worriedly. It's okay. If you can't get into the General Affairs Department, you can join other departments of the student union. Facing his roommate's worried gaze, Zhou Yu smiled. Other departments can't compare with the General Affairs Department. The General Affairs Department has great power and can manage everything. Compared with the General Affairs Department, other departments of the student union are somewhat weaker. Zhang Fangfang said again. Besides, Yu, don't you still want to be the president of the student union? If you don't join the General Affairs Department, then this position of president. Fine. Zhou Yu interrupted Zhang Fangfang before she could finish her words. Although she said it was okay, there was a hint of helplessness in her pretty eyes, because she knew that there was no way she could get into the General Affairs Department. Given Zhang Jichao's temper and personality, if she wanted to get into the department, she would have to be his girlfriend. This is something she definitely cannot accept. So forget it. You can also join other departments. But in this case, your resume may not be sufficient when you're selected as a transfer student. Why? Let's go back to the dormitory and take a shower first. I feel a little sweaty. Zhou Yu pulled her roommates without giving them a chance to speak. I'm at the school parking lot. I just got in the car. It will probably take me about 10 minutes to get to the girls' dormitory. You and your roommates should get ready to go downstairs. In a school parking lot, Chen Zhibai opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, then picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lu Meng. Yeah, okay, I get it. Lu Meng replied within seconds. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to put away his phone, Lu Meng sent him another message. By the way, my roommate just asked us where to eat tonight. Impression of Baiyun. Chen Zhibai typed. Impression of Baiyun? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng was stunned when she saw the name of the restaurant sent by Chen Zhibai. Because she naturally knew Baiyun Impression, one of the high-end restaurants in Jiangcheng, where the average cost per person for a meal was over 1,000. The reason I know this is because there's a blogger on Douyin who specializes in high-end and elegant styles, and he has visited the Baiyun Impression Hotel. This video received a lot of likes because it satisfied ordinary people's curiosity about the lives of rich people. Okay, got it. Drive slower. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Meng came back to his senses and typed. Chen Zhibai did not reply because he had already started the car and was heading towards the girls' dormitory. Meng, have you asked your boyfriend? Which restaurant should we go to for dinner tonight? In the girls' dormitory, Wang Hui saw Lu Meng put down her phone and asked curiously. Although Liu didn't say anything, she couldn't help but look over. Impression of white cloud. Lu Meng spoke. Baiyun impression. Wang Hui was shocked. Meng, is this true? Are we going to buy an impression for dinner tonight? Food, there's very expensive. I heard that even a simple meal would cost over 1,000 per person. Wang Hui was halfway through her words when she suddenly slapped her head in embarrassment. Yes, look at my head. Your boyfriend is so rich, he can definitely go to buy an impression, but this is too extravagant. Wang Hui talked about luxury, but there was a look of longing and yearning in her eyes. After all, this is buy an impression. Liu was sitting in her seat. When she heard Lu Meng say that they were going to buy an impression for dinner, she couldn't help but feel emotional. There was a look of yearning and longing in her eyes. Even Xin Qing subconsciously looked up at Lu Meng when he heard the words Baiyun Impression. In the era of TikTok self-media, some things that were originally only enjoyed by the rich have become known to ordinary people. For example, the Baiyun Impression Hotel. I can't wait. I must have a good meal tonight. Hee, that's the impression of Baiyun. I also want to take pictures and post them on WeChat moments later. Wang Hui hugged Lu Meng's arm and said excitedly, Meng, I love you. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to eat at Baiyun Impression in my life. Love you. As she spoke, Wang Hui raised her head and gave Lu Meng a hard kiss on the face, making a clear smacking sound. Lu Meng. She wiped her face with her hands helplessly. Meng, don't look down on me. I'm really excited. Seeing this, Wang Hui said with a red face, feeling a little embarrassed. Lu Meng shook his head and stood up from his seat. Let's go, we should go downstairs. Yeah. Wang Hui nodded quickly. Since everything had been packed, the four of them quickly walked out of the dormitory and went downstairs. Some boys who were waiting for their girlfriends downstairs in the girls' dormitory were stunned for a moment when they saw Lu Meng, and then they all felt a little moved. Lu Meng's appearance, figure, and bright temperament make her the goddess of boys' dreams, not to mention her proud long legs. But there were also some boys who would secretly glance at Xin Qing from time to time. Although Xin Qing didn't wear much makeup and didn't pay much attention to matching her clothes, she was only wearing a simple white short-sleeved shirt and long jeans. But her cool goddess vibe was particularly obvious. Some boys who like cool goddesses naturally couldn't help but look at Xin Qing. So for a moment, the boys present were clearly divided into two distinct groups. Meng, Qing, all the boys here are looking at you too. Wang Hui said in a low voice. Lu Meng and Xin Qing smiled, then subconsciously looked at each other, and no one spoke. Liu stood nearby, but secretly gritted her teeth, because she also discovered that most of the boys present were looking at Lu Meng and Xin Qing. Are there any boys looking at her? Actually, there are. After all, after Liu dressed up, she was already a beauty in the eyes of ordinary people. But few boys looked at Liu. After all, there were two Bentleys, Lu Meng and Xin Qing. Although Audi is good, everyone will give priority to Bentley. This is understandable, but it makes Liu feel a little indignant and even unbalanced. But she didn't show it. Instead, a smile always appeared on her face, because Liu was worried that Chen Zhibai would come over suddenly. So, she decided to keep her posture in excellent condition from now on. Only in this way can you successfully pry into the corner. Thinking of this, Liu turned her head to look at Lu Meng, then snorted softly. Chapter 99. Hello, my name is Chen Zhibai. Hey, every time I go out with you guys, I always feel very stressed. Wang Hui sighed. She looked at Lu Meng and Shun Qing and said something, but she was a generous person, so she didn't care about the matter after she finished speaking, but instead started to care about other things. Meng Meng, isn't it time to call a taxi from your phone? One car is not enough. We need to call 2 cars. After all, there are 4 people in our dormitory, plus your boyfriend, which makes 5 people. Wang Hui spoke up. No need to call a taxi. Lu Meng shook his head and said, no need to call a taxi? Why? Wang Hui was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously. Of course, it's because my boyfriend has a car, and he will come and pick us up later. Lu Meng said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Wang Hui's eyes widened. Li was also a little dazed. Even Shun Qing couldn't help but look up and look towards Lu Meng. Chen Zhibai has a car? He has a car when he just entered his freshman year. Wang Hui asked quickly with her eyes wide open. Then, when she saw Lu Meng nodded, she asked what kind of car he was driving. Although Li Yu didn't say anything, her ears were perked up. You will know soon. Lu Meng didn't say anything, but just said you will know soon. Seeing this, Wang Hui hugged Lu Meng's arm and started to act coquettishly, but Lu Meng did not let go. Because she felt that when she said she was driving a top-of-the-line BMW X5, it seemed a bit boastful. So, it's better not to say anything. You'll know it soon anyway. Oh, Meng Meng, just tell me. I beg you. Wang Hui continued to hug Lu Meng's arm and act coquettishly. But Lu Meng just smiled and shook his head. Seeing this, Wang Hui could only give up the idea of asking further questions. It must be a good car. After all, your Chen Zhibai is so rich that he can give you a 70,000 yuan LV bag just like that. Although she gave up the pursuit, Wang Hui still said something. Li Yu stood nearby and nodded subconsciously. She agreed with this statement very much. The car Chen Zhibai drives is definitely a good car. Although I'm just entering college, I am not allowed to buy an Audi A4. More than 10 minutes passed quickly while we chatted. Lu Meng, who was chatting with Wang Hui, suddenly had her eyes light up because she saw a BMW X5 driving smoothly not far away. In the sun, the color of skyscraper gray is particularly sporty, fashionable, pleasing to the eye, and also handsome. Meng Meng, it's been more than 10 minutes. Why hasn't your boyfriend driven over yet? Wang Hui asked curiously, wiping the sweat beads on her forehead with her hand while speaking. After all, it was still September, and there was still a hint of stuffiness in the air. Even though we were standing under the shade of a tree waiting, it was still a bit hot, so Wang Hui couldn't help but ask. After she said this, Shun Qing raised his head and looked towards Lu Meng. She was actually a little hot too, but her personality meant that she wouldn't ask when it come over. I'm here, Lu Meng said. Already here? Which car is it, and where is it? Wang Hui suddenly became alert, both energetic and curious. Li Yu, standing nearby, also became alert. Look, that's the car. Lu Meng smiled, stretched out her white little finger, and pointed at the BMW X5 that was getting closer and closer, and said, BMW. Wang Hui looked over and shouted out when she saw the BMW logo on the front of the car. She is not actually familiar with cars, but she knows 3 brands, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. Next to her, Li Yu also saw the BMW coming toward her, and she was stunned for a moment, because she remembered that she had seen this car at school 2 days ago. At that time, Zhou Hao also said that this was a BMW X5, the top-of-the-line version. It will cost more than 850,000 yuan to land. She was shocked when she heard it, and was thinking about finding out who was driving the car. If the owner was a student, then she would try to pursue him. Later, Lu Meng returned to the dormitory with the LV worth 68,888. She set her mind on Chen Zhibai and did not implement her plan. But now, so the person driving this car is Chen Zhibai? Li Yu was stunned. In comparison, Shun Qing was the calmest and most composed one, but her eyes also looked in the direction of Lu Meng's finger. When she saw the BMW X5, a hint of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. Then, she subconsciously glanced at the license plate. When she saw the license plate number was 999, the surprise in her eyes grew even more. Then, she turned her head and looked at Lu Meng. What? Good luck. No matter how much we say, it is only a blink away from reality. Chen Zhibai drove the car and stopped in front of Lu Meng in just a few breaths. Immediately, the skyscraper gray BMW X5 attracted the attention of a boy who was waiting for his girlfriend in front of the girls' dormitory. Boys who love and understand cars even told the price of the car with envy on their faces. The top-of-the-line BMW X5 has a landing price of a little over 850,000 yuan. When this price was announced, It immediately aroused the admiration and envy of the other boys. Naturally, Lu Meng could hear these discussions from where he was standing. So, when Wang Hui heard that this car cost more than 850,000 yuan, her eyes widened subconsciously, and there was an expression of obvious shock on her face. In comparison, Li was a little calmer this time. After all, she had learned from Zhou how that the car was very expensive. So this time, he seemed calmer. Although she looked calm on the outside, she was increasingly thinking about stealing his girl away. Chen Zhibai was naturally unaware of the whispers outside. After parking the car, he pushed the door and got out. "How long have you been waiting?" He smiled and said something to Lu Meng, and while speaking, his eyes swept over Lu Meng. To be honest, I am actually a little proud inside, because Lu Meng's dress at this moment looks like a goddess. She has a beautiful face and a good figure, and her pair of long white legs under the black pleated skirt are simply glowing. And this is his girlfriend. And the two had already had a relationship. This is certainly something he should be proud of. Actually, it didn't take long. Lu Meng replied with a smile. She noticed that Chen Zhibai looked at her with pride. This made her feel a little proud. "Let me introduce you. These are my 3 roommates. This is Wang Hui. She has a very lovely personality. This is Shun Qing, the cool beauty in our dormitory. This is Li Yu, you know, Zhou Hao's girlfriend in your dormitory." Suppressing her inner pride, Lu Meng reached out and introduced Wang Hui, Shun Qing, and Li Yu, who were standing next to her. "Well, hello, I'm Meng's boyfriend. My name is Chen Zhibai." Chen Zhibai nodded, smiled, and greeted, but his eyes subconsciously looked at Shun Qing. He really didn't expect that among Lu Meng's roommates, there was a girl with such a beautiful appearance and such a good temperament. Chapter 100 Really Rich. Compared with Lu Meng, he is not inferior at all. Chen Zhibai looked at Shun Qing, paused for a moment at her fair and pretty face, and sighed inwardly. This is actually a very high evaluation, because Lu Meng's appearance, figure, and temperament are quite high. Take Chen Zhihui, for example. Although she has a gifted figure, when it comes to appearance, she is actually no match for Lu Meng. But Shun Qing is not like that. Her looks are really comparable to Lu Meng. What's even more outstanding than her looks is her cool temperament. To be fair, this temperament is quite attractive. Therefore, even Chen Zhibai couldn't help but take another look at Shun Qing at this moment. "Hello, handsome Chun." Although she said a lot, it was actually very brief. Wang Hui raised her hand and greeted Chen Zhibai. While greeting, Wang Hui looked at Chen Zhibai curiously. She had never met Chen Zhibai before, but when Liu talked to Zhou Hao on the phone in the dormitory, she said that Chen Zhibai was of ordinary appearance and family background. So, even though she knew that Chen Zhibai's family background was not ordinary, after all, the LV bag worth 68,888 was given to him at will, but in Wang Hui's heart, she still thought that Chen Zhibai's appearance was very ordinary. But now she saw that it was not the case. Is this what you call average looks? This is not ordinary. This is clearly a very comfortable look, and the whole person has a calm temperament that easily makes people feel good about him. Is this normal? Wang Hui turned her head and looked at Li Yu speechlessly. She really didn't know what Li Yu was thinking. She actually said that Chen Zhibai was ordinary before. Li Yu didn't notice Wang Hui's gaze because she was also looking at Chen Zhibai at this time. To be honest, after seeing Chen Zhibai, she was a little dazed and confused, because Chen Zhibai was very different from the one she had seen before. When she met Chen Zhibai in the cafeteria before, Chen Zhibai had messy hair and his clothes had no taste at all. But now, he has a clean and refreshing hairstyle, comfortable and handsome facial features. The clothes he wears are casual and decent, and his temperament is calm and confident. The whole person inexplicably has an aura. If the face wasn't the same face, Li Yu almost thought she had recognized the wrong person. Li Yu was stunned for a long time before she forced herself to suppress the surprise and shock in her heart. "We've met before," Li Yu said with a smile. While speaking, she glanced at Lu Meng. Seeing that Lu Meng didn't pay attention to her, she blinked at Chen Zhibai. Chen Zhibai. In fact, with makeup and the white dress she is wearing, Li Yu looks very pretty. It has a pure desire style, but depends on who you are comparing with. She stood next to Lu Meng and Shun Qing, and suddenly turned from a beauty into a passerby. Therefore, Chen Zhibai ignored her. Seeing that Chen Zhibai simply ignored her despite her deliberate attempt to show goodwill by winking, Li Yu felt a little upset. She gritted her teeth and was about to say something else, but Shun Qing had already spoken. "Hello." Shun Qing looked at Chen Zhibai, nodded, and simply greeted him. Her voice, like her temperament, has a cool and clear tone. Although the greeting was simple, with only 2 words, hello, Xinxing's gaze lingered on Chen Zhibai for a few seconds. Although he quickly looked away, Xinxing's heart was still wavering. She has a comfortable appearance and good taste in clothes. The most important thing is his calm and steady aura, without any of the impetuousness that other boys have. This was what surprised Xinxing, and he even felt a little fond of it. Of course, she quickly suppressed this favorable impression. After all, this is Lu Meng's boyfriend. Hello. Chen Zhibai looked at Xinxing and replied. His gaze paused on Xinxing's pretty face for 2 seconds again before he retracted his gaze. Let's go. Let's get in the car first. Chen Zhibai said with a smile. Yeah, okay. Lu Meng nodded. After saying this, she greeted Wang Hui and Xinxing. Hui, Qingqing, you can just sit in the back row. Okay. Xinxing nodded slightly, then opened the back seat door and sat in. Hee, I've never ridden in such a nice car since I was a child. Meng, thanks to you. Wang Hui did not step forward immediately, but chuckled, pulled Lu Meng, and said this before getting into the car. Lu Meng was a little amused, but she also knew that this was Wang Hui's character. Yeah, get in the car. After getting in the car, Wang Hui looked at Li Yu, who was still standing outside the car, and called out. Yes, here I come. Li Yu agreed, but when getting in the car, she glanced at Lu Meng first. She knew that Lu Meng would definitely sit in the passenger seat. This made her a little unbalanced, but it's still unclear who will win. Li Yu's eyes flashed with fighting spirit, and then she sat down. Although there were 3 people sitting in the back seat, it didn't feel crowded at all. Let's get in the car too. Seeing that the roommates had already gotten in the car, Lu Meng pulled Chen Zhibai's arm and said this. Yeah. Chen Zhibai nodded. When he was about to get in the car, Lu Meng suddenly pulled his arm. Chen Zhibai subconsciously lowered his head and was about to ask what was wrong when Lu Meng had already leaned over and kissed him on the face. I saw it all. Wang Hui was sitting in the back seat and spoke quickly at this moment. You saw it, so you saw it. I was kissing my boyfriend. Lu Meng didn't feel embarrassed at all. After she said this with a smile, she opened the passenger door and sat in. Chen Zhibai shook his head and sat in the driver's seat. After Lu Meng pulled the seat belt over and fastened it, he looked at Chen Zhibai calmly. In fact, there was certainly a reason why she suddenly kissed Chen Zhibai, because she noticed that Chen Zhibai looked at Xinxing several more times. Although this is normal. After all, Xinxing is no less outstanding than her, and it is normal to look at him a few more times, but she still feels indescribably alert in her heart. That's why she suddenly kissed Chen Zhibai just now. This is a declaration of sovereignty. Thinking of this, Lu Meng turned his head inconspicuously and glanced at Xinxing, who was sitting in the back seat. This car is really big, and the interior is really luxurious. Handsome Chen, I'm curious to ask, does your car really cost more than 800,000 yuan to buy? After getting on the car, Wang Hui started touching things left and right with her hands, her eyes full of curiosity. I couldn't help it at this moment and finally asked. Although she had just heard some boys say that this car would cost more than 800,000 yuan, she still wanted to hear Chen Zhibai say it himself. Almost. Chen Zhibai nodded and spoke directly. He's really rich. Seeing him nod in agreement, Wang Hui sighed subconsciously. More than 800,000 yuan. Her monthly living expenses are 1,500 yuan. This car is enough to cover her living expenses for 566 months, which is 47 years in years. Really rich.